In the Huayong Palace, Emperor Ming was reading Cheng Dalei's writing, which discussed the spirit of the bright sword. The text described the mindset of a swordsman when facing an opponent, emphasizing that even if they knew they would lose, they would draw their sword and engage in combat. It emphasized that losing under the opponent's sword would still bring pride, embodying the spirit of the bright sword. Emperor Ming contemplated the article, noting that it didn't employ flowery language like civil officials, nor was it as cryptic as military officials. He found the writing style to be simple and easy to understand, though he remarked that the handwriting was a bit ugly. Continuing to read, Emperor Ming encountered the phrase, "Facts prove that an army with fine traditions often had the soil to cultivate heroes." As Emperor Ming continued to read Cheng Dalei's writing, he read the statement, "Faith showed how powerful the spirit of an army was." Emperor Ming contemplated this and then read on, where the writing emphasized that with faith, they could protect the country, with pride, they could maintain peace, and with duty, they could uphold righteousness, embodying the spirit of the army. Emperor Ming expressed his approval, praising Cheng Dalei for his strong allegiance to the country. His officers were surprised and somewhat disbelieving by the emperor's enthusiastic response. Emperor Ming decided to reward talented individuals and ordered that Cheng Dalei be awarded first place in the examination. The officers were uncertain about how to respond, knowing that they accepted money from the civil factions, and they exchanged looks while bowing to the emperor. The officers expressed their concerns to Emperor Ming, pointing out that although Cheng Dalei's article was good, it might attract unwanted attention, especially from the Ring Tribe peace envoy who was due to arrive soon. They worried that the Ring Tribe negotiators might doubt the sincerity of their peace talks if they knew that Cheng Dalei's article had been placed first. One of the officers emphasized the need to focus on regaining their strength after the war rather than showcasing the article on the bright sword. Emperor Ming considered their advice and decided not to alter Cheng Dalei's ranking. Instead, he suggested that the article be copied and distributed among the army for study. However, he wanted the writing to be improved to make it less vulgar. The officers agreed to this plan. One of them mentioned the conflict between Cheng Dalei and a civil official before the examination and speculated whether Cheng Dalei could be a member of the general's family. Emperor Ming dismissed the officers, instructing them to leave. After the officers departed, another person within the palace approached Emperor Ming and expressed concern about Cheng Dalei's origins, suggesting that the snake team investigate further. Emperor Ming decided against such an investigation, stating that as long as the balance of factions was maintained, he would allow them to do as they wanted. This person introduced as a monk acknowledged the emperor's decision. Emperor Ming inquired about any news regarding Xing Zai, and the monk reported that the crane team and the deer team had been dispatched. Some reports indicated that Xing Zai had been seen in Yangzhou, so there should be news soon. Emperor Ming expressed his thoughts about Xing Zai, showing a sense of sad expression. Meanwhile, in the northwest region of Yangzhou, Xing Zai, who appeared worn out and poorly dressed, walked in the middle of nowhere, using a cane due to exhaustion and hunger. Xing Zai expressed his desperation for a meal, listing various extravagant dishes like roast goose, roast sheep, and shark fin. He was so hungry that he couldn't be choosy. Suddenly, he spotted a snake in front of him, and his hunger-driven excitement led him to see it as a potential source of meat. As Xing Zai eyed the snake, another person also noticed it and expressed his desire for the meat, which surprisingly this person is Fu Delay. A tense situation unfolded as both men wanted to claim ownership of the snake they had spotted. Their aggressive expressions and thoughts revealed their determination to secure the meal. As the battle for survival between Xing Zai and Fu Delay escalated, they resorted to physical combat. Fu Delay pinched Xing Zai's face, and Xing Zai defended himself by striking back with his cane. They exchanged punches, but Xing Zai eventually surrendered, shouting to Fu Delay to stop. Xing Zai pointed out that the snake they had been fighting over had already run away. However, it was too late as both watched in silence to observe the rapidly retreating snake. Fu Delay began to shake, appearing drained of energy, and it appeared that he had exhausted himself to the point of fainting. With evening arrived, Xing Zai set up a campfire and started cooking over the flames. The scent of the cooked food eventually woke Fu Delay from his unconscious state. Xing Zai greeted him, mentioning that he hadn't eaten for days, despite the intense battle they had. Upon waking, Fu Delay suddenly became alert and Xing Zai questioned his origin, suspecting him of being associated with the Ring Tribe. Xing Zai explained to Fu Delay that they were in a remote location and couldn't search for their families to ask for food. He mentioned that he found some potatoes nearby, which saved them from starvation. As he blew on his food to cool it down, Xing Zai commented on how good it smelled. Fu Delay, still doubtful, stared at Xing Zai. Xing Zai continued, stating that they couldn't survive alone in such a poor place and proposed that they stick together. He offered a share of the cooked food to Fu Delay and introduced himself as Lai Xing Zai. With a warm smile, he asked for Fu Delay's name. Fu Delay, initially surprised, hesitated briefly before revealing his name as Fu Delay. In the evening, in the city of Chang'an, Cheng Dalei and his group hurriedly walked in town. Shenji asked Cheng Dalei where they were going, with Linger. Cheng Dalei explained that they were heading to a place he referred to as the Wily Hare with 3 burrows, which he considered a special place. Curious, Cheng Dalei inquired if anyone was following them. Shenji mentioned having noticed a beggar who seemed to be watching them, prompting him to wonder if they were being tracked. He glanced nervously behind him. Linger interjected, informing Shenji that the beggar was blind. Shenji, somewhat embarrassed, laughed it off, acknowledging the importance of caution. Cheng Dalei indicated that they had now arrived. Shenji inquired whether the house they had reached belonged to Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei explained that to ensure privacy and prevent eavesdropping, all the houses in that area were under his control. Shenji jokingly pointed out the extravagance of owning so many houses without living in them. Cheng Dalei responded, saying that these properties were given to him by those under his authority. He then instructed Linger to fetch a bucket of water to assist with makeup removal, while Shenji was directed to release the fireworks. Cheng Dalei issued the command to release the fireworks. In various parts of the city, people who were busy in the street did not notice the upcoming fireworks. In one area, a lady was haggling over the price of a jewel with a seller. The lady inquired if the jewel could be bought for 5 yuan, to which the seller playfully suggested increasing the offer. The seller proposed 7 coppers but became entranced after the fireworks exploded, while the lady remained focused on the purchase. Undeterred by the distraction, the lady insisted, demanding to know if the seller still intended to sell the item, while the seller was shocked by it. Suddenly, the seller had a change of heart and decided to offer the jewel for free. In other parts of the city, including where Jai Tao was located, she witnessed the spectacle of the fireworks. Jai Tao, in a flirtatious manner, playfully questioned whether Cheng Dalei had been responsible for releasing the dazzling fireworks. In another direction within the city, another man was engrossed in conversation, narrating the last part of a chapter involving Jin Lion and a king. However, his words trailed off as he caught sight of the fireworks. He was taken aback and surprised by the sudden display, wide open the window. The person he was talking to then questioned his sudden runaway, seemingly bewildered by his abrupt departure. As the 3 men looked outside and called the man named Ajie, wondering why he had left in such haste, while the other admired the student's impressive light body skill. A fireworks order awakened the long-dormant underground forces in Chang'an. In an underground city, Su Ying and Liu Zhai were immersed in reading a letter when Qin Man suddenly entered and delivered a report. Qin Man addressed Su Ying and conveyed Cheng Dalei's issuance of a fireworks order. He offered to send a message on their behalf. Liu Zhai, curious about the purpose of the fireworks order, sought an explanation. Aku clarified that the fireworks order served as a signal for those who wished to seek Cheng Dalei's help, repay his kindness, or establish connections within the big city. Cheng Dalei held a prominent position as the underground city's leader in Chang'an. Liu Zhai, displaying a surprised expression, inquired whether Jai Tao would also attend. Aku confirmed that Jai Tao would certainly be in attendance at the event. Liu Zhai addressed Su Ying with a worried expression. Su Ying reassured her, implying that Liu Zhai's concern might be related to outsiders trying to get close to Cheng Dalei. Su Ying then suggested that Liu Zhai could follow Qin Man while she attended to her own business. She conveyed this with a pleasant tone. Liu Zhai responded with a pout and a blush. Su Ying instructed Qin Man to take Liu Zhai to Cheng Dalei and inform him of the impending arrival of an important person. Qin Man acknowledged her order. Back at Cheng Dalei's residence, Fei Yuan was the first to arrive and respectfully addressed Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei acknowledged him and advised him to wait for everyone else to arrive while he was sipping tea. In the following scene, many people were seen making their way to Cheng Dalei's residence. Some showcased their skills in lightweight jumping to reach the location, while others ran to get there. They greeted each other and commented on the familiar faces they encountered. A bald man noted that they were all familiar faces, and someone else expressed surprise at seeing him there as well. Everyone who received orders from Cheng Dalei gathered in his residence. They respectfully addressed Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei announced that he was going to give orders to a select group of people who were staying to work with him. He called upon Fei Yuan, Axi, and Aku, instructing them to stay. Cheng Dalei then turned his attention to Jai Tao. Cheng Dalei appeared to hesitate, thinking about Su Ying's potential misunderstanding if he left her behind. However, he recognized the opportunity to make use of her skills this time, so he decided to include Jai Tao as well. Jai Tao was visibly pleased with this decision. Cheng Dalei continued, calling out the names of various individuals, including the blind swordsman Shi Tuzu, Mu Zheng San, Peddler Liu Neng, Mr. Storyteller with 6 ears Q He, Tomb Raider Expert Wang, Gambler Crow, Playboy Kaian Ruishui, Mangy Dog, Du Hun, and beggars. Cheng Dalei ordered dozens of them, all of whom were capable in various fields. He then addressed the rest, informing them that he had no need for their services this time. One person expressed disappointment and questioned Cheng Dalei's decision, believing they were the most qualified among those present. As some people continued to address Cheng Dalei, others expressed their desire to participate as well. Cheng Dalei remained composed, simply sipping his tea, which had an intimidating effect on his people, and eventually silenced the commotion by sternly telling them to scram. One person expressed frustration, wondering why he hadn't been chosen. Another person expressed their desire to work with Cheng Dalei. A more understanding individual cautioned against speaking nonsense, acknowledging that Cheng Dalei must have his reasons for his choices. Cheng Dalei instructed Q He to ask about 2 individuals in the city as he wanted to know about them. Q He asked for clarification of who he wanted to ask about, to which Cheng Dalei responded that it was Jiu Zhong and Liu Qingming, prompting Q He to acknowledge the task with a simple understanding. He then instructed Jai Tao to spread gossip in the brothel and reminded her not to expose herself. He also called Liu Neng to do the same task in the tea house. He then turned to Fei Yuan and began assigning a task. But before Cheng Dalei could finish his words, Qin Man suddenly appeared and addressed Cheng Dalei. Qin Man informed him that they had received news that the person they had been waiting for would be arriving in Chang'an in 3 days. He continued, stating that it was Yuzhu City Lord Yang Longting. Upon hearing this news, Shenji, Linger, and Cheng Dalei were visibly shocked. Cheng Dalei clenched in his chair, expressing determination. He gritted his teeth as he thought about the impending arrival of Yang Longting, recognizing that it was time to settle a score. Cheng Dalei then assigned tasks and instructed Fei Yuan to infiltrate the military headquarters at night and steal their action books. To Qiu he tasked him with gathering information about Yang Longting, including details about his food and drink. Wanted to know about everything. Cheng Dalei assigned Jai Tao the responsibility of spreading rumors about the 2 individuals and creating a rumor about Yang Longting's anticipated entry into the city to stir up the situation in Chang'an. Jai Tao acknowledged her task. Cheng Dalei concluded by telling them all to go and do their things. Liu Zhai expressed her desire to contribute and assist Cheng Dalei with his work. Cheng Dalei, concerned for her safety, initially urged her to return to Su Ying, citing the dangerous task he was about to do. Liu Zhai persisted, acknowledging her inability to fight and her lack of management skills compared to Su Ying and others. She thinks about Jai Tao at the same time. However, she emphasized her willingness to help in any way she could, such as reading and writing or assisting with his chores. She expressed a sense of frustration, feeling that Cheng Dalei often forgot about her and her desire to help with something that she was capable of. In tears, Liu Zhai pleaded with Cheng Dalei not to leave her behind, expressing her desire not to hide behind him and to actively follow him. Cheng Dalei eventually patted her head while agreeing. He then instructed her to help him with handling information. Liu Zhai hugged him tightly in response to his consent, and Cheng Dalei emphasized the need for her to behave. Cheng Dalei then directed Shenji and Linger to return to the examiner's residence, with instructions to inform him if something happened in the imperial court. He also instructed them to direct Wanner to meet him at his residence. After a while, Liu Zhai handed Cheng Dalei a bunch of information. She informed him that all the valuable information about Liu Qingming and Jiu Zhong was included in the documents. The documents contain details about Liu Qingming, the son of Xinliang City Lord in Jingzhou, 28 years old. When he was young, he learned martial arts from the famous master. At the age of 19, he defeated 1,000 bandits with 300 house slaves. Later, he joined the Capital Guard Army and was known for his boldness, righteousness, and generosity in the army. Jiu Zhong, 26 years old. When he was young, his family was poor and he studied poetry and books. Later, he studied with Qi, a great renowned scholar in Jingzhou, and entered the Imperial College, where he was the first student. Liu Zhai explained that these 2 individuals represented both military and civil officials. Qi hailed from the Qi family, while Liu Qingming's father was once a subordinate of Yu Qili. Cheng Dalei let out a sigh in response to the information, and Liu Zhai appeared to pout at his reaction. Liu Zhai noticed Cheng Dalei's somber mood, so she asked him what was wrong. As Cheng Dalei dwelt on Wanner's words, he contemplated the significance of being considered an elite-level 2nd generation and a phoenix man, Recognizing the nature of the two people who were high rank as monsters, he couldn't help but express dismay at Wanner's judgment, with expressed disappointment evident in his thoughts. Cheng Dale speculated about the immense power wielded by these two figures, believing them to be strong contenders for the top martial arts scholar position for both civil and military affairs factions. Liu Zhai brought Cheng Dale back to the present, reminding him that their people were still waiting outside for his instructions. Cheng Dale resolved to adhere to Wanner's orders and instructed Liu Zhai to tell their people to proceed with the original plan, prompting Liu Zhai to acknowledge his command. That night at Full Fragrance House Brothel, a man urged the ladies to hurry and fill the cup, while a lady complimented Zhang on his martial arts talent, suggesting he could be the #1 martial artist. Zhang, full of confidence, chuckled heartily, saying it was only natural. Another lady then shared rumors she had heard from high-ranking officials, mentioning that the martial arts scholar had seemingly already chosen genius Jiyu Zhang. Another lady joined in, confirming the rumors she had also heard. Startled, Zhang asked for more information. Meanwhile, at a tea house, people discussed the news that the general's mansion had selected Liu Qingming as the top martial arts scholar. Others chimed in, mentioning that Jiyu Zhang was also a finalist. A few individuals dismissed the commotion, stating that it was decided from the start, and they were just making a fuss about nothing. One person concluded that they were competing for nothing. Within a day, under the efforts of several hundred people, the rumors spread throughout Chang'an at a very fast pace. In fact, Cheng Dale didn't know that what he spread may not be just rumors. Under the deliberate verification of some people with connections, they got almost the same answer. It's only been 2 days, the rumors are getting worse and worse. The next day, Liu Qingming and Jiyu Zhang's doors were blocked by martial artists who sought a challenge. People shouted at their doors, challenging them to come out and fight. Some called them a cheater, while others provoked them, saying that they wanted to be the #1 martial artist and challenge if they could beat them. At the Imperial College, over 3,000 people formed a blockade, appealing to the court for justice on behalf of the students. Several contenders questioned their worthiness, asking to demand justice, while others clamored for fairness. As night fell at the general's Heavenly Policy Mansion, the general's frustration was evident as he demanded to know who leaked the information. His irritation was visible as he shouted. A military officer reported the widespread rumors and the attack on Liu Qingming last night, causing him to lose teeth. The general, exasperated, facepalmed in response. In the end, the general speculated that this might have been the work of Magistrate Qi. Regardless, he considered these developments minor details and emphasized the need for Liu Qingming's recovery and preparation for the martial arts examination. At Qi Mansion, Magistrate Qi instructed his officers to investigate the source of the rumors, suspecting the involvement of a third party in the matter. Some officers speculated that it could have been military officials, but others dismissed the idea. Meanwhile, the general thought, as he angrily acknowledged Magistrate Qi, that he was good at it. Magistrate Qi also thought, expressed frustration at the situation, suspecting the existence of a third faction apart from the civil and military official factions. No matter how anxious the general's mansion and the prime minister's mansion were, they ground their teeth and stamped their feet under the pressure. Anyway, Cheng Dale was in high spirits, while Liu Zhai beside him, and both sat at a table filled with food. 1:15 midnight, Feiyuan leaped around on the roof and eventually made his way to Cheng Dale's house. Feiyuan excitedly informed his older brother, stating that luck was on their side. He revealed that he had obtained the most recent ledger from both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights. Cheng Dale expressed gratitude to Feiyuan for his hard work. Liu Zhai, curious about the purpose of the obtained information, asked Cheng Dale for clarification. Cheng Dale explained, noting that with Yan Longjing's impending arrival, the Empire would manage the reception, such as accommodations and protection. He mentioned that the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights were responsible for these arrangements, and by studying their records, they could gather valuable military and other information. In his thoughts, Cheng Dale noted that the negotiation team of the Ring tribe was scheduled to arrive in Chang'an the following day. Leading this group were the Kang tribe Prince Hu Yanli and the Northern tribe Prince Jin Wendao, a name that struck him as familiar. Cheng Dale knew that the imperial negotiating team included the great Prince Lai Leshan and officials from the Ministry of Rights and Minister of War. He acknowledged the number of troops welcoming Yang Longting was 5,000, which were highly powerful imperial guards. Additionally, Yang Longting had brought along 1,000 individuals, comprising those who had made significant contributions during the war and were awaiting rewards from the imperial court. He estimated that the number of people involved exceeded 6,000, and the true extent of the operation went deeper than what was apparent at the surface, as he could easily tell it out in a glance. Cheng Dalei pondered the feasibility of assassinating Yang Longting amidst such heavy protection. Given his year-long involvement in various businesses all over the country, he decided that involving die-hard loyal warriors like Fei Yuan, Axi, and Aku in the assassination was not a good idea to let them participate. Furthermore, he pondered the feasibility of escaping in Chang'an even if the assassination was successful, and the potential to find the relics of Lai Manzi. Cheng Dalei made a decision and instructed Fei Yuan to inform the others to wait for Yang Longting's entry to the city and find the right time. A man reading from a scroll announced at the city gate that it was the day His Majesty, the Ming Emperor, took an imperial tour of the streets. Windows of every house had to close. The idle, poor people, and thieves were not allowed to look directly at the holy face. His Majesty would go out of the city to receive the imperial warlord, honor the ancestors, honor heaven, then proclaim to the world. When the imperial expedition left the imperial city, they would splash the road with clean water and cover it with yellow cloth. They started an imperial tour where the lineup was Imperial Expedition of Emperor Ming heading front. Next were the relatives of the emperor and nobles, then came accompanying eunuchs, and lastly came civilian and military officials. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei was among the military officials enduring the scorching heat on the imperial tour. As they neared the city gate, a soldier announced that His Majesty was coming, wherein Yang Longting arrived with his men, introduced himself, and uttered that he was there to meet His Majesty, and added "Long live His Majesty" while showing his respect. Emperor Ming questioned why the imperial warlord was so polite. He went on to say that it had been a long journey for him. Emperor Ming invited Yang Longting to come to the city with him. Yang Longting responded respectfully that he was only a martial artist. He only knew the loyalty of serving the country. He shared His Majesty's concerns, and dared not to be called the imperial god of war. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that he hadn't seen Yang Longting in a long time, while the soldier near him was excited that he had made new armor on purpose because he could meet the warlord that day, as he needed to make a good impression on him. Cheng Dalei's fury was clear in his eyes, and he cursed him in his head for being a god of war where, in fact, it was him who fought that battle. His attention was called, and he was referred to as Lieutenant Nui while Cheng Dalei was about to draw his sword. The soldier near him told him his eyes were so scary while Cheng Dalei was breathing hard. Cheng Dalei smiled and explained quickly that he was a little nervous. The soldier replied that he was nervous too and asked how could they not be when they were about to meet the Lord of War. Suddenly, the soldier's attention was diverted when voices emerged protesting that they were determined not to make peace with the Rings, and they would not claim vassalage, and would fight the Rings until the end. The protesters continued yelling that they were a great nation, rich but not yielding, and they would fight until the end, while the soldiers were trying to control the crowd with their spears and barriers. The protesters were yelling relentlessly in front of the soldiers as they demanded the deaths of the Rings, revenge for their ancestors, and that they should not abandon them, while complaining that the Rings were multiplying. There was no brave general for their dynasty, and they mourned for the great martial arts. Yang Longting on horseback joined the imperial tour beside the golden carriage as the protesters continued yelling for the death of the Rings. A soldier called the imperial guards, commanding them to get rid of the mob and to not disturb the conversation between His Majesty and the warlord. Immediately, the imperial guards went on to the protesters aggressively, calling them ungrateful people and threatening to get lost if they did not want to die. However, the protesters didn't budge and responded that noble people like them, who thought themselves high and mighty, dared not to kill the Rings but only played crudely at them. A protester yelled furiously that God would punish them, while Emperor Ming and Yang Longting silently passed them. Fast forward at night, dozens of kilometers away from Chang'an, in the wilderness, a Ring member reminisced that the last time they were there, they were having fun robbing and looting. However, this time they couldn't rob. They were there to negotiate and see if they could get a few more princesses. They would ask the cowards for more supplies, paper, tea, iron, and so on, as these things were very valuable in their country. With a pot of them, they could exchange a beautiful white woman. Meanwhile, inside the white tent, a man was asleep and laying on his bed. It was Jin Wendao. He was having a nightmare about the deadly and disastrous flooding where he lost his brothers, lots of Ring members, and a flash of Fu Delay's face appeared. Jin Wendao abruptly woke up and got up with terrors in his eyes. He was heavily breathing from that nightmare. Jin Wendao thought in his head that almost a year had passed, but he still couldn't forget that defeat. He thought of Cheng Dalei, while another Ring member addressed him as prince and told that it was time to go. Along the road, Jin Wendao went on thinking if he would have a chance to kill Cheng Dalei in Chang'an this time, since he had won such a great battle. He must have a share of the reward. A few moments later, after Emperor Ming received Yang Longting, the ceremony of ancestor worship began the next day. Emperor Ming changed his clothes and went to the offering table to incense. He made 3 prostrations and 9 bows, and there were no need to do the many formalities and rituals associated with it. Emperor Ming thought that the ancestor was blessed as he was inclined to the people. May they send down a few talents to protect the empire. A man was reading in a scroll and announced that after His Majesty's greeting, the princes and officials were then invited to come forward and greet in turn. As the ceremony continued, Cheng Dalei on the other hand thought the activity was really annoying. He wanted to get it over with quickly so he could hug Liu Zhai and listen to a little song. A man continued announcing about one dedication. All officials bowed, 3 knees and 9 bows. Suddenly, a notification was heard by Cheng Dalei that a nearby container was detected, which surprised him. It continued to notify him that this container was full of power. While others bowed down, Cheng Dalei only kneeled in surprise that this container was treasured for centuries and carried the luck of the country. It was continuously notifying that the host must get the container as soon as possible. The container that he discovered was powerful enough to reset the system and even upgrade the system to a new generation. It repeatedly notified the host, Cheng Dalei, to get the container as soon as possible. The container was a gold relic. At night, someone was playing music, which was heard up on the roof. Bai Feiyuan in his flying toad mask was on the roof and was speechless. He then quickly jumped. A man down in a narrow alley was playing music. It was Cheng Dalei holding a flute. Bai Feiyuan jumped quickly from roof to roof, until he landed near Cheng Dalei and called him boss. Cheng Dalei told him to send an advance notice of the theft to the royal treasury tomorrow, which Bai Feiyuan asked what he wanted him to steal. Cheng Dalei answered no, he didn't really have to steal, he just had to get the attention of the Imperial Guard, especially on this side of the Hall of Ancestors, and they were running out of time. The following day at the Royal Treasury, where soldiers were relaxed and dozing their backs against a column, an Imperial Guard was sound asleep on duty. Suddenly, an arrow was released and whirled through the air. This slightly woke up the Imperial Guard and was initially confused. Then, the arrow with a knotted white piece in it hit and got stuck on the column, which terrified and surprised the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guards immediately yelled for an enemy attack, which they wondered if the ring fought their way in. They noticed the arrow with a knotted white piece in it and got curious about what was that. The Imperial Guards read that tonight at midnight, he would steal from the flying toad. They hurried up and went to inform the general. At night, a flying toad went on jumping from roof to roof inside the royal treasury. This was immediately noticed by the Imperial Guards. They yelled that he was there, and a flying toad showed up. Several Imperial Guards ran after the flying toad, tried to get him, and cursed that this little thief didn't give a damn about their Imperial army. Another Imperial Guard fiercely commanded to hurry up and informed the men in front of them to surround him. The flying toad went on running and jumping on the roof, as he was supposed to, as fast as he could be. Meanwhile, an Imperial Guard was laying on the ground, and someone thought that the incense worked very well. Someone walked and thought that after the ancestral rituals, the spirits of the ancestors should all have returned there to the Hall of Ancestors. It was Cheng Dalei who walked into the Royal Ancestral Hall while wearing a face mask. He searched for so long, and finally, what he wanted was actually placed in the Hall of Ancestors. He had been searching for a year and finally found it. Cheng Dalei was near the golden container. When his hand was about to reach for the container, a sudden golden glow was evident when he touched it, which had sufficient capacity. A notification from the system detected that the host had acquired the container. The golden glow got big and surrounded Cheng Dalei. It also notified when the container detected and asked if Cheng Dalei wanted to absorb the power. The container was a relic from Emperor Wu Lingzai from the Order of the Heavenly Soldier. Suddenly, a warning notification popped out that the container carried the Empire's fortune. The absorption of its power might lead to the downfall of the national pride of the kingdom. However, Cheng Dalei continued absorbing, and the golden glow got bigger. Then the system asked if he wanted to restart the system. He answered yes, and it began to restart. The notifications went on and on. The administrator was going offline, and the new administrator was being created. It began to reset the system, and it was expected to be completed within 15 days. The power absorption was complete, and the system was full of power. It asked if he wanted to upgrade the system. It started to release redundant fear points. Suddenly, a beacon of golden glow was upon Cheng Dalei. It started to upgrade the system, and system functions were being restored. The store, summoning platform, and raffle machine were being restored, but some functions were temporarily available. This golden glow reached outside and went so high in the sky. It turned on the function for displaying the NPC information, where it was also upgraded, and character disguises were being ignored. However, Cheng Dale had a hard time because it was making a lot of noise. The beacon of golden light reached and illuminated the night sky, which made the Imperial Guards question what that was and whether these were divine visions or manifestations of the ancestors, as it was in the direction of the Hall of Ancestors. Flying Toad looked back and noticed the beacon of golden light, and he was amazed that Cheng Dale had created that. At the Minju Palace, a lady with long black hair noticed the beacon of golden light at her window, and was amazed too. It was Lai Weiner, the princess of Minju, and she said that it was so beautiful, as she really wanted to go there and see it. Emperor Ming saw it from his window and was speechless. Several people noticed the beacon of golden light and wondered as well. The age of the Kinshin in the year 20, festival time. At night, on the northwestern side, strange objects had appeared in the sky. Arcs of light were everywhere in the sky and on the earth, like a fire, wide at the top and becoming duller towards the bottom. It had a strange color and rose from the ground to the sky, as if it were transmitting cries of sadness. A man said that this heavenly phenomenon was unheard of, unseen, and questioned whether these were auspicious signs or if it was a deception of the heart. And the crowd rushed into the ancestral hall, except for the two fainting guards. They found no other abnormalities. Somewhere in another place, a group of men were out riding their horses. Someone teasingly remarked that the people he was with were too slow. It was Zhao Zilong, and he even said faster while Zhang Fei pleaded with him to slow down because his horse couldn't take it if he kept going like that. Zhao Zilong kept going and then replied no, because the horse was still in good condition. He told him to hurry up, and Cheng Dale was probably waiting for them in Chang'an. Meanwhile, Liu Bei thought in his head about when did Zhao Zilong become so caring for Cheng Dale. Guan Yu asked his third brother how far they were from Chang'an. Zhang Fei answered that they should be in front of them, and they went on riding their horses. A few moments later, the brothers arrived at the border of the capital region of Chang'an and got off their horses. They walked with them while they each held their horses' ropes. Suddenly, Zhao Zilong told them to wait, which left them confused, and they asked what was wrong. Zhao Zilong, with his sudden rosy cheeks, answered that he still had to make himself neat. Liu Bei questioned why Zhao Zilong was acting strangely, and Guan Yu asked what he meant because he had just said a while ago that Cheng Dale was waiting for them, which made Zhao Zilong speechless. Someone said come on and they kept going. A guard at the border suspiciously asked them if they had a document for the road pass. The guard went on to say that Chang'an was under tight security, and they did not look like good people at first glance. If they couldn't show him their road pass, then he couldn't let them into the city and that they should understand some rules. Someone questioned what kind of rules. The guard looked confused while the four brothers just stared. A pretty lady soldier with a spear on her back asked why she hadn't heard of it. The lady soldier had black long hair in a ponytail. The guard was surprised when he saw General Tong walk towards him and command him to get out of her way for now. Liu Bei asked who she was. General Tong called for Zhao Zilong. Suddenly, she quickly advanced on her feet. With a spear on her back, she went aiming towards Zhao Zilong and said that he made him wait too long. Liu Bei warned and told them to watch out because she was coming at them while Zhao Zilong firmly grasped his spear. He also advanced towards General Tong. A white bird pilgrim's spear was evident as they fought. Zhao Zilong released 100 flowers in disarray against General Tong's phoenix swirl while his brother stood on the side and watched them fight. General Tong's looked pleased as they went on fighting while Zhao Zilong struggled. Liu Bei yelled at his brother to go and help, and Zhang Fei agreed. Suddenly, her hand extended out and called him stupid brat. General Tong grabbed Zhao Zilong's head, then pushed it into her chest and said that she hadn't seen him in a few years, but his skills had grown, which made his brother's jaw drop and puzzled him. General Tong gazed at his brothers and said that they were the guys that his brother Zhao Zilong mentioned in the letter while he continued struggling in her chest and demanded to let go of him. His brothers were shocked when they knew who she was. General Tong introduced herself. She was Tong Fei, Zhao Zilong's senior sister. Zhao Fei whispered that she was Zhao Zilong's dark something, but Liu Bei quickly interrupted and shushed him. Tong Fei questioned what they were whispering about. They awkwardly laughed and replied that they didn't expect that Zhao Zilong actually had such a powerful senior sister. Tong Fei brushed them off, responded that they were sweet talkers and told them to come follow her into the city. A few moments later at the Tong mansion, tea was poured in a cup inside a room. The four brothers sat together across Tong Fei and said that they had come to Chang'an to do something important. Zhao Zilong respectfully said that they would be a bother to his senior sister for a bit because they were unfamiliar with the place, so they had to find a place to stay first. He thanked his senior sister for having them, and Tong Fei replied that she could trust the people that he brought. Tong Fei added that he could rest there for as long as he wanted as she had enough empty rooms there. Then she asked if they were going to take part in the martial arts examination this time and if he brought his name card, and Zhao Zilong answered no because they were there to find someone. Tong Fei asked who they were looking for because she had some influence in Chang'an, so she might be able to help them. Zhao Zilong replied that they did not want to trouble senior sister and awkwardly laughed as they would take care of it. Tong Fei looked puzzled. The four brothers gazed and listened to Tong Fei when she intriguingly asked if the person they were looking for was a fugitive. The four brothers were all speechless. Tong Fei chuckled and went on to say not to worry. Although she was from the government, a fugitive like that wasn't under her jurisdiction, and she was not interested in asking about the person they were looking for. However, recently, the Jingju city was very chaotic. The martial arts examination was about to start, dragons and fishes jumbled together. The Ring tribe envoy had also arrived in Chang'an. In order to prevent people from causing trouble, the outside was now under very strict control. If they wanted to find someone, at least do it after everything had calmed down. Tong Fei was heading out first because she had things to do, and she told all of them to stay with her for now, especially Zhao Zilong, not to go out and cause trouble. Outside the room, a soldier was waiting and asked her group leader Tong if he was the junior brother she mentioned before because he was indeed useful. Tong Fei replied not to worry. Apart from Zhao Zilong, the other three were not bad either. The soldier fearfully reported that the Ring tribe diplomatic group had entered Chang'an, and most of their Merlian Guard troops had been sent out. Tong Fei replied that it didn't matter, they didn't have enough people on their side. She would find a chance to try their skills if they were qualified to become their people. Meanwhile, the system reset was in progress. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that the most important thing for coming to Chang'an had been solved. The only thing left was to find Yang Longting to seek justice. Another soldier appeared and referred to Cheng Dalei as Lieutenant New and said that it seemed he was in a good mood, and he chuckled. Cheng Dalei thought in his head to take it easy. There were too many troops deployed, and the time hadn't come yet. That day's operation was more difficult than expected. Suddenly, two men crashed on horseback and went out right above the Emperor's carriage. They took out a few soldiers while others yelled for an enemy attack and warned them to look out. The soldiers gathered with their spears and surrounded what they thought were assassins. These two men with face masks and spears in their hands were killed several soldiers who were on their way. Cheng Dalei was just as shocked as everyone else. He thought in his head about who made this move without following his orders, and who were they. There were so many troops that day, and doing it was the same as asking for death. Two cavalry soldiers rushed to kill in the crowd. The civil servants and the maids began in panic and fled one after another. However, Cheng Dalei remained and stood still with his sword in his hand. He thought in his head that no matter which side of the power made a move, now this place had become muddy water, while another soldier called Lieutenant New and told him not to go forward. The front was too chaotic, and they should stay away from it. Cheng Dalei thought that chaos was the opportunity. As long as he could get close to him, he could stab him with a killing blow. While yelling at the foolish ruler, these two men still went on aggressively. One of the two men screamed at them to die. As they were near the Emperor's carriage, the soldier's priority was to protect His Majesty and stop these two men. A man was shocked and terrified of what he saw. Suddenly, a hand emerged. It was another man. He fiercely grabbed both spears in his hand and tried to block them using his twisting hands. The two men were shocked. Cheng Dalei, on the side as he watched the fight, he thought in his head there really were masters among the eunuchs. It was Liu Aji, the top martial artist of Merlian Guard with skills of twisting hand, and Jin Yonggong at age 48, where he strongly said to capture them alive. An unexpected swish happened on the hands and spears. They were able to break free from Liu Aji, and a combination of attack from the seven-fold wave breaker spear and breaking army was released as Xiao Yu was called to raise the spear force. Emperor Ming was silent and still on his carriage as he observed the fight in front of him. He thought in his head about the Lin's family's wave-breaking spear. The two masked men were Lin Xiao Yu, the martial artist who had been in a lot of hardship, and Lin Chong, the top martial artist with a lot of experience. They both had a hidden attribute as Avenger and had the same skill of Wave Breaker of 7 attacks. Then someone thought, how could it be them? Seeing the strength of the defense, his plans for that day were cancelled because these two fools still came to assassinate and were planning to die. And even if they managed to break through to the eunuch, there were still several top figures waiting for them behind. It was Cheng Dalei, and he went on thinking that even if the assassination would be successful, the three of them were bound to die there. Yang Longting was surrounded by several top figures, such as the top left guard, top general, and top right guard, which made Cheng Dale wonder if they were looking for other assassins. Cheng Dale, with a sword in his hand, advanced fiercely into the fight. He thought that Emperor Ming could not die now, and once he was dead, the situation in Chang'an would be in chaos. He had a hard time setting up a good trap in Chang'an where it could be completely useless, and it would be more difficult to assassinate Yang Longting in the future. Cheng Dale had to stop them and get them in his plan, while Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong went on battling against Liu Aji, who was about to lose the fight. Lin Chong cursed while he thought in his head that if he let this eunuch drag him down the moment the Imperial Guards surrounded him, he would definitely die here. He positioned his spear as he raised it, gathered his strength into his hand, and called out to the foolish ruler. Lin Chong threw his spear swiftly as he fiercely uttered to accept his death. His spear passed over the Imperial Guards, which terrified them. It was heading at Emperor Ming's carriage with several soldiers behind it. Liu Aji looked back and screamed to project his majesty as he thought he had messed up. However, they thought that it was too late. Emperor Ming still sat on his carriage and was terrified as the spear was incredibly near him. Suddenly, Cheng Dale appeared near Emperor Ming. He tried catching the spear with his hands. Cheng Dale was able to grasp the handle of the spear. He was struggling because the breaking spear was really powerful. Cheng Dale was able to catch the spear in front of Emperor Ming without harming his majesty. He fiercely stopped the spear inches before his majesty's eyes. The Imperial Guards just stood there and were terrified as they worried for their majesty. Cheng Dale yelled in frustration at them to come and called them bastards. He pointed his sword and then uttered that if they did not surrender, he was going to blow them up with 5 thunder laws. Lin Xiaoyu thought in his head that the sound was so familiar. He thought that now he had a good look, those eyes and that nose without the beard. He wanted to call his village master. However, he was quickly interrupted by Cheng Dale, who yelled ferociously, called them dog criminals, and told them to not even think of running away, especially of escaping to the east. Cheng Dale told Liu Aji to protect his majesty and allowed him to deal with these criminals, on which Liu Aji replied that he would leave it to him. Liu Aji then commanded a group of archers not to shoot as they could hit Captain Niu. Both sides slowly moved away while pretending to fight. As the battlefield got messier, it became hard to distinguish friend from foe, and now no one was able to intervene in the battle. In the middle of this mess, the 2 criminals were able to break through the east gates of the city. Several soldiers were behind Cheng Dale, and a soldier on his horse told him to take a rest, allow his men to chase after those 2. He would make sure that they wouldn't be able to escape. Cheng Dale screamed at the criminal scum, told them not to dare to run, come and fight him for 300 rounds. He then went after them. Cheng Dale kicked a soldier and let him borrow his horse. He managed to get himself on the horse's stirrups and kicked his feet with it. Cheng Dale went on screaming at the criminal bastards and commanded them not to run. Another soldier came to check on the general, who was on the ground, on which he replied that he was fine. He wondered why Captain Niu had such a big grudge against those bandits. Cheng Dale continued screaming at the scums that their death was near and went after Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong. Liu Aji commanded the cavalry guards to chase after them and helped Captain Niu catch those criminals. On the road, the cavalry guards were behind Cheng Dale, chasing the bandits. Cheng Dale whistled like a sound signal for the bandits lurking behind the trees and bushes. The bandit was able to recognize the signal. He commanded to open the sheds and let them loose. The cavalry guards wondered about the rumbling sound as they slowed down. The leading guard warned them to be careful as it was coming from the right, and another soldier commanded them to halt, repeatedly. The firecracker was attached to a tail. It was a group of violent-looking bulls making rumbling sounds. The cavalry guards were speechless as the bulls crossed the road, blocking the view with black smoke from the firecrackers. They coughed when the black smoke reached them, and a soldier called for his general. When the smoke slowly cleared out, they realized that Captain Niu and those 2 criminals were gone. The general commanded them to quickly go after them. They must not let anything happen to Captain Niu. A few moments later, in a small shed deep in the mountain, he questioned if it was really his village master. It was Lin Xiaoyu who was glad that he did not die, on which Cheng Dale assured him he did not die as he was living perfectly fine. Cheng Dale was also glad that these 2 did not die either. He went on to ask why they were trying to assassinate the emperor. Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong were silent. Lin Xiaoyu answered that it was for his father, Lin Wentian. Cheng Dale thought of Lin Wentian. He thought he had heard people mention him before. The great Northwest General, supreme defender of the Northwest borderlines, someone on the same level as Yu Kai Lai. In the war 1 year ago, Lin Wentian abandoned his duties and escaped back to the capital, leaving the city to be ransacked by the rings. The emperor decreed him to be punished via execution of the entire family. Nowadays, if Yang Longting was the Empire's greatest hero, then Lin Wentian was the Empire's biggest villain. How many people would grit their teeth in anger when mentioning his name, and how many more would want the chance to spit on his grave? However, there have been rumors that he was merely a pawn in the inner politics of the court. The supplies that should have been delivered never arrived, forcing him to retreat. Maybe this was the real reason why the entire Lin family was executed, to silence the witness. Cheng Dalei sighed that Lin Xiaoyu turned out to be Lin Wentian's son. No wonder why he wanted to assassinate the emperor. He then asked how many people were left in the Lin family. Lin Xiaoyu answered a few of the older members were able to escape the executions by changing their names, and what had happened to the family was passed on to him by an old servant. Lin Xiaoyu went on angrily saying that his father dedicated his life to the empire, yet they repaid him by executing his entire family unjustly. He must find justice for him. Cheng Dalei responded that even if they kill the emperor, it won't clear away the crimes that his father was framed for. Cheng Dalei thought that these two weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. He went on to explain that if he wanted to clear away his father's crime, he needed to collect enough evidence and confront the emperor. Only then was he able to force him to give him a proper answer. If they really killed the emperor and people found out it was done by someone from the Lin family, it would only have added to the misunderstanding. Cheng Dalei called for Xiao Yu and borrowed his spear. Cheng Dalei held onto the spear and went on explaining that the emperor could not die right then. The moment he died, the empire would fall into turmoil, and the crown princes would fight among themselves for the seat of the emperor, giving the rings a chance to attack them again. So, hide here for now. This was a place he had prepared for himself, so no one should have been able to find them there. As for food and water, they were under the floorboards. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei stabbed himself in the shoulder and blood began to splatter. He walked out the door and said that he would pick them up when he left Chang'an. At night, a soldier on a horse was wandering alone in the woods. He sighed as they went the road with his horse. It was Cheng Dalei. He had to settle his score with Yang Longting, and Lin Xiaoyu needed to find justice with the emperor. He looked up and questioned if there was really justice in this world. With torches, someone recognized Captain Niu. It was the cavalry guards, which confirmed it was Captain Niu, and asked if he caught the criminal. Cheng Dalei sighed and answered they got away. They asked him if he was hurt, and he answered yes, that he accidentally got hit by their spear, but it was only a flesh wound, and assured them not to worry. However, the guards called for the doctor and quickly called someone to come over because Captain Niu was hurt. This made Cheng Dalei wonder when he became this popular. At the Huayang Palace, where eunuchs and soldiers sat down at the front, a man announced that the emperor had been startled by the events, but he was now resting after taking some medicine, and everyone could go back now. His Majesty also decreed that he would not blame today's event on anyone, which made the eunuchs and soldiers bow down and reply that His Majesty was benevolent. In a well-lit room, Liu Aji informed His Majesty that everyone had left. Emperor Ming asked if Niu Sanjin had been found yet. Liu Aji bowed down when replying to His Majesty. He had already been found, however. He seemed to have suffered some injuries, but it was nothing too major. He played a great role in protecting him that day. He asked His Majesty if they should reward him. Emperor Ming responded that there was no rush to reward him as he wanted to meet him personally first. He then asked if he recognized this spear, and Liu Aji responded based on the techniques used by the assassin. This should be a tidal wave spear from the Lin family. Emperor Ming held on to the tidal wave spear, then uttered that the Lin family still had people alive. Fast forward at the Imperial Palace. Inside of a room, someone asked if there was any news of Cheng Dalei. Liu Bei answered that Cheng Dalei was a wanted criminal. He must have had a new identity right now. Zhang Fei applauded Cheng Dalei as this proved that he had hidden himself very well, and Liu Bei responded that if it wasn't easy to find, he was overconfident. Guan Yu added that he did find out that there was an underground city in Chang'an, and the big boss there was called Big Brother, but there were rumors saying that the ones behind the scene were actually two girls. Zhao Zilong said that it was a shame that the emperor was targeted by assassins 2 days ago, and the security in Chang'an was very strict right now. They couldn't go out and search for them. Liu Bei responded that right now they couldn't leave Chang'an even if they wanted to, and they could only stay there at Zhao Zilong's senior sister's place, eating and drinking for free, and thought it was a little improper. Suddenly, a voice emerged and questioned who said she was letting them live there for free. With a loud bang, Tong Fei kicked the door and debris flew because of the impact. She was silent, and light smoke appeared. Zhao Zilong called out to his senior sister. Could she open the door like a normal person because she had already broken 3 doors? Tong Fei laughed and said that it was a force of habit that Zhao Zilong should know that this was how she usually opened doors when she was catching criminals. She went inside the room, then coughed and went on to say that no one could get anything for free from her, even if it was Zhao Zilong. She walked near her brother and said she was there to ask for them to pay up. Then she sat next to him and questioned Zhao Zilong why was he looking at his dear senior sister like that. Was she that scary? Or did he think she would eat them up? While Zhao Zilong stayed silent, he thought in his head that he had a bad feeling about this. Every time she began acting this way, it meant she was scheming something bad. Tong Fei placed her arm on Zhao Zilong and told everyone that she needed help escorting an elder. Liu Bei asked who. Tong Fei replied that no need to be nervous, he was not some major character or anything. The person they would be escorting was a doctor. He would be traveling to the general's palace to see a patient. At nighttime, in the general's palace, someone hoped they could ensure his safety on his way back from the general's palace. There was a small carriage with 2 horses attached to it and several guards near it. Later that night, 2 people went inside the examinee's residence. Inside a room, Captain Niu was informed by Liu Aji that the doctor was there. Cheng Dalei was relieved that it was a good thing the doctor didn't bring any medicine with him. He had been drinking so much ginseng and tiger bone soup that he almost vomited at the smell of it. The doctor replied that his injuries had already closed, and he should be able to move around after a few more days. Cheng Dalei said that he was not the doctor who had been treating him for the past few days and asked if he was new here and his surname. The doctor answered him yes, and his surname was Lai. He was amazed that he had the same surname as the royal family. The doctor looked sharply at his companion, Liu Aji. Liu Aji said to Niu Sanjin that he would get some fresh air outside and remember to listen to the doctor's instructions. The doctor said the situation back then was very dangerous, and while what he did was selfless, wasn't he afraid of dying? Cheng Dalei scratched his head and asked what he had to do with him. The doctor awkwardly replied that he was just asking. He heard General Niu was from the northwest and asked if the situation over there was okay. Cheng Dalei sighed as he asked what was okay about it, as he couldn't even have a full meal every day. It was already not bad to be able to survive. The doctor sadly remarked that it was that bad. Then he proceeded to ask Captain Niu why did he think they were unable to triumph over the Ring tribe, on which Cheng Dalei questioned why was he asking him and he could go ask the emperor. That old Foji. The doctor felt sad and silent. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that this conversation, this look, he wondered why they looked so familiar. And the look this doctor gave Liu Aji earlier. Based on his identity, he wondered why would Liu Aji listen to a doctor. He was someone who stood below 1 but above 10,000. The only person Liu Aji would listen to was the emperor, and this person's surname was also Lai. Cheng Dalei quickly realized that there was no way Lai Xingzai, who liked to dress as a commoner, and Lai Wanner, who liked to cross-dress as a man, could be the emperor. He couldn't believe that this old Foji in front of him was the emperor. Cheng Dalei looked terrified and cursed himself that the apple really didn't fall too far from the tree, questioning that his ancestors were all cosplayers too. The panic set into Cheng Dalei as he sweated heavily and wondered if he was too rude a while ago. He comforted himself that it was okay, didn't panic, just pretended like he didn't recognize him. However, the emperor uttered the old Foji, which made Cheng Dalei terrified and silent. Cheng Dalei responded confidently that he was right, they all called him that. On which Emperor Ming questioned that all called him that. Cheng Dalei explained that he was blessed to live 10,000 years, hence old, and with age came wisdom, hence Foji. Using such a prestigious title to call the emperor, he then questioned if there was something wrong, on which the emperor replied that it was like that. The emperor asked why he was sweating so much and if he wasn't feeling well somewhere, and Cheng Dalei replied that it was a little hot. The emperor placed his hand inside his clothes and said that he played a huge role in saving the old Foji, and he was sure he would give him a huge reward. He got a piece of cloth, then wiped Cheng Dalei's face with it. The emperor called himself an old Foji since he said everyone called him that. Cheng Dalei panicked inside as he thought in his head that the emperor was actually helping him wipe his sweat and hoped he didn't accidentally wipe his beard off while he awkwardly laughed with him. The emperor said that this time he would definitely be promoted to a noble, but he wondered if there was any other reward he wanted. Cheng Dalei replied that sacrificing his body for the emperor was something a loyal subject must do. If he was talking about a reward, what else could be more rewarding than being able to protect the emperor? Then he responded that it seemed like he wasn't interested in a reward. Cheng Dalei added that not only that he wasn't interested, He wanted the emperor to send him to the most dangerous battlefields, the harshest and the most brutal places. He went on to say that as a soldier, to die on the battlefield, using his own blood to trade for the safety of the empire. That was the greatest reward, on which the emperor was speechless. He did not expect him to be so loyal, and Cheng Dalei replied that this wasn't enough to be called loyal. This was the duty of a soldier. Liu Aji was outside the room on guard and heard them laughing. There was a light near the emperor. The emperor asked if the battles in the northeast were not easy, right? Cheng Dalei was silent for a moment, before replying that yes, it was not easy at all. The emperor said that they were defeated many times. The huge empire couldn't even stop a group of barbarians. Then, he questioned what he thought the reason for their defeat was. Cheng Dalei responded that the ring lived in a grassy landscape. Although their population was limited, and they lacked iron, their habits made them good at riding and shooting. So, every man became a soldier, and they could replenish their troops quickly. While the empire built up the country through agriculture and self-sufficiency, the training time for a single soldier was long. The soldiers easily became the private property of the generals, and they were prone to civil wars, or they avoided war with the outside world to preserve their strength. Even if he could successfully destroy a group of the rings, in a few years a new group of warriors grew up, changing at most the clan's name. Meanwhile, it was much more difficult for the soldiers of the great kingdom who died to regenerate. Even if the empire defeated the rings 100 times, this could not hurt the rings' ambition. The empire only had to lose once to be broken. They couldn't attack, so they had to defend the cities. But a long defensive line from east to west was a big loss of national strength. So, the defense got weaker every time. The emperor found it meaningful when he said that the defense got weaker every time. Cheng Dalei proposed a solution. If he trained an elite army to beat their strategy of perpetual wars so they could directly wipe out the cause, the Ring tribe would be completely crushed. On which the emperor replied that the empire didn't have such an elite army and couldn't afford to support such an attack in the north. Cheng Dalei added that he had active but also passive strategies. He was just afraid to say it. The emperor encouraged him to talk about it because he happened not to have a consultant next to him, so he could just talk about it. Cheng Dalei explained that this method was a bit crazy. He could create an opening in the northwest of the country to attract the rings and use the complex landscape of the empire as a battlefield. Then, he mobilized millions of the empire's peoples and the entire population to resist the rings, then blocked the enemy's retreat and destroyed them by encircling the place and gradually engulfing the invading rings like a sea that greatly damped their ambition. The emperor questioned blocking the enemy's retreat and then destroying them. Did he mean that at the cost of millions of lives, they should lure the rings into the country voluntarily and even give up Chang'an? Cheng Dalei explained that he wasn't trying to send them to their deaths, but to involve millions of civilians in resisting the enemy so that the weak could overcome and break the strong. The emperor strongly responded no, because that was crazy and downright cruel. Besides, he questioned whether these useless straw-like civilians really had the guts to fight the rings, because that was completely fantasizing. Cheng Dalei replied that he didn't have another plan if he didn't believe him. The emperor was silent for a moment. He then said that he was stronger than he thought, and he didn't think the old guy, Emperor Ming, would rank him that low again. The emperor said that he had one more question, and Cheng Dalei replied to go ahead. The Ring clan ravaged the lands, the royal power mourned the fall, the fluorescent fire guarded the hearts. At that time, the nobility and the rich families fought for power, and the vassals defied the law. If people had a disease, they could be cured by medicine. But what if the state was sick? He then asked if he thought the empire could be still saved. Cheng Dalei wondered in his head that this kind of question a doctor and patient should talk about, and he was certain that Emperor Ming already knew that he had found out his identity. Emperor Ming gazed sharply. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that this old man really knew everything. With what he learned in his last life, unfortunately, in situations like this, he could only break old habits and reform himself. He questioned even daring to say his answer to the emperor's face, whether he could understand it or not. Even if he did, Cheng Dalei was afraid he would cut his head off right away. He was the leader of this old empire, should he overthrow the emperor himself. At that moment, the two eyes collided and the heart became similar like a clear mirror. Cheng Dalei breathed heavily. He said it was hopeless as he laid his back. The emperor was speechless. Then he turned his back and made his way to the door, and left Cheng Dalei in the room. Cheng Dalei looked at him, and a trace of pity suddenly rose in his heart. Of course, this was a very ridiculous thing. But at that moment Cheng Dalei really felt sorry for him. Liu Aji offered to let him help His Majesty onto the carriage, and he replied no because he wanted to take a walk. Liu Aji asked if he did say something that upset him. Emperor Ming replied no. He said it quite well and was right in some places. Liu Aji went on asking if His Majesty thought this person was useful, and if he was good for nothing, should they kick him out of Chang'an and send him back to his homeland? Emperor Ming responded that he was useful, not only useful but also of great benefit to them. Somewhere in the palace at midnight, someone walked, and the brothers were lurking behind a wall. Guan Yu said that this guy didn't look like anything special. Zhang Fei questioned if someone really murdered an ordinary royal doctor. And Liu Bei added that given Tong Fei's behavior in recent days in the capital, she was by no means a minor figure in the capital. She specifically asked them to secretly accompany this person, so that must have been her intention. However, Liu Bei thought in his head that the three of them were just guests in her house, but she specifically dismissed her most trusted Zhao Zilong and instead asked them, who were relatively strangers, to do the job. Liu Bei thought that in any case, it was fraud. He wondered how many people beside them were hiding in this seemingly quiet night. Swords were drawn, and they called the quack physician, and they finally got him. Several people dressed in black and carrying swords ran towards the doctor with masks covering their faces, and they continued demanding to give their son's, wife, and dog's life. Zhang Fei was surprised that someone really came to assassinate. The people dressed in black went on running with the intent to kill this quack physician. The three brothers came to the defense and surrounded the doctor. Guan Yu questioned if there were so many people. He felt it was way too exaggerated. It was not an assassination, it was clearly a siege. Zhang Fei replied that in the capital, he had either eaten or slept these past days. Now he finally had a place where his body's strength could fully express itself, while Liu Bei remained silent. Zhang Fei enthusiastically asked his brother why they didn't have a contest to see who could beat more people. Whoever lost would take over the other person's drink money for a year. Guan Yu questioned if he realized the current situation they were in, while Liu Bei thought in his head that the quack physician did not panic at all when it was so dangerous. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei went on fighting, while Liu Bei was tasked to protect the doctor and leave the rest to his brothers. On the roof, someone observed the fight and chuckled because they really saw it in them. A lady dressed in black said, "Let the useless withdraw, and let Team Tiger continue," and a man behind her agreed. Several people dressed in black carried swords and screamed, "Attack!" Zhang Fei ran and questioned how it was that the more they fought, the more opponents there were, and how many enemies this old man had made. Guan Yu struggled and said that the opponents were getting stronger and stronger, just like Zhang Fei, who told his brother there was another wave of enemies approaching from over there, while a horde of people carrying swords ran after them. A sword swung in the air, and this time, it hit Liu Bei in the face, and blood began to splatter. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were terrified for their big brother, Liu Bei. Liu Bei remained calm and cursed in his head. He went on thinking that it wouldn't work, it was a trap. If they continued, it was only a matter of time before they got killed. 1 year ago, bandits trained at the training ground of Toad Village. Liu Bei observed silently their smoky fight. He stood there with Cheng Dalei beside him. The rigid training bandits were Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Qin Man, and Zhao Zilong. Someone said stop and the bandits obeyed. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were visibly bruised, sweaty, and heavily breathed. It was Cheng Dalei and he said that was it for today's training, and Qin Man replied okay. Liu Bei asked Cheng Dalei what his intention was. He knew that their martial arts were inferior to Zhao Zilong and Qin Man, but he still deliberately asked them to fight each other. Cheng Dalei asked how many moves he thought they could have handled before sparring. Liu Bei answered about 10 or so moves. Cheng Dalei responded that they had fought for more than 30 moves to determine a winner, and Liu Bei replied that this was because while they both were very strong, their fighting styles were completely different. He went on to explain that Qin Man could perform war-killing techniques, Zhao Zilong could execute professional fighting techniques, and the two had no cooperation. Cheng Dalei asked what he thought the problem with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei was. Liu Bei answered that they had fought with too much brute force, did not know how to observe, ignored details, and had no strategy either. Cheng Dalei said that he was right. What they had lacked in their fighting style was a brain and eyes. He referred to him as Little Bei and mentioned that he had never seen him fight, but he knew his fighting skills weren't bad, even if they were not as good as theirs, but he could be their brains and their eyes. Cheng Dalei added that he was a genius at leading troops, which Liu Bei questioned how he had figured that out. Cheng Dalei told him not to ask because he just knew, and in his eyes, all three of them had the ability to withstand 1,000 armies. Going back to Liu Bei, while being attacked, he knew what to do. He called Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to listen to his command, follow his steps to retreat, on which his brothers agreed. Liu Bei thought in his head that there were 3 in the northwest, 4 in the northeast, and 6 in the south. He found it, the weak point of the encirclement. Liu Bei fiercely commanded to break through them. On the rooftop, a man told his lady boss that they were getting away from them and asked if they should do something, and she replied not to hurry, as they would strike when they thought they had escaped. In this case, they could see how they fought with all their might to survive. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu mowed down their enemies. Anxious, Liu Bei pondered who those people were and where the guards were, given that they were fighting for so long and failed to come. Then suddenly, a figure leaped behind their back. Unaware of what was going on, Liu Bei thought that as long as they could break the enemy's encirclement, they would have a chance to escape. Guan Yu was the first one who noticed and warned his brothers to watch out as the figure landed in front of them. A masked woman appeared and grinned at them. Zhang Fei's face distorted, and he told Guan Yu that they were going to attack together, to which Guan Yu agreed. They both slashed the masked woman. However, the woman jumped, dodging both of their attacks. She landed on top of their weapons with ease. The woman hopped up. She kneed Guan Yu in the face. Guan Yu's face was in shock about what happened. Guan Yu was sent flying as a result of the impact of the attack, which concerned Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei ran and yelled at Guan Yu. He attacked the woman with his skill, the Sky Catcher. Struggling, he then thought that the guy's strength was abnormal. The woman was still grinning. Then Zhang Yu released another attack, but it was easily blocked by the woman. The woman prepared her legs for a kick. She then kicked Zhang Fei in the face since he didn't respond quickly enough. Zhang Fei was also thrown and smashed into a wall as a result of the kick. Liu Bei leaped behind the woman, raising both of his swords and preparing to attack. The woman, however, turned back as she observed the approaching Liu Bei, who was going to slash her. She avoided Liu Bei's blade at just the right moment. The woman's spear hilt sparkled as she dragged it to the ground. She used the hilt to bounce as Liu Bei slashed her again. The woman landed behind Liu Bei. However, Liu Bei quickly turned to where she was. She then chuckled as they both readied their stance. The woman then told Liu Bei that she could tell he was a martial artist based on his earlier movements. An open box containing medical supplies was lying on the ground. The woman went on to say that she wouldn't have thought that Liu Bei was a dual sword wielder because he hit it so well. Liu Bei's eyes began to shine as his face was filled with emotions. On a narrow street, the woman invited Liu Bei to come at her because she wanted to know what more he was hiding, while a number of adversaries stood behind them. As they surged at each other, Liu Bei and the woman continued to fight. Their swords collided. Liu Bei's face contorted, yet the woman continued to smile. Zhang Fei, who was knocked out, leaned against the wall, while Guan Yu was also the same. Moments later, Liu Bei sat on the ground, and the woman appeared in front of him, saying that she expected him to be stronger. The woman asked him if he wasn't afraid of dying and why he gave up. Liu Bei sighed as he lay flat on the ground and asked her what difference it made if he died sooner or later. People would die eventually. While the woman's spear was on his throat, he told her she could do her worst since he wouldn't move. He continued that if Zhao Zilong found out that the three of them died in her hands. Liu Bei, concerned that her little game would no longer be enjoyable, addressed the woman as Auntie Tong Fei. The woman removed her mask and cloak and called Liu Bei a stinky kid. Tong Fei grabbed Liu Bei's clothes. She was furious and threatened Liu Bei if he dared to call her an auntie. Tong Fei clenched her teeth and asked Liu Bei if he truly believed she would not kill him right now. Liu Bei didn't answer and just clenched his teeth. Tong Fei grinned, stating that Liu Bei was not bad as she actually saw through him and even lasted that long against her. She complimented him that his martial arts were not bad, and he also had a brain. Tong Fei laughed as she continuously smacked Liu Bei, who began to feel something. Liu Bei's eyes twirled as he lost consciousness. Tong Fei was confused about what just happened. Liu Bei passed out while Tong Fei just stared at him without speaking a word. A man appeared and told Tong Fei that she didn't properly control her strength. Tong Fei placed one of her palms on her forehead, told the man he was talking nonsense, and inquired if he had caught anyone. The man informed her that it was truly surprising that an unknown number of assassins had invaded Chang. As he took off his face, the man also took off his hair and continued that night alone, they had caught a few opportunists. He went on to say that they still had to figure out who they belonged to. The man was also curious as to whether it was Jiang Hu's Moon Song Temple or Ling Zhu Pavilion, or the Blood Assassins. Tong Fei told the man that she wanted a thorough investigation into all of them, and to find out who was the rat in the imperial court, because otherwise, she wondered how they found out about the operation tonight, and she also told him that his acting as the Emperor's double was too rough, and that she would find him an acting teacher later. However, the man laughed, asking her to spare him, as they should worry about the three fellows on the ground first. Tong Fei ordered the Tiger team to bring all injured people to the infirmary, and the three to her palace, and the Tiger team did so. Tong Fei, irritated, stated that with the Merlion guards around, she couldn't imagine how a bunch of riffraff could cause trouble, and it was about time to let them know who Chang'an belonged to. Female attendants gathered outside the palace. Two of the attendants gossiped and told the other to pretend she saw nothing. Princess Mingyu stood tall, smiling. Meanwhile, Emperor Ming was present at the Weiyang Palace study. Princess Mingyu arrived and saw the emperor reading something. Emperor Ming's gaze shifted to the side, as if he noticed someone. He then inquired of Princess Mingyu why she acted sneakily now that she arrived. Princess Mingyu chuckled as she walked awkwardly toward Emperor Ming. She then looked at what Emperor Ming was reading and asked him what he looked at. Emperor Ming stated that he looked to see if anyone was capable in the exam. As he looked at the paper, Princess Mingyu asked him if anyone was capable. Emperor Ming scoffed and told her that true capable people were few and far between because he didn't know if it made sense or was simply a bunch of cliches. His eyes then turned to Princess Mingyu. Emperor Ming questioned her attire and pondered what would happen if word got out, which spooked Princess Mingyu. Princess Mingyu blushed as she told Emperor Ming that she learned it from him, prompting Emperor Ming to ask her what she meant. She then pointed to him and told him that she saw Emperor Ming and Uncle Liu wearing commoner clothes and sneaking out of the palace earlier. However, Emperor Ming stated that he went out for work and she would not comprehend what the work was. Princess Mingyu insisted that Emperor Ming should tell her why he went out. Emperor Ming disputed this, claiming that the entire empire was his and he could go wherever he wanted to go. Princess Mingyu, on the other hand, still pressured Emperor Ming to tell her why he went out because she wanted him to bring her along the next time. Emperor Ming coughed and told Princess Mingyu that they were not going to talk about it. He immediately changed the subject and asked Princess Mingyu if she had decided on someone to marry yet. Princess Mingyu stuttered and told Emperor Ming that she didn't want to get married yet. Emperor Ming argued that she would have to marry sooner or later, and she would meet someone with whom she wanted to raise a family. Princess Mingyu crossed her arms and told Emperor Ming that she had not met anyone like that yet, and they were not going to talk about it right now. Emperor Ming warned her that she could not wait any longer, and if she waited any longer, she would become an old lady. He stated that he already picked someone for her and asked if she was interested in finding out who it was. Princess Mingyu pouted, believing that if they weren't from the family, they were from the Tao family, and if he forced her, she would starve herself. Emperor Ming, on the other hand, told her that it wasn't either of those two people. The person he chose was good with both the pen and the sword, as he actually stood out among the crowd, and referred to him as a bona fide genius. Princess Mingyu's face was skeptical as she asked Emperor Ming if someone like that existed, and what they looked like. Emperor Ming rubbed his cheeks as he emphasized to her that the man did not appear ugly. Nonetheless, Princess Mingyu remained unconvinced and questioned Emperor Ming what family the man belonged to if he wasn't from the Tao or families, to which Emperor Ming replied that the man's name was Niu and asked what she thought. Princess Mingyu's eyes squinted as she mentioned Niu's name. Distressed, Princess Mingyu asked Emperor Ming if he wasn't talking about that man. After a while, Princess Mingyu entered through the gate, annoyed, wondering where Cheng Dale was. When Xiao Linger recognized her, she told her that Cheng Dale was resting in the yard. She stood near Cheng Dale, who was asleep, with her arms crossed, staring at him angrily and not saying anything. She then slapped him, causing Cheng Dale to scream. Cheng Dale cursed at her, asking Princess Mingyu what was wrong with her. Princess Mingyu asked him what he said to Emperor Ming, which perplexed Cheng Dale because he had never met her father. She then mocked him, wondering what talented genius he was and he should simply go back to his mountain since she didn't know whether he was worthy, to which made Cheng Dale more confused. Princess Mingyu quickly ran and cursed at him and told him that no wonder why he was so interested in her matters because he was just a perverted toad that wanted to eat swan meat. She continued to mock him, telling him that he should never forget that he was just a mountain bandit and would forever be a bandit. She then left, leaving Cheng Dale puzzled about what had just happened. Cheng Dale was thinking about what had just happened when Princess Mingyu came and began hitting and screaming at him, calling him a toad who wanted to eat swan meat, wondering what was wrong with that as it was the motto of his toad village. Liu Bei mumbled in his sleep as the night passed. Someone then called his attention, asking him if he were finally awake. Tong Fei, who was sitting beside him, asked Liu Bei if he wanted to talk. As he turned away from Tong Fei, Liu Bei's face showed disappointment. Regardless, Tong Fei just laughed it off and told Liu Bei not to look at her like that. She then informed Liu Bei that the situation was dangerous and that if the three of them went together, they might have a chance to beat her, and she wondered why he refused to act in the end. Liu Bei grabbed his blanket as he told Tong Fei that it was none of his business. Tong Fei then told Liu not to mind it as she also didn't like to gossip about other people's privacy either. She asked him another question about how he knew that the commission was fake, to which Liu Bei answered that it was not a big deal as there were many things missing. Tong Fei then interrogated him as to how it was possible. Liu Bei cautioned her that the imperial physician they were protecting was too calm and composed to be an assassin. But Tong Fei retorted that the next time she should find someone with better acting skills. Liu Bei guessed that the general's mansion, as well as the location they were given, were both fakes, as the place where they fought was not far from the general's mansion. But the general's mansion did not move after a long fight. He also added that the biggest possibility was that someone from the military was involved in the assassination, and that there were no movements from the Imperial Guard in Chang'an. Tong Fei then told him to continue. Liu Bei then told her that it appeared as if they deliberately left them to escape because so many assassins appeared at the same time, as they must have carried out a very tight plan. He also believed that the encirclement had a loophole and flaws, which did not make sense. He went on to say that he and Zhao Zilong received the task of escorting the imperial physician, but Zhao Zilong hadn't appeared, as he presumed he got a different location, and Liu Bei assumed that Tong Fei was planning the assassination the whole time. Liu Bei sat down and asked Tong Fei if she deliberately put Zhao Zilong away to play such a fake game to test their ability, as he claimed she knew Zhao Zilong's details and abilities best as Zhao Zilong's senior sister. But Tong Fei stated that in the end, Liu Bei just lay down because he already guessed it was her and believed she wouldn't really kill him. Liu Bei asked her what her purpose was and who the hell she was for setting up such a game. Tong Fei chuckled as she sipped her tea and informed Liu Bei that that night, there was indeed an imperial physician who went to the general's mansion, and the location Zhao Zilong got was the real general's mansion. She went on to say that the real imperial physician was, in fact, Emperor Ming in disguise to go on an inspection tour. However, Liu Bei just scoffed as he guessed that it was really a big shot. Tong Fei continued sipping her cup. Liu Bei then inquired if it was the real Emperor Ming that Zhao Zilong was escorting while they were fighting desperately, and the real Emperor Ming had safely returned to the palace, to which Tong Fei said yes. Tong Fei went on to inform Liu Bei that Chang'an had not been peaceful recently, and all forces were eyeing Emperor Ming, wanting his life because he had been surrounded by many spies, and according to their investigation, the news that Emperor Ming left the palace last night in disguise was also leaked. She went on to say that she expected the assassination operation had brought out a lot of assassins who had been fishing in troubled waters, and they had caught them all, so they deliberately spread fake news and staged a fake assassination scene. Liu Bei complimented her she did a nice move and inquired what did it have to do with them and why did she involve them in her tests. Tong Fei informed him that the kingdom was not only in crisis because of the Ring tribe invasion, but that the kingdom was on the verge of destruction because Emperor Ming was in danger at all times. A slight negligence would lead to chaos, and the entire kingdom would be crushed due to lots of internal events. She then informed Liu Bei that her organization was Emperor Ming's sword and shield. Liu Bei smiled, believing that Tong Fei wanted them to join their organization by testing their strength. Tong Fei also smiled as she held out her hands and informed Liu Bei that for the sake of the kingdom and its people, they needed more power and people with lofty ideals. Liu Bei looked at Tong Fei's hands, and she went on to say that the four of them were exactly what they needed. Tong Fei went on to say that as long as they were willing to join, she was cut off mid-sentence when Liu Bei's face darkened. Liu Bei stiffened his face and told Tong Fei that he refused her offer. Tong Fei was in shock and couldn't mutter a word. Tong Fei, agitated, told Liu Bei not to rush into refusing if he wanted to know who she was. Liu Bei averted his gaze and told her that he wanted to know but now didn't. Tong Fei's face distorted as she didn't say a single word. Seconds passed by. She told Liu Bei that Zhao Zilong was her junior brother, and even if he wasn't with her, she would never ignore him. Tong Fei continued, solemnly, asking Liu Bei if he thought Zhao Zilong would stay in a small toad village. She regarded Zhao Zilong as a phoenix, even if he was with them at the time. Liu Bei assumed Tong Fei had already investigated their origins. Tong Fei sat down and told Liu Bei that he had underestimated their organization. She then told him that she not only knew they were from Toad Village, but that they were also looking for Cheng Dalei. Her face darkened as she stated that she could know every move they made for as long as she wanted. Regardless, Liu Bei asked Tong Fei if she could help them find Cheng Dalei's whereabouts since she was so powerful. Tong Fei's face distorted as she couldn't keep up with Liu Bei's arrogance. As she walked out of the room, Liu Bei asked if she was leaving and mocked her that he couldn't see her off. Tong Fei slammed the door, which made a loud noise. Liu Bei's ears perked up as he laughed in triumph. He then had a thought in his head that he finally had the chance to say it once, as he had always thought that Cheng Dalei looked so cool when he said it. Tong Fei asked her men what their thoughts had been after seeing the entire test, and the man told her that despite facing many enemies, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were strong enough to deal with them. The man went on to say that Liu Bei never did his best, but he possessed a very strong mindset and leadership skill. The man concluded as Tong Fei sipped on her cup, listening, that the three could be rated as a class. Tong Fei told her men that they could go first, to which the man said yes. She then realized that she needed to use all necessary means to secure such talent, and that the time had come to fill the manpower shortage. She stated that it was a little difficult, as she thought of Liu Bei. Zhao Zilong arrived, calling out to Tong Fei. Tong Fei turned around, surprised to see Zhao Zilong had returned. Zhao Zilong informed her that the four of them had come together and he had completed the mission she had assigned to him. They also had completed the mission she had asked them to do, as Zhao Zilong stated. He went on to say that now the three of them lay in bed, and he was the only one who remained standing. Returning from where Zhao Zilong had visited his brothers, he asked Zhang Fei how they had gotten hurt. Zhang Fei answered that if he had been stronger, no one would have gotten hurt. He then asked Liu Bei what had happened, wondering why he hadn't seen them. However, Liu Bei answered that he had been too weak and a loser. Guan Yu, on the other hand, blamed himself, stating that it had all happened because of his poor strength, as he had been stupid to fall into Tong Fei's plot. Moving on to the present, Zhao Zilong then asked Tong Fei what she had done to them and what had happened that night. Tong Fei realized Zhao Zilong's feelings for his brothers were deep and informed him that she simply wanted to test their strength. Zhao Zilong asked Tong Fei if that was how she tested people because they were all seriously injured and couldn't move while lying on the bed, to which Tong Fei replied that they were alive, and that she would cure them. However, in a gentle voice, Zhao Zilong asked what it had been. As his face filled with rage, he yelled at Tong Fei, asking what the hell she wanted. Tong Fei yelled back that what she wanted for him was to leave Toad Village. Zhao Zilong gritted his teeth and didn't utter a single word. Tong Fei went on to say that she couldn't bear watching Zhao Zilong fall as they had grown up together. She explained that she could ignore Lai Guanzhang and the others, but she couldn't let him hang out with the mountain bandits of Toad Village as she didn't know what kind of place Toad Village was like. Tong Fei yelled at him that it was just a bandit's nest, which everyone despised and feared. Zhao Zilong's eyes widened, and his face darkened as he recalled his day with Tong Fei. Tong Fei went on to say that the four of them had to stay, as three of his brothers had passed the test she had set. Tong Fei stated that if they followed her, she could guarantee a great future for all of them, to which Zhao Zilong replied that they were in Jingzhou for important business. As she tapped Zhao Zilong's shoulder, Tong Fei told him that she had always been a person who did things by any means, and she knew that he was looking for Cheng Dalei, and if Cheng Dalei got in her way, she would kill him. Zhao Zilong gripped his spear tightly as his hands trembled, a golden aura coursing through his body. He held his spear with both hands and prepared to thrust it at Tong Fei. Tong Fei, however, dodged it with ease. Zhao Zilong's eyes widened as she grasped his spear in one of his hands. A fierce thrust was thrown again, but Tong Fei easily dodged it. She dashed towards him, leapt, and smacked Zhao Zilong to the ground. Tong Fei cursed, unable to believe Zhao Zilong had swung his spear so hard at her. She then questioned Zhao Zilong if he still wanted to fight her, as she was doing this for his good. Tong Fei opened her eyes to look around. However, all she saw was Zhao Zilong on the ground, unconscious. She stood up, scratched her head, and asked her men if what she had said earlier was harsh. The man responded that her words had been a bit heavy, but her hit had been harder and that she couldn't get married like that. Tong Fei's face darkened as she looked at her man. With a loud bang, the enraged Tong Fei walked away, leaving Zhao Zilong and her man unconscious on the ground. Cheng Dalei was recuperating in bed for a few days, and the military examination began. The contestants fought as the civil and military examinations continued round after round, and a large number of people were eliminated. However, in the military competition, the Jiang Mansion's highly skilled martial artists had the upper hand. Both of their martial arts were top-notch, but the examiner frequently opened the back door for them, and the crowd of military examinations was more dissatisfied. And finally, in the middle of a moonless and windy night, Jiu Jiang, who had just come back after visiting a brothel, was crippled, while Liu Qingming was stripped naked and thrown on the street. And as the incident grew bigger, the court finally issued a proclamation. A man reading a scroll above the stage announced that the military examination would be fair, and square in order for the empire to select talents, and that those who spread rumors would not be tolerated. In that way, the storm gradually dispersed, but everyone knows that it was impossible for Liu Qiuduo to become the military #1 scholar. Otherwise, it wouldn't prove that the rumor was true. With a brush in his hand, Cheng Dalei stared at the paper he held. Liu Jihan appeared, holding a spoonful of soup and called out to Cheng Dalei. While Cheng Dalei wrote, Liu Jihan fed him, and Aku informed him that the Zhang and Liang mansion had sent him a banquet invitation, to which Cheng Dalei replied that he would not go. Aku went on to say that after 10 days, the military examination would be held to select the #1 scholar, and stated that Cheng Dalei should also be there as the emperor could make him an official, and at that time all the civil servants and military generals would be there. Cheng Dalei blushed as he replied that there was no point in becoming an official because compared to the heights of the temple, he preferred the far side of the country. Cheng Dalei asked Aku if he could take a look and help him push it. Liu Jihan scooped another spoonful of soup. Aku continued to inform him that the imperial god of war would be present at that time, not only to reward the military's top scholars but also to reward Yang Longting. While Liu Jihan was minding her own business, Cheng Dalei asked Aku if Yang Longting would be there, and Liu Jihan, beside him, felt the food she had eaten. Cheng Dalei then had the thought in his head that Yang Longting would appear at the military examination venue 10 days later, and his current residence was heavily guarded every day, and it was impossible to enter. While Liu Jihan was trying to feed him, he declared that if it didn't work, there were no more chances once Yang Longting returned to Yuzhou. Cheng Dalei ate the food she gave him, and Liu Jihan smiled. Moments later, Bai Feiyuan arrived anxiously asking if Cheng Dalei was present. He informed Cheng Dalei that his two brothers left. Cheng Dalei's eyes widened as he questioned himself if Lai Chong and Lin Xiaoyu had left and asked Bai Feiyuan if they were captured by the government. Bai Feiyuan said no and stated that he went there alone to deliver food to prevent information leakage, and that no one could find their hiding place. He went on to say that when he went today, he found that they left, that there was no sign of fighting in the temple, and that before they left, they wrote 4 words on the wall that said, "See you again." Cheng Dalei didn't say anything, and he had the impression that they didn't leave, but they were looking for an opportunity to assassinate Emperor Ming again, and in the current situation, assassinating him was similar to courting death. He then instructed Bai Feiyuan to spread their brothers around the city and look for news about them. Once found, he told him to stop them immediately, and not let them do anything stupid, which Bai Feiyuan obliged. Cheng Dalei sighed and mumbled, hoping they left. Concerned, Liu Jihan noticed Cheng Dalei was not happy and asked if he wanted her to sing a little song. Cheng Dalei looked down and thought about it. He got an idea moments later. Cheng Dalei told Aku that he remembered the troupe that wanted to see him and asked her to allow them to come, as well as Yi Jidao to come as he recalled she could play opera. Instead, Aku asked him if he wanted her to play opera to relieve his boredom. Liu Jihan scowled as Aku asked Cheng Dalei what opera he wanted her to teach them and to arrange a play. Cheng Dalei put his hand on Liu Jihan's head and remembered that she also learned to play opera. He told her he had an idea for a play and asked if she was interested in singing it together. After a while, Liu Jihan got ready while Cheng Dalei took care of her hair and Yi Jidao took care of her lipstick. Liu Jihan finished her preparations as her hair turned black, and a luxurious tiara was placed on her head, while Yi Jidao was also done and looked as if she exactly resembled Liu Jihan. As the bright sun shone above the sky, a humming came out of the house. A man from the Ring tribe stood up and told them to execute the details of the peace talks. He warned them not to even think about talking to them. Just last year, they already signed an alliance with the Empire. Someone pointed to a map, indicating that this was the surrendered territory, and the city, as well as Yuzhou, would be theirs. Another man said no, arguing that they won the Battle of Yuzhou but was cut off. Jin Wendao wanted compensation of 30,000 taels in their paper, tea, and ironware, while Hulani, a Ring tribe prince, stated that the chosen princess by the Empire was clearly a commoner, as they could not fool them with a commoner because they were children of eternal nature. The great Prince Lin Leshan chuckled as he expressed that it was enough for that day, and that they could talk about it on another day. Hulani pointed to Lin Leshan and said that they wanted a true princess, not a palace maid crowned as a princess just to marry their step-king. Meanwhile, Lin Leshan just chuckled as soldiers gathered behind him. He then got the idea that they had people on their side who could beat them too. He cautioned them not to be too bold as it was pointless. He informed them that Yang Longting was in the capital and asked if they would like to meet him. Hulani asked his men if anyone had heard of Yang Longting, as he had no idea who that was. In addition, a man also asked who that rotten bastard was, while Jin Wendao was also puzzled. Lin Leshan mentioned Yang Longting's name but cut himself off mid-sentence. Hulani informed him that they didn't know him and hadn't seen him around. Lin Leshan whispered that the Ring tribe lacked manners and didn't even have the courage to meet the people who had defeated them. A soldier standing next to him murmured that his words might have hit them on the spot. Jin Wendao chimed in, telling them that if there was someone in Chang'an, he would like to meet him. Lin Wenchen stated he didn't know who Jin Wendao wanted to see, but if he was close, he should be able to see him. Unamused, Jin Wendao wondered who he meant by him. He informed them that he called himself the Toad King and that, while thinking of him, his name should be Cheng Dale. Lin Leshan asked his men if they had heard of Cheng Dale. No one responded since they had no idea, and they had never heard of that name before. Jin Wendao stated that Cheng Dale defeated them and massacred their tribe's warriors, and as a prince of the Northern Ring tribe, he was supposed to hate him. But as a soldier, he respected him. Lin Leshan didn't mutter a word. He went on to say that the Empire would definitely reward Cheng Dale for such a great achievement, and that he should be in Chang'an right now. Lin Leshan scratched his head, said yes, and mentioned that he would have Cheng Dale come to him as soon as possible, while wondering who Jin Wendao was talking about. Time passed, and the group descended the stairwell. Lin Leshan noticed a girl who was running. They bumped into each other. Princess Minju held her head in pain, which made Lin Leshan spooked. Lin Leshan, anxious, thought in his head that it was okay for her to fool around in the past, but how dare she come out and wander around today, as he stared at the stunned Princess Minju. Princess Minju came into her senses and noticed the big shots gathered. Lin Leshan ordered her to get out, and she obeyed by saying yes. Hulani didn't finish his question before Lin Leshan said that the girl was just a senseless little eunuch and apologized for bothering him. However, Hulani's eyes turned to his side. Looking at Princess Minju, who was running away, she then suddenly tripped and yelled before falling face flat on the ground. She pushed herself up, face full of embarrassment, while Hulani watched the event happen. Princess Minju blushed, claiming that it was too embarrassing. A concerned attendant rushed, calling her name. The attendant helped Princess Minju stand as the people behind them watched. Lin Leshan awkwardly told them that his men had no rules and would punish them severely later, and Hulani just chuckled and told him nothing. Princess Minju was still blushing as her attendant was just behind her. Inside the Wyong Palace, Lin Leshan reported that they were sent back and that the only thing that hadn't yet been confirmed was the marriage. However, there would be a result soon, and Emperor Ming asked him if he was done talking. Emperor Ming told him he had wronged him and told him to get up and talk. Lin Leshan responded that it was his duty to share his father's worries and that it was what he should do. If the Ring tribe became aggressive again, Emperor Ming suggested that he let Yang Longting do the negotiating and let them understand something. But Lin Leshan thought it was probably useless. He realized that the Ring tribe seemed to not want to see Yang Longting and instead mentioned a person named Cheng Dale. Emperor Ming inquired, and Lin Leshan responded that he was not sure what the Ring tribe meant, but that the Ring tribe seemed to be very respectful to Cheng Dale. Emperor Ming brushed his beard and mumbled that he heard of Cheng Dale somewhere. A man joined in, saying that the man appeared to have made a great contribution to annihilating the enemy in Yuzhou, and that he should be one of the lords of Yuzhou's warriors. He went on to say that he didn't know why Cheng Dale's name was not on the reward list this time, but the emperor didn't say anything. Lin Leshan bowed and said yes when Emperor Ming ordered him to check it out. Guan Yu asked Zhao Zhilong if Tong Fei were really his senior sister and how long they were under her house arrest. On the way here, Zhang Fei noticed Zhao Zilong was shy and eager to see her, and he thought he was close to Tong Fei. But Zhao Zilong responded that she wasn't like this before. He recalled Tong Fei as a tigress at the time, and she was still easy to get along with. Liu Bei inquired if Zhao Zilong knew any details regarding his senior sister's current organization, and that based on the current situation, Liu Bei believed that Tong Fei was a person of great importance. Zhao Zilong shook his head and stated that when he left, Tong Fei was still on Master's side. Liu Bei had the thought in his head that he was only concerned with pretending to be Cheng Dale at the time and didn't ask any details as it was too late to regret now. He inquired of his two brothers' injuries and assured them that once they were healed, there was no way this place could trap them. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu simultaneously said that they were healed long ago and were just waiting for his instruction. Liu Bei then informed them that they were going to plan their escape route. A voice from outside joined in, saying that things would be fine now that their injuries had healed. Tong Fei pushed the door that made a loud noise. The door fell down from the impact. The four brothers' jaws dropped and they appeared terrified. Tong Fei informed them that she had inquired about Cheng Dale and asked if they wanted to know. Liu Bei asked if she was planning on asking them to do something in exchange. Tong Fei responded that he had thought too much and that the news was free this time. She smiled as he mentioned Cheng Dale's name and told them that he was already dead. Jiang Fei jumped from his seat, cursing Tong Fei and claiming that Cheng Dale couldn't be dead. Tong Fei warned them not to underestimate her intelligence and asked if they knew Yang Longting, who personally stated that Cheng Dale died from a serious injury sustained while jumping off the cliff. Tong Fei placed her hand on Zhao Zilong's shoulder and asked if he was still angry, then giggled at him for being cute. When Jiang Fei asked if they had found Cheng Dale's body, Tong Fei replied that it couldn't be found and questioned who could survive such a high cliff, and she heard that Yang Longting saw it with his own eyes and told them they could just ask him. Yang Longting's words, Liu Bei added, could not be trusted, and besides, with Cheng Dale's ability, he could never die that easily. Tong Fei, on the other hand, did not believe that with that kind of cliff, even if Cheng Dale did not die, he would be a disabled person. And it's possible that Cheng Dale was hiding somewhere without arms and legs, waiting to die. Meanwhile, while Cheng Dale sat at the examiner's residence, a song was sung, while Yi Jidao and Liu Jihan danced to the music. Cheng Dale wished them well and informed them that that was the end for the day. Yi Jidao and Liu Jihan smiled as the group said yes. Cheng Dale informed them that they were going back to rest before performing on stage the next day. Yi Jidao asked Cheng Dale how she sang, but Liu Jihan claimed she could sing better than her. They confronted each other, with Yi Jidao saying she couldn't pretend she didn't hear her say that, and Liu Jihan saying Cheng Dale thought she could sing better. Yi Jidao argued that she was better, but Liu Jihan denied because she believes she is the better singer. And in the center, Cheng Dale was baffled by what was going on and how sudden it was. Both girls asked Cheng Dale that he must decide, which made him sweat. Cheng Dale called upon Liu Jihan, which baffled her in her small theater. Without asking, Liu Jihan came forward. Liu Jihan smiled as Cheng Dale's arms welcomed her. He then massaged her face, which made Liu Jihan blush. As Cheng Dale was examining her face, Liu Jihan was still confused. Liu Jihan's personal information was disclosed as a young maid who was not well known. Her former nickname was Famil Rose. She was 18 years old. At the God of War residence, a squad of soldiers lined up. 2 guards were at the entrance of the residence. Yang Longting sat inside, irritated. While still irritated, he rested his face on his hand and wrote. And as his irritation grew, his ink splashed and ruined his work. He then thought in his head that he obviously placed heavy troops in the vicinity. He looked up, however, he still felt that the atmosphere in Chang'an was suffocating, as if some kind of monster lurked. But in Yuzhou, he could cover the sky with his own hand by summoning people to the Wind and Rain Pavilion. However, in Chang'an, there were many people of higher status who could be found everywhere, so he had to tuck his tail between his legs. Yang Longting closed his eyes, wondering when he could return to Yuzhou. Lai Shanyan appeared and informed Yang Longting that the palace had just sent someone to inquire about a person and asked if they knew anything about him. Yang Longting asked who they were inquiring about, and Lai Shanyan stated that it was Cheng Dale's. Yang Longting understood where his sense of unease came from, causing his face to distort. He bounced up, asking Lai Shanyan who was inquiring about him. Lai Shanyan said that he heard it was the Ring tribe who wanted to see Cheng Dale, and Emperor Ming already knew about it. Lai Shanyan asked how they should respond to them. Yang Longting asked Lai Shanyan if he thought Cheng Dale was still alive, to which Lai Shanyan replied that he jumped off the cliff and shouldn't be alive, and they just hadn't found his body. Yang Longting paused and directed Lai Shanyan to return first, as he had an idea how to respond to them. Meanwhile, music was being played somewhere. Princess Minju arrived, announcing her arrival to Cheng Dale. However, her eyes were in shock. She noticed Yi Jidao and Liu Jihan dancing. She approached Cheng Dale and told him she didn't expect him to start raising opera singers and asked why he had called her here tonight in a hurry. Princess Minju leaned in closer, telling Cheng Dale how scared he was and asked what he was doing, coaching opera singers. Cheng Dale then told her that they were just going to talk and there was no need to be so close. She then asked if he knew how to write a play, to which Cheng Dale replied that he was just teaching them how to rehearse a play for Emperor Ming's surprise tomorrow. Cheng Dale chuckled and asked Yi Jidao and Liu Jihan to join him. Princess Minju recognized Yi Jidao, the Queen of Flowers, and wondered who the other sister was because she couldn't believe she was comparable to Yi Jidao. Cheng Dale smirked and said that if she wasn't ashamed he thought that they should teach her how to be a woman. Yi Jidao and Liu Jihan approached them, greeting Princess Minju. Princess Minju called Cheng Dale a degenerate, and even though he raised an actor, he lived in a plush house with a young concubine. But Cheng Dale responded that she misunderstood, as people made a living as performers, not by selling their bodies. Cheng Dale asked Princess Minju if she could do him a favor for the martial arts examination tomorrow. Princess Minjiu asked him what the hurry was as she told him his good day was coming and that Emperor Ming would make him a senior official in front of all scholars and the entire world tomorrow. She then informed him that she had heard that you had to be at least a 4th grade official in order to be awarded alongside God of War Yang Longting and asked him if he was excited. Cheng Dalei smiled and told her that he was now very excited. He then requested that Princess Minjiu do him a favor. Cheng Dalei stated that there must be singing and dancing on such an important day, and he asked if she could arrange Yi Jidao and the others. Princess Minjiu questioned why she should help him after he had gone through so much trouble to promote Yi Jidao. He then asked her if she wanted to know where her 6th brother was. He informed her that he had received news that someone had seen him in Kinju and that he was still alive. Meanwhile, on a vast field of rice in Kingju's Zimu town, 2 people ran, and a group of people behind them yelled at them to chase them down and catch the 2 chicken thieves. The people raised their weapons. They yelled at them to catch them and not let them get away. One of the 2 thieves expressed that stealing a chicken was not as bad as stealing a cow, whereas his companion claimed that it seemed they didn't just steal a chicken, but all the chickens in their village. One of them yelled to run because the group behind them was catching up. The villagers communicated with one another to search for, catch, and kill them, not to let them get away. One of the villagers mumbled that the 2 bastards stole his hens that were laying eggs. The 2 thieves murmured as the owl coos that the people of this village took chickens seriously. As they sat around a campfire, the man with black hair stated that stealing chicken and rice was impossible, and it was time to steal someone's clothes, as wearing ragged clothes made them look like Ring tribe invaders, while his companion's stomach growled. The man laughed and asked Afu if he was still hungry and if he wanted something to eat, to which Afu replied that he was saying it as if he wasn't hungry because he didn't even have anything to eat. The man searched his clothes for something and told Afu, who said he didn't have any. He then took out a piece of meat, teasing Afu if he wanted to eat. Afu drooled and asked the man why he still had it after seeing him eat it all, to which the man replied that he could tell him everything. He then took the man's meat from his hand. As Afu ate the meat, the man reminded him to eat slowly and to save the grease paper for him, as he needed to wipe his ass. Under the campfire, the man called Afu. The man rested his arms on Afu's shoulder. The man told him that he could hang out with him and follow him in the future, and that he'd have tasty food and strong drinks. A red orb appeared as the system reset progressed to 99.5%. Staring at the necklace in his hand, Cheng Dalei had a thought that only a little was left. He stared and recalled the image of the heart sleeping under the moonlit sky. When Liu Jihan mentioned that she would be on stage tomorrow and that she was nervous, Yi Jidao told her not to move, and she, too, was afraid that there was something else in the piece Cheng Dalei wanted them to sing. Yi Jidao noticed Liu Jihan kept referring to Cheng Dalei as the village master and asked if she could tell her anything about his past, to which Liu Jihan replied that it was a very long time. Liu Jihan struggled to speak as she submerged half of her face. Yi Jidao realized that Liu Jihan and Cheng Dalei had been through so much together. As she massaged Liu Jihan's back, she told her that her suffering was similar to hers, prompting Liu Jihan to ask if she wasn't another one of Cheng Dalei's outside love debts. Yi Jidao stated that it was a blessing if she could be loved by Cheng Dalei, and it was a shame that he only treated her in a mentor-apprentice relationship. Liu Jihan stated master and apprentice, to which Yi Jidao replied, yes. She then informed her that she was just an unknown herald with a good body but not much talent, and it was only a matter of time before she became a red herald. Yi Jidao defined a herald as a woman who sold only her art, and not her body, and a red herald is a woman who sold both her art and her body. She stated that she was just waiting for the brothel's old women to negotiate a good price for her innocent body as she reflected on her past. Then, as Yi Jidao stated, a big personality wanted her body but at an extremely low price. The old woman begged everywhere for help and finally found Cheng Dalei, who taught her how to do makeup and fool others, as well as all kinds of gestures and postures. She went on to say that she didn't know how Cheng Dalei could do so many strange things, like his aesthetic vision seemed to be several epochs ahead of them and other vulgar people. Yi Jidao stated that, in any case, she worked her way out among the many heralds who were under Cheng Dalei's care. She went on to say that after a few months, she became the capital's famous flower girl. She then stated that many nobles wanted to spend a lot of money to meet her, and that many noblemen dreamed about her. Yi Jidao, on the other hand, was well aware that thousands of people in Chang'an desired her, thanks to Cheng Dalei. And even if he were to overthrow the government tomorrow, she would still follow him. As Liu Jihan listened, she mumbled something about disobeying the government. She then had a thought in her head with Cheng Dalei's character. he would surely demand justice from Yang Longting tomorrow for the people in the Toad Village. And if it is true, Liu Jihan wondered if the days of living peacefully with Cheng Dalei were over. She then imagined that when the time came, they would be separated again, and it would remain uncertain whether they were alive or dead. Concerned, Yijidao asked Liu Jihan what was wrong. As Liu Jihan emerged from the bath, she informed Yijidao that tonight was the last day. She then came out from the bath and covered herself, claiming that she couldn't do anything like she had done last year. Yijidao was confused as Liu Jihan exited the bath. She then wondered what kind of determination Liu Jihan had made. Cheng Dalei turned when Liu Jihan slammed the door open. He then mentioned her name. Liu Jihan clenched her fist and covered her body, blushing. Cheng Dalei blushed when he mentioned Liu Jihan's name, and his composure vanished. Liu Jihan stammered as she mentioned his name, puzzled as to why she took such initiative after the fact. She approached Cheng Dalei slowly. As the blanket that covered her body fell down, she thought that perhaps it might have been a surge of emotion that built up for over a year, a watering down, something that should have happened a long time ago. She climbed onto Cheng Dalei's bed and crawled on top of him, making him blush. Both stared at each other. She then made the first move and kissed him. She closed her eyes as Cheng Dalei stared at her, and she thought in her head that as long as there was a willing person who took a little initiative and poked through the thin window paper once, it would burst like a soap bubble. Liu Jihan's gaze remained fixed on Cheng Dalei, even though she was on top of him, and her feet stiffened. Then both sides came to their senses, and everything went smoothly. The two made love under the moon. Meanwhile, a system notification indicated that the system reset was completed. It welcomed the use of the Mountain Bandit System 2.0 and questioned whether the system sprite should be refused. The system stated that the system sprite Zin, who was in fusion, was expected to wake up in a couple of hours. Another notification appeared, stating that a mission reset was in progress, and that missions were being issued. As the notification stated, a new mission was received, and it was to kidnap the oppressor's wife. Liu Jihan giggled, mumbling that she could finally catch up with Su Ying this time. A new notification appeared, stating that the mission had been completed and that he had been rewarded with the flying sword technique, which had explosive fireworks. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers marched down the street, while the four brothers watched from atop a roof. Guan Yu informed them that Cheng Dalei's character would not allow him to be so restrained, and that he heard nothing about him in the entire capital state. Liu Bei went on to say that the martial arts competition was tomorrow, and if Cheng Dalei was really in town, he would be there. Guan Yu assumed Tong Fei would be there as well since she should be working for the government. Zhao Zilong stated that perhaps their paths would cross again, but he wasn't sure if Tong Fei would be as gracious then. They then jumped at the same time when they were told to go. The four jumped from one roof to the next. A massive pile of paper was placed on the table. Tong Fei was resting beside it. As she read, she pondered that in Yuzhou, there were rumors that the Toad Village had wiped out the 100 Ringers, and she wondered if Yang Longting was not involved in any way. And, as she read, the Toad King was a divine axe general with divine abilities, as well as spells that summon the wind and rain. She then placed the report as she could not believe everything and thought that it was all just market rumors. Tong Fei sat, thinking that the only thing she could be sure of was that the Toad Village and Yang Longting probably harbored grudges, as confirmed by the way all four brothers treated Yang Longting. She closed her eyes and contemplated. Tong Fei pondered that if Cheng Dalei did not die, he should appear at the martial arts competition tomorrow. A soldier appeared, greeting Tong Fei and informing her that they got away. The man asked if they should send someone to catch them. Tong Fei responded that they couldn't escape her as long as they were in the city, and there was no need because they wouldn't leave until they found Cheng Dalei. And she added that she could probably guess where they would go. The next day at the War God Mansion, Yang Longting's young servants assisted him in putting on his armor, starting from his boots and ascending to his arm plates. Once fully encased in his armor, Yang Longting wore a somber expression as he pondered the stifling heat. Concerned, Shanyan addressed Yang Longting respectfully, reminding him of the impending martial arts examination, and the people waiting for the ceremony to begin. Shanyan couldn't hide his unease as he hesitated to ask Yang Longting if he needed the appearance. Yang Longting responded firmly, insisting on the necessity of his appearance, emphasizing the importance of caution. A single mistake could be critical, and commenting about others found it annoying. However, Shanyan persisted, mentioning the inconvenience of the heavy armor, that it wasn't convenient to move around in the hot weather. Yang Longting, feeling somewhat withdrawn, questioned whether he truly appeared strange in his armor. Finding the situation awkward, Shanyan awkwardly suggested that Yang Longting could consider changing into casual clothes. Following their conversation, a soldier addressed Yang Longting, urging him to mount his horse and walk through Chang'an's streets, allowing the city's residents to catch a glimpse of Yang Longting. However, Yang Longting declined the suggestion, expressing his discomfort with being in the spotlight, and insisting on taking a carriage instead. As they proceeded through the streets of Chang'an, a person addressed him and implored him to take care of himself. Another person expressed their desire to see Yang Longting in all his glory. Someone reminded Yang Longting to stay hydrated and avoid staying up too late. Yet another enthusiastic supporter was overjoyed about Yang Longting's presence. Inside the carriage, Yang Longting pondered the fact that even when he wore casual clothes, he still had to wear gold light armor with it. He also questioned the idea of riding an unprotected horse. With a vigilant eye, he watched the surroundings outside the carriage, concerned about potential threats to his safety, such as someone making an attempt at his life or an arrow being shot from a high place. After he contemplated, they finally arrived at the barracks. A messenger called Yang Longting, informing him that Emperor Ming had invited him. In a respectful manner, Yang Longting announced his name, stating that he was there to meet the emperor. Emperor Ming, acknowledging Yang Longting's status, dispelled the need for excessive politeness and invited him to come up and sit with him. Yang Longting bowed in response to Emperor Ming as he agreed. He reflected that only those who have power over the dynasty have the privilege to sit with the emperor on this stage. Yang Longting pondered the powerful figures within the empire, such as Qi Xiang, the general of the heavenly policy, and the key ministries, as they were the centers of power of the empire. He also noted the interest of the emissaries of the rings in the martial arts examinations. With a sense of ambition, Yang Longting believed that from that day, he, too, could rise and sit beside Emperor Ming. He envisioned a future where he would have a place of significance within the great empire. Amidst his thoughts, Liu Aji reminded Emperor Ming that it was time to begin, prompting Emperor Ming to signal the start. Suddenly, the atmosphere was filled with the resonating sound of drums as the martial arts examination got underway at the barracks. Cheng Dalei then made an announcement following the drumming, emphasizing that that day marked the final day of the martial arts exams to determine the martial arts scholar. He explained that the competition consisted of 3 phases: archery, horse fighting, and strategic questions. Cheng Dalei instructed the candidates to enter, and the first competition of archery was about to begin. The first competitor demonstrated exceptional archery skills. He hit the dummy target with each shot accurately. The host then provided a breakdown of the results, indicating that Liu Wu hit 10 arrows on the target, 1 in the throat, 3 in the shoulder, 1 in the chest, and 4 in the lower body. After the first competitor finished, Cheng Dalei called for the next person to step forward. The second competitor also showcased impressive archery skills with accurate shots. The host again detailed the results for Quen, hitting the target in the head, 1 in the throat, 2 in the shoulder, 1 in the chest, and 4 in the lower body. Finally, the host announced that the winner of the first archery match was Quen. Cheng Dalei, though, expressed doubts about the strength of the 2 competitors, considering them to be average. He questioned how they could have reached the final stage of the martial arts exam and decided to view their information. Upon further investigation, Cheng Dalei was in disbelief as he discovered that the competitors were actually Jiu Zhang and Liu Qingming, and they were graded as excellent. He noted that both competitors simply changed their names and got back into the competition. Cheng Dalei continued to ponder the 2 individuals who were pushed into participating in the martial arts examination, and believed that they must have possessed some skill, but in his opinion, they seemed more like attractive yet useless nobles. He reflected on something Wanner said was right in her judgment about them. While looking towards the platform, Cheng Dalei noted the idea that the faction wanted their own people to win and thought that these competitors depended on their family background to win the competition. Cheng Dalei also criticized the competition itself, describing it as rigged and expressing his belief that it was influenced by certain people behind him. While his gaze was fixed on Yang Longting and mentioned Yang Longting's name in his thoughts, Yang Longting's awkward smiles were suddenly shifted to the vague sense of unease in Yang Longting's heart, which was boosted to the extreme. He had a terrified expression on his face and was speechless with sudden emotion, while Qi Xiang inquired about Yang Longting's condition, calling him son-in-law. Terrified, Yang Longting contemplated whether his strange feeling of unease could be from the hot weather or the possibility of heat stroke. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spectators, there was another person, besides Yang Longting, experiencing a similar feeling. Jin Wendao's face showed alarm as well, even though he remained silent. As the competition continued, Cheng Dalei raised his hands and announced Game 2, the horse fight, instructing both teams to prepare. He then declared to start. The competitors engaged in battling and horseback riding, and one of them exclaimed with a forceful shout as he managed to block the attacks. Cheng Dalei provided commentary on the duel, noting that the horse fight between the two competitors wasn't particularly marvelous. While in the crowd, the military faction commented that, unlike previous occasions when wooden swords or spears were used, this time, the competitors were armed with real swords and spears. Another military member discussed the importance of the horse's understanding of human nature and its ability to make decisions on when to charge or collide. A civilian faction expressed excitement. While Wanner and Emperor Ming were focused on watching the fight, they could hear comments from their surroundings. One person commented on the competitors dismounting, with one wearing black and the other in white, and appreciated the way they fought in circles, forming a rotating yin-yang diagram. Another person commented on the intensity of the clash, noting that as the spear moved faster, the sword became sharper, emphasizing the risk of serious injury or even death if there was any carelessness during such a clash. Emperor Ming asked Wanner for her thoughts on the competitors, suggesting that if she didn't like Niu Sanjin, she could choose one of the two contestants. In response, Wanner declared that she wouldn't choose and threatened to go on a hunger strike if forced to do so, to which Emperor Ming responded with silence. Chuckles. Emperor Ming then turned to Yanli, inquiring if the Ring tribe had children. Yanli responded that their tribe didn't have such children because they had already defeated them in the past. Emperor Ming couldn't find words to respond. As the horseback battle intensified, the sound of hooves clattering filled the air. Liu Wu successfully hit Gwen during his attack, causing him to fall off his horse. Cheng Dalei then announced Liu Wu as the winner of the second horse battle. Liu Aji commented on the match outcome, not expecting a win and a loss, and believed that the winner would likely be determined in the third match. Emperor Ming acknowledged this assessment with a simple nod. The final part to determine the winner was questions about strategy, which was decided by Emperor Ming. The civil and military officials naturally took advantage of this and tried to get a good impression for their favorite participants. The civilian faction acknowledged Gwen's excellent sword skills, while the military faction noted that Liu Wu won and praised his exceptional skills, considering his age. Another person chimed in, expressing admiration and referring to the competitors as fine scholars and soldiers. Others commented that they believed Gwen and Liu Wu's skills were not much different, anticipating that Gwen might win the next game. Some believed that even in defeat, one could claim an honorable defeat, while the Ring tribe in front of them remained silent. As the argument continued, one side believed Liu was better, while the other responded that Gwen was stronger. Amidst the crowd's argument, Yanli, who was silent, was visibly irritated by the arguments behind him. He then spoke up, saying that with so many people in the Empire, he questioned whether the Empire's martial arts champion would be selected from just these two. Amused, Yanli commented that it was just like that, leaving the civilian and military factions taken aback by his audacious statement. Yanli showed a respectful gesture to Emperor Ming and proposed that their warriors compete with the Empire's top martial artists. In response to Yanli's suggestion, Emperor Ming sought an excuse, stating that the two competitors were too exhausted to continue fighting right now. Yanli assured Emperor Ming that their warriors would not take unfair advantage of others while they recovered their strength, hoping that the emperor would not refuse. Emperor Ming contemplated Yanli's proposal for a moment before agreeing to let them compete, to which Liu Aji expressed concern and tried to stop. But Yanli then complimented Emperor Ming as wise. Then Yanli called for Xu Lei's name in the crowd. He instructed him to go and compete with them. Cheng Dalei caught the attention of Xu Lei. He contemplated with curiosity as he glanced at Xu Lei and thought that this was going to be fun. In preparation for the battle, Xu Lei stretched his body. Yanli called Gwen and Liu Wu and encouraged them not to decline the challenge from their fellow tribesmen. Xu Lei challenged them not to hesitate to fight together, and then both of them rushed to attack him. Gwen warned Liu to be careful, as the two competitors launched their assault on Xu Lei. On the other hand, Yanli glanced back at Emperor Ming and reassured him by mentioning that Xu Lei was no ordinary talent on the step. But Emperor Ming did not respond and looked serious at the battle. As the battles continued, Liu Wu and Gwen swung their weapons at Xu Lei, but Xu Lei skillfully managed to dodge their attacks. Amidst the intense battle, the civilian faction remarked that with 1 versus 2, they should have an advantage. A military faction chimed in, urging them to put some strength. Another military faction commented to go after Xu Lei, with a call to defeat and even kill him. With just a few moves, Gwen was swept off the horse, emitting a pained groan after Xu Lei launched his attack. Xu Lei, reveling in his triumph, mocked Gwen, saying he couldn't withstand a single blow. He continued to mock the Empire's martial scholars for their capabilities after he swung his weapon forcefully at Liu, who struggled to block it. While struggling to fend off Xu Lei's attacks, Liu Wu clarified that Quen was not the Empire's martial scholar, and that he himself was the one being sought as the martial scholar. Xu Lei responded by saying he was next and then prepared for a strong attack on Liu, who was ready to block it. However, Xu Lei managed to dismount Liu's weapon after he swung his weapon, causing Liu to lose his balance. Xu Lei laughed as Liu Wu fell from his horse. Both civilian and military factions fell into stunned silence, their expressions darkened with disbelief. Then Xu Lei proudly raised his weapon high as he mentioned the martial scholar. He looked up and proclaimed his victory over the Empire's martial scholar, then burst out laughing. With a proud smile, Yanli looked at Emperor Ming and said that his men may not know the rules and do not understand what is important. He hoped for Emperor Ming's forgiveness while wearing a smile on his face. Emperor Ming remained in a serious expression, while the civilian and military factions remained silent as they wore expressions of embarrassment. Within the barracks, an imperial guard addressed Tong Fei, asking her if they were going to make a move. Tong Fei responded that it was inappropriate to discuss their status without the emperor's order. She cautioned his men not to go too far. However, the imperial guard expressed his concern and disbelief at the idea of allowing the Ring tribe barbarians to act wildly like that. Xiao Yu appeared out of nowhere, stood atop the wall, and wore a soft fabric mask. He called out to Ring's ruffians, telling them that they shouldn't go crazy because Chang'an was not a place for them to run wild. Curious about the voice, Xu Lei looked towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu then swiftly jumped below and landed flawlessly in front of Xu Lei. Surprised, Cheng Dalei thought to himself that Xiao Yu had not left yet. At the same time, Jin Wendao was also surprised and recognized Xiao Yu. Cheng Dalei pondered if Xiao Yu still intended to seek justice from Emperor Ming by dressing in this manner. He remarked Xiao Yu as an empire's noble and couldn't tolerate the Ring's arrogance as he came forward. Xu Lei quickly moved to attack Xiao Yu, insulted him as a hairy boy, and questioned where he came from. Without hesitation, Xu Lei declared to take a strike from his spear. Xiao Yu, prepared action from the attack, told Xu Lei to come. Both Xu Lei and Xiao Yu launched their attacks simultaneously, resulting in a clash where they blocked each other's moves. Xu Lei, acknowledging Xiao Yu's skills, complimented him, to which Xiao Yu responded that he was not bad either. Xiao Yu unleashed his wave breaker Vort's technique and made it clear that he didn't have time to play with him. He managed to land a blow on Xu Lei's arms, leaving Xu Lei surprised. Cheng Dalei observed the battle. He thought that Xiao Yu could win in this situation. But Cheng Dalei also realized the consequences of Xiao Yu showing the skills of the wave-breaking spear. He was concerned that if Xiao Yu's skills drew too much attention, it might lead someone to associate him with a previous assassination. He felt the need to find a way to save Xiao Yu. As the battle continued, Xu Lei taunted Xiao Yu and laughed hard as he told Xiao Yu that he could run away if he didn't want to fight. Xiao Yu found Xu Lei annoying and unleashed a formidable swing at him. After he swung his spear, he was able to dismount Xu Lei, causing Xu Lei's horse to get hurt. Xiao Yu skillfully sidestepped as the horse lost its balance, leading to Xu Lei falling from his horse as it ran away. Xiao Yu attempted to finish Xu Lei while he was still lying on the ground, screaming as he had the advantage. With a grim expression, Xu Lei braced for the impending strike, but to his surprise, Xiao Yu spared his life as he redirected his attack to the ground. As the battle concluded, the civilian faction rejoiced and stammered while exclaiming that Xiao Yu won. Jin Wendao was fascinated and found himself wondering when Xiao Yu became so strong. At the same time, Liu Aji acknowledged Xiao Yu as a teenage warrior of the Empire. Even Emperor Ming couldn't help but react with a low chuckle. Xu Lei, still lying down, appeared to breathe heavily. With a serious expression, Xiao Yu exhaled deeply as he made the decision to spare Xu Lei's life. As Xu Lei rose to his feet after being defeated, Xiao Yu turned away from him, unaware of Xu Lei's intentions. Unseen by Xiao Yu, Xu Lei appeared to plot something behind him. Concerned for Xu Lei's well-being, Yanli advised him to retreat, emphasizing that he was no match for Xiao Yu. However, Xu Lei called out Xiao Yu in a respectful tone, expressing his admiration of Xiao Yu, stating that Xiao Yu was more powerful than the two martial artists, admitting that he could not beat him. He also expressed a desire to learn from Xiao Yu, saying that when he had the opportunity, he would ask for Xiao's advice. In response, Xiao Yu glanced at him and affirmed his words. It turned out that the dignity and demeanor of the Ring tribe were only given to the people they respected. In acknowledgement of this, Xu Lei humbly bowed to Xiao Yu, who had just turned away from him. It was concluded that he was the winner. Meanwhile, the female audience couldn't help but be captivated by Xiao Yu's charisma, their eyes gleaming with hearts fluttering. One of the ladies inquired about Xiao Yu's identity, while the other declared her desire for her father to propose a marriage to Xiao Yu's family. Another lady couldn't contain her enthusiasm as she competed for his attention, while the other exclaimed over his handsomeness. At that very moment and in the same place, Zhang Fei told his group that it was Xiao Yu. It then occurred to Zai Long that if Xiao Yu was there, Cheng Dalei must also be present in the same place. Liu Bei concluded that their trip was indeed not in vain, and they just needed to wait and see. While deep in thought, Wanner found Xiao Yu's face familiar and wondered if he had any connection to Cheng Dalei. She speculated that Emperor Ming's intention was to reward Xiao Yu greatly, believing that he had the potential to reach the top in the future. He is here and standing in front of this high platform. It seems that the opportunity to rise to the top is just around the corner. In her thoughts, Wanner wondered why Xiao Yu was dressed in white, as he appeared to be wearing mourning attire. With a low chuckle, Emperor Ming addressed Xiao Yu and asked about his name and where he learned his skills from. In response, Xiao Yu introduced himself as a common person, Lin Xiao Yu. He firmly planted his weapon into the ground before continuing to speak. With a deep sign of respect, he kneeled and explained that he came seeking justice on behalf of his father. After Xiao Yu introduced himself, the crowd fell into a sudden silence, with all eyes wandering as he remained kneeling. The general exchanged curious glances, while Qi Zhang pretended to nap. The military and civilian factions turned a blind eye. On the other hand, Jin Wendao, recognizing Xiao Yu, commented that they hadn't met in a long time and asked why he appeared so down. But Xiao Yu remained kneeling, wearing a serious expression. Curious, Tong Fei glanced at the Imperial Guard and asked about Xiao Yu, who definitely did not see his name in the posts. She asked how Xiao Yu got in, to which the Imperial Guard was speechless. In her mind, she quickly dismissed her curiosity, realizing her position didn't allow her to blame them either as her attention shifted to Zai Long groups. Just then, with an annoyed expression, Liu Aji instructed the Imperial Guards to escort those causing disruptions in the martial arts competition out. Xiao Yu vehemently protested against the Imperial Guards who were forcibly dragging him away, screaming at them that he didn't mean to disrupt the competition. He continued to express his agony, claims about his father, Lin Wenchen, who devoted himself to being loyal, and said that the heavens and the earth saw it. Outrage was visibly on his face as he asked Emperor Ming why he beheaded his father and left a name that would stink for eternity, and desperately cried out for his father's return before the Imperial Guards were forced to cover his mouth. He wanted to seek justice, but sometimes even the word justice cannot be said. While Xiao Yu was being dragged away, Cheng Dalei appeared in the area and just observed the situation. But worry was evident on his face as he mentioned Xiao Yu's name in his thoughts. During that time, young Longting's thoughts reflected on the situation. He appeared to be somewhat amused by the martial arts competition being ruined by the Ring tribe and Xiao Yu, who shouted for justice. He believed that Xiao Yu would surely be thrown in prison. After the earlier events were resolved, Liu Aji inquired of Emperor Ming about the next steps, mentioning the reward ceremony. But before he could complete his sentence, Emperor Ming then instructed him to continue. Liu Aji then announced to sound the drums, fire the cannons, play music, and performed a dance. He also instructed the Imperial Guards to salute and mentioned that the next part of the ceremony involved a sword and spear dance. Wanner seized the moment to inform Emperor Ming that she hired an opera singer to arrange a play to replace the original sword and spear dance. Emperor Ming approved of Wanner's idea and expressed his willingness to see it. The audience at the event commented on how thoroughly prepared Wanner was, while others giggled, complimenting her for being so thoughtful. The beautiful melodies of the gazheng filled the air. The audience's anticipation grew. A person in the crowd pointed excitedly while another shielded their eyes to see the stage more clearly. The performers, dressed in their striking outfits, gathered on the stage. As they began to perform their song, the Demon King of the North awoke. The sky was cold, the ground was frozen, and snow stretched endlessly into the horizon. Liu Zhai and Jai Tao, with their captivating voices, sang their part together. Jai Tao's voice was filled with foreboding as she emphasized, a calamity was approaching. Then, Liu Zhai followed, her voice carrying the weight of the song. Yet the mortals were still immersed in their own little dreams and suddenly came. The demons donned black and sprouted fangs, accompanied their dramatic entrance, complete with eerie demon masks. The performance unfolded further as Jai Tao's expression turned serious and continued. The city walls were broken. The common people died, and the nobles ran. While she sang, she began to dance gracefully, illustrating the song. A bloody battle ensued. Bones piled into mountains and blood ran like a river. And the soldiers scattered, running for their lives, with Jai Tao's dramatic performance bringing the scene to life. The peasants fell without a chance to run. Jai Tao illustrated her dramatic acting as she looked up to the sky. The freshly sown farms were trampled on. The audience couldn't help but be drawn into the story as they stood on their seats, gasping from the music and acting. As the narrative of the song continued, Jai Tao's acting intensified as she portrayed the destruction and sang, "Houses set on fire, bodies of children hanging from wooden posts." Her emotions conveyed the sadness of the tragedy. "And I too was defiled." She even reached out her hands as if trying to grasp the heavens themselves. The tempo of the song shifted, and another actor entered the stage. The song continued questioning, "Where are those who promised to protect us?" They ran so fast that even the wind had to concede. Liu Zhai emphasized the question, capturing the audience's attention. Why did such a calamity happen? Does heaven want to punish those on earth? Or do the gods not sympathize with mortal men? As the drumming grew more intense, the drama continued to unfold. Suddenly, a mountain warrior descended. Liu Zhai engaged in a dynamic act battle with the demon. His gaze was cold and unforgiving, his blade a weapon of mass slaughter. Although he was alone, he stood his ground against an army of tens of thousands. On the first day, the soldiers feasted. On the second day, armors were donned. The drumming became more intense, conveying the narrative of the performance. The dong from the drum resonated in the air. On the third day, swords were unsheathed. On the fourth day, the soldiers fought. They acted as if the demon won the battle between the soldiers. Fought, bled, killed. To the front, the war raged. To the back, our people schemed. It turned out I was always alone in this war. The audience was left speechless by the performance as they felt a deep connection to the song. While Qiuxiang's somber expression mirrored the gravity of the song's narrative, the old general had no food to feed the soldiers and was defeated. He returned to the capital and was decapitated. Finally, as the demon tribe was forced out of their lands, the demon conveyed their defeat. The noble who ran returned and was hailed as a commander, portrayed humorously by the clown actor. He did nothing, yet was praised to the heavens. How unjust is the world! Do you not have battle armors? Come, let us share mine. Jai Tao's face showed emotion of unfairness as she sang, Do you not have battle armors? Come, we shall fight together. Do you not have battle armors? Come, brother, I met you on the other side. By the time the three lines were sung, the audience was left in stunned silence. Uncertain emotions filled the air. All eyes turned to Emperor Ming's face, attempting to gauge his reaction. They pondered if Emperor Ming could continue watching it. Emperor Ming's expression, once passive, was now serious and intrigued as he commented that the performance was interesting. Jin Wendao suddenly stood up during the performance, his jaw clenched as he knew that Cheng Dalei was there. He appeared to be terrified, believing that Cheng Dalei was there right now. He thought that Cheng Dalei was dead, but now sure that he was alive and present there. His face shifted from terror to concern as he looked at his surroundings. Right now, young Longting's inner thoughts were in a mess, and his heart was racing, as he thought that Cheng Dalei wasn't dead. He cursed in his mind, realizing he should have known when they couldn't find Cheng Dalei's corpse. Fear was evident in his eyes as he imagined Cheng Dalei had already found his way there. He anxiously wondered where Cheng Dalei was and who he might be disguised as. Meanwhile, at the performance, the drums died down, but the performers continued their act, with Jai Tao still singing. The wicked demon king had been banished. Yet, the hero who killed him was persecuted by the people. Liu Zhai acted as though, as she presented the narration, that she had been captured, while the noble who ran away was glorified by the people. The audience was open-mouthed because the impact of the song and performance was so real. Amidst the performance, Jai Tao walked to the center as she continued to sing. The black dog chased flies in the sky. As she sang with passion, the koi chased the horses on land. The hot-blooded heroes turned cold. Jai Tao poured her emotions, expressing herself with fervor. And the runaway noble became the empire's war god, and narrated how the world's perception can be deceptive. Who said those who work in the shadows cannot be heroes? Who said those who stand in the light are all heroes? She spread her arms as her voice carried the weight of their song. With her voice reaching its peak, she delivered. It turned out, this entire world was filled with false heroes, and the story of the false hero happened in another world. Jai Tao, standing boldly before the audience, delivered the song with unwavering conviction. She implored everyone in the audience to not think too much. Despite the performance ending, the audience from the imperial court remained in stunned silence, deeply impacted by the emotional and thought-provoking act. While Tong Fei could not help but assume that Wanner did not intend such a play, she believed that someone else was behind this. At the same time, Zai Long remarked that the play was something like that, believing they made the right choice going there. Zhang Fei was curious about Zai Long's comment, asking what he meant, prompting Liu Bei to explain that the only one who could write such a play was Cheng Dalei, and decided to wait and see. On the opposite side of the audience, the crowd of ringers erupted in enthusiastic applause, with Ringer giving compliments to them. Another ringer commented that the story was so detailed, asking if it was real. Liu Aji called out Emperor Ming, who was initially unresponsive. Eventually, Emperor Ming acknowledged with a simple compliment, while clapping without much reaction. In a serious face, he then instructed the actors to take a rest, which they confirmed. After instructing the actors, Liu Aji proceeded to make an important announcement, declaring to hear the imperial decree. He announced the name of Yang Longting and Cheng Dalei to come forth. Yang Longting smiled as he slowly walked above. Upon his arrival, he knelt in front, while Liu Aji announced the rewards, stating in Yang Longting's name that he would be granted the title of Warlord, Weapons, and Land. Liu Aji continued, acknowledging Cheng Dalei's role, stating that he had made great contributions as a general, and he would be granted the title of the Great General of the Northwest. Cheng Dalei, in his thoughts, reflected on the irony of the situation, thinking that the play just now mocked Yang Longting, and now they were rewarding him. As he walked to the top, Cheng Dalei insulted Emperor Ming as an old fogy, suspecting that Emperor Ming intentionally must have done it. Liu Aji then told them to heed Emperor Ming's order, prompting Yang Longting to bow and humbly respond that he dared not receive such a generous reward. Emperor Ming, displaying his wisdom, acknowledged Yang Longting's modesty, saying that Yang Longting had made great contributions to the empire, and that he did not need to be humble since that is what he deserved. However, Yang Longting was filled with determination as he declined the offer, expressing that he was not being humble, as he really felt that he did not deserve it. He continued, saying that he had something that he must say, and hoping for Emperor Ming's forgiveness of his rudeness, to which Emperor Ming let him speak after he stood up, reminding him that there was no need to keep kneeling. Yang Longting began by telling Emperor Ming that he had something that had been on his mind for such a long time, but could not gather the courage to say it. Emperor Ming told him that he should say what he wanted to say, as Yang Longting was also supposed to give a speech that day. Yang Longting then gathered the courage to speak his mind. He began by addressing the reward plentiful, and expressing concern about the condition in Yuzhou which lacked food and people. He remarked that Emperor Ming was not rewarding that, then he requested Emperor Ming for it, and mentioned that he was not asking for it himself but rather asking it for the common people of Yuzhou, remarking their current lives were miserable. With humbleness, Yang Longting declined the rewards, including the title of the warlord, and suggested that someone else deserved it. A concerned person voiced from the crowd, asking about to whom the title should be given. In response to the person, Yang Longting decisively said that it belonged to Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei was taken aback by Yang Longting's decisiveness, cursing him in his thoughts. He believed that Yang Longting was trying to disgust him to the point of death and remarked with a threat that Yang Longting would be dead now. Emperor Ming was intrigued by Cheng Dalei's name and mentioned that he had heard of the name before. Yang Longting told the story of a time when Emperor Ming ordered someone to inquire if he knew Cheng Dalei, during which he revealed Cheng Dalei's identity as a mountain bandit, but mentioned that Cheng Dalei swore an oath of life and death with him. He mentioned the battle against the rings. Yang Longting lied, claiming that he only gave commands from the back, while Cheng Dalei was the one facing the front lines. He continued to deceive, stating that Cheng Dalei had suffered a grievous injury in the battle, and he was unable to save him. And since Cheng Dalei passed away, Yang Longting believed that his great name should forever remain in the world, while Cheng Dalei stood at his back. He remarked emotionally that sometimes he wanted to ask for more rewards, but being able to meet someone like Cheng Dalei in his life was more than enough. As the heartfelt words resonated with the audience, the person chimed in again, stating that Yang Longting valued friendship so much. Furrowing his brow in anger, Cheng Dalei thought that Yang Longting was trying to write an apology, so he threatened Yang Longting in his thoughts again as he waited. Liu Aji intervened, telling Emperor Ming that he sent someone to investigate last year, and Yang Longting said that Cheng Dalei died of serious injury. Emperor Ming expressed regret, saying that it was a shame. Yang Longting continued to honor Cheng Dalei's memory, proclaiming that Cheng Dalei sacrificed his body to defend the empire. Dying in the line of duty, his loyalty was paramount, and may his name ring forever. With deep emotion, Yang Longting declared he was alone on earth while Cheng Dalei was alone in heaven. He remarked his regret that in a lifetime, he might never be able to meet him again as he raised his hands above making this heartfelt statement. His voice choked with emotion as he pretended to cry while gazing up at the sky. He continued, saying that Cheng Dalei succeeded, remarking that he only left behind the spirit of a valiant hero. The words carried deep meaning as he implored Cheng Dalei, if he looked down from heaven, asking for guidance to look at the empire that he protected. Emperor Ming urged Yang Longting to stop dwelling on the dead person who could not live again and asked him to stop it now. However, Yang Longting kept his act, kneeling and making a heartfelt request to Emperor Ming to reward Cheng Dalei so that his spirit might find rest in heaven. Emperor Ming agreed to reward Cheng Dalei as a hero such as this was a crime against all heroes under heaven. He also requested that Yang Longting should not decline the reward as the empire still needed great generals like himself. Emperor Ming highlighted the importance of nurturing future generations of heroes like Cheng Dalei, remarking that they needed more heroes like Cheng Dalei, recognizing that the empire would never see defeat again. Yang Longting expressed his gratitude to Emperor Ming for his great benevolence. In the next set, Liu Aji instructed Yang Longting that he would personally give Cheng Dalei his seal of military command, prompting Yang Longting to affirm it. Emperor Ming handed the tray of rewards to Liu Aji, signifying the formal granting of honors. As Yang Longting walked over to Cheng Dalei, accompanied by 2 eunuchs carrying the rewards, he narrowed his eyes as thoughts briefly wandered, noting the brightness of the sun that day. He spoke to Cheng Dalei, remarking that the empire needed a young hero like him. The crowd commented on the reward, starting with the civilian faction hearing rumors that Emperor Ming thought very highly of Cheng Dalei, and remarked that he would become a famous general in the future, while the military faction planned to build a close relationship with him, considering that Cheng Dalei was still young and the future was believed to be limitless. In her thoughts, Wen'er appeared to be happy as she took pride in having nurtured Cheng Dalei personally. Yang Longting reassured Cheng Dalei that the rest of the empire, and he would also remember his deeds in their hearts. But Cheng Dalei did not respond to him. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei set a different tone as he asserted that there was something he hoped Yang Longting could return to him. Yang Longting looked nervous, asking him what. Cheng Dalei's eyes were filled with anger. He demanded justice, leaving Yang Longting visibly agitated. Fear could be seen in Yang Longting's eyes. As everyone in the world looked for justice, Yang Longting stumbled over his words as he recognized Cheng Dalei and exclaimed that it was him. But the existence of justice in this world remained a question. Cheng Dalei abruptly drew his sword with one hand, grasped it, and struck Yang Longting forcefully, in defense of those who were unjust, using his straightforward sword technique. Everyone's faces were in shock as they witnessed the sudden attack. Only a small trickle of blood emerged from Yang Longting's chest. Realizing that Yang Longting was wearing inner armor, Cheng Dalei quickly closed the distance between them, determination burning in his eyes. Yang Longting, still recovering from the initial attack, saw Cheng Dalei approaching but couldn't react in time. Fear was evident on Yang Longting's face as he was one step away from success. As the silhouette of Yang Longting was forcibly pushed across the platform, he pondered why the future war god of the empire had to be brought down by the current war god of the empire. Cheng Dalei struck Yang Longting in the body once more, causing both of them to tumble out onto the platform. His face twisted with anger as he insulted Yang Longting, calling him a coward and demanding his death. With unrelenting vigor, Cheng Dalei continued to strike at Yang Longting's armor. He slashed intensely, causing Yang Longting's armor to break, and relentlessly attacked him and managed to slash with his sword, seeing blood in the process, causing blood to splatter on his face while blood seeped from Yang Longting's mouth. As his voice filled with anger, Cheng Dalei used his skillful speedy sword explosive fireworks, the final blow of his attack, piercing deep into Yang Longting's chest. Panic spread among the Imperial Guards and spectators, with cries for help over to Yang Longting and calls for the Imperial Guards to intervene. They marched towards Cheng Dalei with weapons on them, as Cheng Dalei's sword became wet from the blood that pierced Yang Longting's chest. Yang Longting groaned in pain, clutching his injuries. He slowly uttered Cheng Dalei's name. Cheng Dalei expressed his anger, claiming that it was only fair to take Yang Longting's life after Yang Longting had brought down his village. Yang Longting's eyes narrowed as he pondered who once asked him for fairness in a similar manner. Memories resurfaced, and he mumbled in confirmation that there was someone who asked him for justice like before. He muttered again, asking who that man was. He asked himself redundantly who it was, as he struggled to envision his face. He then pictured a man with his back turned, standing in front of him. When the man he envisioned glanced at him, he realized it was his friend Han Huju. Yang Longting sighed, dismissing the memory. A man who has cheated the world all his life will be approached by someone sooner or later. Justice is in the heart. The vision of Han Huju faded away. Yang Longting died as he returned to reality, leaving Cheng Dalei holding the sword firmly while staring at his lifeless body. The Imperial Guard approached, and the crowd continued to call out Yang Longting's name, with some demanding Cheng Dalei be captured alive. On the platform, the civilian and military factions were left in shock. They were unsure of what to say about the event in the imperial city. Amid the confusion, some still questioned whether Yang Longting was truly dead, while others insisted on his demise, claiming that the empire had disgraced itself. Jin Wendao recognized Cheng Dale. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang wondered who Cheng Dale was. The weight Cheng Dale carried on his shoulders for a year seemed to dissipate on that day as he stood there, feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. In the midst of the chaotic event, Wanner wondered about the grudge that Cheng Dale held against Yang Longting. With concern in her eyes, she once hoped that Cheng Dale would have a bright future and rise to the top. However, it now seemed that he dragged himself down into the abyss, while she watched Cheng Dale being surrounded by the soldiers. Fueled by aggression, the soldiers were relieved that Cheng Dale was still alive. Undeterred by them, Cheng Dale questioned whether they still had the guts to draw their swords, considering that the Ring tribe scared them all out of their wits a year ago. Within the crowd, factions from the military murmured, with one person questioning if he was Cheng Dale, and another person was confused, as it was said that he was dead, wondering why Cheng Dale wanted to kill Yang Longting if they had a good relationship, while others questioned the secrets behind it. Amidst the confusion, Liu Aji sought Emperor Ming's attention, inquiring about the sword in Cheng Dale's hand. Emperor Ming, who observed with a serious demeanor, identified the sword as the 6th artifact common sword. With measured authority, Emperor Ming ordered Cheng Dale to be captured, and if they couldn't capture him, they were to kill him. Slowly, Emperor Ming rose from his seat and told Liu Aji that they were heading back to the palace, with Liu Aji assisting him. As the soldiers surrounded Cheng Dale, one of them urged his fellow soldiers to follow him in avenging Yang Longting, and their comrade who died a year ago. The soldiers' faces showed anger and determination to kill Cheng Dale as they rushed to attack him. Cheng Dale, facing overwhelming odds, engaged to confront the soldiers with remarkable speed and skill. He showcased his martial technique, known as the Teenage Quick Sword, bursting fireworks, causing the guards to be sent sprawling in all directions. Liu Bei saw Cheng Dale and urged the others to go. Liu Bei, Zai Long, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei leaped into action from atop the wall, determined to help Cheng Dale to break through. Unaware of his group's presence, Cheng Dale remained locked in a fierce battle against the soldiers, inflicting wounds that caused the soldiers to creak. Without fear, the soldiers continued to attack, determined to kill, and attempted to surround Cheng Dale, while he responded with his bursting firework technique to block their every move. The soldiers were determined not to let him get away. Yet Cheng Dale, undaunted, skillfully fended them off. With determination in their eyes, the soldiers were relentless in killing Cheng Dale, as they couldn't believe that he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Suddenly, on the flip side, Cheng Dale's group initiated a surprise attack on the soldiers from behind. Catching them off guard, some questioned the unexpected intrusion. The sudden attack surprised Cheng Dale, prompting him to turn in that direction. Liu Bei with a smirk led the group and announced to Cheng Dale that they had arrived. While observing the situation below, Tong Fei identified the broken formation. She cursed at Cheng Dale's group who joined in, and that prompted her to take action. With a swift leap, she descended from above, aiming to intercept the group of Cheng Dale. Tong Fei sternly warned them, determined to stop their advance. Guan Yu warned them to be careful of Tong Fei's approach, but Zai Long declared that he would take care of Tong Fei on his own. He immediately jumped towards Tong Fei and used his martial technique, the 100 Dazzling Flowers Jade Phoenix. Their clash resulted in a powerful impact, sending a gust of wind rippling through the area. After the clash, Tong Fei questioned Zai Long's loyalty, believing that Cheng Dale bewitched him for disregarding their discipleship. Zai Long was determined to seek justice for their fallen comrade and believed he might be able to offend Tong Fei about it. He then looked at his group, reassured them that he would take care of Tong Fei, and urged them to help Cheng Dale. Liu Bei expressed doubts about whether Zai Long could really beat her, while Zai Long expressed uncertainty, confident that he should be able to. Guan Yu, on the other hand, told Zhang Fei to go there with Liu Bei while he himself would help Zai Long. As Guan Yu and Zai Long charged into action, Tong Fei told them to come, readying herself for the clash. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei and Liu Bei rushed toward Cheng Dale. While Cheng Dale continued to fend off the soldiers, one of them exclaimed that he stopped being crazy, while the others continued their relentless assault. In their desperation, one of the soldiers declared that Cheng Dale could not kill the lightning spear Wen Tailai in his life. Suddenly, a new figure entered, introducing himself as Zhu Xingsheng, the mute scholar of the minister's mansion. With confidence, he challenged Cheng Dale to taste his move. A soldier remarked that the 2 masters of the general and the minister's mansion had attacked at the same time, believing that Cheng Dale couldn't escape, while other soldier commented that this was something that never happened before. However, in an unexpected twist, Cheng Dalei used his bursting fireworks technique to easily dispatch Zhu Xingsheng. The soldier who was looking forward to the fight was shocked, his comical reactions mirroring his face. He remarked that Cheng Dalei must be a monster since the masters of the generals and ministers' mansions were no match for him. Cheng Dalei's thoughts revealed his exhaustion as he employed his martial arts skills repeatedly, yet he was aware there was no hope for a breakthrough. Just as hope appeared to dwindle, Zhang Fei appeared, slicing his way through the soldiers using the technique of catch pigs, sending the soldiers away. Zhang Fei, with determination etched on his face, informed Cheng Dalei that they were there to save him. He informed Cheng Dalei that the breakthrough was on their side, to which he agreed. With their support, Cheng Dalei succeeded in breaking through. As the barracks hunt persisted, determined soldiers urged to hold them, while the other soldiers urged to close the gates, not letting Cheng Dalei and his group break out. Others yelled that there were just 3 of them. Their voices echoed throughout the area. Zhang Fei fought his way through the soldiers, all while asking Cheng Dalei where they were heading. In response to Zhang Fei's question, Cheng Dalei stated that they were heading northwest of the city walls, while he was busy slashing out the soldiers. The soldier desperately alerted everyone that Cheng Dalei and his group were going to the left. Yet Cheng Dalei displayed remarkable skill, breaking through the formation. The soldiers laughed while urging each other to surround and fight him. The soldiers, driven by anger, approached Cheng Dalei and his allies and cornered them, even the actors and actresses who hadn't escaped in time. They called out Cheng Dalei's name, demanding to be paid with his head that day. Suspicion hung heavy in the air as they questioned whether this was a trap or a deliberate gathering of prey. Fear showed on the faces of the allies of Cheng Dalei, while Zhang Fei and Liu Bei seemed anxious, and Cheng Dalei maintained a calculated demeanor. Frightened, Jai Tao called out to Cheng Dalei, while Liu Zhai held on to her tightly as well as the actors behind them. Cheng Dalei's voice filled with confidence, noted the sunny day, that it was not raining or windy, and hinted at something ominous if they heard about the thunder coming from the ground. Suddenly, an explosion came from the ground, propelling soldiers through the air. Their screams pierced the chaotic atmosphere. Some vanished after the explosion, while others were thrown away. Chang'an's sewers are well connected, and grave robbers dug through the sewers to the place, and making gunpowder was not difficult. Already a few days ago, the grave robbers required by the fireworks order were everywhere preparing everything. Yanli and Jin Wendao displayed surprise, but Jin Wendao quickly shifted to a wide smile, expressing satisfaction. The soldiers, rattled by the explosion, were left in shock, some moaned in pain. It is uncertain how many Imperial soldiers were injured and suffered broken bones after the entire earthquake. Emerging from the ground after the explosion, Fei Yuan and Qin Man called out to Cheng Dalei, stating that they were there to save him. The soldiers, determined to kill them, rushed forward, trying to see if there was any chance of escape. They charged into them resolutely, prompting Qin Man to order Fei Yuan to use a thunderbolt to secure their retreat. Fei Yuan confirmed and activated the bombs. He aggressively taunted the soldiers as if they should eat his stink bombs. After Fei Yuan threw the bombs, the soldiers were rattled, frantically trying to evade them, their fear evident on their faces. As the bombs exploded, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, causing the soldiers to panic. Amidst the chaos, some soldiers were hit and called for help, while the others realized that the smoke was filled with toxins. Inhaling the toxins, they coughed in pain, and others succumbed to the deadly effects. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei provided an antidote to Liu Bei and Zhang Fei, and then told the rest of the group to take their antidote, urging them to retreat into the blasted sewers. He also called out to Zai Long and Guan Yu, urging them to stop fighting and that it was time to go. With the situation becoming increasingly dire, Cheng Dalei urged everyone to evacuate before the smoke cleared. The soldiers, realizing the danger, ordered their retreat and prepared their strongbow unit to get into position. The soldier commands strained before ordering to shoot. Meanwhile, some members of Cheng Dalei's group were in a hurry, saying they should get into the underground, while others urged them to move quickly and get down. However, one member pointed out that the passage was too narrow. Liu Zhai dashed towards the narrow passage, unaware of the incoming arrow. Jai Tao, though slightly late in her warning, managed to save Liu Zhai just in time. However, in her heroic act, Jai Tao herself was struck by the arrow, and her face twisted in agony as she endured the pain. Despite her injury, Jai Tao managed to smile through the pain, while Liu Zhai looked at her with concern. Cheng Dalei focused on stopping the incoming arrows, shielding them from harm. Frustration welled up within Cheng Dalei as he realized the narrow passage could lead to many people dying if nothing is done. Meanwhile, the soldiers prepared for a second wave, ordering the second unit to shoot. As the arrows filled the sky, Cheng Dale told the others to hurry up and go, stating that he would stay behind to stop them. Cheng Dale faced the onslaught of arrows, his determination unwavering as he prepared to deflect them all. In this critical moment, two hearts beat as one. The technique he was about to employ was originally Lu Xiaofeng's one finger. It was a martial art that didn't seek to kill but was mainly for defense, and it was the best technique in the world. With a single stroke, Cheng Dale deflected all the incoming arrows. Through the integration of the system, it became the ultimate blocking technique. Cheng Dale blocked all the arrows while his group hurried to escape. Among them, Fei Yuan called out to Cheng Dale, but Cheng Dale responded, urging him to go quickly, with a stab arrow from his shoulder. He continued to stand firm and block the arrows, until suddenly he stopped blocking them, to which the strongbow unit fell silent in shock, their faces confused. Meanwhile, Jin Wendao pondered Cheng Dale's strength, that he became so strong after a year of absence. Wanner contemplated that Cheng Dale was no longer the mountain bandit who managed to survive by all means when she first saw him. As Wanner viewed Cheng Dale from the platform, all arrows surrounded him. She marveled at how he had overcome so many difficult challenges with his strength that day. After Cheng Dale abruptly stopped, he exhaled heavily as he removed the pierced arrow from his shoulder. Suddenly, a soldier threw a chain and captured Cheng Dale's hand, declaring triumphantly that he had caught him, to which Cheng Dale resisted. But the soldier gleefully announced that he had successfully restrained Cheng Dale, naming him as an evil bandit. The soldier told Cheng Dale that he couldn't escape as there was already an arrow at the end of his flight. He then encouraged the others to cut Cheng Dale into pieces. Determination filled the air as the soldiers roared to kill him, to avenge Yang Longting, while Cheng Dale was still trapped by the chain. Cheng Dale felt helpless as he clenched his teeth and cursed in his thoughts. Suddenly, the system emitted a sudden beep, and there were two orbs present. Another beep followed, but the system remained inactive as she still closed her eyes. Following the continuous beeping, the system's self-test was completed. The next beep showed the system's face, and notified that the damage repair had been completed as well. Another beep was notified that the system's administrator consciously awakened as her eyes slowly opened. And another repeated beep notified the reconstructing shape, and a sudden bright light appeared on her body, as if the system was about to transform. The system, still weakened, called Cheng Dale's name. The next beep was followed by a bright flash that exploded inside the system, causing the orbs she rested to shatter due to the impact of the reconstruction. Cheng Dale reacted to it, and he groaned out the pain. The impact of the exploded aura from the system pushed the soldiers away from Cheng Dale's body. Suddenly, a supreme consciousness awakened and swept across the whole audience with an unparalleled aura. The soldiers were suddenly knocked down, and their bodies were scattered everywhere. Tong Fei's eyes were filled with disbelief as she pondered what just happened. All of a sudden, the monk appeared beside Tong Fei, greeting her with Amitabha Buddha. He then inquired Tong Fei about the meaning behind Cheng Dale's action of bringing down the soldiers. He continued, expressing his disbelief and wondering if what he witnessed was a form of lost martial art. Puzzled, Tong Fei questioned the monk why he was there and if it had something to do with an imperial decree from Emperor Ming. The monk replied that Emperor Ming had tasked him with collecting Cheng Dale's corpse, but it appeared that Cheng Dale was not dead yet. Consequently, he decided to arrest Cheng Dale and put him in prison, awaiting Emperor Ming to deal with him. Throwing back a little, just when Cheng Dale was beating the royal guards and the prison guards were almost empty, someone expressed that they didn't know how many people were locked up in the Ministry of Heavenly Justice, and also what the kid had done to be locked up in this place. His companion informed him that the kid wanted to seek justice for his father in the Imperial Arts examination, which ruined Emperor Ming and Yang Longting's mood. And the man wondered what kind of injustice had been done to his father that he was pleading for justice. The other answered that the kid's father was the coward of war, Lin Wenshin. The man laughed as he realized who he meant by the coward and stated that he deserved it, while the kid inside the cell was Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. The guards were taken aback and told to alert the others that someone had broken into the prison, as well as who they were and how dare they break into the heavenly prison. Lin Xiaoyu stood there watching as they yelled and called for somebody. A flag outside his cell with the words "Seeing through the world" as the bearer stated that all creations were born to nourish, and people still complained to God for not being benevolent. The man went on to say that he had not known locusts were all over the world, and that everyone was suffering as a result from the king's servant. According to the old Taoist, humans were born as noble or commoner, with the noble always being favored by heaven. His young disciple added that wealthy life is always up to heaven, and commoner's poverty was punished by heaven. The old Taoist then stated that suddenly a madman sharpened his sword at night, and the Star Emperor swayed in the wind and bewildered above. One of the guards at the Ministry of Justice's heavenly prison stated that he had no idea how many people their Ministry of Justice had imprisoned in this prison. His companion stated that everyone must listen to the jailer and that if he wanted them to live, they would. And if he didn't want them to live, they wouldn't, whereas his friend stated that what the jailer says is right. As his entrance made a rumbling noise, a man chimed in, stating that this was the rule of the Ministry of Justice heavenly prison. The guards were perplexed at what they saw. As three figures approached them, the guard greeted their lord. One of the guards was puzzled. He had the thought that the prisoner needed 3 Merlian guards as escorts at this time, and they were Tong Fei, Monk, and Liu Aji. Liu Aji told the guards not to torture the person behind him, and not to treat him badly with only 3 meals a day, and to let him eat whatever he wanted as long as he didn't go out, as well as to try to meet his other needs. The guard cursed Liu Aji in his head, telling him that instead of this prison, he should take the prisoner to his house, and bowed, inquiring Liu Aji about the prisoner. Cheng Dalei's body was cuffed inside a box while Liu Aji ordered the guard to put him in a separate cell with the heaviest shackles on him. The guard asked Liu Aji what Cheng Dalei had done, and he replied that he had killed a person. The guard wondered how many people Cheng Dalei killed, while the other assumed it was only a few. After a while, Cheng Dalei sat cuffed inside a cell. His hands and head were both encased in a wooden cuff. Cheng Dalei closed his eyes. Later on, his brow furrowed as he remembered a fire. His eyes opened wide. While standing on one of the orbs, he noticed a destroyed orb and a perfect orb and wondered if it was the system space. Cheng Dalei observed without saying a word. The repair had been completed, according to a system notification, and the administrator was back. It then informed him about the body reshaping and the shell breaking. A hand emerged from the shell, and Heart came out afterwards. The shells gathered in her back. As Heart fell, the shells formed into wings. Cheng Dalei observed throughout the whole thing. Heart continued to fall as her wings spread. She landed on top of Cheng Dalei and told him he was cute. Heart leaned and called Cheng Dalei boy. She smiled and informed him that she's back. Heart informed him that she had not seen him in a long time. Changing to default dress, according to a notification. Heart was then dressed in a white gown. Cheng Dalei expressed relief that the system had been restored. Heart responded that, after all, he had been running around for a year working on the matter. She informed him that although she had been sleeping for the entire year, she could feel what he was doing. She continued, saying that the first time she woke up, she met him in this empty system space. Heart stated that she had followed his day her whole life and that all of her memories came from him. Cheng Dalei asked Heart if she was really only 2 years old, and Heart confirmed it. Heart informed him that even if she disappeared, a new sprite would be born, and that perhaps the meaning of her existence was muddled along with birth and dissipation, because she was born in this space, and the meaning of her existence was just a vassal of the system. She went on to say that when she chose to give up, he chose to connect in her life, which is why when he jumped off the cliff that day, she asked him not to hesitate. Heart expressed gratitude to Cheng Dalei. For the first time, she stated, she felt like she was in existence who could be cared about. She went on to say that she may be able to find a higher meaning to her existence that is more valuable than her job as an existence administrator. Cheng Dalei turned as Heart called him. She then asked him if he was willing to continue depending on her, to live and die with her, and to walk in this chaotic world with her. A system notification pooped, inquiring if he wanted to sign into a contract with the system sprite. Cheng Dalei remained silent as he stared at the notification. Cheng Dalei expressed surprise and stated that he did not expect her to say something like that out of the blue, as he did not recall her being so proactive, to which she inquired about what he remembered and his impression of her. Cheng Dalei explained that she was more two-faced, like the kind of people who knock a person with a hammer as soon as they came out. But that was no longer the case. Doubting, he asked if she couldn't be a fake or if he was saving the wrong person, which rendered Heart speechless. Heart blushed as she muttered the word dummy. However, the system indicated that the contract had been signed. The system informed him that the officer's summoning function, as well as the lottery function, and the system store were now open, which Heart said now that the system had been completely restored and many functions had become stronger. She told Cheng Dalei that he had grown up a lot. Cheng Dalei, however, inquired if Heart was sleeping where the broken photosphere, to which she replied yes. He inquired about the one intact beside it, and Heart informed him that it was the new system sprite, which had not yet been born. Cheng Dalei speculated that there would be 2 system sprites. Heart informed him that he was right, And because of her, she would be able to hand over the system's maintenance to her, and she would be able to separate herself from the system and follow him to do more things, as well as use her powers without being bound by the system itself. She continued to tell him about her abilities and asked if he was listening. Hart frowned and became enraged. She swung her hand towards Cheng Dale's head. She slapped his head and told him to listen to what she was saying. Her eyes widened in rage as she told him that what she was saying was important, and that she wondered if he realized what he was up against in the real world. Hart called Cheng Dale an idiot. She went on to say that it looked like that the sprite would have to work as soon as it awakened and that it was now time for him to leave the place. Hart explained that he had been worried about her for a long time and that she should do something for him, and that there was a chance that he could use his newly acquired sprite power. A system notification appears, stating that Cheng Dale received a new mission, which stated that the young person who was in prison could only start a new life if they escaped. Cheng Dale noticed the difficulty and inquired about the reward, but Hart chuckled and said she would keep it a secret for the time being. Cheng Dale sat in his cell that night. He determined that the shackles must have weighed at least 100 pounds and wondered if they were afraid of him escaping from prison. A coup was heard outside Cheng Dale's cell. Cheng Dale became aware and looked out the window. Bai Feiyuan appeared, addressing Cheng Dale. He inquired if he was okay. Cheng Dale assured him that he was fine and inquired about the situation outside. Bai Feiyuan informed him that only those who were wounded and couldn't get out were left in the city, and a group of brothers took care of them while the Empire searched for them. But with his orders, they had quietly evacuated the city and were now settled in Hulu Mountain, which Cheng Dale was relieved about and told him that if there were casualties, he should leave more silvers for their families as it was all they could do. Bai Feiyuan assured him that they had not suffered many casualties. Cheng Dale informed him that another brother, Lin Xiaoyue, had been caught and ordered him to find out where he was being held and save him. Bai Feiyuan assured him that he had heard that he had been rescued by a strong warrior, a teacher, and his disciple. Cheng Dale, concerned, inquired about Yi Zhidao and Liu Zhihan, wondering if they were okay, to which Bai Feiyuan replied that Liu Zhihan was fine, but Su Ying was very worried about him. He went on to say that Yi Zhidao was seriously injured and assured him not to worry because a brother named Liu Bei was treating her. Bai Feiyuan noticed something. He turned around and listened. He informed Cheng Dale that someone was approaching and assured him that the brothers would certainly save him. Bai Feiyuan then leaped above the prison gate. A clunking noise was heard. The monk walked towards Cheng Dale's cell. He then turned to face Cheng Dale and muttered the phrase Amitabha Buddha. Cheng Dale greeted him and asked what he was doing here. The monk explained that he had naturally come to look after him. Cheng Dale inquired whether it was necessary, to which the monk replied that it was only because he was too good. Cheng Dale smiled and told him just because he's too good that he had to look after him as a Buddhist monk, and he wondered if he was praising him or himself. He went on to ask what was his origin, and if he was from the Shaolin Temple. He told him that the night had been long and difficult for him to sleep, and because they couldn't sleep, he asked why they didn't just talk, and he informed him that they were peers, and he might not know his name. He told him his name was Cheng Dale, and his master was the South Pole Immortal, and Golden Star Tabai was his sworn brother, and Marshal Tianpeng was his senior brother, and he knew the law of 5 thunder, and he had 1,000 miles of eyes and ears, and could summon the wind and rain. However, Cheng Dale suggested that he would tell him a joke and ask if he knew what men had that women didn't, and told the monk to speak up and not pretend to be cold. Cheng Dale paused and said nothing. He gritted his teeth as he viewed information. He yelled, telling the monk to come on. Cheng Dale addressed the man as Meng Zhilao and asked if he would still show respect if he saw a real Buddha. A system information appeared, stating Meng Zhilao's information, and his Dharma's name was Qin Yi, who was 52 years old. Cheng Dale had a thought in his head that he really looked down on him. He then informed Meng Zhilao about himself, 52 years old, and his Dharma's name was Qin Yi, and he was an infinitely compassionate and merciful palm with Vajra indestructible body skill. Meng Zhilao stared at Cheng Dale. He asked him how he knew that, as he had lived in seclusion for many years, and few people around the county knew his name, to which Cheng Dale responded that he had his connections. Cheng Dale stated that he told him that his master was the South Pole Immortal, and what things could he not know, and asked him to have a casual chat, and if he didn't speak again, he would tell him how he peeked at a woman taking a bath when he was a child, and how it would affect his public image more. Meng Zhilao asked what he was talking about, but Cheng Dale said they could talk about anything, such as his first love. Meng Zhilao blushed and stated that he had something unclear and wanted to ask for his advice. Cheng Dale told him to go ahead, believing that it was to ask him why he wanted to kill Yan Longting, and then talk about what injustice and the sea of suffering later, and so on the truth. And he also thought that he just liked to talk about some life philosophy. Meng Jilao asked again what it was that men had that women didn't. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk. It was just that he had been thinking about the question and asked him not to blame him for being a little rude. Cheng Dalei instructed him to look at his beard, and the answer was beard. Cheng Dalei had the impression that Meng Jilao was a retarded pervert and asked him what he was thinking or what he believed it was. Meng Jilao stated that he believed it to be Adam's apple, but now he believes he was mistaken, which stunned Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei asked Meng Jilao if he changed his clothes before imprisoning him and said he was very thoughtful because he remembered not wearing this suit before. Meng Jilao chuckled and said he was covered in blood and had a cleanliness fetish, so he naturally needed to help him wash up a bit. He then asked Meng Jilao if he could remove the wooden shackles around his neck, and if he refused, he had to help him relieve himself. Moments later, he stated that it was finally a little easier. According to Meng Jilao, Buddha stated that all beings were suffering, that is, all thoughts were born from the beginning of his obsession, and in one single mind. He went on to say that sometimes you could hold on to it and get nothing, and sometimes you could let go and get more. He then suggested to Cheng Dalei that he give it a try. Cheng Dalei told him to fuck off, saying that the last time he cheated him out of a steam bun, and he would never give him today's baked cake. Cheng Dalei realized that Meng Jilao had been here for 12 hours. He cursed him, saying he robbed him of his food. He realized he wouldn't be able to escape from prison if he didn't get rid of Meng Jilao. He asked Meng Jilao why bad people become Buddhas simply by putting down the butcher's knife, whereas good people had to get through 9,981 difficulties to become Buddha. Meng Jilao responded stating that Buddha did not say so. However, Cheng Dalei let out a scoff. He told him that he had heard about a virgin woman who was very devoted to women's virtue, and that the imperial court had even issued her chastity arch for women. He claims that after her death, everyone found something under her pillow. Cheng Dalei smirked and challenged Meng Jilao to guess what was under her pillow, to which Meng Jilao struggled to respond. Meng Jilao chanted Amitabha Buddha's name and said that color was empty, and empty was color, and asked Cheng Dalei to behave himself. Cheng Dalei told him that he saw a monk on the road begging for alms, and he knew exactly what he wanted before he opened his mouth, and he wondered if it was called element perception. Meng Jilao responded that his words had profound meaning. Cheng Dalei asked him if he thought the Tathagata Buddha or the Jade Emperor fought badly. However, Meng Jilao just told him not to say such things. Cheng Dalei wondered if he knew or had heard of such a Buddha since he knew Buddha so well, and Meng Jilao asked him to tell him. He wondered if Meng Jilao had heard of a Buddha named Namo Gatling Bodhisattva in the far west who had 3,600 bullets per breath, and was the Buddha of great compassion and mercy, to which Meng Jilao replied that he had not. Cheng Dalei went on to say that there was also a Buddha named Ultraman, who stood 40 meters tall, weighed 35,000 kilograms, and was 20,000 years old. He also told him about Namo Infinite Heat Buddha, Namo Infinite Power Buddha, and Namo Infinite Entropy Buddha, as well as Namo Heat Silence Great Bodhisattva, Namo Nuclear Fission Buddha, and Namo Nuclear Fusion Buddha, and asked Meng Jilao if he had heard of any of them. Meng Jilao stated that Cheng Dalei was a great person with great wisdom, and that his Buddhist attainment was so low that he didn't know so many Buddha names. But Cheng Dalei simply laughed at him. With doubts of life, Meng Jilao requested Cheng Dalei to enlighten him, and that as a Buddhist, he was not as good as he was in Buddhist ways. Cheng Dalei requested an answer first, asking what Emperor Ming's plan was now, and why he allowed Meng Jilao to guard him every day. Meng Jilao stated that on the 14th of July was the Ulambana, the opening of the Ghost Gate. He went on to say that it was suitable for releasing river lanterns, and mourning the deceased, and also remembering old lovers. Meng Jilao also stated that the most evil villains, such as a devil like him, should be executed in front of the entire world. He told Cheng Dalei that his execution would be by lynching by 360 swords. Meanwhile, at Huayang Palace in the Imperial City, Emperor Ming had thought that Jiangnan had only received half of the imperial grain this year because it had been flooded due to continuous heavy rain. And, according to information he received from the Merlion Guard, the Yangtze River had favorable weather that year, with no disasters. He also claimed that the Northwest Army needed food, that horse bandits were rampant, and that they needed a lot of food to fight bandits. As Emperor Ming Read reports, Princess Minju kneeled in front of him. Without saying a single word, Princess Minju looked down. Emperor Ming ordered her to go back. However, Princess Minju begged him. Emperor Ming was aware of her being there and asked her not to say anything. He stated that she was not only his daughter but also the princess of the empire, and she must not say anything in court. Princess Minju advised Emperor Ming that Cheng Dalei did not deserve to die. She bowed to Emperor Ming, stating that he also mentioned that Cheng Dalei was an outstanding talent of the empire, and that his life was far more valuable than his death. She went on to say that Cheng Dalei made great contributions to the empire but killed the hero, and that treacherous court officials were running amok at that time. She was afraid that it would make people in the world cold, and that if things continued, the Lai family would lose its value. Emperor Ming inquired why she wanted to save him, and if he was the man she wanted to marry. Princess Minju frowned and told Emperor Ming that Cheng Dalei was just a friend to her. Emperor Ming, on the other hand, stated that the imperial family does not have friends. In Chang'an City, even fowls and dogs were not left in peace those days, but it can also be said everything was quiet. The angry Yuzhu soldiers raided, and the city's peddlers and carriers were arrested, at a time when the wind was cranky, and the prison was overcrowded. But most of Cheng Dalei's people had already withdrawn, and those who failed to withdraw were hidden and were the last to suffer. Only those powerless ordinary people were caught at some point at the brothel, the Full Fragrance House. Soldiers pointed spears at the girls, told them not to move and to be honest. One of them stated that he suspected they were harboring a traitor, Yi Jidao. An elderly woman informed them that they were running an honest business, that Yi Jidao was no longer present, and that they severed ties with her. However, the official ordered his men to search. He went on to say not to miss a single place because Yi Jidao must have left a clue. A vase was thrown next to the girls, scaring them. A soldier informed his officer that the search was over and no trace of Yi Jidao had been found. The officer gave the order to arrest all of the women as he would interrogate them that night, believing they must have some information. The soldiers surrounded the women, advising them to tell them where they had hidden Yi Jidao, and that if they didn't, they would have to take them back for proper interrogation. And one chuckled, telling them to behave themselves and come with them. A voice ordered the soldiers to let go of the women. The officer scoffed, asking who was so daring as to stop their Yuzhu army from arresting the murderer who assassinated Yang Longting. Tong Fei sat and closed her eyes. The officer recognized Tong Fei and informed her that it was the responsibility of their Yuzhu army, and that the Merlian guards could not interfere. Tong Fei asked what an investigation had to do with the girls and informed them that, as far as she knew, Yi Jidao was seriously injured and that the rebels had hidden her somewhere for treatment. She went on to say that instead of investigating the medicine shop and searching the dangerous underground city, they were making things difficult for these helpless women. The officer inquired what it had to do with her, stating that they had to be involved with Yi Jidao, and that the Merlian guards couldn't control them. Tong Fei stated that 3 days after Yang Longting's assassination, they searched for 3 days, turned the casinos, brothels, and tea houses upside down, and many people were arrested, and a lot of profit was scrapped. Tong Fei claimed that the Yuzhu army committed crimes in Chang'an in the name of avenging Yang Longting. She went on to say that Emperor Ming turned a blind eye to it in order to allow them to vent their anger, and now they wanted to take innocent women and spoil them. She asked if they truly believed the Merlian guards were blind. The officer chuckled and told his subordinates they were leaving because Yi Jidao was not in the place. Tong Fei responded that she was just doing her job when the elderly woman thanked her for saving their lives. She warned the women that because Chang'an was in chaos, they should take care of themselves, for which the girls thanked her. Tong Fei frowned. She thought in her head that a few true villains were caught, but innocent people suffered, and she didn't know how many people filled their pockets and eradicated dissidents during the search progress. There were 150,000 city guards in Chang'an, and 30,000 imperial guards in the imperial city. She wondered if they were letting them run amok in Chang'an just to appease the anger of those soldiers and generals. She wondered what Emperor Ming was thinking of putting the people at risk for the sake of the so-called balance. Xiao Yi walked down the street somewhere. A group of soldiers passed by and talked about what the point of investigating a pharmacy was when there was little profit from it, while the officer responded by asking if they were really going to listen to that woman and investigate the medicine shop. Xiao Yi overheard their conversation. She ran while one of the soldiers suggested they go to the casino and play a few games. Xiao Yi continued to walk. She looked around before entering a small house deep in the alley. She knocked on the door. As she entered, she informed Su Ying about the medicine. Su Ying thanked her before cautioning her not to get the medicine from the same medicine shop because they needed a lot of herbs. Xiao Yi told her not to worry because she had been buying medicine from a different medicine shop, to which Su Ying replied that she had done well. She asked Liu Bei how Yi Jidao was doing, and Liu Bei replied that her pulse had stabilized, but she still needed to recuperate for a few days before getting out of bed. Su Ying stated that she would leave it to him to change the medicine because she was leaving and needed to discuss with the brothers how to save Cheng Dale, and he needed to take care of Yi Jiadao. Remember this from now on, someone said. The elderly woman informed the girls that they were no longer associated with Yi Jiadao, and she stated that there was no longer a person named Yi Jiadao here. One of the girls questioned whether it wasn't too ruthless to treat Yi Jiadao like that. The woman responded that Yi Jiadao had colluded with criminals to cause chaos and that if they didn't draw a line between them, they would all die. And she knew the girls had deep affection for her, but if they acted up again, she asked them not to blame her for being ruthless. When the woman walked away, the girls asked where she was going. She told them not to be nosy and to go do whatever they should be doing when she realized Yi Jiadao had caused a lot of trouble this time. She reasoned that she did not receive even a cent of redemption money and suffered a big loss this time. After all, the woman thought Yi Jiadao was top-grade good, and she didn't believe she didn't have anything valuable hidden away. She muttered that she found it after throwing some of Yi Jiadao's belongings. The woman, who was holding a lot of jewelry, stated that Yi Jiadao was worthy of being their top artisan, and she actually had so many valuables hidden away. Her eyes sparkled, and her mouth drooled, muttering that it was all hers now. Upset, the woman wondered where the music notes were hidden, and how many Yi Jiadaos she could nurture as long as she had those notes. Meanwhile, an eye peered through the hole in the wall where the woman was. One of the girls noticed what was going on inside. Disappointed, the girl sat down. The girl sobbed, wondering if Yi Jiadao would really not come back. Back from 10 days ago, the girl asked Yi Jiadao if she was leaving. Yi Jiadao asked her what kind of expression she had, and she was just going out to act in a play. However, the girl doubted. The girl responded that this time felt different than before, and she had a feeling that once Yi Jiadao left this time, she wouldn't come back. Yi Jiadao assured her that she would be back soon, and the girl insisted that she should let her come with her. She asked Yi Jiadao if she was going to leave her. Yi Jiadao handed her a paper and asked her to take it, because it was written there how to contact the people on that side, as well as the secret code, address, and contact person, and she asked her to hide it, and she couldn't let her mother see it. And as long as she brought her seal with her, the people there would help her. She went on to say that if she couldn't come back, the paper would help her find her. The girl held the paper Yi Jiadao had given her. Meanwhile, Su Ying stated that they would leave once Cheng Dale was rescued. Someone inquired if she was sure they could rescue him. Su Ying responded that it must be done regardless of the certainty, and that none of their plans had a 100% chance of succeeding. And it was no different this time. She asked Yi Jiadao if she had thought about what she wanted to do in the future. Yi Jiadao responded that she no longer had a place in Chang'an. She was unsure where she should go next. Su Ying offered her the opportunity to leave together with them. She asked Yi Jiadao if she wanted to join their toad village. Yi Jiadao inquired if it was okay. She went on to say that she had once heard Liu Jihan talking about what happened to Toad Village, and that they even destroyed the 100,000 Ring clan army, claiming that they were all heroes of the empire, while she was just a brothel girl. Su Ying reassured her, saying they were actually a group of bandits. They were interrupted by a knock on the door. Su Ying advised Yi Jiadao to lie down first because someone was coming, and she would open the door. She asked who it was. Bai Feiyuan greeted Su Ying, who inquired as to who he had come with. Bai Feiyuan informed her that the girl had contacted them through the informant they had left behind for emergencies, and that she was an acquaintance of Yi Jiadao. The girl inquired as to whether Yi Jiadao was present. Su Ying asked Bai Feiyuan if anyone had followed him, to which he replied that he took a huge detour before bringing the girl over, and he even blindfolded her eyes, to which Su Ying told them to get in quickly. Yi Jiadao inquired of the girl how she found this place, and the girl asked why she was hurt and what happened to her. The girl informed her that she found this place by following the directions she left on the paper. She went on to say that there were a lot of soldiers looking for her outside. Bai Feiyuan warned them that they didn't have much time and that if they needed to say something to each other, they should do so quickly. The girl mentioned Yi Jiadao, crying. She stated that she wanted to leave with her. Yi Jiadao asked her what she was saying. She informed her that she was currently a fugitive and that if she went with her, her life would be in danger as well. The girl, on the other hand, argued that she didn't care because she wanted to stay with her. She went on to say that their mother had taken all of her valuables and had even hired people to look for her. Yi Jiadao responded that it seemed like something she would do. Because she didn't want to stay there, the girl insisted on taking her with her. However, Yi Jiadao shook her hand and declined and said that her life was at least guaranteed as long as she stayed there. She hugged the girl and told her that as her sister, she no longer had a place in Chang'an, to which the girl asked why she had to go to the play. She stated that if she hadn't gone, she wouldn't be this way right now. Yi Jiao told her that she was born as a courtesan and entertained people as a way of living, and that her own feelings were never taken into consideration, and that she was merely a plaything for those with power and money. Because what she had was so little, she stated that she must give back even the smallest favors that she owed, and even if it cost her life. She took a book and told the girl that it was the musical score given to her by her benefactor. She stated that she was definitely able to stand above the rest, and that when the time came, she would be able to redeem herself and live as a free person, to which the girl inquired if it was her most valuable possession. Yi Jiao told her it was alright because she wouldn't have to use it in the future, told her to take it and leave quickly, and asked her not to find her anymore in the future. The girl cried and still insisted. Yi Jiao advised her that she should leave now. She stated that if the place were exposed, they would all die. The girl wiped her tears. Yi Jiao looked at the girl as she left. She sobbed, thinking that there were no longer people named Yi Jiao in Chang'an. Su Ying ordered Bai Feiyuan to send the girl back, to which he said yes. The girl asked Su Ying to look after Yi Jiao, and Su Ying asked if that was her gift to her. She advised her not to play it in the near future because it would expose their relationship with Yi Jiao. The girl bowed and thanked Su Ying, saying that she would take her reminder to heart. The girl was escorted by Bai Feiyuan. Su Ying frowned but said nothing. Yi Jiao approached her and apologized. She went on to say that it was her mistake that she gave the emergency contact to someone else. Su Ying told her not to dwell on that, but they couldn't leave their safety to whether the girl could keep the secret or not. She inquired as to whether she made a decision. Yi Jiao paused for a moment. She blushed as an image of Cheng Dalei flashed through her mind and replied yes. Su Ying informed her that they were going to pack up and leave because they needed to regroup with the rest of the group, so Yi Jiao agreed. The next morning, the officer ordered his men to surround the place and not let the criminals escape. The soldiers stormed through the gate. The officer's eyes darkened, and the courtesan mother stood beside him. Hulani began by stating that the contract terms were negotiated, and they were in Chang'an City for a long time, so it was time for them to return. He also asked them to prepare the compensation, goods, and so on for them, and they would leave in a few days. Lin Leshan wished them all a good trip and expressed his desire to share a glass of wine with them in the future. Hulani responded that he thanked him for his kindness and that, as an eternal heaven descendant, he would always remember their friendship. Lin Leshan got the impression that the rings were in Chang'an for so long that they picked up on imperial hypocrisy as well. Suddenly, Hulani mentioned Lin Leshan. He wondered if the empire would send them a princess, hoping she would marry into the grassland and become a symbol of friendship between their two clans. Lin Leshan was taken aback. He simply laughed it off and asked Hulani if he was joking. He informed Hulani that the princess grew up with mutual respect, wild and spirited, and he feared that marrying one of them off to the grasslands would not only harm, but also destroy their friendship. Hulani retorted that women like Princess Minji were better suited to life in the grasslands, and that true warriors preferred reckless steeds over well-behaved sheep. Lin Leshan, on the other hand, argued that he was afraid that the prince was unaware that the princess already had a marriage contract, and that allowing the king of the grasslands to marry a woman with a marriage contract would be disrespectful to the king. Hulani chuckled and told him that the steppe dwellers didn't care and questioned who didn't love beautiful women, and that only the strongest men deserved to have them. Lin Leshan explained that Princess Minjiu was Emperor Ming's favorite daughter, and if he married her off in the meadow, his father would find it difficult to bear the longing. Hulani argued that marrying off Princess Minjiu to the grassland would prove the friendship between the two sides and wondered if the empire was about to marry off an insignificant woman to the grasslands. The two looked into each other's eyes and read the murderous intent of each other in their smiles. Hulani thought that if he didn't give Princess Minjiu to him, he would beat him up, even though he wove himself a dazzling garment of false friendship, humble wisdom, and camouflaged victory. But when he opened his robe, under the robe was still a thin, bony, frail, and crippled body. The building would collapse, and the landscapes would crumble. The thin hands trembled. Someone stated that there was no diplomacy in a weak country. Then a voice yelled, saying they wanted their Princess Minjiu. Emperor Ming, enraged, threw something and wondered how he negotiated with them. He described Lin Leshan as a loser who couldn't get anything done. He went on to say that he told them not to even think about it, and that only fools dreamed about it, to which Lin Leshan responded that he was incompetent, and did not do his job properly. Lin Leshan proceeded to inform him, and Emperor Ming inquired as to what the barbarians said. Lin Leshan informed him that they expressed their willingness to give up the 3 cities they occupied as a gift from the grasslands in order to welcome Princess Minju, and he paused before saying if they did not agree. He went on to say that they would grab her themselves. Emperor Ming challenged to let them come because he was a king of a country, and he couldn't even protect his own daughter. Lin Leshan stared at his father as blood poured from his head. He wondered how long anger lasted, whether for 15 minutes or for a flame of incense. He clenched his fists and addressed Emperor Ming. The candle illuminated the room. Lin Leshan informed Emperor Ming that the empire could not afford to fight this battle. Civilian officials and military generals at the Chang'an court fought to the death and regarded Emperor Ming as a clay statue, while the southern nobility enjoyed their lives in luxury, and the northern people raised troops and bought horses. Indeed, that today's empire could not afford to fight this battle, as Emperor Ming appeared depressed. The emperor, like the civilians under the iron heel of the rings, could only stand by and watched as his wives and daughters were humiliated. An image of Cheng Dalai's side appeared through the defeated emperor, who gave up hope. Meanwhile, at the penitentiary department Heavenly Prison, Cheng Dalai sat on a pile of hay, while Meng Jilao sat on the other side of his cell. He closed his eyes and rested his hand on the back of his head. He saw 2 orbs, one of which was destroyed. Hart wondered if it was the right time to do it because he was about to be lynched and still thinking about playing. Cheng Dalai replied, wondering as to what he was supposed to do against Meng Jilao, who guarded the door every day, and he couldn't even defeat him, and if he didn't go, he wouldn't stand a chance. He placed a pair straight K. The lottery machine appeared distressed but said nothing. He said rocket, to which Hart and Cheng Dalai both replied that they couldn't afford it. Cheng Dalai kept a diary of what happened during his time in prison. 2 prison guards sat facing each other. When a group of people arrived, both guards stood there greeting them, and the Lord told them to pass the order down. Liu Aji ordered them to clean up the place and transfer all the prisoners to other jails, and also got rid of all the dirt, muck, grime, and bad smells, and he wanted the place to be spotless. The soldiers cleaned up the prison quickly. Cheng Dalai observed what was going on and wondered what they were doing. Then suddenly his cell opened. Tong Fei was the one who welcomed him and towered over him. Cheng Dalai inspected the information, perplexed. Tong Fei told him to stand up and be good, and not to make any unnecessary movements. Tong Fei's information stated that she was 25 years old and had monstrous strength, which Cheng Dalai was surprised by because of another peerless level martial artist. Cheng Dalai made an abrupt soft noise. He didn't say anything while observing. Then a bowl of food was served. Foods with a wafting fragrance were placed outside of his cell, as he wondered if the execution date had been brought forward and it was his last meal. He thought that maybe Emperor Ming thought that dragging out the execution date was too cruel, and wanted to give him a few days of enjoyment before he was executed. Cheng Dalai sighed and stated that as the moon turned from crescent, and the skies of blossoms, he couldn't help but reminisce. But it turned out that he was a person that no one loved or missed. In his cell, he extended his hand to grab a cup. Struggling, he thought he couldn't reach it. His face darkened. Then, as Cheng Dalai looked on, Emperor Ming filled his cup, and he proceeded to fill Cheng Dalai's cup. Emperor Ming just stared and said nothing. The current emperor rose to the throne at a young age, and soon learned one thing: to never let other people know what you were thinking about. He had always looked at the people around him with a cold and calculative gaze, and looking at them put on their little facade, looking at them flailing about, and looking at them playing their dirty little tricks. No one could ever guess what he was thinking or perhaps not thinking. Cheng Dalai observed Emperor Ming. He wondered why his entire family was so into cosplay and if their ancestors had gotten mixed up with some weirdos. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, a hand grabbed a piece of clothing and yelled no. Princess Minju threw a pillow at Lin Leshan, claiming she didn't want to. Lin Leshan told her not to be agitated and informed her that the Grassland King was a hero of the Ring tribe, whom she had always adored. Princess Minju retorted that if he thought the king was so good, he should have married him. Lin Leshan laughed and told her to stop joking, informing her that they already rejected Wan Huan and Yula in favor of her, and they were even willing to use 3 cities as a dowry. He said that their Princess Minju was kind, beautiful, smart, and knowledgeable, and that everyone claimed her beauty was worth a city, but what's 1 city compared to 3? To which Princess Minju told him to scram. Princess Minju informed him that she told him she didn't want to marry, and if he kept trying to force her, she would hang herself. To which Lin Leshan replied that if she hanged herself, her tongue and eyeballs would fall out, and she would turn into an ugly ghost. She threatened to cut her wrist, and he explained how painful it was and how she wouldn't have been able to endure the pain. She said she'd jump into a river, to which he replied that the water would turn her into a bloated corpse. But Princess Minju insisted on starving herself. Lin Leshan surrendered and sighed. He told her that she had already grown up. Princess Minju frowned as she addressed Lin Leshan. But Lin Leshan cut her off and said that sometimes adults had to do things they didn't want to do. Lin Leshan walked away. She yelled at him that she was not going to get married. Lin Leshan stopped and told her that she must. Princess Minju was left alone after Lin Leshan left. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Princess Minju realized that it wasn't a fight between siblings, and it wasn't like when she was younger and screamed that she didn't want to learn the dulcimer. Back when Princess Minju, when she was younger, made silly faces, and even if she were to slice the board apart with a sword, her brother would only tell her. Lin Leshan stated it was alright and that they weren't going to learn that day, but she couldn't slack off tomorrow. Now that Princess Minju had grown up, she realized that there were things that couldn't be solved by cutting it with a sword. And as the princess of the empire, she had responsibilities that she had to fulfill, even if she didn't want to. The torches illuminated the dim dungeon. Emperor Ming asked Cheng Dale why he wasn't drinking and if he thought it were poisoned. Cheng Dale responded. He stated that a glass of wine for the driver resulted in 2 rivers of tears for their loved ones, leaving Emperor Ming speechless. Emperor Ming stated that it was his first time finding out that Chang'an had a big brother protecting it, and that it turned out he was the one shielding him from rain and wind. And Princess Minju had already told him something about him, as well as the reason why he had the 6th prince's sword. Cheng Dale advised him that sometimes you needed to make a persona for yourself when moving about. Emperor Ming laughed and said that he was just like how Princess Minju described, always saying things that others couldn't understand. He informed Cheng Dale that he would be executed on July 17th and asked him if he wanted to say anything to him before he died. To which Cheng Dale asked if he was looking to chat with him because the nights were too long and he couldn't sleep. Emperor Ming pondered and said yes. He stated that ever since he sat on that throne, he never once heard anyone tell him the truth. He went on to say that he controlled all under heaven, and the lives of all those who lived under it belonged to him. He told Cheng Dale he shouldn't worry about his life, since he was about to die, and that maybe only he was willing to speak a few true words to him. He inquired of Cheng Dale whether he was really not drinking. Emperor Ming inquired whether Cheng Dale was unwilling to speak with him, but he received no response. Cheng Dale requested that if he could push the cup a little closer so he could actually touch it, maybe he would drink a few cups. The two stared at each other awkwardly. Emperor Ming informed him that he spent his life reading people's intentions. However, he held him in disdain. Enraged, Emperor Ming asked Cheng Dale if he thought of him as a puppet ruler. Cheng Dale had a thought in his head telling Emperor Ming not to get angry because he was not especially talented either, and he simply happened to transmigrate. Emperor Ming retorted that Cheng Dale thought of him as an idiot as well. He informed him that ever since he was born, he was already scheming against heaven. He was born a royal and rose to the crown on an unstable throne, and ever since he was little, he had to scheme against his parents, his ministers, various nobles, and he even had to scheme against his daughter. He stated that if they all thought he was an idiot and lofty sitting in his position, blind and deaf to everything that was going on, they all thought he couldn't tell the truth from lies, a puppet emperor that anyone could make a fool of. Cheng Dale said nothing. Emperor Ming added that Lin Wentian fought to the last breath, and yet he was executed like a dog on the streets, and Yang Longting ran from battle, yet was hailed as the god of war. He questioned him if he truly believed he didn't know all of those things and stated that he knew them all for a year. Cheng Dale asked why he didn't do anything about it if he was already aware of it. Emperor Ming informed him that the empire suffered a crushing defeat, an absolute loss. As he stated, the empire needed someone to bear the name of a sinner, so Lin Wentian had to fill the role. Yang Longting became the war god because the empire needed someone to give them hope. He went on to say that he knew Lin Wentian since he was a kid, and that they used to ride horses in the fields and spar in the sand pit. And the night before he was beheaded, he sat down with him and had a meal like this, and that night, he sat where he was now, and they both got drunk, and before he left, he told him not to be sad, Emperor Ming said. Emperor Ming explained that everyone had their own roles, that he had his job as the emperor and Princess Minju had a role as the princess, and that they couldn't escape destiny. He told Cheng Dale that he did nothing wrong and even made great contributions to the empire. Emperor Ming stated that, however, he should not have killed Yang Longting, and the empire needed someone to take the blame now that the person who everyone looked up to for hope had died. He told him that was why he had to die for the sake of the nation and its people. Cheng Dale paused and said nothing. He sighed. He gave Emperor Ming the middle finger and told him to go fuck himself. Outside of Chang'an, significant items like cosmetics, silk, spices, and weapons were traded. The rings brought carts of valuable items back to the grasslands as if they were explorers returning with treasures from ancient ruins. With a warm display of hospitality, Lai Leshan conveyed to the Ring tribe that he could only accompany them until there. In a gesture of respect, Lai Leshan hoped for a short and smooth journey for the Ring tribe. He extended his wishes for their friendship between their two nations. Yanli and Jin Wendao showed equal respect to Lai Leshan, and, in response, they vowed their descendants would remember their friendship with the Empire. They would treasure it like warriors treasured their blades. A smile formed on Yanli's face as he continued, affirming that they would wait for Wanner, emphasizing her role as the symbol of peace between their two nations. Lai Leshan affirmed the sentiment with a contemplative look. He acknowledged the undeniable truth since without Wanner, there would be no peace. As they were about to part ways, Jin Wendao sought information from Lai Leshan regarding the Empire's plans to deal with Cheng Dale. Lai Leshan explained that Cheng Dale was a citizen of their empire and naturally would face punishment under the empire's laws for his crimes. Jin Wendao acknowledged it. Jin Wendao inquired further and asked for a favor concerning the proper burial of Cheng Dale after his execution. In exchange for this request, the Ring tribe offered to owe him a favor. But Lai Leshan responded with a question as he sought clarification that he thought the Rings would hate Cheng Dale. This prompted Jin Wendao to reply that, as enemies, they couldn't wait to kill him, but as soldiers, they couldn't help but respect him. Jin Wendao made another request for a message to be passed to Cheng Dale, emphasizing that every single warrior of the Northern Ring tribe had spared no effort to try and kill him. But at the same time, he has their tribe's utmost respect. Lai Leshan assured them that they need not worry since they had accepted their friendship and ensured that Cheng Dale got a proper burial. Then the Ring tribe departed from Chang'an. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a cup of rice shattered as it was flung with force. Inside, Wanner's frustration was evident as she aggressively ordered the maids to leave, making it clear that she was not eating. The maids lowered their heads, obediently carrying a tray into the room. Wanner's discontent was palpable as she pouted and expressed her dismay, crossing her arms. Suddenly, Lai Leshan appeared in Wanner's room and ordered the two maids to leave first, to which the maids confirmed. Concerned, Lai Leshan inquired why she refused to eat, having heard that she starved herself. In response, an angry Wanner told him to get out, saying that he wasn't welcome. But Lai Leshan detected a familiar scent in the room, which he promptly identified as the aroma of the osmanthus cake from the royal kitchen. He reminded Wanner that eating too many sweets would make her fat. However, Wanner simply turned her head and pouted, feeling embarrassed because she was caught, and said that she didn't want to go to the grasslands, regardless of what Lai Leshan said. Lai Leshan sat down at her side and asked for her attention, asking if she believed he would ever do anything to hurt her. He gave her assurance, saying that once she went there, she would be above tens of thousands of people, and even he himself would bow if he ever saw her in the future. However, when Wanner contemplated his words, she asked if he would still be able to see her in the future. Lai Leshan smiled and replied with conveying a heartfelt message that the sky was high, and the oceans were wide. But no matter where she went, she would always be his sister. In a serious tone, Wanner asked Lai Leshan if Xingzai would also marry her off to the grasslands if he were present. Lai Leshan, whispering calls Xingzai's name, began to respond, but Wanner cut him off, stating that Xingzai would never do that. Wanner stood up from her seat and declared that Xingzai would wield his sword and fight for the ring, even if it meant dying on the battlefield. She firmly believed that Xingzai would never marry her off to the rings. She told Lai Leshan that, despite being elegant, well-mannered, and skilled in both the pen and sword, she wasn't their father's favorite child. Even though Xingzai was mischievous and faced scolding, deep down, he was everyone's favorite. Comparing Lai Leshan to Xingzai, Wanner pointed out that the two of them were different. Lai Leshan responded that Xingzai was gone, and even if he were present, he couldn't change the decision. While looking sad and lost in thought, he realized that Xingzai couldn't change it either. Emperor Ming suddenly entered Wanner's room, and he looked at the two of them. Lai Leshan quickly stood up and respectfully greeted Emperor Ming, while Wanner pointed at Lai Leshan and complained that he had been bullying her. Emperor Ming cleared his throat before he spoke and told Wanner that Lai Leshan wasn't bullying her, and he actually ordered him to come. With teary eyes, Wanner asked why Emperor Ming could bear to send her to the grasslands and said that she didn't want to leave his side. Without saying a word, Emperor Ming, with a heartbroken expression, reached out his hand toward Wanner's face but withdrew it. He told Wanner that the matter had already been set in stone, and in 3 days, under the protection of the Merlian guards, she would be escorted to the grasslands to be wed to the grassland king, which left Wanner's face filled with disbelief. Miserable, Wanner cried bitterly, and she told Emperor Ming that it felt like she was being sent to her death. With pain in his eyes, Emperor Ming explained to her that being born into the royal family meant that many things were not within her control to decide. He reached out to wipe the tears from Wanner's eyes and told her that she was not only his daughter, but also the princess of the empire. But Wanner avoided him. Emperor Ming explained that the empire didn't have the strength to engage in a conflict with the rings, and they needed time for the people to recover. He told Wanner that she alone, they could live in peace for 5 years, and hundreds of thousands of lives would be saved because of her. And within these 5 years, the Ang Empire could regain its strength, and they would no longer have to suffer defeats from the Ring tribe's attacks. As Wanner looked at Emperor Ming while she was crying, she realized that his entire head had turned gray. She wiped her tears using the cloth of her dress, and with a sudden seriousness, she told Emperor Ming that she could go, but she requested that he promise her one thing. She wanted Cheng Dale to be released, and Emperor Ming quickly asked her what if he wouldn't agree. Wanner responded by saying she would rather die. But Emperor Ming also asked her if Cheng Dale was important to her because if he didn't die, the people's hearts could not be put to rest. However, Wanner simply responded that it was his problem and had nothing to do with her. This was not her acting play and childish hobby, asking for something from her father. This was a formal exchange, using one item to exchange for another. While you don't want to lose either, you can only have one. Emperor Ming looked at Wanner seriously and realized that she had grown up. Those born into the royal family have no choice but to accept their fate. Amidst the dimly lit ambience of Fu Man Lu restaurant, which specialized in roast goose, Shenji thanked Zhu for what he did for them that time. In response, Zhu reassured them that there was no need to worry as Cheng Dale was once done a favor by him, and that Cheng Dale was facing trouble. He couldn't just ignore them. Curious, Shenji inquired about the current situation outside. Qin Man informed him that he heard from the people outside that the imperial court was going to execute Cheng Dale on July 14th on Juque Street. Worried, Su Ying voiced her concerns about the impending execution date and questioned what actions they should take. Shenji's determination was palpable in his response, contemplating their next steps to rescue Cheng Dale in the imperial court while biting his nails in anxiety. Meanwhile, Su Ying looked sad as she pondered that a few hundred people wanted to rebel against Chang'an City and emphasized that more than 100,000 troops. She also noted that she often heard Cheng Dale say that Shenji was wise and resourceful. It seemed that he did not work with him for the first time, as Cheng Dale said. Qin Man, feeling a sense of hopelessness, feared rescuing Cheng Dale from inside the imperial court. Su Ying, unable to contain her distress, asked Qin Man for his opinion. Qin Man was resolute in his determination that they must rescue Cheng Dale inside the prison, while Zhang Fei emphasized the importance of reaching out to their comrades as they rescued Cheng Dale and escaped from Chang'an. Their eagerness showed as they clenched their jaws and fists. As the group huddled, Zhang Fei remarked on the similarity of heroes thinking alike, while Shenji led the discussion on the rescue plan. He suggested the daring idea of infiltrating the palace and kidnapping Emperor Ming to use as a bargaining chip for Cheng Dale. Qin Man chimed in suggesting that they could go late at night and take Cheng Dale by surprise. Zhang Fei supported the plan, but Su Ying watched them with distress. Anxiety was visible on Su Ying's face as she struggled to find words. Suddenly, Fei Yuan burst into the room and told Su Ying that he had news from Wanner. He delivered the astonishing revelation that Cheng Dale was saved. On the following night, Cheng Dale pondered the atmosphere in the heavenly prison, feeling that something was wrong. As he gazed out from his jail cell, he pondered the reality of his impending execution, and he noticed that the guards were missing and even the monk was gone as well. A sly smirk crept across Cheng Dale's face as he realized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In that moment, he called upon the system, praising it as a wise guide, guardian, and representative. He also mentioned that the system was the source of all truths in the world, and she was the derivation of all things. He asked the system to listen to his call, and the system appeared, floating. With conviction, he asked the system to grant him great power and to merge with him. A sudden beep signaled the fulfillment of their contract. The system proclaimed that their minds and souls were connected, as eternal as time and space. Another beep notified that the system's sprite possession started, and it did not consume fear points for using it for the first time. And the next time he used sprite possession would consume 1 million fear points. The system kissed the forehead of Cheng Dale, a subsequent notification that the possession completed, and Cheng Dalei's level increased, martial arts enhanced, and strength increased, with a duration of 3 incense sticks. The system communicated to Cheng Dalei that this newfound strength was the use of their contract, and a surge of energy coursed through him. Cheng Dalei decided to put this enhanced strength to the test. He shattered the wooden shackles that bound his neck and hands, releasing him from their confines. He flexed his shoulder, marveling at the power of the supreme rank. With a visible smirk on his face, he admitted that it was tough and he wasn't proficient in using it. But he mentioned that as long as the monk wasn't there, escaping from the heavenly prison was more than enough. However, the monk walked to his cell and greeted Cheng Dalei with the phrase Amitabha Buddha, to which Cheng Dalei simply looked at him, speechless. The monk praised Cheng Dalei for his skills, which prompted Cheng Dalei to become annoyed. In a minute, the monk unlocked Cheng Dalei's cell, to which he just stared at the monk. As the monk was walking away, he told Cheng Dalei to go with him. Cheng Dalei had a questioning look, but the monk looked back at him and asked if he wasn't going to leave. The monk told Cheng Dalei he had only 1 hour. While they were walking, the monk again told him that he had 1 hour and that Chang'an was not on guard against him. As Cheng Dalei laughed and joked with the monk, mentioning that he had to be on duty during the night, he also greeted the Imperial Guard and praised them for their good works. The Imperial Guard looked at them, and one recognized Cheng Dalei and was about to react. But another Imperial Guard interrupted, saying not to worry as the higher-ups sent a message to ignore Cheng Dalei. When they exited through the heavenly prison gate, Cheng Dalei offered to the monk that if he ever visited the full garden fragrant to drink flower wine in the past, he could simply mention his name, assuring him that it worked. The monk responded in silence. As they reached the forest, the monk told Cheng Dalei that he could only see him off up to that point. But Cheng Dalei requested that he wanted to bring along some other members with him. In response, the monk told him that his group received the news and was waiting for him at the tea stall miles away from Chang'an. He handed over his official uniform, seal, and sword, and informed him about his new details as New Sankan, described as yellow-faced and bearded, 7 feet tall, and a 7th-ranked security officer guarding the Kinchuan Pass. Cheng Dalei questioned whether by letting him go, he essentially offered him an official position, to which the monk confirmed. Cheng Dalei looked at the monk blankly without saying a word. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei flicked the monk's head. Pissed, the monk asked what Cheng Dalei was doing. However, Cheng Dalei, visibly happy, inquired if it hurt the monk because he thought he was dreaming and wanted to get out that much. The monk is annoyed as he tightly grips his kakara, causing his hand to noticeably shake. Just as he was about to say something, he continued muttering to himself. Angry, the monk prayed in his thoughts, affirming that the Buddha didn't tell lies or use profanity. He implored the Buddha to act swiftly as he wanted to remove Cheng Dalei from his path. He said, Amitabha Buddha, and remarked that it appears that he also had a violent nature when he was young. Annoyed, the monk told him to listen and informed him that no one let him go at night. Instead, a bandit broke out of the heavenly prison of the Minister of Punishment. After an hour, someone found his escape, and he became a wanted man. The monk also told Cheng Dalei that it was up to him whether to use New Sankan seal or not. But the monk suggested he should go there, prompting Cheng Dalei to ask why. The monk replied that it was because the Northwest held the king's spirit. Cheng Dalei mentioned the Northwest and wondered about Kinchuan being in the Northwest. He wasn't sure how strict the security check was that time. Meanwhile, the system mentioned that the trial opportunity was in vain, as she thought she was going to get killed outside. The machine also responded by asking if the system counted as escaping from prison. The system responded, seeming a bit hesitant, saying that at least Cheng Dalei was out, so they could consider the task completed. But the machine mentioned that she seemed partial to him, to which the system responded with a giggle. Another beep from the system notified that the prison escape task was complete as he received Godspeed Armor Horse Zai. Cheng Dalei recognized 2 people, calling them Old 4, and asked why they were there, inquiring about the whereabouts of the other person. Surprisingly, the person addressed Cheng Dalei and was able to arouse the attention of others. They looked happy when they saw Cheng Dalei and explained to him that their group had set up many spots like that along the official roads. He guessed his luck was the best, as they found him first. The Old 4 ordered others to send the signal that Cheng Dalei was back, and a firework lit up the night sky. After they sent the signal, his comrades gathered at the place. When they finally saw Cheng Dalei, they called out to him repeatedly, addressing him. Happy, Fei Yuan asked Cheng Dalei if he was fine and whether the officials had done anything to him. Cheng Dalei chuckled, emphasizing that he was fine, and questioned what the officials could possibly do to him. Liu Bei expressed his joy, mentioning how glad they were to see Cheng Dalei again. Meanwhile, Kin Man inquired about the direction they would be heading next. Cheng Dale informed his companions from Toad Village that they were heading to Hulu Mountain to meet the others. Fei Yuan expressed his desire that he also wanted to go with him. In response, Cheng Dale told them that they were born in Chang'an, grew up in Chang'an, and some even raised families there, emphasizing that their destinies were different. He suggested that they could come find him after he resolved certain matters. Cheng Dale called Aku and told him that since he was in Chang'an for a year, he informed him that he knew the location of their money and instructed Aku to distribute it among the others. He requested one last favor from Aku. He asked him to spread news about the events in Chang'an to the outside world, no matter how small the details. Cheng Dale also wanted everyone to know that Chang'an was still under the care of the Wulei group, and asked everyone to establish tea stalls along the official roads to Chang'an and requested their help in keeping an eye out for the lost members. Aku and the other members swiftly confirmed his orders. Additionally, Cheng Dale instructed them that after spreading the news, they should make their way to Hulu Mountain. As he was about to say the secret signal, Kin Man interjected and informed Cheng Dale that Xiao Yu and Lin Kong had left with a Taoist priest. Xiao Yu requested them to convey to Cheng Dale that he was exhausted and needed some time to settle down and contemplate certain matters first. Cheng Dale contemplated Xiao Yu's decision that it would indeed be good for Xiao Yu to settle down in a nice place and rest properly. Liu Bei called Cheng Dale over and inquired about his plans for the future. Cheng Dale explained that he intended to journey to the northeast and start a new Toad village. But before they headed there, he proposed that they made an effort to locate their former members from the Toad village. Fei Yuan asked for information on how they could contact him when they went to the northeast in the future. Cheng Dale replied that if they ever passed by in the future and bore the name of Toad, they were most likely his men. Suddenly, a loud voice called him from behind, and he was taken by surprise. Liu Zhai smiled radiantly, and the other ladies behind her. She smiled as she ran toward Cheng Dale. While running, she nearly stumbled but was quickly caught by Su Ying, which startled her. She glanced back at Su Ying with an air of awkwardness, while Su Ying maintained a graceful smile. Su Ying's face shifted from a graceful smile to a terrifying expression as she confronted Liu Zhai, indicating that she believed Liu Zhai was attempting to conceal something from her. Her words became disjointed as she struggled to convey her sentence. She referred to Liu Zhai as a husband-thieving cat, causing Liu Zhai's face to sweat and feel embarrassed. Su Ying called Cheng Dale, who appeared apprehensive at being called. Meanwhile, Liu Zhai, who was standing behind her, also gazed at Cheng Dale. With a sly smile on her face, Su Ying asked Cheng Dale to accompany her for a private conversation, leaving him visibly anxious as he struggled to accept. Under the bright moonlight, Su Ying forcefully slammed her hand against a tree, cornering Cheng Dale. Su Ying effectively cornered Cheng Dale, who was visibly unsettled. Cheng Dale could only gaze at her with fear in his eyes as he called her name. Her face reddened as she leaned in close to Cheng Dale and whispered to him to remain silent. Cheng Dale was taken aback and simply stared with his mouth agape, not uttering a word. Su Ying clenched her teeth and slowly moved closer to Cheng Dale's shoulders. She vigorously bit Cheng Dale and pinched him, causing him to cry out in pain. With a swooning expression, Cheng Dale requested that Su Ying lighten up her grip. All of a sudden, Su Ying embraced Cheng Dale and began to share with him what she knew about Liu Zhai, even before Liu Zhai had entered his room, as if they had already become close. She explained to Cheng Dale that it was all a form of punishment. With a pout and a hint of shyness, Su Ying told Cheng Dale that he had quite the audacity. She had come all the way to Chang'an for him, and he had given her the cold shoulder. She reminded Cheng Dale of the past when he kidnapped her, and she expressed her disapproval of Liu Zhai's actions, despite already accepting her. She urged him not to forsake the old for the new. Regretfully, Cheng Dale began to apologize, but before he could explain, Su Ying interrupted him, asserting that he wasn't allowed to apologize, or else she would bite him once more. In response, he embraced Su Ying tightly with a warm hug. As they hugged, Cheng Dale called her name, and Su Ying was captivated. While they embraced each other, Cheng Dale told Su Ying that he caused her to worry and expressed his gratitude and apologized once more. He got interrupted when Su Ying playfully warned him and bit him, saying that she would leave a mark if he ever dared to fool around with other girls. Cheng Dale asked Su Ying to join him in the northwest of Qinchuan as they built another mountain village. Su Ying responded that there was no need to rush, as she wanted to return to Jiangnan first. Curious, Cheng Dale asked her why, to which she replied that the Su Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan still needed her to settle some matters, and she believed that since Cheng Dale had started with nothing, he would certainly benefit from having some capital. Cheng Dalei acknowledged her concern and informed her that he wouldn't lack capital if the resources from King New Mountain were still there. Su Ying chuckled and emphasized that the more capital he had, the better it would be for sure. She informed Cheng Dalei that she had decided to let Jai Tao join their village. Cheng Dalei confirmed and expressed to Su Ying that if he leaves Jai Tao behind in Chang'an, he'll be doing her a disservice. She has done him a great favor, and he will not forget that kindness. Su Ying also informed Cheng Dalei that Jai Tao's body had not yet fully recovered, and she wouldn't be able to follow them on his trips, and explained that she would take Jai Tao back to Jiangnan first, and after settling the Chamber of Commerce affairs, they would go to Qin Chuan together to find him. Cheng Dalei told her that they would head back first, understanding that his comrades must be getting impatient. As they bid farewell, Cheng Dalei told his comrades in Chang'an that it was time for them to depart, as the world was vast, and he hoped to cross paths with them again. His comrades in Chang'an wished him good luck on their trip. Cheng Dalei called out the names of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Sai Long, and Zhang Fei. He asked them to accompany the Su Chamber of Commerce back to Jiangnan and meet him on Mount Hulu in the capital after settling affairs in Jiangnan as he waits for them. Smiling, Liu Bei reassured Cheng Dalei that the four of them would not disappoint him. Cheng Dalei instructed Qin Man and Shenji that they come with him to Mount Hulu, which both of them confirmed. He commanded everyone to set out. As they traveled, Cheng Dalei informed them that the mountain cleft ahead led to Mount Hulu, and he mentioned that Gao Fei and Gao Hu were there. Shenji was surprised, thinking that both Gao brothers were in Jiangnan. Cheng Dalei clarified that they had moved just a few months ago. When they stopped in the forest to rest, Cheng Dalei told Qin Man that he would guard the first half of the night, while he would take the second half of the night. While the pot of rice was cooking, Shenji asked Cheng Dalei about how many men he could bring with such a method. Cheng Dalei replied that it was unclear, but with just a few of them, it would be difficult to get a foothold in Qin Chuan. He emphasized that recruitment was necessary, and gathering scattered people in the world was their best option. Shenji approved that Cheng Dalei was right. After the Battle of King New, they were incognito, and Longting was held up as an imperial god of war. He believed that it was official news, but he also thought that in their business world, that news was not acknowledged. As the residents of Toad Village were scattered in all directions, they were unlikely to come to their senses and do good, so most of them were likely to remain mountain bandits. Cheng Dalei added that no matter which village they joined when asked about their origin, they always mentioned Toad Village in King New Mountain. As a result, rumors spread in all directions. In the world of bandits, everyone knew about Toad Village, a small mountain settlement that had withstood elite soldiers and defeated 100,000 enemies. He believed that once word got out about what they were doing in the capital with a little guidance, their people scattered everywhere would come together like sparkling. After a while, Qin Man decided to take a break and rested in a tree. Meanwhile, Shenji and Linger were sleeping peacefully near the bonfire, while Cheng Dalei slept soundly beside his sword. Suddenly, Qin Man silently got up and informed them that he needed to pee quickly. In the depths of the forest, an individual with a scar on his eye was observing them, hiding in the bushes. He suddenly took out his crossbow and aimed it at Cheng Dalei, who was sleeping. The man pulled the trigger, sending the arrow swiftly toward Cheng Dalei. The arrow was approaching Cheng Dalei, while the man with the scar grinned with an evil smile, believing he had succeeded. Unexpectedly, Cheng Dalei caught the arrow that was headed toward him. The man's face displayed a great look of shock. Cheng Dalei side-eyed him and slowly stood up. At that moment, Qin Man launched a surprise attack on the man from behind, catching him off guard. He delivered a punch, swiftly restrained the man, instructing him not to move and to behave. Cheng Dalei told the man that he had pursued them for 3 days and was finally ready to make his move. He questioned the man about who had sent him. In anger, the man uttered Cheng Dalei's name, and it was revealed in his information that his name was Wang Zhu. With a big grin on his face, Wang Zhu told Cheng Dalei that he wouldn't make it out of the capital alive. To their surprise, Qin Man informed that the man had bitten through the poison sac. However, within a few breaths, the man's life was cut off. Shenji commented that determination sent shivers down his spine. Cheng Dalei instructed Qin Man to search Wang Zhu's body, and reminded him to be cautious not to touch the poisoned blood in the man's mouth. After a couple of minutes, Cheng Dalei asked Qin Man if he found anything. Qin Man reported that the man didn't have any information on him that could identify his true identity. However, he noted that the man seemed to be a standard weapon of the Imperial Court's crossbow group. Qin Man highlighted that the man didn't have any distinctive marks that could indicate which specific unit he belonged to. He speculated that someone sent the man on behalf of the Imperial Court, but the limited information they had so far made it difficult to analyze anything. Perplexed, Cheng Dale wondered who wanted to kill him, as he couldn't recall offending anyone. Shenji commented to Cheng Dale that he might have some misconceptions about himself. When Shenji asked Cheng Dale if he believed he hadn't offended anyone, Cheng Dale, feeling unsure, realized that he indeed offended many people but didn't know who sent them. Cheng Dale cautioned them to be careful the rest of their way, as he believed that someone else might come after them again. He gave a detailed explanation about Hulu Mountain, located hundreds of miles from Chang'an, which got its name due to its shape resembling a half-buried gourd in the ground. And because of its peculiar topography and the access to several major roads, it was home to more than a dozen mountain strongholds. These dozens of mountain villages had mutual grudge and resentment, but they were united against the enemy. The latest rising star was a group of bandits who moved from Jiangnan a few months ago. The mention of Flying Tiger Village brought to mind the faces of Gao Fei and Gao Hu. On the following day, both brothers went fishing. Gao Hu informed Gao Fei about the news that Longting had been killed, and it was Cheng Dale who had done it. Gao Fei acknowledged the news and commented that he also wanted to see Longting die. Gao Hu expressed regret that they were missed the chance to do something significant with Cheng Dale, particularly when they were first encountered him. Gao Fei responded that they couldn't go to Chang'an since Cheng Dale had instructed them to wait in Hulu Mountain, so he must have his reasons for that decision. Gao Hu informed him that a few days ago, he heard that Cheng Dale had been captured but was later rescued. He informed Gao Fei that he sent a messenger pigeon that brought news that Cheng Dale would be coming to them. Considering the days since the letter arrived, it was almost time. He reassured Gao Hu not to worry, mentioning that he dispatched many people to the main road to pick them up and there was certainly no problem. He advised Gao Hu to focus on fishing and emphasized that they would soon be able to claim that they kept this fishing spot for a long time. In response, Gao Hu breathed heavily as they caught a fish. At that moment, a person reported bad news that Cheng Dale had been stopped by other bandits. Both of their faces registered shock and questioned who would dare to be so bold. Fear was visible in his eyes, and Gao Fei speculated whether the enemy retaliated against Cheng Dale. He expressed gratitude to Cheng Dale for his support in Chang'an, even though it offended many people along the process. Gao Fei ordered his people to bring out the weapons they prepared to assist Cheng Dale. Meanwhile, somewhere on Hulu Mountain Road, a group of people was waiting while Cheng Dale and the others were approaching them. One of them asked which one was Cheng Dale, pointing to an image on a reward list. Shenji and Cheng Dale instantly said that they didn't know him. While observing the image, the person described that he carried an ordinary sword and had a mediocre appearance, expressing confidence that he couldn't be wrong. Frustrated, Cheng Dale wondered where this description of ordinary came from. The man went on to describe Qin Man as the one with a square, broad face, dressed in black, identifying him as the large spear general. He also identified the one with an outstanding demeanor as the superb strategist and referred to Shenji as the fair-complexioned scholar. Cheng Dale expressed his unease to Qin Man and ordered them to prepare to break the formation, which Qin Man affirmed. However, the person introduced himself as Huang Feihu, the leader of the Flying Tiger Village in Hulu Mountain, and mentioned that they were there to welcome Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale asked how Feihu dared to pretend to be a mountain bandit, demanding to know who he was. Feihu expressed his confusion, wondering what Cheng Dale meant by pretending. He insisted that they were indeed from the Flying Tiger Village and genuinely awaited his arrival. As the bandits crowded the mountain road, one person praised Cheng Dale as supremely honorable and righteous, claiming that Gao Hu asked him to pick him up. Other bandits inquired about Cheng Dale's presence. Some were there to see him, and some called his attention, saying they were there to pick him up as well. The situation became more crowded as the bandits cheered and shouted his name, with one person urging him to go to the Flying Tiger Village, where everything was prepared. And another bandit mentioned that Stone Village was also ready for his arrival, while some giggled and told Cheng Dale that Tree World Village had already killed the pig. Confusion was evident on the faces of Cheng Dale, Qin Man, and Shenji as they were not sure what was going on and did not know whether those people meant well or had malicious intent. Cheng Dale looked at Shenji, seeking an explanation that it should only be the Flying Tiger Village that was supposed to receive this news. He made eye contact with Shenji, which meant that they should find an excuse as the best way to leave. Or should they go to the Flying Tiger Village to be safe? He sent a telepathic message to Shenji, who was also dumbfounded by the situation. With a broad smile, Shenji responded with a thumbs up, signifying that he understood Cheng Dale's message. Following their telepathic communication, Shenji instructed everyone to be quiet. Shenji proudly introduced himself to them, proclaiming that he was the one known as the superb strategist. He also mentioned that since they were there, Cheng Dale would visit all the villages. The bandits' faces lit up, and one person commented to the other that he had no business as he was the first to hear Cheng Dale's news, while the others laughed and found it amusing. Some suggested that Cheng Dale should visit their stone village. Meanwhile, Shenji glanced at Cheng Dale and told him that he understood that he might be embarrassed to speak, so he expressed it for him, while Cheng Dale looked at him speechless. Amidst the noise of the crowd, Cheng Dale finally figured out the reason. It was because of Gao, who sent a pigeon from Chang'an to Hulu Mountain, where he settled. Cheng Dale expressed gratitude to everyone for their efforts in receiving them. The Hulu Mountain took good care of Cheng Dale, and the Chang'an underground forces wanted to do this favor. It was sort of the last implementing ceremony from the Gao brothers in Chang'an. Minutes later, Gao Fei called out Cheng Dale's name and said that they were there to pick him up. Another person asked Gao Fei if they were also there to pick up Cheng Dale and informed them that they were late as Cheng Dale was taken by the Wind and Cloud village first. Disbelieving, Gao Fei couldn't fathom that Cheng Dale was taken away. He promptly ordered his fellow bandits to head to the Wind and Cloud village and bring Cheng Dale back. In the late afternoon, the tree leaves swayed in the wind. On a hill in a distant place, a mysterious group of people gathered, and a man with an enigmatic look observed. Wearing a grim expression, he informed his followers that their lord gave an order. He declared that they would not allow Cheng Dale to leave the capital alive. His people responded with firm affirmation. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale, the butcher who wiped out 100,000 rings and killed Longting, was warmly welcomed at Hulu Mountain. Talks were held with various villages in Hulu Mountain in a friendly and lively atmosphere. At the dinner after the meeting, Cheng Dale expressed his gratitude for the warm hospitality and praised the special snacks of Hulu Mountain. Accompanied by Huang Feihu, Cheng Dale visited the martial arts arena, kitchen, and blacksmith store and had valuable advice. The other villages hoped that Cheng Dale could visit their village and show passion for his advanced experience and the spirit of hard work. Amidst this, Gao Fei and Gao Hu observed Cheng Dale with silent concern. With a grim expression, Gao Hu beckoned Gao Fei, who responded by asking him what it was. Gao Hu smiled and glanced at Gao Fei. He recalled a moment from a year ago when Cheng Dale told him a strange story about why he was so skilled and admitted that he didn't understand at that time. But now he could see it in Gao Fei's expression. He continued, saying that he now understood what Cheng Dale had said. Gao Fei, visibly upset, pinched Gao Hu's mouth and cursed at him, but Cheng Dale noticed them. He happily waved to them, called out their names, and mentioned that it was a long time since they had seen each other. He invited them to come and have a drink, which made them stop quarreling. Both Gao Fei and Gao Hu's faces lit up and confirmed. As the evening approached, 2 or 3 days after they arrived at Hulu Mountain, 3 people were thrown out of Hulu Mountain. A child called out to his father. The bandit urged them to quickly go down the mountain and toss some coins at them, stating that it was their pay. New Sanji's wife requested that they stay there even if they had to beg because at least they could have food they could eat, which was better than Yun Shui Guan. New Sanji mentioned the south, clenching his fist as he told his wife that he was a military general of the empire, and was paid by the court to guard the territory. He suggested that they should return to Yun Shui Guan, but his wife cried and told him that he didn't even receive a salary for 3 years. She regretted marrying him in the first place, mentioning that she wouldn't have come to Chang'an if she hadn't married him, while their son called for their attention, asking them to wait for him. Meanwhile, the news of the incident in Chang'an spread rapidly across the world thanks to the storyteller's promotion. At Kingju White Horse Mountain, White Wolf overheard some rumors from a man who was seated nearby. He mentioned that the wicked Cheng Dale had used a heavenly thunderbolt to kill and wound the guards. Another person added that even Longting perished due to his thunder and ran away. They discussed this until White Wolf's attention was piqued. She heard that Cheng Dale had fled and that Chang'an's Hulu Mountain had become a gathering place for Cheng Dale. White Wolf cast a curious glance at them. Her companion inquired about what was bothering her. She responded that there was nothing wrong. Meanwhile, at the Niujia village blacksmith shop, a man asked Juyu if she was there to bid him farewell. Juyu confirmed it, and her master acknowledged her, stating that her skills had nearly mastered all of his skills. He emphasized that it was time for her to go to the outside world and show off her skills. In a separate setting, Liao Yi informed his older brother that it was time to go, and Liao Jia nodded in agreement. Thus, the demon king of the mountain village wandered around the world, just like a bamboo shoot sprang up after the rain. At the same time, the northwest of the empire, Kichuan Guan. As they read the poster, Xingzai called Fu Delay to check out the job offer, which included food, housing, and salary. Fu Delay agreed, and they decided to first have a full meal. However, the two were tricked by the black-hearted merchants and became miners, and almost died during work. Somewhere in Kichuan, there is this saying that the wind blows at the tip of the leaves, and the waves are formed between the small waves. After the incident in Channan, Cheng Dale became famous around the world, and his fame was enough to stop a child from crying at night. 35 mountains called his name. Who in the world does not know him? And the sound of birds chirped fills the air. As fear points surged in every direction, the system diligently collected them all. The system appeared delighted as it gathered all the fear points, which rapidly increased to 6,206,410 and beyond. Since Cheng Dale came to Hulu Mountain, all the families and villages were competing for the best feast. Shenji's face beamed with delight as he encouraged all the bandits to eat and drink as they celebrated. But every day, Cheng Dale was getting tired of it as he just munched his food in the corner looking at them with Kin Man beside him. He asked Kin Man to keep an eye on things and ensure he didn't get drunk. Kin Man nodded while enjoying his food. The bandits continued to celebrate and banter with Shenji, playfully teased him for getting drunk after only 2 bottles of wine. Another chanted for refills, and some said that they ran out of wine, informing Cheng Dale that there was no more wine. Shenji became drunk and informed Cheng Dale that they ran out of wine, so they were heading to another village to continue their drinking. Cheng Dale felt bored, gave a disinterested confirmation. Gao Fei's drunk face told them that they were going to the Flying Tiger village to continue their drinking. They all shouted in excitement. Perplexed, Cheng Dale thought about his previous statement and asked if he couldn't go with them. As they headed to another village, a person confronted his comrade, questioned if he was looking down on him. He asked whether he had merely pushed his food aside and didn't want to eat it, or if he didn't consider him a brother, while others hummed and enjoyed themselves. As they continued to travel, a person asked Cheng Dale when he had some free time, so he could visit their village to give them some advice. Cheng Dale sarcastically laughed and replied that he would go next time. Some individuals complimented Cheng Dale for being able to stop 100,000 ring tribesmen, suggested that with Cheng Dale's guidance, their village could be as solid as a diamond. As they passed down the hill, a small rock fell, while Cheng Dale responded with an awkward laugh. He suddenly became alert when he noticed a rock fall and warned everyone to watch out, and ordered everyone to disperse. Cheng Dale quickly jumped out from his horse and activated the possession. The system entered his body, and there was a sudden beep as the fear points decreased to 100W. With remarkable speed, he used a phase second-style exploding fireworks to slice the falling rocks, causing them to break apart. The bandits and their horses were scared and told the others to watch out, while some confirmed that he really was Cheng Dale. At the same time, Cheng Dale's inner thoughts recognized the group of people on the hill as the same group last time. The group aimed their crossbows at Cheng Dale, but Cheng Dale swiftly slashed all the arrows headed his way using his 2 hearts beat as one technique, creating a clattering sound as the arrows fell to the ground. The assassins emerged from the bushes, grouping together to attack Cheng Dale. Without wasting any time, Cheng Dale launched a fierce counterattack with his sword. The assassins cried out in pain as they were sent flying. But after 10 breaths, shouting and killing stopped. The expressions on the faces of everyone turned grim, leaving them momentarily speechless. They observed as Cheng Dale leaped while holding onto one of the assassins. As he landed, the ears on his head vanished. He informed Kin Man that he knocked out the assassin, and also broke his jaw, and mentioned that Kin Man was familiar with this kind of work and requested his assistance in removing the poison sac from the assassin's mouth, to which Kin Man agreed. Cheng Dale placed the unconscious body of the assassin on the ground, and instructed Kin Man to be cautious not to pinch the poison sac. With eager expressions, Gao Hu requested Cheng Dale to leave the assassin to them, suggesting that his mother would not be able to recognize him after they were done with him. Meanwhile, Kin Man successfully removed the poison sac from the assassin's mouth. After that, Cheng Dale sarcastically welcomed the assassin as he woke up from a faint. Displaying a dark aura, he threatened the assassin with his sword, demanding to know who sent him and who his master was. He offered to make the assassins good time. The assassin smirked, despite his missing tooth. He told Cheng Dale that he was about to die, and his words were cut off when Cheng Dale swung his sword into his body. The assassin groaned, while Cheng Dale calmly informed him that he could cut him 100 times with his sword without taking his life. He continued stating that the assassin was a kamikaze soldier, and that they were related to some big shot. But he warned him not to test his patience. With his sword pointed at the assassin's face, Cheng Dale told the assassin that he might be able to endure it. He also understood that the people behind him probably promised to take care of his family. Cheng Dalei revealed the assassin's name, Jiang Kai, 35 years old, and was from Jan's village in Jingzhou, as he reviewed his information, and went on to explain that he had been a disciple of the Blood Sword sect but had turned into a suicide soldier. Shocked, the assassin questioned how Cheng Dalei knew all this. Cheng Dalei responded calmly that he knew but didn't care, as he naturally had a way to find out who was behind him and that he just needed to put a little more effort into it. He assured the assassin that he wouldn't harm him or cause trouble for his family if he told the truth, saving him the trouble of looking for the person behind him. Terrified, the assassin admitted that he would talk. He revealed that the minister had sent them and ordered that Cheng Dalei should not leave the capital alive under any circumstances. Cheng Dalei asked if it was Minister Kui and mentioned that the imperial court was willing to let him go, expressing his confusion about why Kui wanted him dead. The assassin explained that Wanner had given herself in exchange for his life, but he also mentioned that Cheng Dalei had killed Longting. He questioned why Minister Kui would let him go freely after that. Cheng Dalei questioned what Wanner had to do with this matter, which prompted a surprise curse from the assassin, who asked if Cheng Dalei still didn't know. The assassin revealed to Cheng Dalei that Wanner had not agreed to make peace by marrying into the Ring tribe, and that he wouldn't be able to leave the heavenly prison alive now. Cheng Dalei stood in silence as he acknowledged the situation. Gao Fei mentioned that he had heard about peace talks between the Empire and the Ring tribe, stating that the Empire was required to pay tributes to the Ring tribe every year. Shenji chimed in, expressing his disdain for Emperor Ming and insulting him as a puppet of the Ring tribe. They all agreed that they would never bow down to the Ring tribe. The crowd of bandits joined in the conversation, criticized the Empire and labeled it as a disgrace. Some mentioned that the imperial court was hiding the news from the public, which only became public 2 days ago. They also mentioned that the princess left a month ago. They chanted that they should retrieve Wanner and prevent her from marrying into the Ring tribe. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei inquired about Wanner's destination. However, Gao Fei interjected and answered Cheng Dalei's question that Wanner was heading to Zai Zhaoguan, and it had been a month since her departure, and estimated that they would exit the Sunset Pass in a few days. Cheng Dalei asked the bandits for directions to Zai Zhaoguan, and one answered that it was in the north. Gao Fei questioned Cheng Dalei if he robbed the bribe. He told Cheng Dalei that it was too late, as Zai Zhaoguan was 2,000 miles away. But Cheng Dalei determination ordered Qin Man to prepare the horses. Worried, Qin Man asked Cheng Dalei if he should go with him, prompting Cheng Dalei to say no, and told him to wait for him. In an instant, Cheng Dalei swiftly rode his horse, assured the bandits that he would be right back. He urged his horse onward, and it dashed away at a fast pace. The bandits watched as Cheng Dalei disappeared into the distance, wondering what he was planning to do. Qin Man replied that Cheng Dalei thought that they were going to hold him back. He called the situation a one-man bride kidnapping. One of them praised Cheng Dalei as worthy. As Cheng Dalei rode throughout the night, his galloping horse kicked up yellow dust like a snake. Along the way, he encountered assassins who confronted him, warning that it was to be his last day. However, Cheng Dalei paid no attention to the assassins' threats and continued moving forward. The assassins leaped from the trees as they were going to attack to kill. Cheng Dalei dismounted his horse with a swift move technique of the colorless double-winged phoenix. He dashed toward the assassins and launched an attack using his exploding fireworks technique, swiftly defeated them all. The assassins wore expressions of defeat as their lifeless bodies were thrown aside. Cheng Dalei returned to his horse and continued his journey. He whipped his horse, and as he rode, he released the possession, allowing the system to leave his body. Frustrated, Cheng Dalei clenched his jaw as he thought that he was still slow. To increase the horse's speed, the system used an item called Godspeed Armor Horse, which was consumable. The horse neighed as its speed drastically increased, becoming capable of maintaining this incredible speed for up to 3 days. Cheng Dalei's journey to the north became much faster. The system encouraged Cheng Dalei and cheered him to go all the way to the north. As the sun began to set, accompanied by a fitting saying that he headed north, away from the world with them. They lamented that they were tired and could no longer fall in love with anyone anymore. At Yellow Sand, there were ancient roads and tea stalls. He was a bounty hunter and a killer. It was said that he woke up at the clock at night every day. He opened the window and let the cool breeze into the house. Then he washed his face and mouth, and after that, he changed clothes. There was a contradiction in assassins' jobs. First, they couldn't be too famous, and second, they couldn't be without fame. If they had fame, they would be found wherever they went. And if they were not famous, no one would look to kill them. He was successful and ordinary looking. In the crowd, he was like a drop of water in the sea. But in the industry, he had a lot of fame. Many people knew the saying in the world of assassins, "Find that man, pay him up, and he would kill a person for you." No matter who the target was, he never missed. His swordsmanship was average, he just could endure and wait. His appearance made newcomers understand that killing did not require much effort. It was not about holding a sword and looking for a fight, shouting that next year this same day was going to be his death anniversary. Such behavior seemed very undignified, and this line made him seem more like a villain. He had to say, he changed the current situation of the industry with his own efforts. He made those rude and ill-tempered killers begin to learn intelligence gathering, target planning, and risk analysis. He invented many new methods. He was the leader of the industry reform. That day, there was a big list of 5,000 tales, while putting woods in the fire. He was waiting. The person he was waiting for had not arrived yet. He was not in a hurry. He once spent 3 years trying to make a friend and he killed him. He did not mind cooking a pot of tea eggs in 1 hour and waiting for someone for 1 day, until the person he was waiting for arrived and he respectfully served him tea. When the other person felt relaxed, he pulled out the thin sword hidden in the bamboo pole and pierced the heart of the other person. Then, he would guard the other person's body to finish a cup of tea and eggs and cut off the target's head and leave, receive the reward, squander, hide his tracks, and wait for the next big list. Cheng Dalei halted, his gaze fixed on the man. The man smiled and inquired about Cheng Dalei's food preferences, mentioning that his specialty was tea and eggs, which smelled good. Cheng Dalei threw his water bag to the man, instructing him to fill it with water and provide his horse with some high-quality fodder. He dismounted from his horse and informed the man that he wanted a cup of tea and eggs, packing an additional 30 for himself to take on the journey. The man promptly served Cheng Dalei's food on the table and asked if Cheng Dalei wanted a cup of tea and eggs. Cheng Dalei confirmed that he did. The man inquired again about the reason for Cheng Dalei's rush. Without hesitation, Cheng Dalei swiftly unsheathed his swords and slashed the man's throat. The food the man was carrying flew out, and the man's face contorted in shock as blood splattered. Cheng Dalei's expression remained serious. The man lay lifeless on the ground, while Cheng Dalei caught the food that was thrown. Cheng Dalei glanced at the man's body and commented that, because he was in a hurry, he didn't have time for unnecessary conversation. He offered an apology. Struggling to speak, the man inquired why Cheng Dalei was apologizing. Cheng Dalei responded by advising him not to use something to occupy his hand. The man continued to ask why Cheng Dalei knew and how he could know, but Cheng Dalei just watched him in silence. Cheng Dalei went on to clarify that he had seen through the man. In the near-death glance, the nameless killer seemed to see the shining figure around the target. It was like an immortal. Despite the surrounding yellow sand, ancient roads, and tea stalls, Cheng Dalei appeared unfazed as he sat down. He used a pin to poke the eggs, examining them closely. Observing that the eggs showed no signs of poison, he proceeded to eat them. As he chewed, he commented that they smelled incredibly good after taking a bite. The Sunset Fort was the furthest fort in the northeast of the empire, and beyond this fort were the grasslands ruled by the Ring's tribes. A soldier informed his lord that the Mingyu princess was about to leave the fort, asked how many people were they sending with her. His lord answered to just send a troop of 1,000 as it was just for formalities. They would return as soon as she arrived there, and he said with disgust that using a woman to exchange for peace was a huge disgrace to their empire. The soldier told his lord that he heard rumors of people plotting to kidnap the princess, questioned that there weren't 1,000 warriors, too few, and even the Merlion guards accompanying the princess only numbered 500. The Sunset Fort's leading general replied that so what if it was 500? Those were 500 Merlion guards. His soldier inquired about the Merlion guard as he kept hearing about them. He asked what was so great about the Merlion guards. The Sunset Fort's leading general replied that this particular troop operated directly under the Ming Emperor, and they were the Emperor's sharpest sword and the toughest shield. The Merlion guards could be separated into the Carp and Dragon warriors, and there were 36 Dragon warriors, and they were further separated into True Dragon and Latent Dragon guardians. There were only 3 True Dragons. They were in charge of protecting the Emperor, which were Liu Aji from the Guardian of the Inner Court, King Yifu the Monk, and Tong Fei of the Blossom Spear. The other 33 Latent Dragons were swords the Ming Emperors secretly planted in the Jianghu. If placed into the army, they could easily become a great general, and when placed into the Jianghu, they could easily be the cream of the crop. As for the Carp warrior, they were all orphans who had undergone special training and were highly skilled martial masters. They were separated into many different platoons, with each bearing a name of a beast, such as a snake, tiger, eagle, and so on. In short, the Merlian guards were adept warriors that the Ming Emperor spared no effort to raise. This operation had 5 dragon warriors and 500 carp warriors. Tong Fei apologized for the inconvenience to Her Highness because of the urgency of the matter. They couldn't allow her to rest for a few more days in the Sunset Fort. The Mingyu princess replied that there was no need for that, as long as she could protect the empire from the rings. This little hardship means nothing. Tong Fei thought in her mind that she heard the Mingyu princess was spoiled and mischievous, but she guessed the rumors were not true, and no wonder why the emperor favored her the most among all the princesses. It was such a shame that such a huge empire still had to sacrifice such a young girl just to earn a few short years of peace. Suddenly, a frantic soldier rode his horse to report. He screamed that there were corpses ahead, all dressed as merchants and seemed to have just been killed. Another soldier approached Tong Fei and informed her that they entered the territory of the horse bandits. He said that within the vicinity, there were 13 groups of horse bandits. Their leader was known as Gui Jian Chu, and he was a vicious murderer. Tong Fei questioned what was there to be scared about, as it was just some horse bandits. If they dared to appear, she would do Sunset Fort a favor and get rid of them. At dusk, thousands of soldiers who had been lined up and marching reached a road surrounded by a massive rock mountain. A soldier informed Tong Fei that people were following behind them, since their lights might be seen in the pitch-black night. He added that this was one of their strategies. They would follow behind others and slowly wait for them to wear down before striking. Tong Fei called out for drunkards. She said she would have to ask him to take a short trip and get rid of everyone behind them. Drunkard chugged his bottle. Jiu Meng, the drunkard of the latent dragon guardian, burped, complained about this little girl who really liked to order people around, kept asking him to act every time something came up, and asked why she couldn't let him rest for a bit. However, he rode his horse towards those who followed them and said fine. He would be right back, while others stayed behind. A concerned soldier told Tong Fei that the horse bandits were not weak and asked why not send someone to support him, to which Tong Fei confidently replied that there was no need. Tong Fei added that the drunkard could do it alone. 45 minutes later, the drunkard came back carrying someone in his hand. Drunkard reported that there were less than 20 of them. He killed some and the rest ran away. He said that he drank too much and couldn't control his strength while raising someone like a paper bag. He added that he wanted to catch a few live ones, but he guessed he had too much strength and he died on the way back. He dropped the body on the ground and burped. Tong Fei asked if it was Gui Jian Chu's men. A soldier answered yes. The bone mask he was wearing was a symbol of Gui Jian Chu's gang. His quiver was also full, and only Jian Chu's gang had that kind of money. Inside the carriage, the Mingyu princess asked Tong Fei if something was wrong out there. Tong Fei respectfully responded to the princess that they came across something and stopped there for a while. The Mingyu princess asked again if it would take long, to which Tong Fei answered that it wouldn't take long, and the princess replied to wait a little longer. After the long trip, she was just about to take a break, to which Tong Fei agreed. Tong Fei raised her hand and loudly instructed all to heed her command and quickly go to the abandoned building in front of them. She added that they should set up camp there and build defenses, as they would have some fun with these horse bandits, to which her troops affirmed. The mountain of the boulder was covered in stars during the night. A group of horse bandits gathered near where their fellow bandits were slaughtered. A man casually sitting on a boulder questioned if just one person did this. Someone answered yes, just one person. He was very powerful, and all of them could not stop him. It was Gui Jianchu, who sat and smoked with a sword in his hand and said that the carp dragon guards were truly worthy of their fame. He chuckled and asked when the rest of the villagers would arrive. Then, a bandit reporting to his village master stated that the others would be able to come together overnight, and tomorrow morning they could start. Gui Jianchu uttered that it was actually not bad to have a princess for a wife. The yellow sand was rising, and they were already at the imperial border. Someone sat and poured water on his Winnie house, and they had covered 2,000 miles in just 3 days. It was Cheng Dale, who said, "Good job." He told his horse to get some rest, and he would go the rest of the way himself. More and more people gathered around Cheng Dale. They stood near Cheng Dale while he petted his horse. He asked how far it was to Zhejiaoguan. The top judicial officer replied that it was 200 miles to go. The top thief also replied that it took a day and night to walk there. A top actor added that the road was not good, and they would not be there until dusk tomorrow at the earliest. A top porter chimed in as well, saying that if his horse was fast enough, he could do it in a day. A system pop-out description for the restraints regarding the 4 of the lower 9 consisted of the yeoman, flutist, shaman, prostitute, witch, night watchman, hairstylist, drummer, and actor, the lower strata of society, especially for the entertainment and recreation of dignitaries. Cheng Dalei stood up, thanked everyone, and time was running out. He had one last question. He fiercely told them that they were going to die soon, and Cheng Dalei asked if they would like to leave some last words. Suddenly, the top actor, porter, thief, and judicial officer simultaneously advanced towards Cheng Dalei and drew their weapons, aiming at him while he remained calm. Several slashes were made and given in this brawl. After slashing their throats, Cheng Dalei sighed and said, "Never mind." He added that no one would remember it anyway, while flyers with Cheng Dalei's face on them flew everywhere above their dead bodies. A massive army horde was in the distance in the early morning fog. A soldier complained that it was foggy and commanded everyone to tighten up security and be on alert. Tong Fei replied that their trip would take at least 15 more days and that sooner or later they would be in trouble if they allowed them to follow them in this way. She proposed finishing them off right there. The soldier replied that he sent men to Zhejiaoguan to get reinforcements and tell them that they lured Gui Jianchu there. When the main army arrived, they could kill them all. Tong Fei was surrounded by fog and said that it smelled weird. She screamed and cursed when she realized that the fog was poisonous. She alerted everyone to cover their mouths and noses with cloth and not to inhale the smoke from the fog. Someone asked over the fire if the news was spread, and someone answered this news was spread throughout the bandit world. Everyone wanted to get the soon-to-be-married Princess Mingyu. It was from the horse bandit who purposely created the heavy fog. He chuckled and said it was known everywhere in the high mountains. That was, in addition to their 13 villages, at least tens of thousands of people came there. It was Gui Jianchu who said that this was a big event in the world of bandits. Whoever could win over the princess could laugh at the others and be proud of themselves. While smoking, he told his brothers that they were the first to arrive. The horse bandits went on to advance and screamed to kill them. Tong Fei fiercely alerted the arrow squad to stand by. The arrow squad released the arrows on her command. In the fog, bows and arrows were generally more effective. Tong Fei called Ju Tu to take his men and guard the princess there. She fiercely headed on to the battle with the fish dragon guards. They were slashing horse bandits with their swords. Several horse bandits were killed. Like two tides colliding, Tong Fei drove away 5,000 horse bandits with 300 fish dragon guards. They kept attacking, and blood shed on both tides. Tong Fei commanded to drive them back. They just had to hold out until the reinforcements from Zhejiaoguan arrived, and Ju Tu agreed. Someone told the princess to go inside the castle building, as it was too dangerous outside. The lady was concerned as she called the princess. The princess said if it was before, she would have been scared and screamed, but not anymore. She questioned her father if this was what he had been dealing with. The princess saw the dead soldiers covered in blood and lying on the ground. Just do the right thing, no matter what the situation was. The princess remained calm amidst it all. Sacrifice what should be sacrificed, give up what should be given up, and do not let their emotions distract them. She closed her eyes, but at the bottom of her closed heart, the princess still harbored a trace of inexplicable hope. Fast forward, the battle lasted from morning until sunset. Both sides engaged in one cavalry duel after another. The horse bandits outnumbered the fish dragon guards and fought round after round to consume their physical strength. Tong Fei commanded to defend the castle repeatedly, and not let the bandits hurt the princess. She thought in her head why the backup was not there yet, and the opponents became more in numbers with every push. Another horde of bandits went to attack, pushed forward and grabbed the princess. Tong Fei was shocked as she saw what was coming. Her pupil became large when she realized that they were not horse bandits and they were from other factions. Kai Fagui, the first of the 18 water bandits in the Liao Mountain, was laughing as he called his brother to attack, grabbed the princess, and played with her together. Gui Jianchu was not impressed seeing the old red-headed bandit was there too. He ordered his men to seal the back gate because they wanted to run away from the back gate. Tong Fei alerted his troops that there were too many enemies and the defense line had been broken. Lu Ju was ordered to take men with him to escort Princess Mingyu out there, and he agreed while others would cover for them. The bandits were laughing as they surrounded them, blocked their retreat, and alerted others that they ran south. A wooden royal carriage was wheeled out frantically as they were escorting away the princess. They cleared a path for them as they hurried to get away, and they protected the princess and didn't let any bandits get close to them. However, the enemy blocked the front and they called for Luo Ju and were told to run them over. Lu Ju commanded them to attack and push with him as they planned to break through their encirclement. The curtain of the carriage was splashed with blood while they rushed through in one breath and kept attacking in hopes of breaking their formation. Princess Mingyu couldn't help but peek outside her window as she heard screaming guards that were bleeding out. At the confrontation with killing and death, inside the royal carriage, the princess was trembling. A lot of killing and struggling were heard while the princess remained inside the royal carriage. She was silent and curled up while tears built up in her eyes. The carriage was already surrounded, unable to move, and the bandits were laughing and screaming to kill them all. These bandits were aggressive in surrounding and stopping them in order to grab the princess, while the guards struggled to break the siege. Suddenly, the bandits were caught by surprise as there were enemies behind and slashed through them as a result. Some flew right away. Lu Jiu wondered if it could be that support from Zai Zhao Guan had arrived. A loud thud of an animal was heard. It was Cheng Dale, summoning the heart to possess him, and she flew right through him, while it cost him 100 W fear points. Heart, the system spirit, told Cheng Dale that it was okay to go all out. The masked bandits were pissed and questioned who that guy was, went to kill him. Suddenly, Cheng Dale flew right in front of them, which caught the masked bandits by surprise. At that moment, the crow saw a flying toad in the sky and was amazed by a soldier that he had an awesome flying skill. Lu Jiu inquired where he was from and why he hadn't seen him before, but before he could finish his sentence, Cheng Dale interrupted him by forcefully stomping on his face. His foot fit perfectly and landed on Lu Aji's face. As Cheng Dale lifted his feet, Lu Aji spewed blood from his mouth, which concerned and terrified his soldiers. Cheng Dale jumped and landed in the wooden royal carriage while holding his sword. He used Alfie swordsmanship. Cheng Dale swiftly stroked his sword side to side, slashing at the wooden royal carriage. As the carriage broke apart, Cheng Dale called the princess Lai Wanner. He asked her why she didn't notify him she was going to get married. The princess sat, looked up, and uttered Cheng Dale's name. He grabbed her hands and questioned what she was waiting for. Cheng Dale frantically said that there was no time to get on, while the princess was still surprised. This was the moment when the Princess Minjiu became Lai Wanner again. Both the soldiers and bandits were wondering who he was and how dared this bastard intercept them. Someone called his troops to kill Cheng Dale, while he stroked his sword and rode the black horse with Lai Wanner. His sword cut a rope connecting the horse to the carriage. Tong Fei was breaking the back of the crowd and couldn't be stopped as she frantically yelled not to let him take the princess because he was the mountain bandit, Cheng Dale. The soldiers cursed and screamed in panic, not letting him take the princess. They went after Cheng Dale, however. He managed to execute the exploding fireworks through his sword and told them to go away. The crowd of masked bandits went after Cheng Dale, where they shouted to kill him because he was the princess, and they wanted to grab her. Cheng Dale told her that he would break the net that surrounded them in one breath, and warned Lai Dong to hold on tight, as he raised his speedy sword for an attack. Cheng Dale slashed through them like explosive fireworks. They could only scream their pain away as they met the powerful sword attack by Cheng Dale, and he ran away with it. Others tried to pursue him because he was getting away with the princess, while Cheng Dale calmly told her that they had finally broken through and to run for their lives. Their horsehair brushed against the breeze as they rode away with as much speed as they could. Suddenly, someone appeared on their way along with the troops behind them, but he already drew his sword. With a sinister smile on his face, it was Gui Jianchu on horseback. This made Cheng Dale visibly pissed. While Gui Jianchu uttered to thank him for giving the princess, a description of him emerged that at age 23, an orphan but he was famous supreme rank horse bandit, the first of the 13 horse bandits, known as the fastest swordsman in the grassland, and he could cut the falling rocks from the cliffs. Cheng Dale swiftly drew his sword ready. They both raised their swords and positioned themselves for a battle as they were near to one another. However, it was Cheng Dale fast enough to slash through his sword at Gui Jianchu that resulted in blood splatter. Blood gushed out of Gui Jianchu, left him stunned and speechless. He had wide open eyes, and blood was streaming down his face. He slowly fell down from his horse. Suddenly, a notification emerged congratulating Cheng Dale's completion of Rivers and Lakes of the World as he defeated the horse bandit Gui Jianchu in a quick head-to-head sword duel and was awarded with one lottery draw. Lai Wanner questioned if Cheng Dale killed him and said that the man just now did not look like a horse bandit. Cheng Dale replied that he just saw him raise his sword at him, or maybe his eyes were getting blurry. Cheng Dale and Lai Wanner went on their way, while the horse bandits were surprised that their village master was struck down. For a long time, Gui Jianchu, the head of the 13 horse bandits in the border city where he relied on a swift sword and a ruthless character in the grasslands, laughed that he could not see anything clearly at all, while his troops were concerned about him and asked if he was alright. For the first time, he felt a really fast sword and praised him for it. Blood continued to drip as he laughed. He said that he would get to him. He wanted his sword, forced him to reveal his sword technique, and he would get the princess. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale was still pursued by soldiers, and someone was screaming at him that he could not escape them. Tong Fei fiercely rode her horse, wanting to get the princess back. Cheng Dale was upset at them for being a pain in the ass. He couldn't shake them. There were no obstacles in the prairie, and he could only try to move away from them. The system spirit's possession lifted as she appeared to warn Cheng Dale that the time limit for possession had expired. It would take 12 hours before he could be possessed again. If she caught up with him, he would find himself in serious trouble, and this made Cheng Dale curse. The system spirit told Cheng Dale that he still had one chance to win the lottery, and asked if he wanted to try his luck, to which he replied to do it and see if they could draw something useful. The system spirit called the raffle machine, so it was up to him who appeared next to her and said good. He went on to say that the raffle had begun. Balls and golden hues emerged immediately. Then, a golden ball opened, and he obtained background music. A description appeared that the host had acquired background music, starting the battle song function. Different background music could give the host different attributes when activated, consuming anywhere from 100,000 to millions of fear points depending on its duration. The stronger effect of the battle song, the more it consumed, which made the system spirit surprised because the new feature she had developed earlier was finally online. Cheng Dale thought in his head and wondered about battle background music. He asked if he had to sing and fight people at the same time. Cheng Dale was speechless as he imagined himself singing about the great river flows north, and the stars in the sky referred to the Big Dipper. However, he was still being aggressively chased by Kai Fagui, demanding that he did not run away. Tong Fei called to give her back the princess, and Gui Jianchu wanted his sword book and the princess, while Cheng Dale panicked as there were more and more pursuers and he was being caught up. Cheng Dale thought to try it first and cleared his throat. Suddenly, he started singing about the great river flowing north, and the stars in the sky referred to the Big Dipper. Lai Wanner called his name and looked back wondering, while Cheng Dale continued singing. Cheng Dale wondered that there was no reaction and thought that he would try a little louder, which made those behind him confused, including Kai Fagui, Tong Fei, and Gui Jianchu. They thought in their heads that he was gone because he was being persecuted and questioned why he was still in the mood to sing a song. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale was panicking that it had no response, decided to try another song. Afterwards, he started singing with lyrics of the pride faces 10,000 waves and the passionate blood like the red sunlight. On the other hand, this made Lai Wanner pissed off as he called him out that he was still in the mood to sing in a situation like that. Desperate, Cheng Dale called the system spirit and questioned why she had to be like that and begged to tell him how to use it, while the system spirit giggled. She called him dummy, snapped her finger and said go music, got herself and around her ready. She was accompanied as well by the giddy raffle machine. The system spirit began strumming on her bass guitar passionately inside this circle with circuit print on it. She confidently sang the lyrics about seeing someone's body in the moonlight. The system spirit continued singing passionately. Meanwhile, these gave Cheng Dale a boost. She went on rocking the song, of which was titled Deja Vu from the Italian composer Dave Rogers, and also Cheng Dale went on significantly faster on his horse. These shocked Kai Fagui and Tong Fei, while Gui Jianchu realized he wanted Cheng Dale's horse too. Cheng Dale's background music gave him an additional 50% on his race speed, and Lai Wanner was struggling to cope up with the speed. Then, when he was actually quite far away, he bid them goodbye. After the disappearance of the common goal, only the three groups of people who were resentful towards each other remained. It was another battle of confusion. At night, Luo Ju asked Tong Fei if she got the princess back, to which she answered, no. She added that the bastard suddenly went berserk, killed his way out, and soon disappeared. A soldier questioned why he would take the princess away if she had done him a favor. Also, Luo Ju questioned how a mountain bandit had humanity because they were a bunch of ungrateful beasts. Tong Fei replied that Cheng Dale had kidnapped the princess and was definitely on his way to the border. She commanded Luo Ju to take a few men back to Zizhao Pass, gave the order to close the roads at all gates, and not allow any entry, to which he agreed. She also added that with the power he displayed that day, ordinary carp guards could no longer stop him. To get the princess back, they needed the dragon guards. Tong Fei asked them to return to the capital to ask His Majesty Emperor Ming to issue the fish dragon order and move 33 submerged dragon guards out of the border area. Moments later, at the horse bandit's lair, Giguan village, a bandit told Guo Jianchu, his village master, that the information had been confirmed. He went on to say that the person who took the princess was called Cheng Dale. Guo Jianchu had a bandage on his face and was still bleeding when he uttered Cheng Dale's name. He giggled as he remembered the fast sword he possessed, a sword he couldn't see clearly. A bandit asked Guo Jianchu what they should do. He replied that Cheng Dale must still be in the grassland. He ordered them to find and capture him because Guo Jianchu desperately wanted the princess, his sword technique, his sword, and his horse. He wanted it all. So, the overwhelming number of horse bandits dispersed and began searching for Cheng Dale in the grasslands. Meanwhile, there were the water bandits and Qiuxiang's gatekeeper assassins, the mountain bandits, robbers, criminals, and other heroes of this field within the border. All of a sudden, the open wilderness was crowded, including the Empire's fish dragon guards, horse bandits, water bandits, assassins, swordsmen, mountain bandits, bounty hunters, and even warriors there to kill him and eliminate him for certain people. Everyone's goal was clear: get the princess or kill Cheng Dale. Somewhere in another place at night, someone said that he was so exhausted. It was Cheng Dale, laid back on the ground, saying to Lai Wanner that she didn't expect him to show up because how could he let her marry into the rings? Lai Wanner sat near him and told him that if he could take her. Cheng Dale interrupted her and replied, just give him a break, and he would take her back. Lai Wanner clarified that she didn't mean to take her back. He should take her to the royal city of the Ring tribe so that he could marry Hu Yanba, king of the Ring tribe, which made Cheng Dale's eyes widen in shock. He questioned if she were mad with fright, because he heard that this Hu Yanba was basically a human-like beast. He had made countless girls and children suffer to death, and she was willing to marry him. Cheng Dale asked her if she agreed to the marriage to save him or if she wanted to marry there voluntarily. Lai Wanner answered, yes, she had the responsibility to get married, and if she had to get married, why shouldn't she save him through that too? She grew up with a lot of respect and got things that a lot of people don't get in their lives. Perhaps she was waiting for this day to marry herself to the rings and become an emissary of peace between the two groups. She continued to say that every person had a purpose in life on Earth. Her sacrifice alone was enough so that there would be peace between the two tribes for at least 5 years, so that the empire could recover, people would not have to be driven out, and the soldiers would not have to die in battle. She added that the sacrifice was worth it. At that time, Cheng Dale did not know whether he was standing in front of the imperial princess Minju or the mischievous and fickle little Lai Wanner. The two identities were one and the same, and yet they were so different. She had grown up. Growing up doesn't happen slowly, it happens instantly. At a certain moment, it suddenly became clear. She folded her wings, put on her helmet, and ran towards the battlefield. Lai Wanner, with visibly sad eyes, stared at Cheng Dale. She sighed as she thought in her head that the body did not belong to itself in this society. In her case, she feared, she also understood the hopelessness of life. Cheng Dale replied that her theory of predestination, responsibility, and sacrifice sounded very much like one person. He questioned if her father made that up, to which Lai Wanner was speechless. Lai Wanner, in her royal red robe and her long, gorgeous, laid-back hair, answered that he was a mountain bandit. He couldn't understand what she meant anyway. While Cheng Dale was speechless, Cheng Dale thought in his head that it was really, as the saying goes, if there was a stupid mother, there was a whole nest of stupid fathers. When she had such a stupid father like that, it was easy to understand even if she was not enlightened. Lai Wanner told him that if he did not want to take her to the royal city of the rings, it was okay. If he helped her find the fish dragon guards, Cheng Dale replied that these guards of hers couldn't do anything. At the moment, she didn't know how many criminals wanted her for themselves. There were also many people with strong connections who wanted her for themselves. Lai Wanner asked if he meant to say that he was more capable than her guards. Before Cheng Dale could answer, she demanded he take her there. He got enraged with her nonsense and said he was there to take her away, not to accompany her. Lai Wanner replied no, since he could take her away from others, he had to take her there, to which Cheng Dale asked what if he don't let her go. He was a mountain bandit, so he wondered if she was not afraid he would take her back to his village to make her his wife. Lai Wanner replied that she would die to show him her resolve. Their faces were blushing, they got extremely close and were both speechless. Cheng Dale said that two people who were this close usually kissed each other. Cheng Dale thought in his head that it was too close and wondered why she didn't go back. Lai Wanner sighed, she got up. She pushed herself towards Cheng Dale, which caught him off guard. She breathed near his ear, and his face got red. Cheng Dale was defeated. Suddenly, a notification was received, which triggered a two-choice task. The system spirit appeared and teased the hot-blooded young man as he once again faced a dilemma to choose. Would he bravely venture into the lion's den or claim the beauty for himself? It was now up to his decision. Cheng Dale had triggered an escort mission, which was an epic mission that would influence the direction of the world pattern. The mission content was escorting Princess Minju to the royal city of the rings. In return, there would be 5 years of peace for the empire. This task was extremely difficult and could be rejected. Another mission was triggered for the abduction of the woman. The target was Princess Minju. The special status of the target increased the difficulty of the task. This could be rejected, and the reward was a wife. Cheng Dale backed up, telling Lai Wanner to stop and restrain herself. Lai Wanner, in her shaky voice, asked him what he was afraid of. Cheng Dale conceded that he was afraid of her. Lai Wanner replied that he was afraid to take her to the royal city of the rings. So he told her he would think about it, which made Lai Wanner irritated. Cheng Dale thought in his head, how could this woman be so perverted? He almost couldn't keep his V card. They both sat on the grass while Cheng Dale checked his screen. He thought in his head, how come this was another one of those elective missions? Finish one of them, and the second one disappears automatically. First of all, the first task certainly seemed to affect the power of the world, but the conditions to achieve this were a 5-year peace treaty for the empire. There was also his wife. It seemed simple, but once little Lai Wanner was forcibly taken away, he feared that the consequences would be no less dire than the other task. Furthermore, he had a wife. Then he was sweating heavily, thinking, how could he bring another one? It seemed like the answer was just crying out to be answered. He placed his hand on Lai Wanner's head and said, all right. Cheng Dale said that since she wanted to see it, he agreed to take her to the royal city of the rings. Lai Wanner smiled when he finally agreed. He questioned why she had a happy look, as if they were going shopping. They were obviously going deep into the enemy camp where she had 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. He went on to say that since she had decided to go, she must think about how to go on because he was afraid the journey would not be peaceful. So she needed to listen to him, to which Lai Wanner agreed. He asked her to take off her clothes first. This shocked Lai Wanner and she asked what he wanted to do, which made him pissed and speechless. Cheng Dale explained that now he did not know how many people were looking for them. The way she was dressed was too noticeable, although his DPS was very strong. She did not have to pull weight on him. Lai Wanner replied that she did not have a change of clothes either, and Cheng Dale answered to take off the gold and silver jewelry from the dress. If they were too heavy, they would affect the movement, and these things could be used as money on the trip. In the morning, on a certain service road in the grassland, a man told the miss of the Blue Merchant House that it was almost dark. Then he suggested that they find a place to rest, to which she replied to push forward through the night. It was Gui Jianchu's territory, and they should not stay a moment. The faster they passed, the better, and the man agreed. Another man's eyes widened as he informed the miss that 2 people were coming over. He said that they looked like they were not horse bandits. The man called their attention and asked where they were headed. It was fate that they met and invited them to go together. Cheng Dale denied that it was not convenient. The miss of the Blue Merchant House asked if they were afraid of encountering horse bandits. There were horse bandits on this road, and if they went together, there was a good chance they could make it out together. Another man added he had been practicing his sword for 5 years, but he hadn't taken the usual horse bandits seriously. To which Cheng Dale laughed and said, pretty good. Cheng Dale and Lai Wanner left and told them to take care, while the man sighed because it seemed that they did not want to make friends. The miss of the Blue Merchant House looked back at them and said that they were an odd couple. The caravan continued to move after an hour had passed and noticed there were people in the front. There was a horde of troops on horseback, which made them terrified. It alerted his troop that someone was coming up ahead. The terrified men told the miss of the Blue Merchant House that they were the horse bandits. She commanded to move as she confirmed that it was them. Gui Jianchu of the border city, where they wore skull masks. The horse bandits Gui Jianchu led were holed up in the grasslands and robbed passing merchants. The men were killed on the spot, the women were brought back, abused, and bodies dumped in the forests. However, today the horse bandits seemed to have no time for the prey that was within their reach. They were shocked and questioned if they were gone, if they didn't see them, and if they saw them, why would they let them go? Even the miss of the Blue Merchant House wondered that they were not really after them. They continued to wonder who they were really after, but someone brushed it off and said to move as they needed to get out of there. The sun was setting, and someone informed the miss of the Blue Merchant House that it was getting dark. She replied that on this path, they risked their lives for money and would be at a loss when they encountered the horse bandits again. She insisted on continuing. She detected the scent of blood and alerted them to be cautious as something might have happened up ahead. A man drew the attention of the miss of the Blue Merchant House and added that he recognized them as the bandits they had recently seen. Cheng Dale and Lai Wanner stood amidst the lifeless bodies while the man questioned whether the horse bandits from earlier were all dead. Lai Wanner informed Cheng Dale that someone was approaching. They turned around, and Cheng Dale recognized them from earlier. A man, holding his sword, was trembling in fear and told Cheng Dale not to come any closer. He frantically explained that he had a sword and had been practicing sword fighting for 5 years, claiming to be quite skilled. He had recently encountered a horse thief and was in a state of shock but managed to request not to approach. Cheng Dale wondered if this man had gone mad with fear or if he was genuinely terrifying. He inquired about who was in charge. The miss of the Blue Merchant House replied that she was in charge and pleaded for her life, offering to hand over all the goods. Cheng Dale agreed, mentioning something about a robbery, IP card, and providing passwords, which confused the miss of the Blue Merchant House. Cheng Dale also instructed her to remove her clothes. The miss of the Blue Merchant House's eyes widened in shock. She only comprehended the last sentence and asked him what he intended to do. Lai Wanner called out to Cheng Dale and abruptly punched him on the head, remarking that he was talking nonsense. Lai Wanner softly laughed as she inquired if there were any men's or women's clothes because they couldn't wear their current attire due to the blood stains. Cheng Dale remained silent. The miss of the Blue Merchant House confirmed that there were such clothes available. Lai Wanner requested a carriage and some food, politely instructing them to prepare for it. The miss of the Blue Merchant House ordered the man on horseback to unload their belongings, free up a carriage, and prepare food and clothes, to which the man agreed. A few moments later, Lai Wanner mentioned that there was a nice robe, a sturdy warrior suit, a woman's dress, and a hat in there. The miss of the Blue Merchant House replied that she could take anything she wanted and just take it. Lai Wanner fumbled and searched, said the stuff was pretty neat and loaded all of those onto the carriage. Suddenly, she held a pink bib that made her wonder. Lai Wanner thought in her head that the bib was a little too big. Cheng Dale got her attention and asked if she was done because they should go. The miss of the Blue Merchant House proudly said that it was hers, and Lai Wanner could take it if she wanted. However, she hesitated because the size was a little too big. She noticed something. Her hand reached for something and demanded to have that one. She took the scarf from the head of the miss of the Blue Merchant House. Lai Wanner was amazed and praised her for being so pretty. The miss of the Blue Merchant House became visibly sad and asked what she was doing because it was her scarf, as she explained that on the grassland, it was too dangerous for a good-looking female. Lai Wanner giggled, saying that this was exactly what she needed and thanked her. Cheng Dale warned Lai Wanner that if she did not come right there, he would leave her behind and threatened to leave now, to which she panicked. Lai Wanner told her that she was leaving now. This was for her, checked if it was enough for her. The road ahead was not peaceful, and a beautiful woman like her should be more careful. She ran towards the carriage, called Cheng Dale an asshole, and told him to wait for her. The miss of the Blue Merchant House thought in her head that a night pearl was worth a lot of money. She held the night pearl on her fingertips and wondered if it was worth it just for a carriage and some sundries. A man with a strong bandit aura and a girl from a wealthy family in a wedding dress. She wondered if they were running away from marriage. At night, they stopped the carriage to dip in a massive lake. Cheng Dale washed himself up in the lake. He put on his clothes and walked near the carriage where Lai Wanner was sitting. She asked him if he was done washing up. Cheng Dale replied that he was and she could come out now. Lai Wanner looked at him seriously and silently. Then she questioned if he was not going to peek. Cheng Dale asked what she meant and explained that he was not that kind of person, and he didn't even go to a brothel in Chang'an. Lai Wanner ordered him to get into the carriage. He would wait there so she could see his head. Cheng Dale questioned if that was necessary and said that they lacked the necessary trust between them. Suddenly, the bushes near the lake made a rustling sound. She dipped into the lake. Lai Wanner called Cheng Dale's name, and he asked what was wrong and if she wanted him to hand her a towel. Lai Wanner replied no, it was nothing. She explained that it was too quiet there, and if no one was speaking, she felt as if she was the only one there. Cheng Dale asked her what she wanted to talk about. She replied that there was nothing to talk about and asked what he meant by what he usually said because no one understands it. Cheng Dale answered that it was a saying in his hometown, and even if he explained it to her, she wouldn't understand it. Once she moved out of her hometown, the people back home would always say different things about her, no matter what. Lai Wanner innocently replied that his hometown was Kin New Mountain. Suddenly, someone stepped out. She immediately panicked and asked who it was. When she realized who it was, she berated Cheng Dale and called him a bastard. Cheng Dale threw her a towel and said to hide because someone was coming, to which she received it silently. Someone said to Cheng Dale that his hearing ability was really admirable. He introduced himself as Scholar Killer Ren Dedi. Scholar Killer greeted Cheng Dale, and a description of him emerged that he was a famous top killer at age 38 with lethal scholar's sword skills. Cheng Dalei asked if there were no others under Minister Kui besides the mute scholar and the scholar killer because the mute scholar couldn't withstand a single move from him. Scholar killer replied that Cheng Dalei could give it a try because he was not the same as him. He replied that there was no need to hurry and wait for everyone. Scholar killer asked what he meant by waiting for everyone and questioned if there were others. Red-haired ghost Yuan Zhu chuckled, amazed by Cheng Dalei's skill, confirming that old Yuan had not misjudged him. A description revealed that Yuan Zhu was a renowned top pirate at the age of 42, known for his wild wave sword technique, and an experienced leader of the pirates of Liao Mountain. He was also arrogant, conceited, and mostly worked alone. Cheng Dalei stated that everyone was present, and there was no need to hide, they should reveal themselves. Another man emerged and mentioned that a monk had told him about Cheng Dalei's exceptional abilities. This man was named Zhu Shuang, known for his top martial artist skills at the age of 45, specializing in umbrella fighting, needle, and poison skills. Zhu Shuang was described as sinister, cunning, greedy for money and lust. He originated from the jungle and was recruited to be one of the 33 hidden dragon guards. Lai Wana recognized Zhu Shuang and thought to herself that he belonged to the Merlion Guard. Cheng Dalei considered that the three of them were first class, which posed a problem since the body he occupied had been used a few hours ago. However, he replied that the winner would have the final say and suggested they play a round of mahjong. The scholar killer responded, saying that a murderer like him, who had killed countless people on his way, would not let Cheng Dalei stay in the world. Yuan Zhu remarked that he wasn't like them and wouldn't kill Cheng Dalei. He just wanted to take the princess away to become his wife. Zhu Shuang told Cheng Dalei that he was a bit confused because he didn't expect to leave there alive since people wanted to kill him. Cheng Dalei thought to himself that it appeared that, aside from him, they were unaware of each other's strengths, so they were wary of each other. He suggested not playing mahjong and instead proposed a game of Fight the Landlord. Cheng Dalei was troubled by a headache as he made decisions. The scholar killer desired to kill him. The red-haired ghost aimed to take the princess. Skywalker sought to whisk away the princess and eliminate Cheng Dalei in the process, and Cheng Dalei wished to escort the princess to safety. He extended his finger toward the red-haired ghost, signifying that he should be the first to be dealt with, which left him puzzled. Cheng Dalei clarified that they all coveted the princess, and this pirate wished to make her his daughter-in-law. He additionally mentioned that the Merlion Guard would not permit the pirates to gain control of the princess, and he speculated that Minister Kui hadn't anticipated this situation. Zhu Shuang chuckled and suggested that they resolve the matter among themselves. The red-haired ghost referred to Cheng Dalei as a brat. He explained that they were mountain bandits and pirates, which could also be considered as peers. The two charged at each other with raised swords, and Cheng Dalei responded that peers were, in fact, adversaries. Cheng Dalei charged his way at the red-haired ghost, but the sword instantly turned and attacked the scholar killer. Cheng Dalei tried to strike him with his sword. Suddenly, he got blocked, and the scholar killer was amazed by his fast sword. He asked if he wanted to deal with him using lightning speed and laughed at Cheng Dalei that it was a pity that his wishful thinking was wrong. Scholar Killer and Cheng Dalei exchanged an intense sword fight with each other. Scholar Killer called out to Zhu Shuang, asking what he was looking at, and they were all from the imperial court, to which he implied killing Cheng Dalei first. Zhu Shuang got his umbrella in position as he smiled sinisterly and said good. He launched his attack at Cheng Dalei while he screamed for him to die and called him a bastard. Zhu Shuang activated his umbrella thrust spear, which was easily blocked by Cheng Dalei. However, the red-haired ghost felt left out as he stood on the side and watched them fight. He questioned that no one was fighting him. Who should he fight? Scholar Killer and Zhu Shuang went on fighting desperately, wanting to kill Cheng Dalei. Dangers squeezed potential. Cheng Dalei's experience against the enemy response was growing like crazy, and he thought in his head they were determined to join forces to kill him first. Cheng Dalei activated his exploding fireworks, which Scholar Killer and Zhu Shuang struggled with but could still fight him. He thought in his head that he was not sure if he could handle two of them, but if it was three, they would certainly win. Meanwhile, the red-haired ghost joined the fight while laughing at Cheng Dalei for wanting the princess, and not blaming him for not holding up marital virtue. Cheng Dalei kept thinking the longer the fight, the greater physical exertion would be while blocking red-haired ghost's attacks. He realized that these three were by no means monolithic, but now they shared a common goal. It was to kill Cheng Dalei as Scholar Killer and Zhu Shuang aggressively prepared to launch their attacks. Cheng Dalei was able to block Scholar Killer's sword but not Zhu Shuang's umbrella, and blood began to spill. He kept thinking he needed to get back as blood continued to splatter. Cheng Dalei was pushed towards the lake by Zhu Shuang using his umbrella. Water splashed, and Lai Wanner was worried as she called Cheng Dalei's name. Cheng Dalei began sinking into the lake along with his sword in his hand. Lai Wanner looked back at Cheng Dalei and wondered if he knew how to swim. Cheng Dalei completely sank into the lake. Scholar Killer asked if they had successfully dealt with him, to which Zhu Shuang answered that he was poisoned by his umbrella. Even if he knew how to swim, he wouldn't live long. Seeing that these two were weaker than himself, the red-haired ghost took his chance to attack. Zhu Shuang told the Scholar Killer to join forces and kill the pirate, which he agreed to. The red-haired ghost launched his sword, said that it was now their turn to die, and that the princess was his. He activated his Wild Wave sword, which was blocked by Zhu Shuang and Scholar Killer. Underwater, Cheng Dalei called the system and opened the store in exchange for antidote pills. He exchanged one antidote pill that could cure all types of poison in the world, which cost him 30 million fear points. The system spirit winked before asking what he was doing. Cheng Dalei held his breath as he replied telepathically not to interrupt him because he was playing dead and asked her to take a look if the fight above was done. The system spirit replied that Scholar Killer and Skywalker were confronting the red-haired ghost, and it was going to take a while, and told him that he would never have expected that someone would come down. Lai Wanner swam down the lake while Cheng Dalei was confused. He kept thinking who it was who was grabbing his hand. Cheng Dalei wondered if it could be Lai Wanner. He kept thinking that she was trying to save him. Cheng Dalei knew they were still fighting to the death above, and if he went up now, they would immediately turn their attention to him and attack him. He decided that he was not going up. Lai Wanner was struggling and wondered if he was so heavy she couldn't pull him up. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that he did not need to save him, and he wanted her to let go and go up there. However, Lai Wanner was determined and held Cheng Dalei's face. This made him wonder if she was trying to give him oxygen. The red-haired ghost, Scholar Killer, and Zhu Shuang exchanged blows. Struggling, the red-haired ghost claimed that while fighting Cheng Dalei, the two of them were hiding their clumsiness while he cursed at them under his breath. He had the impression that the Scholar Killer's sword skill was extremely sharp, like a violent storm, whereas Zhu Shuang's iron umbrella was made of an unknown material, and after cutting it, it didn't even leave a trace on it. As the Scholar Killer unleashed the Scholar's lethal sword, the red-haired ghost thought that their cooperation was so difficult for him to deal with. The red-haired ghost blocked every attack of the Scholar Killer, while Zhu Shuang splashed dark ink towards the red-haired ghost. The dark ink blinded the red-haired ghost, causing him to curse in his mind. The lethal sword lightning of Scholar Killer quickly stabbed the red-haired ghost on the throat. The red-haired ghost cursed at him on his last breath as he vomited blood. The arrogant red-haired ghost finally paid the price for his arrogance, as the Scholar Killer told him that he had done well, while beside him was Zhu Shuang standing. The Scholar Killer informed Zhu Shuang that he had come to kill Cheng Dalei by the order of the minister, and now that the bandit was dead, he could escort Princess Mingyu away. He told him that he would see him later, to which Zhu Shuang answered, "Please." The Scholar Killer walked away, passing Zhu Shuang. Then, out of nowhere, they both attacked each other. Scholar Killer swung his sword, but Zhu Shuang easily deflected it. Zhu Shuang retaliated by thrusting his umbrella at the Scholar Killer, who easily avoided it. They both continued as the grass beneath them moved. Zhu Shuang asked the Scholar Killer if Minister Kui had ordered him to kill Princess Minjiu, to which the Scholar Killer replied with a chuckle that Minister Kui did not want Princess Minjiu's life. He went on to say that at this time, saving Princess Minjiu and killing Cheng Dalei would be great accomplishments, and that because he recognized him as a Merlian guard, he would certainly take all the credit in front of Emperor Ming alone, and by killing him, he would take all the credit. Zhu Shuang replied that it would depend on whether or not he survived. The Scholar Killer asked him if he really thought he couldn't kill him. He unleashed Scholar's lethal sword Waterfall, but Zhu Shuang blocked it with his umbrella. He opened his umbrella no matter how heavy the rain was, it couldn't cover all of his body. The Scholar Killer thought that only a fast sword could break the umbrella defense. Zhu Shuang clicked something. He released the steel needle rain. The Scholar Killer was repeatedly stabbed with highly poisonous needles. He lost consciousness and vomited blood as he fell down. Zhu Shuang mumbled that he was more like a clown than a killer scholar. Princess Minjiu, meanwhile, swam towards Cheng Dalei's unconscious body in the water. She swam closer to him, thinking she could still feel him reacting. She swam to the surface, believing she could save Cheng Dalei. As she already saved him once, she was certain that she could save him twice, Princess Minjiu stated. Princess Minjiu arrived at the surface and took a breath. However, Zhu Shuang stood nearby and asked her what she was doing down there. Zhu Shuang readied his umbrella and assured Princess Minjiu not to be afraid as he would take her back. On the other hand, a few steel needles were ready. Princess Minju ordered him to go away, as she needed to put on her clothes first. Zhu Shuang squatted down and told her that the area was dangerous, and he did not feel comfortable leaving Princess Minju alone. Princess Minju yelled at him, telling him to go away. He grabbed Princess Minju's clothes and told her that she didn't need to curse, and that he wasn't as good as a mountain bandit. He blushed as he smelled her clothes, saying they smelled good, worthy of the royal highness of the 3 cities, and the lovely and virtuous beauty whom everyone admires, and such a stunning beauty that even he would like. Princess Minju cursed him and asked if he was afraid of death if he was willing to betray Emperor Ming. Zhu Shuang informed her that he was from the country, and he would not be afraid to enter the country again. And as for Emperor Ming, he told her that he was just a mere clay statue. He told her why she shouldn't let him take her body right then. Then, all of a sudden, a man stated that he was choking to death. Cheng Dalei walked to the ground and commented on how deep the lake was. Zhu Shuang, surprised, asked if he had not been poisoned to death. Cheng Dalei pointed at him and said that he was about to die when an immortal gave him an immortal breath, and he came back to life, and he wanted Princess Minju to say it. Princess Minju blushed as she asked Cheng Dalei if he could swim. Cheng Dalei informed her that he was the second runner-up in the 400 trial on campus and asked her what was wrong because her expression was not quite good. Zhu Shuang informed him that he had already killed 2, and he didn't mind killing another one, to which Cheng Dalei questioned him. Cheng Dalei took a stance and asked if he had heard of a move known as the straightforward sword technique. Cheng Dalei asked Zhu Shuang if he knew how talented he was and how hard he worked in his spare time. Zhu Shuang believed that the Merlian guards had gathered information on everyone in the world and had a special investigation intel on Cheng Dalei, and that since his birth, he had done many things that people couldn't do in their lifetime, and that he was possibly a genius who was good at fighting. Cheng Dalei informed him that he didn't put in much effort because he only had a cheat, which puzzled Zhu Shuang. Zhu Shuang was stunned in a moment as Cheng Dalei's body moved radially, as still as a rock, unleashing the colorless double-winged phoenix. Cheng Dalei moved like lightning as he charged towards Zhu Shuang. Zhu Shuang gritted his teeth as he realized that Cheng Dalei was so fast. He was convinced that there was no time to open his umbrella and that he must be pushed back with a poison needle. Zhu Shuang realized that as long as he could open his umbrella, he couldn't get close. Cheng Dalei released the 2 hearts beat as one skill, and he blocked all Zhu Shuang needles. Zhu Shuang was taken aback because Cheng Dalei's speed had not been reduced at all. Cheng Dalei unleashed Alfei's sword and thrust through Zhu Shuang using the straightforward sword. Zhu Shuang's neck bled, and moments later blood spurted out as he fell down. Cheng Dalei was gasping for air. He reasoned that using the fast sword while his right shoulder was injured was too harmful to his body. He held Zhu Shuang's umbrella and thought that it was nice stuff. A system information appeared, stating that it was a top-concealed weapon, called a 1000 machine iron umbrella. Cheng Dalei walked towards Princess Minju and mentioned her name. He told her that he would get the carriage, that she should get dressed up, because others could soon find their way here. Princess Minju leaped out of the water and embraced Cheng Dalei. She told him not to go. Cheng Dalei reassured her that everything was okay and that they were all dead, so she didn't need to be afraid. He asked if she could still walk, and Princess Minju replied that he should carry her because the lake was too cold for her and her feet were numb. Cheng Dalei said that Emperor Ming was a piece of shit for bringing the Merlian guards, but Princess Minju told him that she had harmed him and couldn't help him. He said it was okay, and she was just a mascot in this game of life and death, and his mission was to escort her away. And everyone wanted to fight for her, and no one could be trusted. He said that she could trust him. When Princess Minju asked what a mascot was, Cheng Dalei replied that it was something cute and pretty but not very useful. She said that she didn't know what he meant by mascot, but she definitely wasn't one, to which Cheng Dalei laughed. A group of horseback soldiers arrived the next day. The man in front halted his horse in front of the corpse. He said that it was incredible. As he mentioned the red-haired ghost, scholar killer, and Merlian guard Skywalker Zhu Shuang, he realized that all of them were first-class fighters in the country, and were now dead. He informed his men that many experts died in his hands along the way, but this time was different, and his men inquired as to what the difference was. The man claimed that the other experts were all hit in the throat with a sword, but the fatal wound was not on the throat, except for Zhu Shuang. He assumed Cheng Dalei's sword had slowed, and it appeared that he was injured and badly hurt, while his man asked him what he was waiting for and advised him to hurry up while Cheng Dalei was still injured. The man wondered if Cheng Dalei should have gone south instead of north if he wanted to return to the border. Butcher said it was probably because he knew there were people guarding the border and wanted to get to the extreme north to get away from the limelight first. He went on to say that going further was the Ring tribe's sphere of influence, and Cheng Dale could hide in the Ring's town. But he could also go west or bypass the town and sleep in the wild, to which the man replied that they would split their troops into 2 groups. He told Butcher to lead the people to the outskirts of the Ring's town and not to alert the Ring tribe army, and that he would lead people to the west, to which Butcher said yes. This was the neutral zone between the Ring tribe and the Empire, and it neither belonged to the Ring tribe nor was controlled by the Empire. It was a place where the merchants who had struggled to survive in the gap had to pass. It was also the land of horse bandits, murderers, and smugglers. Among those horse bandits, Butcher was perhaps not the strongest. An elderly man observed the charging horses. Butcher sliced the man as he passed right beside him. He laughed because Butcher was one of the most brutal. A voice said there was a small town ahead, while another said it was part of an unregulated zone, which was a dangerous place, but they should be able to get some supplies and rest in the wild that night before going back in the morning. Cheng Dale motioned for Princess Minjiu to come closer, but Princess Minjiu was perplexed and wondered why he was taking his clothes off. He asked her to help him and warned her not to touch him anywhere and be gentle because he was bleeding. Princess Minjiu told him to be quiet as she was just redressing the wounds, to which Cheng Dale laughed. He asked Princess Minjiu if she knew how to dress wounds and if the princess could also serve others. She informed him that she had not dressed anyone before, but she could learn. Struggling, she told him that she could not tear it open. Princess Minjiu was irritated because she couldn't tear it open, so Cheng Dale advised her to be gentle. After a while, the bandage came off. Cheng Dale looked exhausted. Fuming, Princess Minjiu asked him what was with his face. Princess Minjiu noticed it was raining and told Cheng Dale to rest first, and she would keep watch that night. Cheng Dale slept, and beside her, Princess Minjiu kept on looking out. She pondered that it was so dark outside. But as she realized that inside the carriage, she stated that she had always felt a sense of peace of mind. Then, all of a sudden, a horse's hoof clattered on the ground. Princess Minju's eyes widened as she heard noises, and as she peeked outside the carriage, she saw silhouettes of horseback riders charging towards them. Princess Minju yelled, realizing that it was them. However, Cheng Dale grabbed her shoulders and told her to shush. He advised her to stay in the carriage. Cheng Dale told her to wait for him. Princess Minju said nothing. She peeked out of the carriage and watched Cheng Dale confronting the bandits. Cheng Dale told her to get inside and close the curtain, and not to come out and not to show her face. The bandits yelled that they found them and ordered everyone to kill him, and that the princess was there. Butcher led his men and ordered them to kill the man and take away the woman. Suddenly, Hart appeared and told Cheng Dale that they were going to end it quickly, to which he agreed. Cheng Dale charged at the bandits with a thunderous aura. The wolves chased the sheep, but the sheep curled up on the ground and turned into a male lion. The aura of a single man, but it felt like that of a group. The blade of the sword came and went, piercing the rain curtain and spraying beads of blood. Cheng Dale took a stance below the butcher, as both of them stared at each other. Cheng Dale killed people like mowing the lawn. The rain was getting heavier. Princess Minju sat down inside the carriage. She was left in the darkness, surrounded by empty silence, and the only sound was the rain. She frowned as she thought that it was so dark and cold, and she didn't know if Cheng Dale could defeat the opponents. After all, he was only one person, and after another chaotic battle, his body could not recover until that time. She went silent for a moment and grabbed her shoulders. A man opened the curtains and Princess Minju asked who it was. Wounded, Cheng Dale addressed himself and told her that he had killed some and that a few had escaped. He wanted to go after them, but he was afraid she would be scared. So he came back first, and he found some dried meat and wine on them, and he asked her if she was hungry and that she could eat something first. Princess Minju felt relieved as he mentioned Cheng Dale's name. Cheng Dale smirked and asked if she was scared, telling her not to be. As he lost consciousness, he told her that he was with her. Concerned, Princess Minju told him to wake up and wondered what was going on with him. After a while, as the grass swayed in the breeze, Cheng Dale grabbed his sword. As he expressed his pain, tears fell down his cheeks. Princess Minju told him that he was an idiot. She expressed her confusion as to why he fought so hard for her when he was just a mountain bandit. She went on to say that he was not like other bandits and she thought he would just snatch her away, but at the end of the day, he decided to escort her to the ring camps. Princess Minju asked him why because she couldn't figure him out, to which Cheng Dale addressed her name. Cheng Dale asked her if she really wanted him to kidnap her like that, and he wondered if it was her choice that she get married away from home, to which she disagreed. He went on to say that based on how he saw her earlier, she seemed pretty serious, and when she said she would marry for the sake of the country and the people in exchange for 5 years of stability in the empire, He wondered if all those words were empty. Cheng Dalei chuckled and stated that the journey was long, but there were more than one way to get where they wanted to go, and he knew what her goal was and what she wanted to do. He assured Princess Minjiu that he would take her there and help her to achieve what she wanted to do, and he informed her that they would get back on the road. In a run-down town in the middle of the steppe, a carriage arrived. Cheng Dalei informed Princess Minjiu that there should have been a small market there. He noticed that there were some traders who bought animal hides, lambs, and mare's milk in exchange for goods, claiming that they could get some supplies there. He told her not to come out, to stay in the carriage, and to keep her face covered because it was a lawless zone, a stomping ground for horse bandits, criminals, and slave traders. After they finished their purchase, they left without staying a moment longer, to which Princess Minjiu said, "Okay." One of the traders noticed a foreign face. One of them asked if they could get money out of him, while the other warned him not to mess with him. They wondered what was in the carriage that drew the horse bandits, while others said that if they saw the bodies of the horse bandits outside, it had to have been Cheng Dalei who did it, while others doubted that the wanderer died by his hands. The man stated that he looked like a buzzkill, while the old man said nothing. The old man took a peek and realized the wanderer's umbrella was on Cheng Dalei's back, and it appeared that the wanderer died by his hand. Cheng Dalei and Princess Minjiu walked around the town. They arrived at a store where the owner asked them what they needed, and informed them that there were casinos and brothels nearby, as well as good wine and girls. Cheng Dalei told him that he needed staple food, water, and jerky. The owner began to sweat as he realized he was covered in blood and wondered if he had just killed someone, and he asked him to please wait a moment. From time to time, there were people always glaring like a tiger eyeing its prey. And finally, no one dared to take the lead and could only watch Cheng Dalei leave. The carriage continued forward until they arrived at a man sitting on a rock. The man asked Cheng Dalei where he got the umbrella. Cheng Dalei told him that there were umbrellas all over the street and wondered how he could recognize that the umbrella was related to him. The man stated that it was Zhu Shuang's umbrella, which made his reputation, and that he could only get it if he killed him, to which Cheng Dalei asked him if he was his friend, and since it was a relic of the deceased, he would return it to him. Mo Zhengren stated that he made the umbrella for him and that the final payment had not yet been made. He chuckled and stated that now that he had killed him, he could not pay the remaining balance. A system information popped up stating Mo Zhengren information, who had the title Gambler, and at the age of 48 he was a famous first-class Mohist school mechanism with a great reputation. Cheng Dalei said he'd pay it for him and asked how much he owed him. Mo Zhengren replied that there was no need to do so because he killed him and it now belongs to him, not until he kills him. Cheng Dalei thought Mo Zhengren was so strong and said that if he wasn't mistaken, it was no fun fighting and killing. When he mentioned that he was the gambler ghost that everyone in the country was talking about, he wondered if he wanted to bet with him. He wondered if Gambler Ghost was willing to gamble and never retract on his debts, which prompted Mo Zhengren to ask if he actually knew his name, and he assumed that he had been hiding for years and the world had forgotten it. Cheng Dalei stepped down and said that was good. Mo Zhengren stated that killing him directly was not fun and suggested that they make a bet, to which Cheng Dalei asked him what he wanted to bet on. He stated that one game would determine the winner, and if he won, he would let him go and give him the umbrella, and if he lost, he would have taken his life and all his things. According to Mo Zhengren, this included the woman in the carriage. Cheng Dalei disagreed, saying that the stakes were not equal, and if he really wanted to make a bet, he should have let him choose what to bet, to which he said sure. Cheng Dalei stated that guessing big or small was too boring, and he found a fun new way to gamble that he had never played before, and he wasn't sure if he was interested. Curious, Mo Zhengren asked what the fun way to gamble was, and he could say it. Cheng Dalei asked him if he had heard of Monopoly and told him that there were 100 steps from here to the dead tree ahead, and that each person would roll the dice and take a step forward, and the first person to touch the tree would win. He sliced the ground and stated that they would start with the line he drew. Mo Zhengren, impressed, praised Cheng Dalei's swordsmanship, telling him he wasn't bad. Mo Zhengren stated that because he had chosen the gambling method, he would take the first move, to which Cheng Dalei responded with a chuckle, saying that gamblers didn't want to be taken advantage of. Mo Zhengren told him that the casino didn't talk to him, and on he rolled the dice. It landed on 6 dots. Mo Zhengren released the Yan 18 overturn and leaped towards the field. He laughed at Cheng Dalei, telling him that he was going to lose. Cheng Dalei examined the dice and concluded that it weighed about 100 pounds and was not made of ordinary iron. He threw the dice, and it landed on 2 dots, to which Mo Zhengren laughed, stating that he was being left behind. Then suddenly, Cheng Dalei leaped twice. Princess Minjiu peeked outside and mentioned Cheng Dalei's name. In the next round, Mo Zhangren rolled the dice and said that although he was good at swordsmanship, he was still going to lose. The dice rolled a couple of times, and until it landed on 6 dots again. Mo Zhangren ran while laughing. He was just inches from the tree as he told Cheng Dale that the beautiful woman in the carriage would be his. Cheng Dale inquired whether Mo Zhangren was truly willing to admit defeat and never seek revenge, to which Mo Zhangren replied that he would be willing to admit defeat but never seek revenge. Cheng Dale stated that it was his turn to roll the dice, and he did so once more. The dice landed on 5 dots. Cheng Dale took a step. In his second step, he released the colorless double-winged phoenix and jumped into the sky. He landed and proceeded to the 3rd step. He leaped repeatedly, reaching the 4th step. Princess Minju had declared that he was flying upwards. Mo Zhangren appeared puzzled. On Cheng Dale's 5th step, he initially reached the dead tree. Mo Zhangren believed it was all over. He instructed Cheng Dale not to become overconfident because it was now his turn to roll the dice, and he would lose. Cheng Dale disagreed, asserting that he had already won. Mo Zhangren questioned when he had won since he hadn't even touched the tree. Cheng Dale retorted, telling Mo Zhangren to look under his feet. Mo Zhangren's eyes widened as he realized that the tree roots were also part of the tree. Cheng Dale informed him that the winner had been determined. He pointed his sword at him and said that if he admitted defeat, he would let him go. He continued, stating that if he refused to admit defeat, he would send him to Zhu Shuang, causing Mo Zhangren to pause. Mo Zhangren scoffed and contemplated Cheng Dale's swordsmanship and lightning skills. He turned to Cheng Dale and acknowledged that he was good, admitting defeat and stating that he could inquire if he had ever reneged on his word. He walked away, stating that he couldn't frame him to break the rules. Cheng Dale let out a heavy sigh. He turned towards the carriage, gasping for breath. He opened the curtain and informed Princess Minju that they were going to depart. Gasping for breath, Cheng Dale lost consciousness, causing Princess Minju to become concerned. Cheng Dale informed her that he was feeling a little cold, but Princess Minju panicked and kept calling his name. On a cloudy, dark sky, a herd of horses marched by. The man stated that another group of his men died at the hands of Cheng Dale, as he scoffed, claiming that it was a clean slaughter that took him less than half an hour. He wondered what was wrong with his sword and if he was hurt. He claimed that Cheng Dale sharpened his sword with human heads, and that the grassland became his millstone. The man wondered why he was fleeing to Ring territory and assumed he was taking Princess Minju away to join the Ring tribe. He smiled and told his men to keep searching the area, and if they found him, to keep an eye on them and call for reinforcements. He warned them not to go off alone and die in vain, to which they said yes. The man gave the order to catch Cheng Dale before he could enter the Ring's area. The horse bandits in the grasslands became like packs of hyenas. They confiscated the grasslands with an immoderate form of hunting, and when they were in a group, even lions had to avoid them. After a while, the sky began to darken. Cheng Dale was sick, and he lost too much blood. He did not sleep for days, and worked intensively for days, and predictably became ill. Princess Minju tried to wake Cheng Dale by repeatedly calling his name, and she cursed the carriage for being unable to block the water and rain. She went on to say that his forehead was on fire and his body was cold, whereas Cheng Dale's body was on fire and his eyelids were like heavy mountains. Princess Minju pondered what she should do and what the royal physician would do if he had been present when she was sick in the past. Whereas Cheng Dale mentioned Zin and mumbled about putting anti-inflammatory and antipyretic drugs in his sleep. Princess Minju sobbed as she wondered who he was calling and who Zin was. She also wondered if he couldn't think properly because of the fever. Concerned, she called Cheng Dale once more. Cheng Dale responded that he was fine after he got a good night's sleep. However, a clattering noise was heard outside the carriage. Princess Minju's face darkened because she realized it was the sounds of horse hooves. She stuttered, informing Cheng Dale that the horse bandits were coming. The horse bandits laughed as they yelled that they had found them, and someone ordered that someone be sent back to inform the village master. They were given the order to attack and surround them. Cheng Dale inquired of Zin whether she could still possess. Hart appeared, informing Cheng Dale that his body could no longer afford it, and when he was too forcibly possessed, he would just pass out at the end of the possession, to which Cheng Dale said that it didn't matter. Princess Minju addressed Cheng Dale and requested that he hand over his sword to her. She stated that if she had not forgotten what her swordsmanship teacher had taught her, she bit the handle of the sword. Princess Minju tied her hair into a ponytail. She stood up and left Cheng Dale behind her back. Cheng Dale addressed Princess Minjiu. Princess Minjiu stood tall as she opened the curtains. Cheng Dale wondered if it was still the Princess Minjiu he had known. System information about Princess Minjiu, originally named Laiwan and nicknamed Princess Minjiu at the age of 18, appeared when one of the horse bandits informed his men that the village master wanted to capture them alive. He ordered them to capture Cheng Dale because it was okay for them to be crippled and have their hamstrings slit. Princess Minjiu slashed them, and a sharp light began to charge at them. She unleashed the cut of the returning swallows towards the horse bandits as she mentioned Cheng Dale's name. Princess Minjiu stated that although she didn't know what his so-called mascot was, she told him that she was really not a mascot. In the back, Cheng Dale yelled Princess Minjiu's name. He told her to watch out because one of the horse bandits was about to attack her. Princess Minjiu blocked the attack. She used her skill, the medium stitch. The sword skill was stored in her mind, but she did not use it. At that moment, it was activated. She cut off the returning swallows, and it wasn't her mind that remembered them, but her body. As she held the sword tightly, she released the vapor surge. She cut the horse bandits with the 3 tributes by the disciple. Princess Minjiu was in a trance. She remembered her early childhood when she was taught swordsmanship by her master. She laughed at her master's hairpin because it looked like an incense burner. However, at that moment, she regretted that she had not learned and remembered more. It turned out that all the things she learned could be useful at some point, even if she could only use them once. Between clashing swords, even Princess Minjiu herself didn't expect to last that long. However, the enemy was large in number, and with their splashing faces and the light from their swords, she became even more dazzled. Princess Minjiu's hand was supported by another hand from the handle. Cheng Dale, possessed with heart, supported Princess Minjiu. He told her that her sword wasn't fast enough, advised her to be fast and even faster. The carriage horse neighed. The horse bandits yelled to kill. Panicking, Princess Minjiu told Cheng Dale that they were coming. On the other hand, Cheng Dale told her not to panic. He told her to hold the hilt tight, and as they slashed, the sword turned into rain, and burst forth from a point and pierced the thick rain. He told Princess Minjiu that they were going to break out. The carriage charged at the horse bandit at full speed. The village master on top of the hill stated that if he ran away, he would not lose face. He ordered his men to put on the iron wire to stop them. The horse bandits coordinated as they were about to trap them. Cheng Dale slashed through the wire. He cursed as he realized what the rope was. His face darkened because he claimed that it couldn't be cut. The wire got their horse trapped, and the whole carriage was entrapped. The horse bandits were told to pull. Cheng Dale hugged Princess Minjiu to brace for the impact. The carriage escaped from the trap, but it tilted. The village master smiled as he watched the carriage fall. The carriage's wheel rumbled as it spun incessantly. Cheng Dale caressed Princess Minjiu inside the carriage. Wounded, Princess Minjiu woke up. She noticed Cheng Dale and addressed his name. She repeatedly woke him up and called out his name. The lottery machine informed Heart that Cheng Dale was dying, to which Heart sighed and expressed her worries about him because he simply loved to stand up for others. She informed the lottery machine that she would give him access to a part of the system, and he would be responsible for maintaining it in her absence. The lottery machine inquired about what she was up to. The lottery machine asked her if she was going to exploit another bug and expressed his concern. He informed her that she would be banned by the system itself if she continued. Heart started the possession, and the system warned that the possession's cooldown had not yet ended. Another warning appeared, stating that multiple possessions in a short period of time could lead to the host's fragile soul being assimilated into the higher consciousness of the system's sprite. While Heart instructed Cheng Dale to open his heart, the system stated that any hint of resistance from the host would cause irreparable damage to both parties, as the form of possession would be the descent of consciousness, but Heart insisted on lending his body to her. As the horse bandits surrounded them and yelled that they couldn't escape, a system message popped up stating that all possessions would consume all fear points. Another notification appeared announcing that the possession was complete, and this time it was the descent of consciousness, with no time limit. Cheng Dale coughed loudly, and Princess Minjiu informed him that they had no other options given that the horse bandits were approaching. Cheng Dale told her to be quiet. He informed her that there was a way to do it. He told her that, and so on and so forth as he caressed her head. Confused, Princess Minjiu blushed. She told him that even after all of this, he was still thinking about taking advantage of her, to which Cheng Dale replied that it was difficult to explain, but he remembered the last time. Princess Minjiu inquired as to how such a method could be possible. She grabbed his clothes and called him an idiot. Blushing, Princess Minjiu threatened to kill him if it didn't work. Cheng Dale was taken aback. Then moments later, the two of them kissed. A system notification popped up, stating that an abandoned mission of capturing a wife had been resumed, and the conditions were met, as well as the completion of the first phase of capturing a wife, with the reward being one raffle entry. It went on and said that the system sprite Zin had requested a new mission reward. And it went on to say that the administrator Zin intervened in the mission reward, and the mission reward was replaced. Another message appeared informing Heart that the mission reward was adjusted from one raffle entry to a Godfall buff, and the system also warned that the system sprite could only mobilize the power of the system if he met certain system conditions, which made Heart wonder which buff was better. She muttered something about this one fitting the bill. Heart held an orb and stated that they should repair the body first. Then a system notification popped up stating that the host had received a buff, and it was the princess's blessing, which completed the restoration of the body's condition and elimination of negative conditions, as well as a short-term increase in speed and strength. Cheng Dale informed Princess Minju that that was enough. Princess Minju closed her eyes and wondered. She opened them. Cheng Dale advised her to stay, to which Princess Minju asked him about his injury and what was going on. Cheng Dale kicked his sword and told her that it was hard for him to explain, and he could interpret it as her kiss being the medicine for healing. Princess Minju inquired about what he said about her being a medicine that could heal. Heart chimed in, stating that it was not a cure, but for her, she could say it was a medicine. Princess Minju yelled and told Cheng Dale to watch out. A group of horse bandits attacked. However, Cheng Dale intercepted them and charged through them. Cheng Dale mumbled that he should not have interfered in his affairs as the horse bandits were sent flying. He went on to say that who could help it now that they had become close partners whose lives and souls were intertwined. And if they wanted to kill Cheng Dale, the system sprite would have to come and save the day, which made the man wonder what he was talking about. Heart stated that after the rescue, she had to stay in a banned place, which annoyed her at the time, and that things had to be dealt with completely because it was easy for her to descend. She threatened them that she would clean them up. The horse bandits were ordered to kill Cheng Dale, while others wondered how a single person could be so conceited. Cheng Dale slid towards them. He charged, and Heart informed him that they had to go because a substitution was now online. She also stated that she would kill all those pesky horse bandits. She went on to say that it was a rainy night that night, right down to the last one of them. The hunters chased the wounded lion, and the lion's skin was torn open and blood splattered everywhere. When the hunters looked in the cage, they discovered that they were trapped. The lion took on the form of a butcher. Struggling, the man mumbled that his sword technique was not Cheng Dale's sword technique, realizing that it was the fastest sword ever. He claimed that his opponent was not Cheng Dale because he used sword techniques that were so fast they didn't appear to be human. Cheng Dale slashed through him while spurting out from the man's body. As he breathed his last, the man wondered who he was. The horse bandits realized that their village master was dead and told everyone to avenge him and kill Cheng Dale. 5,000 horse bandits under Gui Giantchu's command were killed in one rainy night by a single man and scattered to the winds. The largest group of horse bandits in the grasslands who were under Gui Giantchu had fallen. As Cheng Dale cut through a skeletal mask, all that remained were the rumors about the rainy night and the sword techniques. A voice groaned as two golden orbs were about to collide. Cheng Dale awoke to find himself in the system space and wondered how he got there again. He thought that he remembered the car rolling over before he passed out. Sweating, he wondered if that meant he simply died like that and that he expected victory and defeat to be commonplace for the young warrior to restart. He also wondered if he could still read files. The lottery machine appeared and asked how he felt and if his soul had no damage, to which he responded by asking where Heart was and where she had gone. The lottery machine informed him that Heart had taken control of his body the previous night and killed many horse bandits. He went on and said that she was banned by the system and now she sat in a small dark room writing an apology. Cheng Dale inquired as to what happened last night. The lottery machine told him the details of how he had asked Princess Minju for a kiss were omitted, which Cheng Dale deduced. The lottery machine told him that he had been too dependent on the power Heart had given him lately, which was not good. Cheng Dale, on the other hand, laughed it off and responded that he couldn't help himself because it was too beautiful not to cheat, to which Lottery Machine replied that he knew it was cool to have the power to destroy everything, but he had to understand. He reminded Cheng Dale that that power was never his own. He informed him that he recently puffed himself up, gained power, and became ruthless in the process. Lottery Machine inquired as to whether he forgot that he still carried the hopes of others. He went on to mention his friends, his lover, and even the system, as well as the sprite who was Heart. He reminded him that it was a chaotic world and that it was not a game, that individual bravery did not solve all problems, and that even the system was sometimes helpless. He also stated that as long as he lived in the world of chaos, he had to put his life on the line and bet everything he had. Now that she was banned and in a small black room, he could not use the possession function for the time being. And if Heart abused her power in that way, the system would accelerate the birth of another sprite. As soon as the new sprite was born, Heart's system access would be partially shared. He reminded him that Heart liked him and that there were things she didn't want to say, but that after the near-death experience, perhaps he should learn a lesson, for which Cheng Dale apologized. As he woke up, he saw a silhouette of a woman. Cheng Dale slowly opened his eyes. Princess Minju was about to kiss him when she leaned in closer. Cheng Dale asked her what she was doing. She stuttered and realized he was awake. Princess Minju blushed. She told him that she saw he was not awake yet and thought that she could wake him up. Cheng Dale complained that his head hurt and asked how long he had been sleeping, to which she replied that it had only been 1 day and 1 night. Princess Minju asked if he was hungry or tired and if he wanted to sleep some more, to which Cheng Dale replied that he was okay and that all he needed was water. But Princess Minju informed him that they had run out of water, but she still had some dried food. As the carriage began to rumble, Cheng Dale told her that they were going to get going and move on. Cheng Dale sat in front of the carriage. He realized that the lottery machine was right, and he also realized that the only way to be seen as strong was to have his own power. As Princess Minju stuck her head out from behind the curtain, he believed it was time to practice his martial arts and improve his strength when he was done with the matter. Princess Minju looked up and wondered if he was healthy and felt better after kissing him, and he was able to kill all those horse bandits in only 1 day and 1 night despite his injuries. She couldn't believe Cheng Dale stood in front of her as a living example, and she wondered what that meant. She remembered how similar it was in the water back then. She wondered if kissing him had truly healed him, and their journey was still going on. Snatching the princess became a significant event in the martial arts world. The country's people who returned from the grasslands alive participated in spreading all kinds of gossip. A voice asked if they heard that the mountain bandit Cheng Dale snatched the princess, to which the other replied that they were not well informed and that it had been more than 10 days since the snatching. A man arrived, announcing that something big had happened, that 5,000 horse bandits were massacred. The crowd was skeptical and told him that it was a fake, wondering who could have killed the ghost. The man told them that he heard that the sorrowful ghost coveted Cheng Dale's sword manual, and that he was chasing him with 5,000 horse bandits, and as a result, he was killed by Cheng Dale with 1 sword and through his armor. And another asked what the sword manual was and why he still coveted sword manuals because the sorrowful ghost's sword was so fast. Yet the man retorted that the escaped horse bandit told them that their village master had been reading the sword manual. The curious crowd wondered what kind of secret manual it was because they believed Cheng Dale could use the 5 thunder technique and wondered if that was what the sword manual was about. While another chimed in, stating that he believed the sword manual was real, and that was why mountain bandits could rise so rapidly. Another customer told them what nonsense the sword manual they were talking about because he believed it was a forbidden technique. And another man also joined in their conversation. Slowly, a rumor spread in the country that Cheng Dale was carrying a peerless martial arts secret manual, and the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. Eavesdropping, Su Shenji mumbled that Cheng Dale really was worthy of being their village master. Kinman stood up and informed Zhu Shenji that they were going back to the Hulu mountain, to which Zhu Shenji asked if he didn't want to learn more. Kinman stated that Cheng Dale would live and die in the grassland, and when their Toad village brothers had almost gathered, he suggested that they go to the grasslands. Cheng Dale and his men entered the territory of the Ring tribe, and the pursuers were afraid to search in the Ring tribe territory. And on the vast grassland, finding 2 people was like finding 2 grains of sesame seeds in a grass field. Princess Minju asked Cheng Dale if they could go there. As Princess Minju and Cheng Dale continued their journey, 2 people in the grasslands saw a sea of flowers everywhere in the mountains. Saw the sea of flowers flooded with butterflies filling the sky. Princess Minju smiled as she had fun playing with the butterfly. They encountered more tough people than the sorrowful ghost of the horse bandits. Princess Minju also met the Ring tribe's kind and enthusiastic ordinary civilians. As the man told Princess Minju a story that he used to be a guard beside the Ring tribe's king until he was shot in the knee with an arrow. The 2 strangers shared a story about how the Ring tribe king was really something, and how he liked to play with women he snatched in his palace late at night. The man went on to say that if the Ring tribe king didn't try to rob his dear Alma, they wouldn't have had to flee inside the city. He also informed them that if they went to the royal city, He knew a secret passage in the palace where they could avoid the guards. He told them that they used to use that secret passage to date his dear Alma. The man stated that that was how he escaped, but Cheng Dale said nothing. Around the campfire, listening to the love story of Ring's couple, and saying goodbye to the Ring's couple, the two of them drove the carriage in the grassland slowly, without realizing it, and walked for more than 10 days. Cheng Dale was in shock. Meng Zhilao was sitting on the grass field when Cheng Dale approached him and told him that they had met again. Meng Zhilao ignored him and continued chanting. Cheng Dale approached him. He asked Meng Zhilao what he was saying, to which the monk responded that too many people had died in the grasslands. He informed him that he was praying for them to be reincarnated soon. Cheng Dale asked if it was working, to which Meng Zhilao responded that he wasn't quite sure. Cheng Dale asked what he was doing here, and Meng Zhilao replied that Emperor Ming had ordered him to take Princess Minju and get rid of him. Cheng Dale, on the other hand, resisted, saying that he wouldn't give Princess Minju to him and that he wouldn't stand by and watch him kill her, so he suggested they both fight. Meng Zhilao responded that monks do not kill. Then his palm shone, telling Cheng Dale that Emperor Ming's orders couldn't be disobeyed. Cheng Dale sweated and had his eyes wide open. Meng Zhilao unleashed his infinitely compassionate and merciful palm technique. His palm was so fierce that Cheng Dale even felt that he would be directly killed in one strike. But in the end, he found out that as soon as King Yi Buddha palm power was withdrawn, Cheng Dale only felt a butt mound in the end. As his sword was spiraling above Meng Zhilao, it was now almost on his arm. Cheng Dale's sword cut Meng Zhilao's fingers. Suddenly, two of Meng Zhilao's fingers vanished, and his rosary beads snapped. Cheng Dale asked him why he was doing this. Meng Zhilao responded that if he took a slap from him, he could exact revenge for teasing him in the heavenly prison, and he could also return to Emperor Ming with his two fingers broken. He went on to say that now that he was a demon, the entire world would try to kill him. But in a world where everyone was fighting to eat each other, no one was chanting the sutras or praying to Buddha. Meng Zhilao believed that perhaps what was lacking was a demon benefactor. Cheng Dale shared a tale with Wanner as they stood by the shores of the sacred lake known as Daughter Lake, to the Ring tribe. He described that across the lake was the royal city of the Ring tribe, where they could see the tribe's king, Huyan Ba, and he informed Wanner that they were likely to be there tomorrow, adding that she still had a day to decide whether she wanted to join or not. While Wanner's eyes showed a sense of contemplative silence, Wanner, driven by curiosity, questioned Cheng Dale about his knowledge of the grassland legends about the Daughter Lake. Intrigued, Cheng Dale inquired about the legend. Pointing towards the lake, Wanner embarked on the tale of the Ring tribe's ancestors. She spoke of a young shepherdess who gave birth to a boy while herding sheep. Unmarried at the time, the shepherdess was kicked by her parents, forcing her to wander the grassland with her baby. Tears streamed down her face as she walked, and her tears became more abundant and finally became the daughter of Lake. Wanner continued the narrative, describing how the child was born and later became the leader of the Rings. He unified the people of the grassland, leading them to withstand the storms, managing their herds of cattle and sheep, and mentioning that became the first heroes of the grassland. Cheng Dale expressed his amazement, describing it as quite an epic sensation. His incredulous comment about the significance of unmarried pregnancy could be a big deal. Wanner was momentarily speechless. Wanner noted that being born into an imperial family would not help herself, and hoped that once she got married, the empire would use the time to recuperate. With a heartfelt plea, she expressed her desire for the two nations to stop fighting in the future, in hopes that Cheng Dale remembered her sacrifice. Wanner relates her story to the shepherdess, acknowledging that the shepherdess was born with disgrace. However, she is written into the legends after her death. Cheng Dale, casting a gentle glance at Wanner, urged her not to think so much. He assured her that by tomorrow, everything would come to an end. Resting her head on Cheng Dale's shoulder, Wanner agreed with him that the next day everything would be over. Cheng Dale carried Wanner with utmost gentleness to the awaiting carriage. He put her carefully inside and observed her peaceful slumber. As the evening unfolded, the night sky was full of stars and the first snowfall. Wanner woke from her slumber with a soft sound. She began searching for Cheng Dale and peered out from the carriage while calling his name. Unable to find him, she decided to step out of the carriage. As the sky was full of stars, the starlight like dot reflected on the lake, and the cold dew rose on the weeds. And there's Wanner walked into the open field while searching for Cheng Dale. Wanner's worry was evident on her face as she feared his absence in the sky that was covered with darkness and cold swept away. Meanwhile, in the Ring Tribe royal city, that day marked the Vulcan festival of the Ring Tribe, and a grand celebration unfolded in the city. Everyone gathered together to celebrate the festivities, offering prayers for abundant water, grass, and cattle and sheep in the coming year. Amidst the joyous celebration, the king of the Ring Tribe, Hu Yanba, a male figure with only an interest in women, he turned to Yanli and told him that they could just go have fun. He added that he wanted to rest early that night. Yanli bowed in acknowledgement of his father's words. Following that moment, Hu Yanba made his way to his room, where the guards respectfully greeted him. Hu Yanba instructed the guards to leave, as there was no important business that night, and told them that he didn't want to be disturbed. The guards affirmed his order. Hu Yanba is fond of women. He must have a young girl in bed with him every night, and he likes to snatch other people's wives and daughters. He does not like others interfering in his hobby. Hu Yanba slowly approached his bed, calling the woman beauty in a perverted manner. With a grin on his face that showed his golden tooth, he pervertedly said that he came. A sly smile on Cheng Dale's face as he turned to Hu Yanba and greeted him, to which Hu Yanba's face contorted in flabbergasted. Without hesitation, Cheng Dale stabbed Hu Yanba in his chest, who was visibly shocked. Cheng Dale seriously observed Hu Yanba's fallen demeanor. He pondered the festival atmosphere among the ring's people and the slacking of the guards, emphasizing that day was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Recalling his uncle's words about a secret passage leading to the palace, he questioned whether Hu Yanba still feared being caught playing with women. While undressing, he contemplated how the escape route left by the king had unwittingly turned into a path to his death. Expressing gratitude to the woman he had tied up, Cheng Dale bid her goodbye and thanked her for the clothing. He noted to himself that it wasn't easy to dress up as a woman. While the woman looked at him in terror, exiting the king's chamber, Cheng Dale continued to reflect on how things progressed better than he thought, finding the purpose that dressing up as a woman was not in vain. He pondered his next step, retreating through the secret passage, swiftly leaping outside of the Ring Tribe territory without drawing attention. Wanner sat down in the open field under the bright crescent moon. Actually, Wanner didn't want to go to the royal city of the rings at all, but as a princess, she had to do it. She had to sacrifice herself for the peace of the two countries. Since the day she left Chang'an, the playful, headstrong, and naive Wanner died. As a child, Wanner was mischievous, until Cheng Dale appeared in front of her and showed her another way. Wanner, who was dead inside, came back to life. She woke up a little angry, screamed, and said to herself that she didn't want to do it. She cried pitifully, cursing as she wiped her tears. Wanner insulted Cheng Dale as an idiot and couldn't believe that he left her without saying goodbye. Covering her face while crying, she questioned why he pretended to be a great nationalist and wondered why he couldn't change anything. He had given her hope. She persisted in hurling insults at Cheng Dale, questioning why he kidnapped her only to leave her in that place. Urging Cheng Dale to be brave, she implored him to take her along, vehemently expressing her unwillingness to marry into the rings. But such capricious words could only be said by Wanner, which still lingered deep in her heart. Now Cheng Dale left without saying goodbye, so Wanner had to be sacrificed again. And only Wanner, resigned to her fate for the common good at dawn, it was time for her to leave. As she stood up, she noticed in the distance a galloping horse was coming. In a hurry, Cheng Dale, who rode the horse, urged Wanner to hurry, fearing they would be too late if they didn't leave. Upon reaching Wanner, Cheng Dale leaped off his horse and instructed her once again to mount it, emphasizing that they no longer needed the carriage. Suddenly, he lifted Wanner, instructing her again to get on the horse. Wanner, puzzled, and questioned Cheng Dale about what he was up to. She asked him what he was doing last night. Cheng Dale gazed at her and informed her that Hu Yanba was dead and the Ring Tribe would fall into chaos. Suddenly, the system emerged from the band room, excitedly announcing that she had finally gotten out. While Cheng Dale hastily fled from the pursuing group of the Ring Tribe, he asked Wanner if she wanted 5 years of peace in the Empire. Casually, he mentioned that he was granting her 5 years of peace. At the same time, the system congratulated Cheng Dale for a great job and a beep sound from the system that he completed the mission and obtained a reward. The reach of influence is extended from a single person to the entire battlefield. When morning arrived in a different location, Lu Jiu inquired whether Cheng Dale did not enter the territory of the rings. Sternly, Tong Fei confirmed that the ring wanted to kill Cheng Dale, and they did. She suspected that if Cheng Dale went deeper into the grasslands, there was only one option for him: to die. Lu Ju reacted, wondering why they hadn't encountered Cheng Dale yet. Tong Fei explained that the main roads back to the border were heavily guarded and that they needed to search as soon as they could catch him. Suddenly, in the distance, Tong Fei's men called for their attention to deliver a report. He informed them that Cheng Dale was right in front of them, coming with Wanner. Lu Ju was surprised and asked whether Cheng Dale gave up on his own. However, Tong Fei questioned the panic of his men, who frantically explained that behind Cheng Dale were the ringers, who were also attacking. Panic. The soldier informed them that Cheng Dale led the attacking ringers' cavalry toward them. Some expressed their surprise, questioning that Cheng Dale defected to the rings. On the opposite side, the ringers charged towards them with determination. Lu Ju was fired up when he commanded the Carp Dragon Guards, proclaiming that they were the strongest army in the empire. He declared that the time had come to show the honor of the Carp Dragon Guards. They moved forward to attack as well. Amidst the approaching clash, Wanner clung tightly to Cheng Dale, expressing fear as she commented that they were squeezed from both the front and the back. As they tried to escape, Cheng Dale urged his AE-86 to sprint up to the mountain. Wanner's face was filled with fear as she told Cheng Dale that they were surrounded, urgently asking him where they should run to. Cheng Dale replied that the flank was the least crowded, advising that they should attempt to break the siege from there. Doubtful, Wanner asked if they could break through. In response, Cheng Dale told her not to be afraid, assuring her that the ringers couldn't keep up with the speed of his AE-86. He commanded his AE-86 to charge and run. Misunderstanding. Xu Hua told Yanli that the people in front were trying to cover Cheng Dale's retreat. Yanli responded with irritation, stating that Cheng Dale killed their king and now wanted to walk away. At the same time, Lu Ju informed Tong Fei that Cheng Dale was leading the rings to attack. Annoyed, Tong Fei ordered Lu Ju to prepare for the impending encounter with the enemy. The 3,000 troops of the rings and the 3,000 Carp Dragon Guards clashed like two torrents. As they clashed, the dust from their horses added to the intensity of the battle. Tong Fei remarked that the situation was unfavorable, as Cheng Dale was escaping. She instructed Lu Ju to take some men with him to pursue Cheng Dale and ensure that he didn't get away. Lu Ju acknowledged her order. Also, Yanli informed Xu Hua that they would hold back the enemy, and he ordered Xu Hua to take some men to kill Cheng Dale. Xu Hua confirmed his order. Xu Hua attempted to provoke Cheng Dale, asking why he didn't come and face him. Meanwhile, Lu Ju ordered his men to attack to catch Cheng Dale, as he wanted to break his legs. All of Xu Hua and Lu Ju's men were chasing Cheng Dale. When he glanced back, Cheng Dale told them to go about their own business, as there was no need for them to send a group to deal with him. Cheng Dale called the system and requested a little song. The system responded with irritation, informing Cheng Dale that she was not a street singer who would start singing at his command. Cheng Dale tried once more to request, asking the system to provide him with a battle song background music. Annoyed, the system responded that it was much better. Then it activated the war song, deducting 100,000 fear points, leaving Cheng Dale with only 201,151 fear points but increasing his racing speed by plus 50%. He realized that he ran out of fear points as he cursed. Suddenly, he noticed people in front of him, thinking that the people had appeared unexpectedly. The people in front of him wore smirks. One of them commented that Cheng Dale willingly came to them. Another one remarked that if they killed Cheng Dale, they would obtain Wanner and the book with the sword techniques. The third individual also chimed in, saying he heard about a great treasure hidden in the sword book. He told them that if they found it, they would become rich. Cheng Dale asked himself where those people came from. He told Wanner to hold on to him tightly as he would rush through in one breath. He swiftly attacked the people using his explosive fireworks techniques and sternly told them to get lost. Cheng Dale found himself surrounded by those people who signaled to each other to stop him. One of them demanded that he hand over Wanner and the sword book, promising to spare his life in return. Another one concurred with his comrade. Confused, Cheng Dale wondered about the sword book they mentioned and questioned why he did not know such a book. Then, he complained to the system about the BGM being useless for fighting. He asked if she had a new song and requested to change the disc, to which the system confirmed. The system held the bullhorn, announcing that the war had begun and it was time to assemble, calling the group. And she blew it loudly. While Cheng Dale engaged in the battle, he couldn't help but wonder about the bullhorn and the type of BGM that was playing. He pondered that he didn't feel like it was strengthening him. As a group of galloping horses approached and searched for him, Cheng Dale swiftly glanced back to see those who were looking for him. Those people were Cheng Dale's group. They called out his name, informing him that all the men of Toad Village had assembled. Kin Man brought their flags and declared that they were there to help him. With determination, Liu Bei raised his sword as he commanded their men to charge. A year after the Battle of King New Mountain, the crowd grew stronger, and the Gao brothers told Cheng Dalei that they all came. At a glance, dozens of top characters, the weakest in the army of 1,000 people, was also an excellent expert. Cheng Dalei raised his sword, greeted his men with joy, and mentioned that it had been a long time since they last met. He ordered his men to follow him in breaking the enemy formation, showing his face beaming with delight. His men attacked, following his command to break the enemy formation and ensure Cheng Dalei's escape. As they clashed in battle, the men who had once lived in exile were now reunited, their faces reflecting joy as they met again. The Toad Village brothers marched all the way. They were so strong that the country's people got easily scattered by them. Jiang Fei skillfully slashed the enemy using the Pierce the Pig technique, while they continued to break the enemy's formation. The county's people saw that the situation was not right and quietly began to retreat. Yanli angrily ordered his men to kill Cheng Dalei, making it clear that they must not let him leave. Meanwhile, Luo Ju also gave his command to kill Cheng Dalei and emphasized that he should not be allowed to escape. During the war, Sai Long questioned the rarely joined forces between the Ring tribe and the Merlian guards. Guan Yu remarked that Cheng Dalei was already safe, and their task was to take care of the pursuers. He glanced at Sai Long and informed him that he would handle the Ring tribe on the left while Sai Long should take care of the Merlian guards on the right. Sai Long questioned Guan Yu about the strength of the enemy. Guan Yu proudly replied that he saw that the enemy was just selling their heads. As they battled, Guan Yu effortlessly sliced through the enemies with ease. Sai Long, on the other hand, used his technique and managed to knock down several opponents. Boastful, Gao Fei mentioned that killing rings still felt good to him. He looked back as Cheng Dalei called them, casually raising his sword and noting that the wind was blowing, signaling that they should go. His men acknowledged it and declared that they go. The Toad Village army formed a group. They used outwards and killed anyone on their way. The Merlian Guard and Ring cavalry restrained each other. They were not able to catch up. All the people marched rapidly, and only a few people managed to reach the border. After escaping from the war, they regrouped, and one of his men asked where they should go next. Gao Fei suggested to Cheng Dalei that they could return to King New Mountain and gather their men together. Cheng Dalei replied that they needed to return to King New Mountain, but he did not intend to live there. He mentioned that Toad Village had just gone through a war, with only 10 runes left and limited potential for the future. But he planned to take a few men with him and stated that there was something they had to do. He told them that after their business was done, they would all be going to the northwest, Qinchuan. All of them agreed that they would follow Cheng Dalei wherever he went, no matter what. Cheng Dalei gripped his sword and told his group that they should return to the village and pack up their belongings, as they would be bringing their families, men, and food. Lifting his sword, he instructed everyone to wait for him at Hulu Mountain, as they were already sent 100 people there to join them on their journey to King New Mountain. Then, he raised his sword and declared that once he finished his business in King New Mountain, everyone in Toad Village would move to Qinchuan, and they would work together to rebuild their mountain village. As the night fell, Cheng Dalei walked towards a tent. Cheng Dalei walked towards Wanner's tent. He asked if she was asleep, to which Wanner responded that she was not yet asleep. She remarked that it was late and inquired about the purpose of his visit. Cheng Dalei informed her that they would be passing by the capital the next day and asked if she wanted him to send her back to Chang'an. Wanner was left speechless. Gazing into the distance, she asked herself why she would go back and questioned if she could continue being a carefree princess with peace of mind. Wanner expressed doubts about Emperor Ming's treatment, fearing it might not be the same as before. Cheng Dalei asked her about her plans, but Wanner only called his name. She told him that she wanted to go outside and see the world, much like Xing Zai, and mentioned that she used to think that as long as the Ring stopped invading the empire, the people could live a good life, as she thought that the Ring tribe was evil, barbaric, and rude, but she had also met a friendly Ring tribe couple. On the contrary, the horse bandits of the empire and even Emperor Ming's Merlian guards were more ferocious and chilling to her heart. She questioned why the loyal Merlian guards had betrayed her and why the reputation of Lai's royal family was so bad, and asked why people around the world are looking forward to the turmoil, war, and longing for the destruction of the country. She expressed her confusion about why Xing Zai had chosen to wander outside, but now she was beginning to understand it, and suggested that perhaps outside, she could see the real situation of the world's people, rather than being in a high position and blinded by false prosperity. Cheng Dalei asked if she had thought about the fact that the outside world might not be as comfortable as the capital, to which Wanner acknowledged it. He reassured Wanner to rest well that night as they would leave the next day. As someone hummed themselves to sleep, a sudden beeping sound notified, which stated that the third phase of the mission, Snatch the Mistress of the Fort, had been triggered. Cheng Dale wondered why he yet to choose that escort mission and instead took the mission to snatch the mistress of the fort. The notification mentioned that the second phase of the mission involved capturing Wanner, referred to as the Jewel of the Empire. Cheng Dale was dumbfounded by the mission he took and asked where the second phase of the mission came from. Wearing a playful expression, the system casually told him that she just did a little work on it, and she asked if he was happy with the surprise. But Cheng Dale just gave the system a bored look without saying anything. After entering the border, Cheng Dale left most of his men at Hulu Mountain and took hundreds of people to King New Mountain. During this time, something else happened within the empire. Wanner was taken away, and the peace talks between the two groups were torn up. The imperial court placed a large army at the border to guard against the invasion of the Ring tribe at any time. But apart from the harassment of some small tribes, the Ring did not invade on a large scale. One of the imperial guards reported, according to the imperial spy report, Hu Yanba died, the Ring tribe princes fought for the throne, and didn't have time to invade the empire for the time being. The news that Cheng Dale snatched Wanner reached the capital. The Merlian guards who were responsible for escorting the princes trembled, but did not expect that Emperor Ming only sighed 3 times and did not punish anyone. The imperial authority of the empire was long gone, the vassals moved, and various civil forces rose, peeping at the position of the world's supreme. In the blink of an eye, January had already passed. Cheng Dale traveled a long distance, and King New Mountain was almost in sight. As they traveled to King New Mountain, one of Cheng Dale's men said to him that another 20 miles, and they would be able to reach King New Mountain. Cheng Dale remarked that after the war, there were no more people there, as the trees grew really fast, and he could not recognize the place. He asked Gao Fei if he remembered the way to the ruins of the old village, to which Gao Fei responded that it seemed like they needed to find a high place to figure out their way there. Cheng Dale confirmed and told them to stay in their place as he would go to a high place to have a look. Gao Fei affirmed his decision. He went to find a high point to survey the area. As he reached the high point, Cheng Dale pondered about his return to King New Mountain and how he had come for the treasure map. Back then, the mountain village had been flooded, making it impossible to dig for the treasure. He pondered as he looked at his map, thinking that he was poor and needed the treasure as startup capital to rise again. Hoping that no one had gotten there first, he suddenly realized that something was not right, wondering why there was not a single bird chirping. He thought that there was only one explanation for the situation. Amid his thinking, a rope suddenly appeared and was swiftly tied around him. He suddenly filled with fear as he saw what was happening before his eyes. A man who was hiding in the trees held the rope, descended, and pulled it over. Due to the shock, Cheng Dale let out a curse, and his horse was comically surprised as well. Cheng Dale found himself hanging in the tree, realizing it was an ambush, and the birds had already been scared away. It turned out that the two people were Xing Zai and Fu Delay. Xing Zai told Cheng Dale that he opened the mountain and planted the tree. He informed Cheng Dale that if he wanted to pass through, he needed to pay a toll. Cheng Dale expressed disbelief, feeling like Xing Zai got karma. Cheng Dale smiled awkwardly, asked Xing Zai if there was one more sentence he missed. Xing Zai questioned what was missing, and Cheng Dale said that he would tell him in a second. Suddenly, he broke free from the rope and said that he didn't care about killing but hated burying. After freeing himself, he landed swiftly on the ground, surprising Xing Zai and Fu Delay. Surprise! Fu Delay commented on Cheng Dale's strength, while Xing Zai expressed his disbelief that Cheng Dale had managed to free himself. Angry, Cheng Dale clenched his fist as he insulted them, daring them not to move, asking if they could not recognize their ancestors in the industry. However, the two of them turned their backs on Cheng Dale and started whispering to each other. In their conversation, Fu Delay asked what they should do, remarking Cheng Dale seemed to be a tough guy. Xing Zai responded that there was no need to be afraid, as Cheng Dale was alone and just a little stronger, emphasizing that they had a sword. Fu Delay suggested that they should go together so they could grab some food, mentioning that they hadn't eaten for days, which Xing Zai acknowledged. Xing Zai, still trying to act tough, insulted Cheng Dale by calling him a kid and told him to consider it his bad luck. He rudely demanded Cheng Dale to hand over his dry food, warning him that he shouldn't be blamed if he had poor eyesight with his sword. With malicious intent, Xing Zai continued to threaten Cheng Dale by claiming that his sword was coated with poison, while Cheng Dale simply stood unbothered. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught Cheng Dale's attention. Then, all of his men arrived and asked Cheng Dale what was wrong. Frightened, Xing Zai and Fu Delay were taken aback when Cheng Dalei's men suddenly appeared. Both were quickly subdued by Cheng Dalei's men. Xing Zai pleaded with them to stop hitting his face as he cried in pain. Gao Fei told them to be honest. Wanner appeared, called Cheng Dalei, and asked what was going on. Xing Zai realized that he was Cheng Dalei, seeking confirmation if he was him. He asked Cheng Dalei if he recognized him, telling him his name was Xing Zai. Upon hearing it, Wanner sought to confirm if he was Xing Zai, expressing surprise. Cheng Dalei, pretending not to recognize him earlier, asked if he was Xing Zai. He questioned how the elegant young master from the past had become so low. Xing Zai awkwardly laughed and responded that it was a long story. He also expressed his surprise at how much Cheng Dalei had changed. Cheng Dalei ordered Qin Man to untie them as they were their people. Qin Man untied both Xing Zai and Fu Delay. Curious, Wanner asked Xing Zai how he became like that, to which Xing Zai put his arms on Wanner's shoulders and said that it was his business and wasn't important. However, Xing Zai wondered why Wanner had become involved with Cheng Dalei even though she had returned to the capital. He asked Wanner if she was kidnapped by Cheng Dalei. Wanner expressed shyness in front of Xing Zai and told him that there was no kidnapping involved and confessed that she was the one who wanted to follow Cheng Dalei. Xing Zai stumbled in his words as he was taken aback by that moment. He did not know how many things he imagined in his head. With exasperation, Xing Zai asked Cheng Dalei what he did to Wanner. Cheng Dalei playfully responded to Xing Zai that many things happened that he couldn't tell him. Xing Zai asked again what Cheng Dalei meant by a lot of things and insisted that he be clear. But Cheng Dalei laughed in response. Wanner chimed in and told Xing Zai not to ask what he shouldn't ask, especially since he hadn't eaten enough. Xing Zai replied that he was very hungry and asked if they had anything to eat. He also requested some clothes, urging them to hurry up as they were hungry for days. A minute later, both Xing Zai and Fu Delay ate bread and crunched it with satisfaction. Wanner told Xing Zai to eat slowly or he might choke. While Fu Delay ate, Cheng Dalei complimented him about how he played the lasso well. He asked Fu Delay if he was from the Ring tribe. Qin Man reacted and returned the question. But Xing Zai told them to take it easy. He introduced Fu Delay as a friend and not a bad guy. Cheng Dalei commented that there are good and bad people among the Ring tribe, and since Fu Delay was a friend of Xing Zai, he welcomed Fu Delay as one of them. But he contemplated that Fu Delay knew about him and was afraid of him. Meanwhile, Wanner asked Xing Zai why he returned to King New Mountain again. In response, Xing Zai explained that he had nowhere else he could go, so he fled. He added that he was captured in the northwest and fled to Bingju after the war. From there, he escaped to Lianzhou and was caught digging in the black mines. They managed to escape to Qingzhou but were almost caught there. Confidently, Xing Zai explained that he thought about it and believed there were a few acquaintances in Yuzhou. He returned to try his luck but got lost in King New Mountain and almost starved to death. Cheng Dalei wondered why he didn't return to Chang'an, as everyone was looking for him there. Xing Zai responded that he also intended to explore outside and learn more about it. He emphasized that he wouldn't have a chance to go back to the capital. He asked Cheng Dalei what was going on with them and if they were still planning to rise again in King New Mountain. Cheng Dalei calmly replied that he came back this time just to retrieve something. King New Mountain was no longer suitable for development. Curious, Xing Zai asked why Wanner was with him, mentioning that he didn't feel comfortable with it. He reminded them that he and Fu Delay had no place to stay and asked if they could follow him. In response, Cheng Dalei playfully asked if Xing Zai wanted to follow him as a bandit, to which Xing Zai clarified that he wanted to be their guide, not a bandit. After their conversation at King New Mountain Toad Village's former site, the group walked on top of the wall, and Cheng Dalei mentioned that it was a year and a half since they left, and so much had changed there that things were different. Fu Delay looked at Cheng Dalei's map silently. He pondered that he saw the treasure map of his brother Kai Mei, although it was the same marked in King New Mountain. However, the location was different from Cheng Dalei's map, and he suspected that there were two copies of the treasure map. While Fu Delay was in his thoughts, Cheng Dalei pointed to an area and called everyone's attention to dig it up. Gao Fei was surprised and commented that when the mountain village was built, he had not found such a cave more than 10 meters underground. Cheng Dalei interjected and ordered them to open it up, asking a few strong men to pull the door open. After they opened it, Cheng Dalei ordered them to tie a mouse with a rope and throw it inside to see if there was any miasma. After a minute, the rat came out unharmed. Cheng Dalei asked them to prepare a torch again and told Qin Man to go with him to explore the way first. He instructed the others to stay up there, to which Qin Man and Gao Fei confirmed. As they descended with torches, after walking a few dozen steps again, suddenly saw the light, and the place they saw was filled with gold. The gold glittered in front of them, and they were taken by surprise. Cheng Dale couldn't help but curse as he realized that the treasure looted by the Ring tribe 30 years ago was a big fortune. People worked together to count the treasure, loading it in batches and eventually filling more than 10 carts. One cautioned to be careful as the box is fragile. Another mentioned dozens of boxes of gold and silver, pearls, and agates, while another one reported having counted more than 100 pieces of jade. They covered the treasure with thick straw and grain, disguising it as grain and straw merchants. It took several busy days to empty it. Before Cheng Dale left, he took his men once more to pay their last respects to their men buried in King New Mountain. He gave them a last message that it would be the last time they would see each other, and they showed appreciation. After their visit, the carriage began to move, and Cheng Dale instructed his men to go. As they traveled, Xing Zai inquired about where he was going to take his men next. In response, Cheng Dale revealed that they were heading northwest towards the Rukin River. He mentioned that Emperor Ming had appointed him as the guardian of the Qin River Pass and suggested to Xing Zai that it would be ideal for him as they could legally obtain the territory for himself. Xing Zai was taken aback and advised Cheng Dale not to go there. Cheng Dale was surprised by Xing Zai's reaction, asking him why he didn't want him to go either and questioning him about what was in that area. Xing Zai explained that he and Fu Delai were the ones who just escaped from there. He pointed to their pitiful appearance from their past and asked if Cheng Dale didn't understand him. He advised Cheng Dale that it was not a place to hang out, as it was too chaotic. Stubborn, Cheng Dale responded that Xing Zai's appearance seemed to be experiences filled with fear. He urged Xing Zai to tell them more about what was happening in there. Xing Zai explained that Northwest Qin River stretched 800 miles and was the main line of defense in the northwest. Outside Beijing was the grassland of the Rings, so this road was the main road for the Rings trade. Domestic silk, tea, and iron supplied to the Ring tribe were worth 10,000 gold, and the furs, jade, and horses of the Ring tribe were also rare commodities in the country. However, since the empire did not allow trade with the Rings, this trade route was banned. Cheng Dale asked what was the danger in the Qin River Pass and if it was a treacherous environment there, but Xing Zai denied. He explained that the person who was now occupying the Qin River Pass is called Mo Mingli, who was originally a mountain bandit but was later recruited and appointed as the deputy general. And because Qin River was in the highlands and the emperor was far away, he had at least 10,000 private soldiers, which put the whole Qin River Pass under his control. Interjecting, Qin Man speculated if it could be a mountain bandit, which made Gao Fei react, telling others that they should make it clear to them who was in charge. With a wide smile, Zhang Fei remarks that even if there were tens of thousands of them, there weren't too many, while Gao Hu comments that they would teach them how to behave and what to do, displaying aggression on his face. Incredulous, Xing Zai pondered about Cheng Dale's men and wondered how he raised such a group. He emphasizes the fact that they were only 1,000 men, while there were tens of thousands of men on the other side. He questions Cheng Dale if he intended to teach them how to behave. Cheng Dale explains that it is because Mo Mingmi controls the business channel to do business and questions why Mo Mingmi didn't want others to interfere. Xing Zai responds that there's more to it than that. He spells out that the main reason for the conflict is the discovery of iron ore in the area. Mo Mingmi was plundering people to mine it for himself and selling it to the Rings at a great profit, and emphasizes that it was against imperial law, so he didn't want outsiders to get their hands on the place. He also shares the horrifying conditions in the mines, where civilians were mistreated, and many went in alive but came out as nothing but bones. The fear in Xing Zai's eyes was evident as he recalled the time when he and Fu Delay had been trapped in the mines and struggled to get out. Wanner questions how they dared to privately mine iron ore and sell it to the Rings. She suggests that they should return to the capital and mobilize their troops to attack them. However, Xing Zai explains that things were not so simple, as interests were intertwined, and says that he didn't have the troops to mobilize. His face became serious as he added that Mo Mingmi's capacities couldn't play on such a big scale, and also suspected that someone was behind it, but he didn't know who. Cheng Dale realizes that Qi Xiang had once sent someone to kill him, even if it was just to avenge Longting. He suspects that Qi Xiang aimed to prevent him from reaching the Qin River, and he considers Qi Xiang to be the one behind Mo Mingmi. Additionally, he believes that Emperor Ming had appointed him as the guardian of the Qin River passes, as the monk indirectly hinted that he should head to the Qin River, and Cheng Dale fears they wanted him to confront Qi Xiang. He understands that the Carp Dragon guards and the Imperial Army would not give him any trouble, allowing him to advance without fear. contemplating a strategy to drive away and acknowledging Emperor Ming is good at what he does. Shortly after, Cheng Dalei and the others made their way back, occasionally encountering bandit vermin blocking the road. Some people even recognized Cheng Dalei. They all set out ceaselessly, buying food and other daily necessities in large quantities in all large and small towns along the way. Rumors in the business world became more and more exaggerated and became different versions. One person speculated that Cheng Dalei might have taken the treasure from the Book of Sword Techniques. Another claimed to have heard that Cheng Dalei employed certain techniques to make Wanner comfortable, explaining why she shared her hidden treasure. Similar gossip and speculations circulated within the group. From Hulu Mountain, Cheng Dalei was able to travel through a place called Liangzhu. After another month of running around, the crowd came to the northwest outside of the Qin River Pass. Gao Fei informed Cheng Dalei that Qin River Pass was just 20 miles ahead. Cheng Dalei responded, advising that they should not go to the Qin River Pass due to the insufficient number of troops. He emphasized that they could not let Mo Mingmi know that they were there. Instructing them to set up camp, Cheng Dalei planned to scout the mountains for a suitable location to build a future village. Curious about the requirements for the new village, Qin Man questioned Cheng Dalei, who confirmed the need for water, flat farmland, defensible terrain, and difficulty for attackers. Xing Zai interjected, expressing knowledge that he knew a place that should fit in the category. Surprised, Cheng Dalei inquired about the place. Confidently, Xing Zai mentioned that the location is easy to find, but the only problem is that it is already occupied. Curious, Cheng Dalei asked who occupied the place. Xing Zai clarified that it wasn't people but snakes, emphasizing their poisonous nature. Despite this, all other conditions were met. Then Cheng Dalei ordered Qin Man to join him to see the place due to his proficiency as a hunter, to which Qin Man confirmed. Following this, Cheng Dalei instructed the rest of the group to temporarily dive into the mountains and forests to hide, which everyone confirmed. After an hour, they were able to get into Qin River Snake Island. Xing Zai proceeded to explain that Snake Island was a tributary of the Qin River, formed by the flow of the large river that created a pool, with the island in the middle called Snake Island. He added that the island was originally part of Mo Mingmi's water village but has been abandoned for reasons unknown and is no longer. Then Xing Zai mentioned that when Mo Mingmi left, he released numerous poisonous snakes on the island. Over the past 10 years, these snakes have multiplied and now occupy the island. Cheng Dalei asked him how they were going to get up there. Xing Zai pointed to the path and told them that about 5 miles offshore there was a spot from which they could take a boat. He also asked if Cheng Dalei's men finished building the boat, as they went there by boat. Within a day, the men of the village built a boat. Xing Zai began paddling towards Snake Island. A minute later, he announced their arrival, signaling that they could now go ashore and look. As they approached, hissing snakes greeted them. Xing Zai cautioned them to be careful, emphasizing the presence of snakes on the shore and the potentially life-threatening consequences of getting bitten. Cheng Dalei, quick to action, tightly gripped his swords and inquired whether the snakes were fearful of people. Without hesitation, he swiftly slaughtered them, causing some to flee away. Impressed, Xing Zai commented on Cheng Dalei's improved swordsmanship over the 2 years they hadn't seen each other. He boasted about his sword, claiming it to be one of the best in the empire. Cheng Dalei modestly responded that it wasn't bad, diverting the conversation. He called upon Qin Man, asking if he could identify the snake species, to which Qin Man replied that there were too many to recognize, but most were poisonous and highly toxic. The three walked around the edge of the island, roughly scouting the terrain but not going any deeper. Xing Zai mentioned that the island's center appeared to be Mo Mingmi's village, now covered in mist. Cheng Dalei advised that they didn't need to rush and suggested they look at it in more detail next time. Only when the sun set in the west did the three of them return. Qin Man, intrigued by Mo Mingmi's choice to keep many poisonous snakes, wondered if there was a meaning behind it that he couldn't figure out. Cheng Dalei, in response, it was a simple trap. He explained that Mo Mingmi occupied places he no longer needed with poisonous snakes to create problems for the next one. As evening approached, Shenji inquired about the island's situation. Cheng Dalei described Snake Island as surrounded by water on all sides, easily defensible, and hard to attack. The island's flat made it good for planting, presenting an ideal place to set up camp. However, he emphasized the significant number of snakes on the island. Cheng Dalei emphasized that the key was to kill the snakes, and he directed Qin Man to take a group of men with him to split up in the surrounding towns for places that sold ruby sulfur. He instructed Qin Man to purchase a few tons of it first, to which Qin Man agreed. Worried about the potential danger, Shenji urgently called Cheng Dalei's attention, and he suddenly remembered one thing: that they couldn't live on the island. Furious, Cheng Dale asked why they couldn't live, to which Shenji explained that they were the Toad Village and that Cheng Dale is known as the Toad King. Snakes are the natural enemies of toads. Cheng Dale inquired if they would be putting themselves in danger by going to Snake Island. With a smirk, Cheng Dale humorously remarked that if anyone else had proposed the idea, he might have needed some time to think about it. Flashing a broad smile, he gave a thumbs up to Shenji, expressing confidence that since Shenji suggested it, Snake Island might not be a place of great evil but could indeed be a place of great happiness. Concerned for Cheng Dale's well-being, Shenji advised him to think twice and not be impulsive. Unbothered, Cheng Dale simply assured Shenji that he knew what he was doing and even mentioned the possibility of changing his name. If needed, he joked about consulting a Taoist priest to recalculate everything, ensuring Shenji's to be calm. Suddenly, a beep sounded in the system, triggering another side mission: conquering Snake Island and driving away the snakes. The system expressed its disdain for slippery snakes, instructing Cheng Dale to expel every last one of them. As Wanner peacefully slept on Cheng Dale's shoulder, softly murmuring his name, Xingzai couldn't help but cast a cautious glance at her, while Wanner continued to call Cheng Dale's name in her dreams. Feeling a bit awkward, Xingzai remarked that it was his first time seeing Wanner display such an expression and wondered if Cheng Dale had been through a lot. He recalled an incident from 2 years ago when Wanner and he traveled together, with officials along the way taking care of her until she could no longer make the journey, prompting her return to Chang'an. Xingzai noted that now she had chosen to follow Cheng Dale to a faraway place, and commented that she was not as childish as before. Curious about Xingzai's experiences over the past 2 years, Cheng Dale inquired about him. Xingzai explained that after sending Wanner back to Chang'an, he felt a sudden desire to go outside to look. He went to the grasslands from King New Mountain, herded sheep, worked with labor, and conducted business with merchants. Cheng Dale took a glance at Xingzai and asked about his feelings, to which Xingzai admitted that it was terrible. He elaborated on the comfortable life in Chang'an with maids waiting on him. He still wanted to go outside to see the world, and recounted the invasion of the Ring tribe, the Empire's defeat, and how the realization of his royal status prompted him to question how he could remain indifferent and not strive to turn the tide against the current. With a sense of sorrow, he mentioned that the outcome was that no one cared about him at all, leading to his arrest as a liar, and making him appear foolish. In response, Cheng Dale suggested that he had heard in Chang'an about his escape from prison, proposing that if he were sent back to Chang'an, he should be fine. Xingzai, however, expressed reluctance at the idea of being sent back, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially given his status as at least the 6th prince. He didn't want to lose face in such a manner. Reflecting on his experiences, Xingzai shared a story of running and fleeing with refugees, witnessing defeated soldiers and people. Despite the fear of the Ring tribe, the defeated soldiers, having lost their will to fight, but the ones that were the cruelest to the refugees. In the face of the Ring tribe, the defeated soldiers lacked courage but, disturbingly, they brandished their swords at the civilians. This realization led him to question that something was wrong with the Empire rather than blaming it on the Ring tribe. Throughout the year, Xingzai continued his travels and observations and went to various places. He saw farmers and laborers work all day, alongside nobles bullying common people. But he questioned the issue with the Empire, a question he had found. Seeking Cheng Dale's perspective on the problem, Xingzai asked for his thoughts. Cheng Dale found it tough to respond to Xingzai's question, unsure if delving into concepts like the economic base determining the superstructure, and the inherent contradiction between vested interests and the lower class. Instead, he thought that maybe Xingzai wouldn't understand, and he would need to explain it another way. Simplifying his explanation, Cheng Dale likened the Empire to a broken, rotten, and shabby house to collapse with a strong wind. He emphasized the changing dynasties, something that no one could change. In response, Xingzai questioned whether a broken house couldn't be repaired. He suggested mending where it leaked, addressing the birth of termites to repel insects and new pillars. However, Cheng Dale stated that the most important thing was the foundation of the house. He explained that the load-bearing walls had been eroded by external weather aging, while internal termites had caved out countless holes. With a compromised foundation, Cheng Dale concluded that attempting to mend it was useless. Cheng Dale further explained that the country had lost the support of its people, making it difficult to survive. Even if the house were to be repaired, as long as the termites remained, the house would scrape down sooner as time passed by. He concluded that it would be easier to burn it down and rebuild it. After a word, Xingzai sat in front of the bonfire all night, his face revealing deep sadness. He sighed heavily. A few days later, the brothers who went out to gather news gradually returned. One of Cheng Dalei's men reported that there were 5 cities near the Qingchuan border, with the closest city called Heajia City. However, in the surrounding villages and small towns, there wasn't much realgar available for purchase. A large amount of realgar was required to get rid of the snakes, and they might have to gather it in Heajia City. Cheng Dalei instructed his men to first send his people to buy all available realgar in small towns and villages. Regarding Heajia City, he expressed a desire to go there personally. Concerned about Cheng Dalei's wanted posters displayed in major cities, his men suggested sending others to make the purchase. Cheng Dalei found himself unable to formulate a response and considered the possibility that if he sent others to purchase realgar with a substantial amount of money, their appearance as country bumpkins might raise suspicions. Frustrated by their lack of business experience, they were easy to be fooled by. He yearned for the presence of Xiao Ying in handling such matters. He looked at Xingzai without saying anything. Eventually, he called Xingzai, wearing a big smirk on his face, indicating that he had an idea but needed to rely on Xingzai's good looks. Curious, Xingzai asked what he would rely on him for. Feeling anxious, Xingzai hesitated for a moment, stated that he was there to study and didn't want to be dragged as a duck. Puzzled, Xingzai asked what Cheng Dalei meant by not a duck. Although he accepted it, he swiftly withdrew, especially being a mountain bandit. At Heajia City, Cheng Dalei insisted that Xingzai and Fu Dalei take a bath, expressing concern about their experiences and cheekily remarking on their rotten smell from head to toe. Once inside a tailor's shop, Cheng Dalei suggested changing their clothes. A tailor complimented Xingzai's handsome appearance, bowing in respect. Xingzai almost called Cheng Dalei's name but quickly switched to his disguised name, asking for clarification on what he wanted him to do. Cheng Dalei explained that being the person in the wanted poster, it was better for him not to show his face. However, he was unsure about entrusting such a large shopping list to his men. Cheng Dalei notes Xingzai's appearance as a noble by nature and generosity wouldn't raise suspicion. As they strolled along Heajia Street, Cheng Dalei mentioned inquiring about the largest herbal medicine shop called Xinglin Hall. Upon arriving there, Cheng Dalei immediately instructed Xingzai to purchase the realgar. Inside the shop, a commotion unfolded. A customer questioned the price increase of a packet of herbs, now costing 50 coppers instead of the previous 10. The shopkeeper responded with aggression, attributing the price hike to increased costs elsewhere. The customer pleaded for his mercy. Desperately, the customer knelt, explaining that his son had been ill for 3 months and needed medicine to save his life. In a heartless response, the shopkeeper dismissed the man's plea, telling him that his place is not a charity hall, and told him that the door is open to do business, insisting to pay if he has money and get out if he doesn't have cash. Miserable, the customer accuses the shopkeeper of robbing him of his money. Cheng Dalei thought about how a shopkeeper of an herbal medicine shop acts like that. He views his information and realizes that the shopkeeper seems to be just an ordinary businessman. The shopkeeper notices them and greets them respectfully. He asks them if they are there to buy medicine. Xingzai did not hesitate and promptly informed the shopkeeper that he was there to discuss some business with his boss. However, the shopkeeper revealed that the owner wasn't present and he was in charge. Disappointed, Xingzai mocked the shopkeeper, questioning if he had anything worthwhile to discuss with him. Cheng Dalei intervened, noting that they were from Qingchuan border and wanted to buy a large quantity of realgar and insulting the shopkeeper's qualifications, demanding to speak to the owner. The shopkeeper, wearing an awkward smile, explained that the owner, Ximen, was close to Madame Pan recently, making them hesitant to disturb them. He inquired about the quantity of realgar they wanted and expressed that talking to him was the same as talking to the owner. Irritated, Cheng Dalei pondered the names the shopkeeper mentioned, Madame Pan and Ximen. He inquired with the shopkeeper about the owner's surname being Ximen and the name being King. The shopkeeper confirmed, and he questioned if Cheng Dalei knew the owner. Cheng Dalei couldn't believe his thoughts that it was indeed Ximen King. He questioned if Madame Pan Jinlian was there, wondering if Wu Daling and Wu Song were present. Blankly, Cheng Dalei responded that he didn't know them and that he just thought of an acquaintance. He steered the conversation back to business matters, prompting the shopkeeper to invite them inside for a discussion, noting the many people outside. Both sides negotiated smoothly, and Cheng Dale offered a high price for purchasing common realgar, as long as Zinglin Hall sent it to the Qingchuan Riverside when the business transaction was complete for both parties. The shopkeeper suggested paying a deposit first so that they could arrange for their men to work, and Xing Zai handed over his jade, asking if it was enough. The shopkeeper, wide-eyed at the sight of the valuable jade, assured them it was enough. Xing Zai conveyed their stay in Heijia City for a few days and requested the shopkeeper to prepare the goods promptly. Upon leaving Zinglin Hall, the shopkeeper assured them that the required goods would be ready within 3 days at most. However, the shopkeeper couldn't conceal his excitement as he pondered the rarity of jade in the northwest, speculating that Cheng Dale and his group might be involved in foreign business. With a malicious smile, the shopkeeper saw a profitable opportunity as a fat sheep. Suddenly, someone called out a shopkeeper named Lin Si, questioning the lack of business inside the store and asking him why he was standing outside. The shopkeeper greeted the person, revealing that it was Ximen. He happily showed the jade to Ximen, reporting the arrival of a significant businessman from Lai on the Qingchuan border. He mentioned that Xing Zai wanted to buy a lot of realgar, and the jade was their deposit. Ximen was surprised by the genuine value of the jade pendant, and accepted it as a deposit. Recognizing that Xing Zai originated from a rich family, Ximen expressed unfamiliarity with such a person from the Qingchuan border. With a sly smirk, the shopkeeper informed Ximen of his appointment with them to meet at the pier in 3 days. His eyes gleamed with cunning as he suggested plans for when they got on the boat. Ximen also wore malicious intent, agreeing to send someone to Qingchuan to check their background. If they turned out to be a mob, Ximen stated that they would not be spared, especially with Mo Mingmi backing up Qingchuan. Ximen suggested robbing them regardless of Xing Zai's origin. The shopkeeper agreed. 3 days later at the pier, the shopkeeper greeted Cheng Dale, announcing that the goods were prepared, and the final payment would be settled after the delivery reached its destination. He instructed his men to take the goods on board, signaling their departure. The shopkeeper introduced Ximen to them and mentioned that Ximen expressed his intention to personally lead people to help escort the ship delivery. Xing Zai told them that they just needed to bring a few people to collect the final payment and did not need to bother with the escort, which Ximen declined. He insisted that since Xing Zai bought a huge number of goods, he would have to personally deliver the goods. While Cheng Dale contemplated the odd behavior of Ximen, who refused the delivery and wondered why they still wanted to help, he realized that there was something fishy. He decided to view their information. As he viewed their information, he was genuinely surprised and realized that it was indeed Ximen King and Madame Pan. It appeared that the pirate who washed up on the shore and Mo Mingmi took control of several nearby cities. Cheng Dale commented on his thoughts, noting what an incompatibility this situation was. Cheng Dale expressed gratitude and said that he would trouble them to escort him. He encouraged them to get on board the boat. As the ship sailed, Cheng Dale engaged in planning with his group, assigning roles. Liu Bei praised Cheng Dale as a wise man, and Xing Zai added his thoughts to the discussion. Outside the ship's cabin, a person speculated about what happened inside, questioning why they were hiding in the cabin. While others thought Cheng Dale called for a meeting, someone added that the time had come as the ship reached the halfway point and suggested that they should prepare. Meanwhile, Ximen inquired about the readiness of the kitchen with the shopkeeper, who confirmed that the ingredients were prepared. Ximen instructed the shopkeeper to notify Cheng Dale to join them for a meal. The shopkeeper opened the door, interrupting Cheng Dale's group discussion. Unaware of their plans, he questioned what they were doing. As they continued discussing, Cheng Dale whispered to his group that he didn't want to be called master. He changed the subject and called Xing Zai, telling him that he could change his name later. However, he still referred to Xing Zai as U Liji and Fu Delay as U Shuren. He turned around and explained to the shopkeeper that they were just discussing technical details. The shopkeeper told them that they had 2 more hours to reach Qingchuan and that everyone was hungry, inviting Cheng Dale to join them for a meal. Cheng Dale accepted the invitation. Curious about the waterway journey, Cheng Dale asked the shopkeeper if he wasn't afraid of encountering robbers along the way. The shopkeeper was taken aback by Cheng Dale's question, wondering if Cheng Dale suspected their true identities. He awkwardly laughed and assured Cheng Dale that there were no pirates in the area. With Mo Mingmi's arrival in Qingchuan, mountain bandits and pirates had disappeared, reducing any concerns for the guests. Cheng Dale pressed further, asking what the shopkeeper would do if they encountered bandits. The shopkeeper responded that there was no if. Maintaining a mysterious tone, Cheng Dale asked if they were bandits, which made the shopkeeper sweat, and responded that there was no chance. He asked the shopkeeper again if they were the bandits. The group's Cheng Dale wore devilish smiles, leaving the shopkeeper stupidly shocked. Suddenly, a bomb exploded inside the cabin, causing panic among those outside. The shopkeeper was thrown away. Unable to withstand the impact, he fainted, with someone calling out the shopkeeper's name and others inquiring about what happened. Simon questioned who the assailant was and dared to harm their people. Cheng Dale declared they were robbers, naming themselves the Alibaba 40 Arch Bandits, initiating their robbery. He instructed them to stand on the left, women on the right, and individuals identifying as gay or lesbian in the middle. Simon protested, asserting that they were doing business, and demanded an explanation from Cheng Dale regarding their current actions. With a touch of humor, Cheng Dale insisted that they were engaged in robbery. He playfully introduced his group as Alibaba's 40 Arch Bandits and referred to himself as Aliapa. Cheng Dale swiftly apologized to Simon for his earlier words. However, Simon dismissed him as a naive boy, questioning the audacity of his actions in touching his goods. He emphasized that someone was behind them and instructed his men to attack. Amid the chaos, Xing Zai nervously inquired if the robbery already began, admitting it was his first time. Disbelief, Fu Delay aggressively replied that he robbed before. Xing Zai spoke up, stating that it was only his second time, and asked if he couldn't be a little nervous. Fu Delay angrily retorted, listing instances of Xing Zai's past mischievous acts, including stealing chickens, cheating people for lambs in the grassland, and swindling children's candy. Xing Zai, nonchalant, agreed, admitting to their current state of robbery. After the chaotic event, in a desperate plea, Simon questioned why Cheng Dale targeted them, emphasizing they had no grudge against him. Cheng Dale chuckled, acknowledging Simon's statement, and called Liu Bei to give a report. Liu Bei informed Cheng Dale that the ships and dry rations were drugged. Simon begged for mercy, admitting their wrongdoing and acknowledging their failure to see the vastness of the world. He pleaded with Cheng Dale, hoping for generosity and proposing they take the goods without the final payment. Wearing a satisfied smile, Cheng Dale expressed that he merely wanted to do business, not expecting Simon to play mind games, deeming it wishful thinking. He pointed out that if Simon thought he was easy to bully just because he was an uncle, he was mistaken. Cheng Dale gave two choices. He asked them if they preferred eating wontons or instant noodles. When Simon inquired about the meanings, Cheng Dale insinuated that he was uneducated. He slowly unsheathed his sword. Cheng Dale clarified that wonton meant tying them up and throwing them into the river, while instant noodles meant killing them and feeding their bodies to the fish. Simon was visibly terrified as he heard this ominous explanation. Cheng Dale told them to make a choice. One person chose wonton, and Cheng Dale's men promptly threw him into the sea, creating a splash. The shopkeeper and others also chose wonton and instantly jumped into the ocean, creating splashes in the ocean. The tide men tried to swim. Cheng Dale commented on their fast decision, turning his attention to Simon and Madame Pan. Trembling in fear, Cheng Dale informed them it was their turn to choose within 10 breaths. He begins to count starting at 10. In tears due to fear, Simon pleaded for mercy, asking Cheng Dale to treat him like a fart. Madame Pan, expressing her inability to swim, added to the distress. In the background, Cheng Dale continued to count down, reaching 9 and 8. Cheng Dale threatened Simon with the sword, stating that crying would count as time. With that, he declared that Simon's time was up and decided he chose instant noodles. But Cheng Dale swiftly pulled him back, causing Simon to scream in terror. Simon looked back at Cheng Dale and asked if he wanted to kill him. With a mischievous smile, Cheng Dale replied that he wouldn't kill him. He realized that robbing in the waterway for a long time, understanding that jumping into the river could not drown Simon. He informed Simon that he changed his mind and would have to think of another way for people like him. Simon's face showed extreme distress. Cheng Dale called Xing Zai to lock Simon up. One of Cheng Dale's men reported that their men on the island were ready, and once the Realger arrived, they would begin to move. Cheng Dale ordered to keep going. The ship was docked on a nearby rock. Xing Zai asked Cheng Dale how he knew they were pirates, to which Cheng Dale replied that robbers could see through their own kind, and that a mountain bandit and pirates attracting each other were normal. Xing Zai inquired why he let those pirates go back and report, and he wondered if it was truly alright because he remembered him saying that Simon King was Mo Mingni's underling, and Cheng Dale told him that the news must have spread whether they moved or not. Cheng Dale predicted that Mo Mingni would get to know about the arrival of a new force in Qinchuan sooner or later. He went on to say that they were 40 arch bandits, at least to confuse them for a period of time, and that they would most likely send small troops to investigate because they thought of them as a small group of foreign bandits. Cheng Dale told Lai Xinzai that he was correct, and that the situation would be completely different if they knew he was Cheng Dale, to which Lai Xinzai replied that there was no need for him to call his alias there, and that he always thought he was suggesting something by giving him names. Cheng Dale laughed at him and told him he was imagining things, and one of his subordinates informed him that the Realger had been completely unloaded and they were ready to start, to which Cheng Dale replied that they would act in groups and be fast. Cheng Dale told his men that they had to establish the first line of defense of the mountain village and stand firmly as quickly as possible. Everybody tied the rice straws into clumps and wrapped them with Realger and lit them up. Smoke from Realger was used to disperse the poisonous snakes in the grass. A group of snakes were trapped due to the smoke. After dispersing, the Realger was scattered into the soil to prevent the snakes from coming back, and it took them a day to drive out the snakes separately and clear out a large area. Finally, Cheng Dale led his people in the heart of Snake Island. A voice informed them that Mo Mingni's abandoned mountain village was right in front of them, and he wondered why they abandoned it given the good terrain. Another voice chimed in and asked what was going on, and a man asked Kin Man if it was due to the forest's miasma, to which Kin Man replied that it was just an ordinary fog. Cheng Dale suspected something was in the fog and informed his people that the sun was scorching outside and that it was strange that the fog was not dispersing. He warned them to be cautious because something was wrong, and there must be a demonic beast nearby because they couldn't see a snake. As they encountered a skeleton, Cheng Dale wondered what it was. He was perplexed because a snake bite would leave a whole body as it was. Cheng Dale told his men that they were going to look inside the gathering hall, but Zhu Shenji warned him to be careful because he suspected there was something strange going around. Cheng Dale ignored him and opened the door. He stepped 1 foot inside, and a big silhouette appeared in front of his eyes. The green-eyed snake stared at him. Distressed, Cheng Dale let out a curse word. Cheng Dale backed away, puzzled, as a huge white snake greeted them. Kin Man wondered how such a huge snake could exist in the world and claimed that the fog nearby was caused by it, whereas Zhu Shenji suspected it was a dragon. The snake hissed and expelled smoke through its nose, and a voice announced that it was about to turn into a dragon because it was swallowing clouds and spitting fog. Zhu Shenji trembled and prayed to the snake that after being forced by the government to become homeless, he and his brothers had no choice but to become bandits. The crowd worshipped 3 times, declaring that in the future they would rob the rich to help the poor, and that their rights and wrongs would be in accordance with heaven's decree, and they wished for the snake to forgive them. However, the snake hissed and released more smoke. It swiftly charged at them. It opened its mouth as if it was about to eat them. Cheng Dale grabbed Zhu Shenji and told him to watch out as the snake collided on the ground. He ordered his men to retreat. Cheng Dale yelled at them to run, and stated that the snake was not something they could deal with. The snake came outside the gathering hall, while Cheng Dale's men ran and yelled at their brothers to run. The snake hissed once again and inhaled the fog. It retreated back inside the gathering hall. The snake hissed once more. For some reason, the Snake King stopped chasing after them away. He coiled up inside the house again. They gathered outside the gathering hall, and someone asked how everyone was doing and if anyone was hurt. Liu Bei informed Cheng Dale that no one was killed, with the exception of a few brothers whose legs were crushed by the snake, and Cheng Dale expressed relief and praised them. He imagined the island's beast territory filled with poisonous snakes, and he wondered how such a large snake could be raised, where it came from, and what it ate to live. He pondered how such a massive snake could be born in the world, especially if it contradicted the theory of evolution, and quickly realized that he was looking at the wrong scene because it was not the supernatural hunting world. Zhu Shenji wondered if they really had to give up the island after going to such great lengths. Cheng Dale asked him when he said they were giving up and told him that they couldn't charge the snake recklessly, that they needed to outwit it, and that there was no reason to let their brothers fight with that huge snake. He told them he needed a lot of meat and wine and that they should go first and bring Officer Ximen to him, to which they agreed. Cheng Dale stared at his sword and said nothing. He claimed that it was hard to use common swords on such a huge, thick-skinned snake, and the size difference was so great that he wondered if he needed to give it acupuncture. He also ordered his men to bring his ghost-faced axe. Moments later, a voice asked someone if they wanted to live. Cheng Dale told them that he would give them a chance if they could show him that they could get a lot of meat and wine. King Ximen informed him that he had a brewery shop in Heijia City, and if he were let go back, he would bring the wine tomorrow. Cheng Dale asked him if he was stupid or the other way around and if he would still be willing to come back if he let him. He suggested that he write a letter to his people to send the wine, and that if he saw the meat and wine, he would let him live. He informed him that he wanted 50 jars of strong wine, 10 pigs, 10 cows, chicken, and ducks. King Ximon told him to ask someone to send his letter to Wu, because she would be the only one willing to save him. Cheng Dale told Zhao Zilong that he and Qin Man would go and try to bring the wine and meet early that morning, to which Zhao Zilong agreed. He asked King Ximon whose sister Wu was, and he replied that she was his wife. Cheng Dale told him that his time was short, and if the ransom for him didn't arrive tomorrow, he asked him not to blame him for being merciless. If the soldiers and bandits ended up fighting, whether he lived or died would depend on his relationship with his wife. Cheng Dale stated that he could only wish him luck and asked him to do the same. The next morning, Zhu Shenji noticed an approaching ship and informed Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale wondered what it was and if they were loaded with soldiers or ransoms, and Zhu Shenji squinted his eyes observing the boat. He claimed that he saw a tall man on the boat, which Cheng Dale inquired about, and Zhu Shenji suspected that they reported it to the officials. Zhu Shenji ordered his brothers to prepare for battle as the enemy's ship approached, whereas Cheng Dale threatened King Ximon with instant noodles. When a voice asked where King Ximon was, Cheng Dale was perplexed. Wu Daling of the Lun family introduced herself as King Ximon's wife. Cheng Dale questioned whether the woman was really called Wu Daling, and was surprised that the Wu Daling of this world was tall and female. He thought it was a coincidence that King Ximon and Wu Dalang got together, claiming that their circle was extremely messy, while Wu Dalang begged him to let King Ximon live. An information appeared stating Wu Dalang's name, 38 years old, and nothing else. Cheng Dale asked if she had brought him what he asked for, to which she replied that the meat and wine he wanted were on the ship, and she asked him to let King Ximon live. Cheng Dale directed his men to release King Ximon and unload the goods, and Wu Daling informed him that the wine and meat she brought were only for her husband, and Madame Pan had nothing to do with her. She said she would leave her to them, and they could either fry or boil her. He told her to cut the crap and get out, and that if she was slow, she could stay forever, to which she quickly agreed. Wu Daling scolded King Ximon, cursing him and telling him that his company would do no good, while Madame Pan asked King Ximon to wait for her, and Zhu Shenji stated that King Ximon had a really good wife. Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dale if he was going to use the wine to burn the Snake King to death, to which he answered that he wanted to make it drunk. Because it's just a snake, Zhu Shenji wondered if it could drink, and Cheng Dale told him that if it couldn't drink, it would eat meat. Cheng Dale stated that he didn't believe the snake could grow so big on just a meal of wind and water. The men carried the meat. They laid it in front of the gathering hall. Pork and cows were in line as the fog began to cover them. Because it was good wine and a good meal, Cheng Dale prayed for the Snake King to come out and eat. Qin Man informed him that it was almost an hour, but the Snake King seemed uninterested, and Cheng Dale assured him not to worry and asked if their brothers were ready for an ambush. He told him to let them prepare because their success or failure was at stake, and Qin Man informed him that the explosives were also ready. Qin Man asked where he got so many explosives, and Cheng Dale told him to think of it as a gift from the gods to kill the giant white snake. Cheng Dale noticed something and pondered. He told them to be quiet because something was moving. A green eye peeked through the gathering hall door, and the head of the giant snake came out. Qin Man excitedly informed them that it came out. The wine and meat were delicious, and Cheng Dale wished the Snake King would eat quickly. The snake hissed as it approached its food. It devoured one from its platter. Qin Man hoped for the snake to eat it, but Cheng Dale told him to be quiet because it needed to be quieter, baiting snakes. As the snake gulped its food, the group hoped for it to eat it up. A voice asked Cheng Dale if the wine was not strong enough because it didn't seem to be drunk, to which Cheng Dale responded that the one meat of at least 1,000 pounds of wine inside was such a large amount. He assured Qin Man not to worry. The snake wobbled, to where they believed that it got drunk. Then moments later, the snake passed out. As it fell, it made a rumble on the ground. Qin Man informed Cheng Dale that it was now drunk due to the fact that it was down. Cheng Dale told his men to go forward and listen to his command. He directed them to get the explosives and light it up. The men threw explosives at it and blew it up. As Cheng Dale and Qin Man watched, a massive amount of explosives exploded at the snake. Cheng Dale continued to observe the explosion and said nothing. He wondered if it worked. Cheng Dale's eyes grew wide open. He realized it had been awoken and informed his men. As the snake charged at them at full speed, a voice warned them to watch out. Qin Man and others yelled Cheng Dale's name. Cheng Dale informed them that the snake had become enraged and ordered them to step aside. Cheng Dale wondered where the snake had grown up because it deserved to be a demonic beast of heaven and earth. He called for Heart and told her to possess him. Cheng Dale kicked the snake, and he was almost eaten alive as he fell. Cheng Dale released his colorless double-wing phoenix skill. He believed that it was now a good chance. Cheng Dale pierced the snake using the straightforward sword tooth picking. His sword failed to pierce the snake's tough scales. Cheng Dale was unamazed that he couldn't even break its abdomen without scales. The snake hissed loudly as it began to counter Cheng Dale. Tin Man directed his brothers to take out their swords and cut the snake. Cheng Dale told them to step back because the snake was too fast and powerful. He went on to say that having so many people was useless and instructed them not to come up and die. He also warned them that he would attract the snake's attention and that they should leave the yard. Worried, Tin Man asked Zhu Shenji what they should do because they could not watch Cheng Dale fighting the snake alone desperately, whereas Zhu Shenji mumbled that he should hurry up and think of a way. And not after a while, he already gets an idea. Zhu Shenji instructed his brothers to use the realger and quickly threw it to the snake, to which they agreed. Cheng Dale continued to fight the snake. The men threw the realger powder wrapped in paper simultaneously and hoped for it to hit the target for them. The realger exploded and surrounded the snake with toxic smoke, which made Cheng Dale surprised. Cheng Dale inquired as to whose idea it was, as he didn't need their help and it was now dusty, and he couldn't see anything. One realger exploded at Cheng Dale's back. Enraged, he demanded to know whose aim was so bad that it hit his head. The group looked down because Zhu Shenji was the culprit. They told Cheng Dale to look out. The snake roared as it opened its mouth wide while charging towards Cheng Dale. The snake closed its mouth and made a loud noise. The men screamed that Cheng Dale was eaten, while others thought it stank and wondered how long it was since the snake brushed its teeth. The snake ignored them and proceeded to devour its meal. The snake's eye grew wide, and its mouth slowly opened, and a shadow appeared beneath it. Cheng Dale inquired if it wanted to eat him and warned it to be careful not to explode its teeth. Cheng Dale let out a voice of struggle as he used his strength to lift the snake's mouth. Then suddenly the snake sucked the air around the area. Fog began to enter the snake's mouth. Cheng Dale cursed as he was slowly being pushed away. He yelled that since the outside couldn't be cut, he'd try the inside and see how hard its mouth was. He asked Hart to exchange 10 boxes of gunpowder, and when Hart informed him that his fear points were now 100, he agreed to give her some spice. Hart quickly summoned the boxes of gunpowder. She snapped her fingers, which lit up the boxes, and told him to go ahead. Cheng Dale inquired of the snake whether it liked to suck because he could suck all the gunpowder. The gunpowder exploded inside the snake's stomach. The snake's mouth and body began to spew fire and smoke as the explosion continued. Dao Fei Hu and the others were taken aback, wondering how Cheng Dale had explosives on him when none were willing to intervene in this kind of battle. Both continued to fight as the snake began to spit blood from its mouth, accompanied by fire. Cheng Dale fell, and also the snake breathed its last. Both of them fell, and blood was seen around the snake's body. Cheng Dale began to cough, vomiting blood. Hart dispersed her possession. The snake hissed once more. The snake's scales began to heal at a fast rate. Cheng Dale's eyes widened as he wondered if its wound was healing fast and wondered what the hell the monster was. He asked Hart to exchange another 10 boxes because he didn't believe explosives could kill it, and Hart responded, asking him to wait. Hart noticed that the snake seemed to have similar power to hers, so she informed Cheng Dale. A notification appears, stating that the detected container had residual power, and Cheng Dale questions Hart, who responds that the snake may have a container with a lot of power. She told him she needed to talk to the snake to figure out where it got its power, and if it was dangerous to leave the system's power out there. Cheng Dale asked her how she wanted to talk with a snake. Hart told him that she had to talk with it face to face. Hart processed the external power retrieval system and requested permission to intervene in reality. Cheng Dale was informed that it was a rare opportunity for her. A notification appeared, stating that dimensional travel permission was granted. The administrator informed that Hart would travel through the dimension to reach the present world. A system warning appeared, indicating that the administrator's presence in the present world might be observed by irrelevant existence without permission. Moments later, time froze. The men became still beings. A voice chuckled and mentioned that it could finally come out and play for a while. It likened the experience to traveling from the upper atmosphere to underwater. Hart used to appear in the form of the main character's embodiment. The barrier separating the two worlds was broken. The body approached the snake. A voice addressed the snake, causing its eyes to widen. As a result, a notification appeared, stating that it was now reclaiming system power. Hart descended from system space to the present world in her own body for the first time. Hart asked the snake where it got its power from, like a young girl who had met her family. The snake told Heart that it was the first time it met her kind due to her body scent, and Heart retorted that she was not a snake, it was just that its power was originally hers. She asked the snake to give it back when it was enough. The snake said it couldn't understand nonsense and asked for a favor, promising to pay her back. Heart reasoned that she needed to use her mental power to talk to it directly because it stuttered when speaking, and it seemed that no one in the world could teach him after the opening, and its consciousness was close to a childish guy. So she inquired if it wanted her to help. The snake said that its master was sleeping, and it needed him to wake up. Heart, perplexed, questioned the snake about its master while following the white snake's gaze. She needed to go straight to the broken house behind. The house was empty except for a skeleton, so Heart asked the snake if it wanted her to wake her up. Heart doubted and inquired of the snake that it was a skeleton. The snake insisted on waking her up. Heart informed the snake that she couldn't wake her up because the skeleton had no soul, and she couldn't see anything. She told the snake she was dead, and the snake wondered what that meant. Heart inquired if it didn't understand. Heart explained to the snake that death was like not waking up, that she couldn't open her eyes or talk to him, and that death meant she was no longer in the world, to which the snake replied that it didn't understand. And according to Heart, the withering of plants was death. She went on to say that insects and animals turning to dust were also dead. Heart explained that its master went to the world of the dead, and those who were there couldn't come back. She apologized and told the snake there was nothing she could do. The white snake remained silent for a long time, standing still as if dead. Heart mentioned that the snake's master died here and that she thought she might have left something behind. She asked the snake if it could let her see its memories because she might be able to help her. She also stated that she needed to know how it got its power. Heart asked the snake if it could recall the moment it first opened its eyes and uncovered the dusty memory. She claimed that she would be able to see its past and its memories. The white snake began its life in a hot, moist rainforest. A small village next to the rainforest was home to its owner, who seemed to make a living by raising snakes and insects. But the village's appearance in its mind was always a vague picture. It only remembers breaking its shell in the hands of its master, who had warm hands. It followed its master since birth and spent several years in such an ignorant manner. Not until it swallowed a sword somewhere in a tomb. The sword melted into its body like water and slowly changed something. And soon, some changes began to occur in its ignorant brain, and it became a wild beast among snakes. And for the first time, it saw the world with its spiritual, intelligent perspective, and it could observe some things more clearly but couldn't recognize the essence of things. After that, a lot of things seemed to happen in the village, and it didn't understand the villagers' words, but only knew that the master's daughter was a girl with silver pupils who disappeared. The snake master left the village in search of her kidnapped daughter, and only stupid snakes left, accompanying themselves. The snake felt lonely, and it wanted to go find its master, and it left the village, avoiding the towns and went through the mountains and forests. The wilderness was dangerous, and it was painful being beaten by beasts, but even if the snake was injured, it just needed to sleep. Perhaps as long as it was large enough, nothing could stop its way. The snake thought so, and the power deep in its body responded, so it grew bigger. It wanted to find its master and followed the vague guidance of its heart. The snake came to the Snake Island. It believed that its master should be here, and those people with spears were yelling and running around. The snake found it annoying. The snake asked where its master was. Angered, it asked again where she was. The snake caused chaos on the island. And finally, in a dungeon, it found its master sleeping. The snake felt that its master's body was cold. And the snake was actually only a few years old, with an intelligence of a 3-year-old at most. It couldn't even understand what the concept of death was. The snake broke through the metal bars, as it believed that its master had just fallen asleep, or so it thought. And even if it was beaten several times, it just slept and was able to recover like before. The snake stated that the thing it could do, its master must be able to do too, and to let her sleep, she needed to find a place that could keep out the rain. The snake found a place encircling its master and wished her a good night's sleep. But occasionally, an annoying guy comes running to the door. The snake chased the men, telling them to get out because they're a nuisance. It believed that its master was hibernating, and hibernating was a long time to sleep. The snake claimed that it was now time for a quieter environment. It went on to say that it was as quiet as the mist that didn't lift around the village. And just like that, as soon as its master awoke from her sleep, she could go back by herself. A white snake with a childish worldview was guarding its master's bones for 10 years. Heart stated that she saw the snake's master and informed him that she came to find her daughter. She also stated that she didn't know if he could understand, but her master's descendants were the continuation of her life, and maybe she could help him find her daughter. She went on to say that the owner of the island murdered his master 10 years ago. Hart advised him that avenging her was also a good way of consoling his master's spirit in heaven. An orb glowed inside the snake's stomach. Grumbling, the orb began its ascent, and a golden sword came out of the snake's mouth. The snake stuttered, asking Hart for a favor as he returned the sword's power to her. Hart realized that the sword was the vessel inside the white snake. Hart grabbed the orb, and suddenly became a physical sword. Hart claimed that it was her first time seeing the power retained and well intact. She felt that the power was closely related to her life. The sword was called the Red Sky Sword, and it was one of the 10 famous swords and had a saying to cut the white snake, lift the 3-foot sword, and create an unparalleled achievement. Hart told the snake that he should keep some of it for himself but was cut off in the middle of her explanation when the snake replied that he no longer needed it, and that she could have it. Hart absorbed the sword. She asked the snake if he could tell her what he wanted her to do, and she would do her best. The snake responded that before he left, he wanted to see his master one more time. Hart asked what he meant and where he was going. The snake asked Hart for her help. He stated that she could look through his memories and maybe she could help him. He stated that he hadn't seen his master in a long time and had forgotten what she looked like, so he asked Hart to give him a dream in which he could see her. The snake hissed as Hart placed her hand and told him to sleep. She assured the snake that if the rest of the world forgot about him, she would be the one to remember. She asked the snake to sleep, and the long wait was finally over, a long nap, where he could wait until she woke up. When the snake opened his eyes, he was surrounded by the sultry rainforest and familiar villages, and everything he saw was familiar, as if the long wait was just a long dream. The snake stated that the village people and the silly snakes were still the same, and the person the snake had always dreamed about at night, the face that had been blurred, suddenly became clear. The woman asked the snake where he had been. The snake rapped the woman where they were both having a good time. The snake's scales began to vanish as Hart told him to sleep, and the snake slowly faded in the air. Hart detached her hand and said nothing. She sighed at the sight of the snake. Dejected, Hart stated that it was all for the sake of seeing his master, and that he could now go to that world to find her. She assured the snake that he could go and stop worrying, because she would finish their agreement. Meanwhile, outside the house, time was still frozen. Cheng Dalei stood like a statue. He claimed that he couldn't move because it was so hard. Hart approached him and informed him that it was now done. She told him the snake was a good boy and that snakes were now cute for her, whereas Cheng Dalei mumbled nothing. Hart wondered. She snapped her fingers and apologized as she forgot that time and space were still frozen. She released time and space freeze restrictions from the host's body as Cheng Dalei struggled to breathe, to which Hart replied that they both blew up the white snake belly with gunpowder, and he should tell the snake that they were a team. Hart went on to say that it was just simply to settle him down. Unlike others, he could know what happened by connecting to her mind. She informed him that the snake had left him a surprise before leaving. He told Cheng Dalei to look up. A huge amount of golden light shone above, as Hart stated that it shattered itself, and its body's power was all scattered out. She went on to say that the vessel had been returned to her and that it could live for hundreds of years with its own body, which had become a demon. Hart told him that she did not expect it to be so decisive, and thanks to the snake's blessing, the place would become a paradise. She informed him that she had also obtained the vessel and had a new idea, to which Cheng Dalei inquired what it was. She stated that he now must get the approval of the vessel first, otherwise, he couldn't use its power. A system notification popped up stating that he received the vessel's exclusive mission, the White Snake's Will. Hart told him to hurry and get the Red Sky Sword approved so that the new function based on that vessel could be used soon. Hart informed Cheng Dalei that the power of the White Snake was expected to be fully released in 3 days, and during that time, she warned him not to let others touch the White Snake's body because ordinary people couldn't stand close to the power it emitted. She stated that she could only stay for a short period of time and told Cheng Dalei that the rest was up to him, instructing him to properly dispose of the snake's body. Hart stated that she would leave now because she had a lot of work to finish. She also warned him not to tell the others about the white snake because those things were not for them to know. Hart told him she was leaving now and let the hourglass flow. The men were perplexed as to why there was so much smoke as they couldn't see anything. Tin Man and the others asked Cheng Dalei if he was alright and where the snake was. They asked why the snake disappeared so suddenly. Cheng Dalei informed them that the snake had returned to the house and that it should be dead, and that he needed a few people to accompany him into the house and deal with the aftermath. A man asked Zhu Shenji if he should go in and look instead, and he replied that he was old and it was hard for him to go upstairs, and it would be much better for them to go with Cheng Dalei to look. Cheng Dalei scolded them to cut the crap and come. Qin Man noticed that the snake was not moving and wondered if it was sleeping or if it was truly dead, whereas Gao Hu questioned whether the snake died in this manner. Cheng Dalei approached the snake. He had the impression that the power of the snake's body was dissipating. Zhu Shenji warned Cheng Dalei to be careful and not let the snake eat him if it pretended to be dead. Cheng Dalei claimed that his men couldn't even see it while he was looking for information. He described the white snake as a legendary rank, a higher level than supreme rank, and that since it was his first time seeing a legendary rank, it was no surprise that it was so powerful. A description of the white snake, originally known as Whitey, appeared and was ranked legendary. Cheng Dalei thought its abilities were beyond the beast realm and had already reached the demon realm. After more than 2 years, he had not yet figured out the world's power system, but it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. He believed that others couldn't see the power emanating from the white snake's body. He also claimed that the system could summon storms and give birth to such a snake under the influence of system power, and that the world held many secrets waiting to be uncovered. Zhu Shenji asked what they were going to do with the snake body because he heard that snake meat is a tonic and an aphrodisiac. Cheng Dalei inquired if he dared to eat it, and Zhu Shenji questioned him, cheerfully explaining that he heard of a dozen ways to eat snake meat. He suggested steamed, braised soy sauce water, stir-fried snake, stewed snake pot, and snake soup. Cheng Dalei informed him that there would be no eating, which made him wonder. Annoyed, Cheng Dalei once again told him not to eat it, and that was his final order. He addressed Qin Man and Gao Hu, telling them that they should take a few people outside the house to guard the giant snake, and that no one was allowed to touch the snake, especially Zhu Shenji, and that he should be watched carefully, and not to let him steal and eat it. He also asked them to notify him if there were any irregularities, and they agreed. Cheng Dalei addressed his other brothers, telling them that now that the White Snake King was slain, they should continue to drive the snakes away and build their village. It took another 10 days, and the Toad Village people finally drove most of the snakes to the shallows. The man murmured that the fog in the mountain disappeared. They believed that it seemed that the White Snake King was really dead. Another man yelled to look over there, wondering what it was, while others wondered what was going on. They yelled that there were so many birds wondering if they were coming back to build a nest, while others believed it was due to the snakes being chased away. Cheng Dalei wondered if it was because of the influence of the White Snake King. A man appeared and informed Cheng Dalei that something had happened to the White Snake King. He went on to say that that morning they went to have a look, and there were only white bones left in the body of the white snake. Gao Hu inquired about what he said, and wondered if it was a beast or a demon. Cheng Dalei believed that it might be that the snake's power had dissipated. He ordered Zhu Shenji to take someone to bury the White Snake King's bones, which made Zhu Shenji wonder. He informed them that there was a female skeleton next to the white snake and instructed them to take off the bracelet from the skeleton and bury it with the white snake, as well as to erect monuments to them. A system notification appeared, stating that the territory obtained Snake Island as well as a deathbed gift from the White Snake King. Another notification appeared, stating that the side mission to occupy the Snake Island and drive the snakes away was completed, with the reward being a territorial blessing buff. Heart also stated that she added another buff to his new territory. She raised her hand and mumbled that she opened that place. She flicked his finger, and a massive glowing orb appeared in the middle of town, while Heart claimed to have planted the tree. She went on to say that the place was covered by that spirit. A notification appeared with the title Territorial Shelter buff. Heart mumbled that Cheng Dalei was filled with motivation, and from there, he would start and build the strongest village again, and throw himself into the flood of chaos and leave his legend in the world. Another notification popped up stating the mission to build a mountain village was received, and another mission stated to complete 10 robberies was received. A voice instructed them to clean up the debris and bury the pots and pans to make a meal. They were also told to clear the weeds and trees from the street, while others informed them that the abandoned houses only needed to be repaired and could be inhabited, while others warned everyone to keep an eye out for passing wagons and to be cautious because there were still snakes hiding in the nooks and crannies. A man spoke up and said that they have money, but the village was just built and the supplies were not enough, so they would have to live with hardships for a few days. He told his men not to be sloppy because that was where they would live. Another commanded to cut down the trees outside and build the village wall. A system notification appeared stating that the first level village is completed, and the reward is a chance to win a lottery. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale ordered Kin Man to put up the flag, and Kin Man said yes. Another notification popped stating that the population of the village reached 1,000, and he would receive a second level village construction drawing. A system information appeared, describing the Toad Village as an abandoned basic village owned by Cheng Dale, with a population of 2,513 people. Another notification was announced as the second stage of the task to rob a wife for the village is completed, and he successfully brought the princess to the village. And seconds later, a treasure map reward was obtained, and Heart chuckled and told Cheng Dale that she drew it with her own hands. Cheng Dale told Gao Fei Bao to take the list and drive to a nearby town to buy supplies, and that he has to buy as much food, cloth, iron pots, bedding, and other necessities as they needed, and warned him not to be observed and reveal his identity. And Gao Fei Bao agreed. He also stated that important supplies such as food should be placed in the hands of capable people such as himself, and Gao Fei Bao responded that he understood and that even if he has to sacrifice his life, he would bring back the food. Then later on, Cheng Dale watched the ship as it departed. Worried, Cheng Dale wondered if it wouldn't be a problem. He took something out from his shirt. Apart from building the village, he was thinking about something else as he grabbed a piece of paper. He reasoned that he should also take advantage of the opportunity to locate the treasure on the treasure map that the system rewarded. When he looked at the treasure map, he assumed it was on Snake Island. He thought that it was located in the village, and he just didn't know which builder it was under. Suddenly, Zhu Shenji came rushing, addressing Cheng Dale to come. Cheng Dale inquired why he panicked and needed to remain calm during major events. Zhu Shenji informed him to take a look because someone found something extraordinary. He went on to say that they found a place when they cleaned up snake bones. Zhu Shenji believed it might be the dungeon Mo Mingmi built. He also told Cheng Dale that the sheer size of the dungeon was mind-blowing. He went on to say that he didn't know how many people were locked up in the first place, and also stated that the most important place was not here and asked Cheng Dale to follow him. He took Cheng Dale to the deepest part of the dungeon, which made Cheng Dale harden his face, because in front of them were piles of bones. Zhu Shenji informed him that they were all human bones, of any age and from different places, but their identities were more or less the same, and they were all civilians, and he is also afraid that it was a sin caused by Mo Mingmi's human trafficking. Cheng Dale paused and said nothing. He ordered Zhu Shenji to clear out the bodies and bury them on the island, and let them also be buried in the earth, and Zhu Shenji agreed. Cheng Dale also told him to tell their men to keep an eye out for a list of their human trafficking because he could use it, and Zhu Shenji agreed. He stopped and wondered, whereas Zhu Shenji asked him what it was. Cheng Dale assumed it to be the location of the treasure drawn on the treasure map. A voice asked Zhu Shenji to get a couple of guys to dig at cell number 3 because something was buried there. A group of men rummaged around inside the cell. A man informed Cheng Dale that he found the entrance to a hole in the ground. Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dale if it was another gift from the gods, and he replied that it wasn't like he didn't already know, as he learned all his skills from the gods. Tin Man ordered them to go down quickly and check it out. Zhu Shenji was the first one who came down bringing with him a lamp. He opened a wooden door. A large amount of gold welcomed him as he informed Cheng Dale that they were rich as they got 2 treasures in just a few months. Meanwhile, in the Qinchuan River, specifically the Qinchuan Mountain Mine, a voice yelled that the amount of iron ore dug was not enough and ordered them to hurry up and keep digging. Another voice retorted that it was clearly more than yesterday's amount, and the man responded that yesterday's amount was the minimum. Another man yelled that from that day, that is the minimum standard that they must meet, and that if they did not finish digging, they would not be able to eat. He whipped up a worker and told him to get up and not to play dead. He wondered if the man was really dead and ordered that he be thrown out, as well as scolding the others for being such lazybones. At the mine peak, a man addressed his lord. He reported that dozens had died in the mine last night, and now there was obviously not enough manpower, and went on to say that at that rate, he was afraid that the amount of iron ore mined could not satisfy the appetite of the Ring tribe. The man who was called Lord stated that the flocks of 2-legged sheep could not die in any way, and when they die, they go to the village and catch some more. The Qinchuan Mountain Deputy General, Mo Mingmi, told him not to bother him with such simple matters, as he was told many times before. The man understood and informed Mo Mingmi that he would arrange someone to catch more but paused as he was about to address his concern. Mo Mingmi looked haggard, so the man asked if he hadn't slept well the night before. Mo Mingmi responded that a scout reported last night that many suspicious people were found near Snake Island, And Simon, king of Heijia City, was also robbed of a boatload of realgar. Mo Mingmi assumed that the purpose of those people was the Snake Island, whereas the man stated that the Snake Island was guarded by the Snake King. And they also released so many poisonous snakes on the island. The man questioned whether they could still deal with the Snake King even if those people could get to the island using realgar. And he claimed that so many people couldn't do anything because the Snake King was not afraid of realgar. Mo Mingmi was worried about what was buried on Snake Island being dug up. He told the man that he still needed to send someone to look at it because he always felt worried. And the man agreed. Later, a group of carriages marched down a small road outside of Heijia City. Gao Fei Bao expressed his exhaustion and stated that the next time he must ask Cheng Dale to get a few more horses to transport the goods, whereas his companions asked him if he wanted to take a rest first if he was too tired. Gao Fei Bao responded that there was no need to rest, and that their brothers were still waiting for their food and clothes, claiming that they did not need to waste time and hurry up. His companion offered him some wine to refresh himself. Gao Fei Bao stated that Cheng Dale told them not to drink and drive, and that if a driver was drunk, the relative sitting in the back would suffer. And his companion replied that Cheng Dale sometimes said strange words that were hard to understand. Cheng Dale, according to Gao Fei Bao, was indeed knowledgeable. He told his companion that Cheng Dale told him that only capable people, such as them, should go buy food, and he laughed. He also stated that they had to step up because they could not let Cheng Dale be disappointed, and they agreed. As his companion noticed and informed Gao Fei Bao, a large group of people appeared in front of them. Another man asked what they should do because he thought they weren't good people, and Gao Fei Bao replied that they'd see what they wanted first. Because they were pulling so much food and clothing, a man in front of them asked if they were new there and if they were merchants. The men of Yun Zhonglong were asked if they had never heard of their leader, Yun Zhonglong, because they were doing business without paying respect. Gao Fei Bao told them that they were new, and they just came to buy some food for their boss. However, the man claimed that there was a group of bandits recently known as Alibaba 40 Arch Bandits in the vicinity, and that his boss was one of them. Gao Fei Bao told him that he must be mistaken because they didn't know who Alibaba was. But the man retorted that Gao Fei Bao was ugly, stubborn, and had a bandit look, and that he could tell he was a bandit at first glance, and ordered his men to tie them up. Gao Fei Bao begged to spare them because they didn't know, and he believed that they couldn't lose to them because the brothers he brought out with him were all elite. He also believed they were surrounded by several times their number, but the man told him that it was not up to him to decide whether they were mistaken or not. Instead, he ordered them to come if they were smart, and ordered his men to tie them up and bring them back to Yun Zhonglong for a nice interrogation. Annoyed, Gao Fei Bao believed that they would be wrapped like dumplings and addressed his brothers. He unsheathed his sword. As Gao Fei Bao leaped, he told his brothers to do it. Gao Fei Bao cut one of the soldiers. The man yelled at him for daring to cut one of them and assumed they were the 40 Arch Bandits, while the other soldiers yelled to kill them all. Gao Fei Bao ordered his brothers to abandon the food wagon and grab the horses without mounts because they broke out. He ordered them to break to the right flank as they charged with their horses. They continued to charge as they trampled on the soldiers. Gao Fei Bao yelled that they broke through and told his men not to fight and move out. He told them to go into the woods, whereas the soldiers yelled to chase them. The men continued to restore the house. A voice yelled, addressing Cheng Dale. He informed him that the food and clothing purchased by their brothers were robbed, prompting him to question the man. The man informed him that the Toad village had always been the one bullying, and that no one could bully them, but their brothers were being bullied and were aggrieved. Confused, Cheng Dale asked the man what exactly happened, and the man informed him that they bought several carts of food and clothes from Heijia City, but on their way back, they met someone who claimed to be Yun Zhonglong. Moments later, the man resumed his report, concluding with such and such. Cheng Dale asked if he meant that they killed 7 or 8 people on their side, and the man agreed and asked if they got away. And the man agreed again. He also inquired if they stole 12 horses from the other side, and the man agreed. Cheng Dale praised the man and told him another question. He asked the man what exactly he was complaining about, and the man who was sobbing stated that the food they bought had been robbed, and they couldn't let people bully them like that. Cheng Dale told the man to send some brothers to find out the origin of Yun Zhonglong so he could bring them to justice, and the man thanked him and said he had to find out. Gao Fei Bao informed Cheng Dale about Yun Zhonglong, who was one of Mo Mingmi's men and one of 8 lieutenants, and was the closest mountain bandit there. He also heard that at this time, they wanted to find Alibaba, 40 Arch Bandit, and that would be a problem for them, which irritated Cheng Dalei as he stated that it's Mo Mingni's people again and wondered how powerful Yun Zhonglong was. Gao Fei Bao reported to Cheng Dalei that he had discovered his lair, and that there were only 300 or 400 people inside. He asked if they should send their brothers to destroy them at night. Cheng Dalei told him not to hurry because they had not suffered any losses, that their target was them, and that sooner or later they would come to their door. Exposing themselves would be too early and would cause trouble, and their top priority was to finish the village first. He ordered Gao Fei Bao to continue to go out and buy food and avoid them as much as possible, and Gao Fei Bao asked him when they would be going to fight Yun Zhonglong. Cheng Dalei told him not to hurry and that he should go and buy food first, which made Gao Fei Bao sigh and depressed. Cheng Dalei later realized that the big snake destroyed most of the original building, which was built 10 years before, and that it was beyond repair. He thought that it was simple to tear down and rebuild, and directly upgraded it to the level 2 mountain village. He assumed that even though the point summoning platform was opened early, it could only be used after upgrading it to mountain village level, and the summon top talent had to do a mission to listen, and he disliked using the point summoning platform. Cheng Dalei thought that the people summoned were really real flesh and blood of people, and not just data, and it always felt weird to use it. He realized that this time he could not just hold on like what they did on Qingyu Mountain and fight the Ring tribe, and the ultimate goal this time was to defeat the Qingchuan Guard. And he also believed that as long as he could open up the point summon platform, he would be able to fight Mo Mingni. And while he was thinking this, a man called him. Gao Fei Bao informed him that the food was bought and asked when they would defeat Yun Zhonglong. However, Cheng Dalei advised him not to rush and to simply wait because there was still so much to do, which made Gao Fei Bao depressed. He also mentioned that the island's original yards needed to be repaired and that another bridge would be built from the island's shore. But Gao Fei Bao was still upset. Gao Fei Bao followed Cheng Dalei asking him if he wanted to do it that day because he had sharpened his sword, and Cheng Dalei wondered what to do because they should cut down trees. After a while, Gao Fei Bao called for Cheng Dalei but was ignored because he was busy. Gao Fei Bao continued his persuasion but Cheng Dalei told him they're doing it next time because he had no time. As the day passed by, Gao Fei Bao's spirit was suppressed in the bottom of his heart. He didn't have an appetite every day, and he also couldn't sleep at night. Liu Bei asked Cheng Dalei if Gao Fei Bao was okay and if he wanted him to give him psychological counseling, and Cheng Dalei replied that he should just leave him alone. Liu Bei wondered if Gao Fei Bao wouldn't fall ill easily, and Cheng Dalei said nothing. A man later asked his younger brother why he still looked so down when he was out fishing. Gao Fei Bao informed Gao Fei Hu that he was also a person, and that he was also the second leader of the Flying Tiger village back on Qingyu Mountain, and that he was always the only one who bullied people, and no one could bully him. He stated that Cheng Dalei also stated that he was a capable person and specifically assigned him a task. The results of the food and clothes were robbed halfway, and Cheng Dalei also refused to stand up for him, claiming that he must be disappointed in him. Gao Fei Hu believes that he was simply thinking too much and that Cheng Dalei was too busy and couldn't find spare time. Irritated, Gao Fei Bao asked him how people should have looked at him, if they could still have fun together in the future, and how he could swallow his anger in his heart. He had a thought in his head that if Cheng Dalei couldn't do it, he would. He walked out, thinking that the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the further he stepped back, the more he lost. Gao Fei Hu asked him where he was going. He also thought that no matter what, he must find a powerful helper to go with him. And now Gao Fei Bao was a dumbfounded young man that acted rashly. Birds flew through the sky. As waves smashed against the rocks, Zhao Zilong meditated in a secluded spot near the sea. He closed his eyes as he concentrated. A man arrived, carrying a bottle addressed to Zhao Zilong and informed him that he had come to see him for a drink. Gao Hu approached Zilong, expressing concern and noting that Zilong seemed tired all day. He inquired about what Zilong did. Concentrating, Zilong still replied that he watched the sea and listened to the waves, refining the meaning of the spear of the sea waves. Intrigued, Gao Hu asked if it worked, and Zilong confirmed that it worked, though acknowledging that it worked for him. Gao Hu interpreted this as an implication of his lack of talent, assuming it wouldn't work for him. Zilong turned to him and asked what he wanted. Gao Hu smiled awkwardly, expressing his desire to have a drink with him. He considered Zilong to be the most capable person around and admitted that he felt a bit upset. Understanding the sentiment, Zilong asked if Gao Hu shared it with Cheng Dalei. Hesitated. Gao Hu responded that he thought Cheng Dalei didn't seem to care. Zilong apologized, explaining he wouldn't take any unnecessary actions without orders from Liu Bei and Cheng Dalei. He politely asked Gao Hu to leave if there was nothing else, as he needed to continue practicing his spear techniques. Gao Hu was left speechless. After that, Gao Hu reflected on the situation, thinking that he couldn't tell Gao Fei about it, fearing he would inform Cheng Dalei. He also considered other options besides Xilong, mentioning that there were still Qin Man and Guan Yu. However, he excluded Guan Yu due to his arrogance and that there were few people he highly thought of. While walking, he spotted Qin Man exercising. Gao Hu pondered on Qin Man's cautious nature and surely thought that he wouldn't take risks himself and sighed heavily. Soon after, Gao Hu went to look for another capable person, but the villagers he approached did not agree to his requests. Finally, without exception, he hit the wall and sighed in despair. Gao Hu's spirits lifted when he heard the rhythmic sound of a cutting board. He observed Zhang Fei's mastery skills as he sliced the fish. In that moment, inspiration struck back. Gao Hu applauded Zhang Fei, complimenting his excellent knife skills. Zhang Fei greeted Gao Hu and asked if he had witnessed his excellent knife skills. Gao Hu began flatteringly praising Zhang Fei that in their village, Cheng Dalei was considered the expert in speed sword techniques. However, he acknowledged that when it came to accuracy, Zhang Fei deserved to be recognized as the best in their community. Zhang Fei smiled and questioned who had declared him the number one in the village. Gao Hu responded that everyone in the village spoke highly of his skills and asked if Zhang Fei was unaware of it. Flattered, Zhang Fei chuckled and humbly stated that he preferred to keep low-key, and expressed his discomfort with such praise, emphasizing that he didn't enjoy hearing those at all. Despite his initial reluctance to accept compliments, Zhang Fei was intrigued and urged Gao Hu to share more. Gao Hu, seizing the opportunity, mentioned that he happened to have some wine with him and suggested they talk over a drink. In response, Zhang Fei also invited him to taste his cooking. Afterward, the two cooked the sliced fish. Zhang Fei was proud of his sliced fish and warmly urged Gao Hu to take the 7 slices and fry them first. The two enjoyed lively conversation, where Gao Hu chuckled, while Zhang Fei agreed, expressing that he felt the same way. The two chatted until sunset and ended up getting drunk. As the cups toppled over, Zhang Fei shared with Gao Hu that chatting with him had cleared his mind. Drunk, Zhang Fei noticed that Gao Hu's mind was still not clear enough about something. He reassured him, expressing readiness to listen if Gao Hu needed him and he should feel free to ask, emphasizing that he doesn't need to be polite. Gao Hu shared that the recent incident weighing on his mind was the food shipment robbery arranged by Zhonglong's men, causing him to suffer such pent-up frustration. Expressed disappointment with Cheng Dalei seemed not to care. In response, Zhang Fei reassured Gao Hu not to worry, asserting that he would take care of it. Zhang Fei confidently declared that it wasn't just Zhonglong and that they could do it, suggesting that that night they planned to meet Zhonglong to help Gao Hu to appease his anger. In his thoughts, Gao Hu realized that his plan had succeeded. Gao Hu asked Zhang Fei what if Cheng Dalei would find out. Zhang Fei reassured him that it was okay, mentioning that they would go and come back secretly, ensuring that Cheng Dalei wouldn't find out. Gao Hu asked if it was just the two of them and suggested that they shouldn't find more men. Zhang Fei responded by saying that with just the two of them, they could get the job done as there weren't many people. He confidently declared that with his snake spear, he wasn't afraid of 1,000 powerful armies. Drunk, Gao Hu asked if they must go. His laughter was barely contained. Zhang Fei confidently affirmed that they must go. They exchanged a fist bump, agreeing with each other and expressing their determination to do it. As night fell, Gao Hu approached the guards watching over the boat, expressing gratitude for their hard work. One guard questioned Zhang Fei and Gao Hu, asking where they were headed so late. Other guards warned them to be cautious, mentioning that all the snakes on the island had been driven to the shallows. Gao Hu responded, explaining that they had drunk some wine and decided to go ashore for some fresh air. Both of them walked gallantly, exuding great vigor. He instructed the two guards to prepare 2 horses for them and send them ashore, and the guards confirmed their understanding and readiness. At night in Dragon Village, a man inquired about the progress of the investigation. The general reported that a dozen or so highly skilled people, adept at killing and stealing horses swiftly, were likely the Alibaba gang. Infuriated, the man told him that the general was attacked by a dozen people but failed to capture any of them. He questioned if they only robbed a dozen wagons of grain and asked where they had fled off. The general replied that they finally saw them hiding on Snake Island, but their men did not dare to go up there because the Snake King was there. He advised the man not to be annoyed. He theorized that the thieves might be passing through and unaware of the existence of the Snake King and even speculated that they might have already been eaten by the Snake King. In response, the man introduced Zhonglong, decided that they ignore them in the meantime, and informed the general that Mo Mingni instructed them to investigate Cheng Dalei, and he asked if they found out anything. The general reported that the only new force that came to Qin River recently was the Alibaba gang, and no other strange faces arrived. Acknowledging the report, Zhonglong stated that they could step back. He emphasized that if they heard anything from Cheng Dalei, they should report to him first. The general confirmed it. After their conversation, Zhonglong sighed heavily, lost in his thoughts about when Cheng Dalei would arrive. Contemplating the idea, Zhonglong considered that even if Cheng Dalei were more ruthless than Mo Mingmi, he could change the situation. Otherwise, in a few years, when the rings had accumulated enough iron ore, no one would be able to withstand the might of the heavily armed rings army. A quarter past midnight outside Dragon Village, Gao Hu informed Zhang Fei that they had arrived. He mentioned that it was the village where Zhonglong went after stealing grain from him. Zhang Fei commented on the size of the village, inquiring about the number of people inside. Determined, Gao Hu informed him that it wasn't large, with only 400 or 500 minions. He suggested that they should go in and put a stop to it all at once. Suddenly, a wind passed them. The cold breeze woke Zhang Fei up for the most part. He found himself wondering where he was and who he was, contemplating his existence in that place. Fear crept into his expression at the possibility of confronting 400 or 500 people all at once. Feeling uneasy, Gao Hu glanced at Zhang Fei and asked if he was scared. He suggested that if Zhang Fei was afraid, they could turn back. Gao Hu was worried that they would be seen as a joke by the villagers. Zhang Fei, triggered by Gao Hu's words, became determined and responded that he was not scared and asserted that he had never been afraid. He declared that it was time for them to show off, and they immediately charged toward the village and started shouting. They hastily charged to attack, while the guards were alerted and demanded to know who they were, questioning how they dared to intrude into Zhonglong territory. However, Zhang Fei and Gao Hu advanced and barged into the village. Inside, many soldiers blocked their path. Zhang Fei challenged them, questioning how they dared to block his way. He demanded to know the whereabouts of Zhonglong, threatening to kill anyone who stood in his way. The soldiers were sent flying as Zhang Fei used the catch the pig technique. Meanwhile, Zhonglong was in his room, engrossed in reading when a soldier barged in and reported that someone was attacking them. Surprised, Zhonglong inquired about the number of people on the opposing side. The soldier informed him that there were only 2, and Zhonglong reacted in disbelief and questioned how anyone would dare to come and fight them with only 2 people. Zhonglong swiftly left his room, declaring they go and catch them. Amidst the chaos, Gao Hu inquired about the whereabouts of Zhonglong, stating that he was coming for him. He expressed his anger at how Zhonglong dared to rob him and threatened to chop him up. The two continued their advance and swiftly dealt with the soldiers, especially Zhang Fei, who effortlessly defeated them using his catch the pig technique. Zhang Fei asked Gao Hu if he still had not found Zhonglong. He urged him to hurry and to kill him, emphasizing the need to get out of there. He remarked that the soldiers were wearing military gear, suggesting that the one behind the village might not be an ordinary person. Gao Hu responded that with so many people, it wasn't easy to find Zhonglong. Irritated, he noted that many of the soldiers had beards and questioned why they all had beards. Zhang Fei urged him not to hesitate any longer, stating that if they couldn't find Zhonglong, they would take their boss with them. As they were busy battling, Gao Hu spotted Zhonglong dressed in red, hiding behind a pile of soldiers. Zhang Fei questioned if that person was Zhonglong, and Gao Hu questioned. He suggested that they needed to catch Zhonglong, or they would be devoured by the pile of soldiers. They pushed forward. While on the opposing side, the general instructed the soldiers to hold off Zhang Fei and Gao Hu and to surround them, emphasizing that there were only 2 of them. The soldiers quickly charged Zhang Fei and Gao Hu as they shouted to hold them off. However, Zhang Fei swiftly threw the soldier out of his way as he used his catch the pig technique. The soldiers were surprised and commented that they were unstoppable. Many soldiers growled in pain as they were knocked down by Zhang Fei and Gao Hu. Zhang Fei announced his name and readied his hands to capture Zhonglong. He declared for Zhonglong to come over, and Zhonglong's face showed visible fear as Zhang Fei's hand drew closer to him. Helpless, the soldiers were alarmed as they shouted to Zhonglong. They expressed their anxiety as they witnessed Zhonglong being caught. The general of the bear and the tiger were the first signs. Zhonglong resisted Zhang Fei's grip, insisting on letting him go. Irritated, Zhang Fei scolded him for being noisy. Zhonglong's face widened as he saw the fist coming and got punched. Zhang Fei told Gao Hu that they should leave, as more and more people were coming. The soldiers continued to call out to Zhonglong, who was now unconscious. The soldiers persisted in attacking and urging them to stop as they got Zhonglong. Many soldiers were injured, but some continued to surround them as they could not let them get away, while Gao Hu and Zhang Fei were making their escape. Determined, Zhang Fei called for Gao Hu to follow him and make a path. He cast poke in the ground catch the pig technique, which made the soldiers fearful and forcefully threw them out of their way. Employing the blow of the poke the sky technique, the spear cut through the pile of soldiers, creating a bloody path as they stepped over corpses. The soldiers questioned if Zhang Fei was the fierce tiger, while others continued to instruct their fellow soldiers to guard the village gate to prevent them from escaping. As they blocked the entrance, they glanced back and wondered about the source of the noise, feeling as if someone might be behind them. Suddenly, the entrance gate exploded, catching the soldiers off guard and eliciting groans of pain from them. A group of Cheng Dale's men managed to get inside and proceeded to attack, surprising the soldiers. They announced that their village gate had broken, and the enemies were pouring into the village. Cheng Dale led his men in the attack, the anger evident on his face as he advanced. Lit up with joy, Zhang Fei questioned how Cheng Dale had arrived. Gao Hu simply addressed Cheng Dale. Annoyed, Cheng Dale responded to cut their craps, and they get out first. He also informed them that he would settle the score with them later. Turning to his group, he informed everyone that they had them and instructed everyone to evacuate and hurry up, and urged everyone to go and repeatedly emphasized the need to retreat. After the incident in the gathering hall, Cheng Dale scolded Zhang Fei and Gao Hu and pointed out that in the middle of the night, they ran off to kidnap someone else's village master. Cheng Dale commented that the two of them were something and demanded to know who told them to do it, while the two showed frowning faces. He questioned them back to whose idea exactly it was. Liu Bei interrupted, advising Cheng Dale to take it easy for now and reassuring him that they were fine. However, Cheng Dale continued to scold them, criticizing them for being private, permissive, and disorganized. He asked what should be done according to the rules of their village. Shenji chimed in, questioning Cheng Dale about the rules of their village and when he had set them, expressing that he didn't know. Liu Bei acknowledged that they didn't seem to have any rules, prompting Shenji to suggest that Cheng Dale could set up rules now. In response, Cheng Dale remained silent. He called Gao Hu and Zhang Fei, informing them that he punished both of them with 100 deep squats, 100 pull-ups, 100 sit-ups every day, and a 20-mile endurance run. He also declared that they wouldn't stop until they achieved 6 packs. Cheng Dale also warned that if they stopped, he would shave their hair, and mentioned that he knew it was Gao Hu's idea and added Gao Hu's punishment to cleaning the toilets. Both of them, wearing pensive faces, accepted the punishment. Shenji asked Cheng Dale if the punishment was too harsh as he saw the two seemed quite sad. Cheng Dale responded with subtlety, while Zhang Fei and Gao Hu exited the hall without saying anything. One of them remarked that they came out, another asked how it went, and someone else inquired if Cheng Dale was angry. The two suddenly giggled, while someone called their names. Suddenly, they all celebrated. One person praised Gao Hu that he was awesome, as well as Zhang Fei, while others mentioned how they had broken into the enemy camp in the middle of the night and kidnapped the enemy, commending both of them as great. Another person suggested that next time, they shouldn't forget to share the fun with everyone, while some continued to commend them. Laughter filled the air as they celebrated. The two were tossed in the air as they were hailed for being amazing. Gao Hu humbly responded that it was nothing special, while Zhang Fei thanked their fellow villagers for their support. All the villagers cheered. The next day in Toad Village, Zhang Fei and Gao Hu were observed running in the field, with Gao Hu panting and puffing. Eventually, both Zhang Fei and Gao Hu shivered with exhaustion as people in the distance informed them that there were 5 more kilometers to go. Encouragements to keep running. Some people laughed at them, with one cheering Gao Hu and another person telling them to run faster. Exhausted, Gao Hu turned to them, calling them bastards for rejoicing over their misery. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale sighed and commented that his people were scatterbrained. He thought that it seemed the organizational structure of the village, rewards, punishments, discipline, and spiritual honor needed to be built, otherwise, they would always be a disorganized and undisciplined group. But he didn't want to take the long route to discipline them. Instead, he pondered that perhaps he could buy some useful books in the system store. Entering the system space, he looked for the system, asking if it was there as he needed to buy something. Continuing to look around, he searched for where she was and also sought out the raffle machine, trying to find them. The machine responded that he was there. Cheng Dale's face comically expressed shock as he saw the machine playing. The machine asked him what he wanted. He asked the machine if it was playing Super Mario and if he guessed it correctly. The machine responded that the system space was usually too boring, and card games were a bit dull for him, so the big system designed a game with Cheng Dale's memories to make it more enjoyable. Amazed, Cheng Dale agreed and was left in awe. The machine glanced at him, explaining that it could only develop relatively small games, as complex ones consumed too much power. The machine tried to tempt Cheng Dale to play a few rounds with him, but Cheng Dalei was still in a state of amazement. Hesitated. Cheng Dalei responded that it was not this time and that he had something to do. Maybe another time, laughing awkwardly. The machine asked him what he wanted from the system. Innocently, he informed the machine that he needed to buy something from the system, which watched the store, and he asked where the system was right now. The machine informed him that the system was working and should be in her lab. He assisted Cheng Dalei in taking him there. While they were walking inside the system, Cheng Dalei asked the machine about the structure of the system space, describing it as big and empty but containing many wonderful things. The machine responded that the system space was quite empty at its birth, and later the system slowly developed various functions to fill it. Additionally informed him that the developed functions, such as the summoning platform, the system shop, the war song system, the possession ability, and so on. The machine pointed up and said that they were all there, informing Cheng Dalei that after the last crisis, the system cut them out and put them in isolated space bubbles. He informed Cheng Dalei that the ball above them was one of them, and informed that it prevents glitches that could endanger the system itself. Cheng Dalei inquired about the existence of space borders, causing the machine to affirm it and instruct Cheng Dalei to follow him so he does not die flying out of space. The machine informed him that they arrived, saying that this was where the system usually worked. It requested access, stating the identity of the access rights holder as the host, and the request was approved. Cheng Dalei was greeted as the host by it. The machine left Cheng Dalei after unlocking the door and asked him to go to find the system so that he could resume playing video games. Cheng Dalei opened the door and pondered the system's workplace. He saw the system concentrating on something. Meanwhile, the system was doing something while adding roses to it, causing a dramatic fade. She reflected on the fact that her experiment failed and that some key elements were still missing. When she glanced back and saw Cheng Dalei, she greeted him with enthusiasm. The system inquired as to what had brought him there. Cheng Dalei asked the system what she was working on. In response, the system chuckled and stated that she was working on developing features, but they were still in the conceptual phase, so she didn't know what they would be. She went on to say that she now built a mountain village and was not a lone wolf on the grassland. However, at that time, she gave him the war song function and the possession function, which were individually dependent, and she had to adjust those functions. With too many features, the system would be bloated and prone to error reporting, and some features would have to be removed. Cheng Dalei commented on how busy it sounded and commended the system for her efforts. The system winked, implying that he might think system administration is a joke. She explained that she didn't lie around all day thinking about sending him tasks. She asked him why he had come to meet her, and he replied that he believed their village needed spiritual and institutional construction. He informed her that he would purchase some books from her for future reference. He inquired if there should be books for sale in the system store. The system confirmed that there were books, but those were about the secret of martial arts. She suggested taking him somewhere else, as she believed that's where he might find what he was looking for. The system snapped her fingers and told him they were leaving, after which they vanished from her workplace and teleported to a library, leading Cheng Dalei to tumble. He whined and questioned the system why she teleported him so suddenly, as he felt dizzy after teleporting. The system advised him to stop whining. She mentioned that they were in her study and private room, in the room of another bubble. Calmly, she asked how he expected to get in there if he didn't want to be teleported. She added that she, as a scholar, has no good ideas in her brain if a day is spent without reading a book, wondering how she could not have a book room, and proudly stated that she put all kinds of books and materials that she usually collected. Finally, she asked Cheng Dalei if he found any suitable books. Amazed, Cheng Dalei asked the system if there were all kinds of books there, wondering if the place was the library of the heavenly worlds that she built. The system questioned him how it was possible, stating that the world was full of information and that the books she amassed were beneficial to her. Cheng Dalei responded in awe. He asked her if she had a book about military training and the military system, and if so, whether it had a search function. While she poured her coffee cup, the system verified it, stating that he only needed to think about the information he needed, and the books on the bookshelf would become the books he required. She also told Cheng Dalei that the books in the system were best applied in steps, highlighting that he could not achieve his aim in just one step. The system and rules were dead, he must adjust according to the actual situation. The system informed him that many emperors wanted to develop a once-and-for-all system, like the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, who wanted to develop 1,000 generations. However, the Qin dynasty only lasted for 14 years. She reminded Cheng Dalei that the system had a shelf life, which Cheng Dalei acknowledged, and asked if she had a book on how to make hot weapons. He remarked that there was already gunpowder, and if they could start the age of firearms, it would be an overwhelming advantage over cold weapons. While the system was adding sugar to her coffee, she answered concerning the guns he described, asking if he meant the ancient rifles or current hot weapons. Intrigued, Cheng Dalei inquired if she had them, and the system answered that they had. Nevertheless, she reminded him that she did not suggest he use modern weaponry in their era, leading him to question it. The system said that if Cheng Dalei wished to purchase, the system could swap modern guns, but it was too costly, with a starting price of hundreds of millions of fear points, and he responded that it was too expensive. She went on to say that because the period is too long, encompassing at least 1,000 years of weaponry, the system can reproduce it, but it consumes too much power. Cheng Dalei questioned several of the earlier guns. The system responded that firepower with matchlock and flintlock is not even comparable to that of a strong bow. She revealed that in their world, there are hidden weapons experts who can kill people with pick leaves and cotton wads. She also noted that if he wanted to raise a group of muskets, he needed weapon resources, training materials, and logistics, and that it was better to train a group of powerful archers, and mentioned that the weapons required a long process. She advised him to employ cold weapons instead. She advised him that even if he spent hundreds of millions of fear points on a design to buy a blueprint, he couldn't rely on a few blacksmiths to knock out the rifling and barrel barehanded, and she taunted Cheng Dalei that it wouldn't work. Then she said that in those chaotic times, there was no time for him to develop an industry, and without a complete industrial chain to sustain the weaponry, it was simply a flaming stick if it got broken. She continued that if he couldn't mass-produce, those flintlocks and weapons were no match for the powerful bow, leaving Cheng Dalei silent. The system reminded him that times had not changed yet. She inquired if Cheng Dalei found all the books he was looking for. Cheng Dalei listed The Art of War, 36 Stratagems, Guerrilla Warfare, Sun Tzu's Art of War, one of the 7 military classics of ancient China, The 36 Stratagems, a Chinese essay used to illustrate a series of strategies in politics, wars, and civil interaction, making an implementation of the ancient dynastic system. The Legion and the Founder, a record of Greco-Roman infantry combat, Theory of War, Western Art of War. All of these should be in the Yu family army, Beiwei army. He confirmed that those were all the books he needed while showing a wide smile. The system confirmed and said to him that one copy was worth 300,000 fears. She thanked him for his patronage, which Cheng Dalei ridiculed as it was a bit expensive. He remarked that he used up all his fear points at once. The system countered him that knowledge is priceless, and the fee is only the cost of materializing the book into the present world. Curious, Cheng Dalei sneaked behind her, wondering about what the system was reading. He peeked at the pile of books on the table. Reading the titles, he discovered that the domineering president fell in love with her, self-cultivation of system elves, maintenance and system repair, 100 types of bug cards, motorcycle maintenance skills and meditation skills, ball of fat, and 100,000 reasons why, the truth about the world. He comically widened his eyes and pondered that the system has a wide range of interests. Meanwhile, back in their village, Zhang Fei and Gao Hu were breathing heavily after completing their punishment. Shenji scolded them and told them that they were disregarding the group, only knowing how to play the hero. He announced that this would be the end for the two, while both Zhang Fei and Gao Hu fainted, emitting a strong odor. Shenji declared to everyone that starting tomorrow morning, they would have to run like those two, prompting disdain and accusing Gao Hu of it. At the Snake Island Toad Village Night Council Chamber, Cheng Dalei mentioned the names of Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, Zilong, Fei Hu, and Fei Bao, claiming that they were not lacking in strength but had zero capacity to command troops in war. He proposed that they slowly polish their ability in that area. Xing Zai added that they needed to slowly get rid of their villainous nature, or they could only remain in the group as mobs, which would lead to more casualties. In seriousness, Cheng Dalei asked Xing Zai if he had any suggestions about military management, and Wanner recorded everything. Xing Zai remarked that he studied the training method of the book Beiwei Army, which was close to his heart, and he advised that standards be followed. He emphasizes that there should be spearmen, swordsmen, shields, and archers, and suggested that Zilong, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Qin Man, Gao Fei, and Gao Hu lead each team, proposing that Liu Bei be in charge of the logistics teams. He further suggested that 5 people make a team, 5 teams make a company, 4 companies make a regiment, 5 regiments make a brigade, 5 brigades make a division, and 5 divisions make a corps. Furthermore, they were still a band of mountain bandits, and there was no reason to disguise it as a military stronghold. Wanner chimed in and asked Xingzai if training them as elite soldiers according to his standards would be counterproductive and too restrictive. But Xingzai responded that they must also be aware of the existence of military law. Wanner responded by stating that it is not good to rush things. Also, Cheng Dalei suggested taking his time, emphasizing that the reward and punishment should be clear. Fu Delay intervened, mentioning that the reward should be based on merit. Xingzai turned to face Fu Delay, noting that the punishment measures were just labor, lecture, and confinement, but these punishment methods were almost useless. He continued that some people are imprisoned, but they are not ashamed, instead, they are proud. But as soon as they come out, they act as if nothing happened. Wanner argues that a sense of respect and discipline are lacking in each man, but there was still brotherhood. Fu Delay mentioned that they use the collective punishment law. If one person commits a mistake, the whole team will be punished. At least they established the prestige of military law first. Xingzai also noted that they have to train those people to work out in March. He suggested that Cheng Dalei also needs to train along with them, which Cheng Dalei acknowledged. Cheng Dalei highlights the most important thing is to build a mountain village. The training can be put aside first. He continued, suggesting that they need to erase their stubbornness and retain their fierceness, just like sharpening a rusty iron knife to become sharper. Meanwhile, in the Qinchuan mountain general's residence, Mo Mingmi questioned his soldiers whether they discovered who they were and where they came from. The soldier reported that they were called Alibaba 40 Arch Bandits, but it was certainly a fake name, and they occupied Snake Island. Mo Mingmi reacted by asking if they took care of the Snake King. Concerned, he asked about his stuff if it were not dug up. The soldier introduced as Yan Dai responded that it was not clear, but there were not many signs of battle on the island. They didn't seem to be dead, maybe the Snake King himself left. According to the description of Zhonglong's subordinates, they roughly painted the appearance of the people who broke into the fortress. He added that they heard the 2 people call each other's names, one called Gao Hu and the other one called Zhang Fei. Yan Dai added that according to their investigation, they were sure that they were from the Toad village, Cheng Dalei's men Gao Hu and Zhang Fei. He bowed, confirming that Cheng Dalei was there. Mo Mingmi inquired about the number of people under Cheng Dalei, prompting Yan Dai to confirm that they should be around 1,000 or 2,000 people, which made Mo Mingmi smile evilly. With a malicious look, Mo Mingmi noted that it was good timing. Yan Dai told Mo Mingmi that the other side was small in number but still could not be taken lightly. After all, remarking that he was Cheng Dalei. The evil aura on Mo Mingmi's face was apparent as he agreed, suggesting that they should eliminate Cheng Dalei before he gained a firm foothold. However, Yan Dai informed him that the envoy of the Ring tribe was still in the city and asked if Cheng Dalei wanted to inform them about the news. Mo Mingmi responded that they shouldn't cause trouble for now, emphasizing the need to pay attention to the Ring tribe's movements, as they have long coveted the iron ore. He mentioned that their elite soldiers in the city couldn't make a move, which Yan Dai acknowledged. Mo Mingmi threw the images, instructing Yan Dai to mobilize the 18 lieutenants of Qinchuan to attack Snake Island. He specified that each family must send no less than 500 troops, and they must arrive within 10 days. He added that whoever could bring Cheng Dalei's head would be rewarded with 1,000 gold, 500 sets of armor, half a year of tax exemption, and the title of the head of the 18 lieutenants. Yan Dai commended him as wise. After their conversation, Mo Mingmi pondered about Cheng Dalei, calling his name while gripping his sword. He acknowledged Cheng Dalei was smart and that he had come to Qinchuan Mountain without official credentials. Mo Mingmi stabbed a picture and continued to reflect that Cheng Dalei had finally arrived after much anticipation. He pondered that since Cheng Dalei came to Qinchuan and couldn't imagine him leaving. Contemplating the situation, Mo Mingmi thought that if he killed Cheng Dalei, he could help the minister avenge Longting and sell Cheng Dalei's head to the Ring tribe as a favor. The photo he stabbed was of Cheng Dalei, and Mo Mingmi burst out laughing. Mo Mingmi's military orders spread throughout the Qin River within days. In another place, a soldier reported to other soldiers that Mo Mingmi ordered. All 18 mountain strongholds began to count their troops and prepare for the attack. A lieutenant ordered his 800 muster troops to follow him, while he ordered 1,000 military troops to target Snake Island. At the command, the 18 lieutenants of the Qinchuan gathered in great numbers. In the prison at Toad Village, Zhonglong in prison growled in his sleep. Shenji called Cheng Dalei, mentioning that Zhonglong was awake. While Zhonglong was just regaining consciousness, He saw Cheng Dale ask Shenji if he memorized his lines. Shenji reassured him that he remembered them well. Zhonglong angrily called Cheng Dale, advising him to be smart and let him go. He warned him if they didn't recognize the person backing him. Sarcastically, Shenji replied that it was Mo Mingmi backing him, adding that they had come to ask Zhonglong about him. Frustrated, Zhonglong asked if they wanted to know something about Mo Mingmi and if they intended to oppose him. He inquired about their identities and their intentions. Cheng Dale responded that since Zhonglong asked in good faith, Shenji continued that they would be gracious enough to tell him. Cheng Dale began to recite their lines that their goal was to save the world from destruction, followed by Shenji stating that their purpose was to maintain peace in the world. Shenji continued, explaining that they aimed to realize the evil of love and truth. Cheng Dale added a touch of humor by mentioning their cute and charming villain role. Proudly, Cheng Dale declared himself as the Toad King, and Shenji proclaimed his role as the jade-faced military strategist. Cheng Dale announced that they were the Toad Village, shuttling back and forth in King New Mountain. Shenji added that a glorious morning awaited them. As their line concluded, Cheng Dale kept agreeing with Shenji, who remained proud of himself, while Zhonglong expressed confusion. Cheng Dale complimented Shenji, acknowledging that he remembered it well and noting the progress he had made. Unable to contain himself, Zhonglong interjected, questioning Cheng Dale's identity, and noting that if he was the one who assassinated Longting, and the King of the Rings. With a touch of aggression, Shenji confirmed to Zhonglong that Cheng Dale was, indeed, the mountain bandit known for consuming 10 pounds of human flesh and drinking 2 pounds of human blood at every meal. Cheng Dale, seemingly amused, playfully informed Zhonglong that Shenji served as his royal chef, boasting that his best dish was the infamous human feast. He advised Zhonglong to behave. Zhonglong yelled at them, saying that they were mistaken. He said that both Cheng Dale and Shenji were handsome and first-class characters, but he told them that they just looked so ordinary. Feeling down, Cheng Dale considered that every person has a different understanding of handsomeness and told Zhonglong that he would show his ordinary sword. Zhonglong confirmed that he was Cheng Dale. He was waiting for him for an eternity, and finally, he was there. He told him that he was not lying to him. He admitted that he saw Mo Mingmi in a bad light for a long time. He had been waiting for Cheng Dale to come to Qinchuan to replace Mo Mingmi, and Cheng Dale questioned him. Shenji, feeling proud, thought to himself that, as he expected, the opponent was convinced of his personality and charm even before the torture began. On the other hand, Cheng Dale felt uncertain, wondering if this was already a confession, as he still had ABCD programs to use. Zhonglong asked Cheng Dale what else he wanted to hear. He promised to tell him everything and suggested starting with how many wives Mo Mingmi had. Cheng Dale deflected the question. Instead, he asked about the distribution of nearby forces, the identities of the 18 lieutenants, how many men each lieutenant commanded, and which ones were more powerful. Zhonglong, seemingly cooperative, claimed to know everything and was willing to share all the information. Zhonglong added that if Mo Mingmi ordered an attack, the 18 lieutenants were expected to arrive in a few days. He specifically mentioned the nearest lieutenant, Du Nguyen, born a water bandit, commanding at least 2,000 elite soldiers. Zhonglong revealed that Du Nguyen was Mo Mingmi's adopted son, making him the likely first to attack. He further disclosed that he knew Mo Mingmi had a mistress in the village outside and questioned whether they should catch the mistress to threaten him. Feeling shame at Zhonglong's suggestion, Cheng Dale couldn't help but question if he was a grown man who goes after women. Shenji chimed in with a remark, questioning if Zhonglong was still a man. Uncertain, Zhonglong responded that ruthlessness is the mark of a truly great man, highlighting that they were mountain bandits. Cheng Dale clarified that they don't do that, emphasizing that if people found out, he wouldn't know how to go on living. He urged Zhonglong to continue telling them what he knew. After talking to Zhonglong, curious, Shenji inquired of Cheng Dale how much truth he believed was in Zhonglong's words. Cheng Dale responded that Zhonglong's words were full of emotion, and they couldn't believe everything he said. He asked Shenji, seeking his opinion on whether they could withstand the first wave of the attack. Shenji responded, expressing skepticism about their ability to easily withstand it. Referring to Zhonglong's information, he highlighted Du Nguyen as the best among the water bandits, particularly good at conquering shores. Shenji pointed out that although Snake Island seemed surrounded by water, appearing as a natural barrier for water bandits familiar with such terrain, it posed no obstacle at all. Acknowledging the justification of the analysis, Cheng Dale expressed concern. Shenji continued, noting that the mountain village wall was not yet finished, making the fight difficult once the enemy landed on the coast. And Cheng Dale confirmed. He expressed concern that it seemed like it was going to be a challenging battle. Just then, Cheng Dale called everyone's attention. When Qin Man inquired about his orders, Cheng Dale instructed them to cease the construction of the fortress and organize everyone to create Spanish riders. Emphasizing that more would be better, he conveyed the urgency of being prepared for war. His command was acknowledged by everyone. Take the Spanish riders by boat to the riverfront sites while the tide is out. Then place them in the shallows of all waters in the Toad village. It took several days to surround all the shallow parts of Snake Island with them. During floods, the Spanish rider is flooded by the river. Only at low tide, the Spanish rider formation is visible. Some men with good eyes were assigned to keep watch on the high places of the Snake Island. A few days later, a person pointed towards the water and urged everyone to look and check it out. Early in the morning, a person instructed everyone to relay the message that the enemy was approaching, urgently calling for the horn to be blown to prepare for war, while someone mentioned that the first wave of the attack was coming. As the horn resounded loudly, instructions were swiftly issued for everyone to get ready for battle. Cheng Dale announced that Du Nguyen pirates had arrived. He urged everyone to get ready and that the enemy was there. One person cursed upon seeing many boats, questioning how many people they sent. Qin Man shared information that he heard from the dragon in the cloud, mentioning that Du Nguyen was Mo Mingmi's stepson, and the army under him was well-trained and fierce. Concerned, Cheng Dale remarked that this time Mo Mingmi could expect some excitement, as Du Nguyen seemed to be going all out. Meanwhile, in the Du family, there were 2,500 strong sailors. Du Nguyen mentioned that he originally wanted to surprise them by attacking earlier, but their reactions were quick. He expressed satisfaction that they arrived in advance, giving them a chance to finish preparing for a bitter battle. With determination, Du Nguyen commanded his forces to go at maximum speed, board Snake Island, and capture it in one swoop. At the same time, Qin Man expressed concern to Cheng Dale about the enemy charging over. Cheng Dale reassured him, urging him not to rush, and ordered Qin Man to instruct the strong bow teams to get ready to fire as soon as the enemy landed. Qin Man quickly commanded his men to get ready. On the opposite side, one of Du Nguyen's men reported that their boat had hit the shallows, preventing them from going any further. Du Nguyen ordered his troops to unsheathe their blades, drop the smaller boats, and have teams of 5 people aboard the island. He also instructed them to clear the way for others and protect them as they swam to shore. Du Nguyen announced the attack. Du Nguyen's troops shouted battle cries as they advanced to the shore. Meanwhile, Qin Man reported that the strong bow team was in position. Cheng Dale advised him to target the people on the boats. Qin Man commanded them to fire and to shoot them down. Meanwhile, Du Nguyen's troops kept advancing while holding up their shields as they faced the barrage of arrows. On the other hand, Qin Man swiftly directed Team 1 to fall back while instructing Team 2 to take their positions and continue shooting at the advancing enemy forces. The troops of Du Nguyen were perplexed as their boats seemed to be stuck and unable to move. Panic set in as they realized there was something under their boats. Du Nguyen's troops wondered why their boat was not moving, noting that they got stuck and that there was something under their boats. Someone mentioned that there were reefs under the boats, while others disagreed, suggesting that it might be wooden spikes placed in the water. As the enemy boats got stuck, Qin Man exclaimed that their plan was working. However, Cheng Dale still cautioned that it wouldn't hold them for long and urged his teams to shoot them down quickly. He commanded Team 1 and Team 2 archers to fire. Meanwhile, Du Nguyen's troops became increasingly panicked, with some cursing as they could not move forward. Du Nguyen reminded them that they were sailors and questioned whether they grew soft from living a peaceful life. He still ordered his troops to get in the water and swim to shore. His troops were prompt to swim, while Du Nguyen commanded them to charge. Qin Man noticed and informed Cheng Dale that Du Nguyen's troops jumped into the water, and the arrows could not hit them. Cheng Dale ordered his archers to wait until the enemy emerged from the water. He instructed everyone else to ready their weapons. Everyone could tell that the situation would turn into a brutal melee, and that they would form a wall of flesh and blood. Du Nguyen was still in the water, commanding his troops to kill and charge forward. His troops charged, using their shields to defend against arrows. One of Du Nguyen's troops noticed something. He pondered something moving on his legs. He saw a snake beneath him, and before he could react, fear showed on his face as he realized it was a snake. The snake attacked him, causing him to scream. Other troops panicked and warned everyone about the snake and that there were so many of them. Screams were everywhere, making everyone terrified of the upcoming snakes, while some still warned others to watch out. With the emergence of the snakes, the sailors now had to block arrows flying from the sky and watch out for snakes under the water. The situation turned into chaos, and the first wave of human lives was lost. Amidst the chaos, his troops urgently informed him of a snake presence ahead. Initially stating hundreds, he quickly corrected himself, emphasizing that there were thousands of snakes. Some suggested that they should retreat, emphasizing the danger of an infestation of snakes in the water, and that forcing their way to shore would result in losing hundreds of men. While they still warned others to watch out for the arrows, the distance of 100 meters away from the shore became a death zone. Bodies were floating, while some troops urged others to retreat and get back on the boat quickly. Du Nguyen yelled at Cheng Dale from a distance, informing him that Cheng Dale was using such a tactic and promising to return, asking Cheng Dale if he heard him. Everyone on the island was in a state of confusion. Someone wondered why they fled. Then the first attack from the 18 families of colonels ended without a single drop of blood touching dry land. One of Cheng Dale's men cheered for their victory, while others taunted the enemies and fled with their tails tucked between their legs. Shenji questioned the sudden appearance of snakes, expressing relief that they weren't present when the spikes were set. Disbelief, Gao Hu wondered why it was always someone shouting words whenever they ran away. Gao Fei answered that it was to save some face. Cheng Dale acknowledged their luck with the snakes in the water, but warned that they needed to prepare against the snake's poison in future attacks. He emphasized the importance of completing the construction of the fortress and suggested leaving men to act as scouts there. Cheng Dale informed them that they only had around 2,000 people and it was far from enough. He proposed going to nearby villages to recruit anyone. He promptly ordered Gao Fei and Qin Man, assigning them the task of scouting the surroundings, alerting that the enemy flanked them, while Gao Hu received the responsibility of recruiting workers. They confirmed Cheng Dale's orders. After dividing their tasks, at King Region, Qingyi Village, suddenly, a person from the village rushed in, reporting trouble and the presence of an army that captured people. The villagers, filled with fear, questioned if it was the King Region government again. Panic ensued, and someone urgently shouted for everyone to run, while others questioned the heavens, wondering why their lives had to be so difficult. Some stated to not leave even the chickens behind. The horsemen approached their village, calling out to the residents. It turned out that it was Gao Hu accompanied by his men. He ordered them to surround the village and bring everyone outside. Gao Hu intimidated the villagers by telling them that they thought they could escape by hiding underground. Terrified screams, a person pleaded to spare their lives out of fear. He sternly ordered a person not to run, ordering his men to apprehend them all. Terrified, the children remained silent as they looked outside. Gao Hu inquired if everyone was present and insisted that they listen carefully. He proclaimed that they were under the command of Cheng Dale from the Toad village. Haughtily, he informed that Cheng Dale wanted men to work for them, promising food, drinks, and payment in silver. He warned them not to disagree and that they shouldn't blame his sword for being sharp. The elders of the village responded that they had elders and children under their care. He pleaded with Gao Hu to spare them, acknowledging Gao Hu's magnanimity as he begged for their humble lives. In a stern tone, Gao Hu declared that he was not there to negotiate but to kidnap people. He ordered them to tie the villagers up, leaving them in a state of hopelessness. However, one person became enraged and declared that he would fight them while holding a stick, and someone identified the enraged man as Jiang San and told him that he was insane. Jiang San bravely launched an attack against Gao Hu. However, Gao Hu swiftly subdued Jiang San and ordered that he be brought along. Cheng Dale's soldiers stood out, claiming that Cheng Dale merely wanted them to work and not damage or loot their village, while Gao Hu instructed his men to take them away. Meanwhile, a kid inquired with the village chief about whether his father would be back. The village chief confirmed, telling the kid that they were working for a bit. However, a man cursed, mentioning that the government people took his son away a year ago, and he has not heard from him since. He sighed and questioned the heavens. The village chief disagreed with him, providing an example of when Jiang San attacked earlier, stating that they only knocked him and didn't take his life. He expressed hope that Cheng Dale would indeed keep his word. Later that moment, at the Toad village, Cheng Dale was busy looking at the blueprint. Gao Hu informed Cheng Dale that they were back and they found over 100 men. He inquired about Cheng Dale's next target for their kidnapping. Perplexed, Cheng Dale corrected him, stating that they were not kidnapping but recruiting workers. He informed him that they already had enough laborers and there was no need to go out again. Gao Hu relayed information he gathered from the villages, mentioning that people were saying Mo Mingmi had also gone to kidnap people, and those individuals were never seen again. Acknowledged about the matter, Cheng Dale expressed his disapproval, and noted that some only knew how to exploit workers without any sense of sustainability. He ordered Gao Hu to bring the people to eat first. Gao Hu questioned the order, and Cheng Dalei irritably responded, dismissing it as nonsense and questioning how people could work on an empty stomach. Moving on, Shenji began calling out to the people, starting with the clay masons, instructing them to step forward. He asked for carpenters, prompting them to take a step forward. Shenji informed them that they were in a hurry, so they would have to work 3 shifts throughout the night. He assured them to relax, stating that they wouldn't mistreat them. When night fell, Shenji instructed them to start working. One person asked Zhang San about his thoughts on the bandits that kidnapped them, given that they provided food and new sets of clothes, claiming it was some kind of uniform. In a snobbish manner, Zhang San questioned that they were simply being made to do manual labor. The person persisted, wondering if they would be released once the work was done. Zhang San replied that they could only find out. Despite the doubts, Zhang San acknowledged that the food that night was excellent, especially the white buns which they hadn't had in a long time. The person wondered if maybe the bandits were not all bad. However, he remained reluctant, emphasizing that even so, they were still bandits, and they shouldn't be tempted, suggesting that they just did their work half-heartedly and made do, a sentiment, and Zhang San agreed. Zhang San found it weird that his bricklaying work was unusually accurate that day, and the person agreed, feeling that the task seemed easier. With a proud expression, the system giggled, revealing that there was a village buff in effect, swift construction, and that the level 2 village was almost complete. Each of the 18 lieutenants of Qinchuan occupied a territory in the area. They did not interfere with each other, and they paid their monthly harvest to Mo Mingmi. Today, they received a military order from Mo Mingmi to send troops to gather at Qinchuan Mountain. Qinchuan Mountain 18 Lieutenants Temporary Camp. A soldier informed the lieutenants to go inside quickly as Yan Dai was already waiting for them. One of the lieutenants wondered if it was Yan Dai himself at the moment. Another lieutenant also wondered if Yan Dai, who was with Mo Mingmi, was a big man who should not be offended. Inside the camp, Yan Dai greeted them, mentioning that they were all there under the military orders of Mo Mingmi. He assumed that everyone had heard of Cheng Dalei's reputation, and detailed Cheng Dalei's actions, stating of killing Longting, sneaking into the grassland to kill the king of the Ring tribe, and now coming to Qinchuan. Yan Dai added that there were robberies in Heijia City, Zhonglong was captured, and Cheng Dalei wanted to control both water and land routes. He informed them of the many things that happened in just a month. One of the lieutenants commented that if they allowed Cheng Dalei to stay in Qinchuan any longer, he would eventually seize all their territory sooner or later. Yan Dai revealed that Mo Mingmi intended to gather the strength of the 18 mountain strongholds to kill Cheng Dalei. Tao Bing asked Yan Dai if he truly wanted to escalate the situation, noting that as far as he knew, Cheng Dalei's forces consisted of only 2,000 people, with about 1,000 warriors among them. Yan Dai brought up Du Nguyen, mentioning him who attacked in advance with more than 2,000 people, and he could not even board the island. He pointed to a map detailing the topography of Snake Island, and instructed them to prepare enough realgear to make sufficient rafts for an army of 10,000 people to reach the island. Yan Dai specifically told Tao Bing that he would lead the team at that time. He also informed them that Mo Mingmi had declared that those involved in the siege would be exempt from taxes for 3 months. Furthermore, whoever obtained Cheng Dalei's head would be promoted to become the head of the 18 lieutenants. The lieutenants acknowledged and obediently followed Yan Dai's orders. 10 days later, the construction of the second-level Toad village was finally completed. Half of the trees on the island were cut down, prioritizing the construction of the outer wall arrow towers, traps, reefs, etc. Then there is a gathering hall, medical center, summoning platform, and watchtower. The mountain village is surrounded by mountains on both sides and cliffs on one side. The last side was a plain, so a tall wall was built. The outskirts of the island were built with both light and dark docks. Cheng Dalei contemplated the construction being finally complete, and the efforts of working in 3 shifts were not in vain. A beep sound received the second-level mountain village construction completed, and the summoning platform function was opened. Cheng Dalei examined the village profile, noting its address as Qinchuan Snake Island with a population of 2,513 people. He checked his task, which required a population of 5,000 to upgrade the village to level 3. The reward for completing this task was Martial World's Rumors, a skill that would allow him to know everything about the world without leaving. Reflecting on the reward, Cheng Dalei considered the advantage of gaining information from all sides in advance. However, he speculated that the accuracy might not be too high, requiring screening and analysis. Suddenly, the system called out to him. She asked Cheng Dale how he managed to build a second-level mountain village so quickly. Cheng Dale responded by wondering if the system would develop again, expressing concern that if she continued like that, she would become an old woman. The system explained that the sprite had reached adulthood and would naturally stabilize its form. Moreover, with the increase in the mountain village level, Cheng Dale's strength would also improve. She gave him his rewards. Another beep sounded, indicating that the third-level mountain village constructions were completed, and Cheng Dale's power had increased. Cheng Dale contemplated the increase in power and questioned the system about his strength, agility, and other aspects being raised to a sufficient level. Would he break through to the top and become a supreme master? The system explained to Cheng Dale that becoming a supreme master was not as simple, emphasizing that supreme mastery needs a breakthrough in martial arts skills out of their skills with brute force. One cannot become supreme. Excited, Cheng Dale mentioned that he still had a lottery draw, and decided to use it immediately. The system announced the lottery machine to come out. Cheng Dale stated that he would see if he could get something good this time. As they impatiently waited, they exchanged awkward smiles. However, despite their patience, the lottery machine still did not come out. Pissed, the system informed him that she needed a moment as it seemed the lottery machine wasn't responding. She went back to the system world and informed him that she checked what was going on. She disappeared from Cheng Dale's sight, leaving him dismayed. Inside the system world, the lottery machine was playing a game, taunting his opponent for being weak. He laughed and told his opponent who the boss was. Suddenly, the system appeared behind him, calling his name. With annoyance, she scolded the machine and angrily grabbed him, emphasizing that he was playing video games again. She sternly told him it was time to work, while the machine expressed confusion. A couple of orbs shone down from above the lottery machine. 4 orbs became brighter as gusts formed around it. The lottery machine informed Hart that it was done. A notification appeared stating that the draw battle song background music titled Surrounded could be used to add negative buffs and debuffs to the enemy army, and that the condition could only be used when surrounded by enemy troops. Cheng Dale stated that it was actually a battlefield BGM and wondered why there was a use of condition, as the conditions appeared to be quite harsh, and Hart responded that the BGM must use conditions. Hart informed him that he could also play a song for others at the funeral, as for example, "Today was a good day," and see if others couldn't beat him up, as a notification popped up stating that a battle song was added to favorites. The lottery machine chuckled as he asked Hart if he could go back first, since his job was done. Annoyed, Hart fumed. She scolded the lottery machine, saying he only knew how to play video games and couldn't help her with her work, and she wondered if he knew how busy she was. She also mentioned how he had no idea how expensive salt and oil were, despite using the system's power to create new games every day. She grabbed the lottery machine and told him she would take care of him when they got back, while the lottery machine requested Cheng Dale's help. Cheng Dale discovered that the required population to upgrade to level 3 mountain village was 5,000, and the last time he was in Qingniu Mountain, it only required 1,000 people, and now it needed 5,000. Gao Feibao appeared in a hurry, addressing Cheng Dale. He informed him that he had just received word that Mo Mingmi had sent 18 lieutenants to join forces, and that their total number of troops was more than 10,000, and that he believed that they would come any time in the next few days. Cheng Dale wondered if it was because of the martial world rumors, and he asked Gao Feibao where he got the information. Gao Feibao explained that it came from a brother who went out to buy something and got back with the news. He went on to say that they had heard them say that the army was collecting reelger, small boats, and bamboo rafts, and that they were their target, and he asked Cheng Dale if they could hold them back if they truly had 10,000 men. Cheng Dale stated that they would be able to hold them back because they had already repelled 100,000 Ring tribe men. When asked if he was still afraid of a mere 10,000 army, he continued that it was just that they couldn't keep defending passively any longer, and they needed to beat them up once and for all. Then suddenly, Cheng Dale had an idea. He instructed Gao Feibao to arrange for the brothers to tie 1,000 scarecrows overnight, as well as to allow Guan Yu, Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Zilong to come to him because he would arrange another task for them, and Gao Feibao agreed. After a while, Zhang Fei told everyone to stand up properly and stay in line, asking them not to sway left or right. A man asked Zhang Fei what they were doing. Another man behind him assumed that they were either letting them go or allowing them to join them as bandits, while another man assumed that it was killing a donkey as soon as it left, and that now that their work was done, they wouldn't be needed anymore. Zhang Fei told them not to squeeze up and come at them one by one, and he called for someone to come first. Zhu Shenji asked the man his name, and the man responded that his name was Zhao Sanjuang. He asked him where he came from, and the man told him that he was from Greenleaf Town. Zhu Shenji asked him what his job was, and the man responded that he was a mason. Liu Bei chimed in, stating that a mason's wage was 1 string. People around Zhao Sanjuang said they'd heard of people being fed before being killed, but he'd never heard of people being paid before being killed. Liu Bei told him to hurry up and line up once they got their money and wait until the boat had enough people to send them back. Zhao Sanjuang asked Liu Bei if he really let them go back. Liu Bei asked if he didn't want to go back because they were recruiting now, and if he wanted to sign up, he could stand over the recruitment area. And Zhao Sanjuang told him to forget it. Zhao Sanjuang asked Liu Bei if they could still work in the future because he could still come if there was work. People agreed that if there were 3 meals a day and money, he could work the next time and come, and others agreed that they would come as well. As Liu Bei handed them coins, he told them not to worry. He also told them that Toad Village would undoubtedly need their help in the future, and that they would not let them work for nothing. Zhu Shenji chimed in, saying that as the saying goes, a relative afar is less useful than a close neighbor. He also stated that they would settle here in the near future, and that they would all be neighbors, and that if anyone evil abused their power, the Toad Village would act on behalf of everyone. He pulled on the rope, causing the banner to fall out. He yelled what was written on the banner to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Zhu Shenji told them that Toad Village had come, and Qinchuan would be peaceful, and they would get justice. He went on to say that he would guarantee to send them all back safely. Zhu Shenji smirked as he stated that even gods couldn't stop what he said, which made the crowd cheer. A voice addressed Zhu Shenji, telling him to wait. He informed him that Cheng Dalei gave orders that they couldn't let them go like that. Zhu Shenji petrified as he wondered what he was saying. The people recognized Gao Fei Bao as the mountain bandit who previously captured the people, wondering what they wanted, while others pondered if they were going back on their words and if they would be killed, believing that none of the bandits were good, believing that they had already changed. Gao Fei Bao told them not to panic because their leader did not want to make things difficult for them. He simply wanted to ask them to do one more favor and assured them that they would be paid afterward, which prompted the crowd to ask if there was any more work to be done and what else they wanted them to do. Gao Fei Bao informed them that Cheng Dalei wanted to invite them to be a mass actor. A few days later, a bird soared above the sky, and early morning, the morning fog had not yet disappeared. A ship sailed making a water wave. The 18 lieutenants gathered their troops and attacked. A voice from the watchtower announced that they were coming. A man stated that they looked like more than 10,000 people, telling others not to guard the coast and retreat inside the wall as Cheng Dalei had ordered. They told others to burn the smoke signal and retreat in a hurry. A voice told Lieutenant Zhu that he heard Cheng Dalei was sinister, cunning, and scheming, and asked if it wasn't too risky for them to rush. Lieutenant Zhu believed that the more cunning he was, the more it meant that he was not strong enough to deal with their army head-on. He told them to go straight to the island because the Toad Village only had 1,000 or 2,000 men, and they had many times more. He commanded them to pass down his orders and advance at full speed. A voice reported that the ships carrying Realgar approached the shallow water and sprinkled Realgar to open the way, while others instructed to drop the raft and land quickly while keeping a watch out for snakes. Lieutenant Zhu ordered his men to get to the island and surround and kill Cheng Dalei. As his soldiers marched and chanted the word kill, he advised them to spread out and block the path around the island so Cheng Dalei could not escape. A man reported that something was ahead, which made Lieutenant Zhu wonder what was ahead and why he was panicking. The man proceeded to report that there was a built-up mountain village up ahead. Lieutenant Zhu saw the fortified village and was dumbfounded. One of his men wondered how it could be possible given that it had only been a few days, and Lieutenant Zhu wondered how it could be possible given that the last time Du Nguyen attacked the Toad Village, he informed him that the Toad Village had not even built a good outer wall. He asked his men what he waited for and told them to bring the ladders and wagons from the ship and assemble them right away to launch an attack, which the man agreed to. A soldier told Lieutenant Zhu to look above, which made him curious about what it was. He wondered what the tall platform on the wall was for and who those people were up there. A man expressed that it was so high. Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dalei if they really wanted to be on such a tall platform to summon wind and rain, and Cheng Dalei agreed and asked him if he heard that the higher the platform, the higher the mana, and the more powerful the spell. Zhu Shenji wondered why they didn't just defend the village as usual, given that there were only 10,000 people, and they even defended against the Ring tribe's 100,000 soldiers. Cheng Dalei explained that they could defend the village as usual, but he didn't think the miscellaneous troops were as strong as the Ring tribe, and he wanted to do more than just hold them down this time. Zhu Shenji stated that he was not like him, who could summon wind and rain, and he asked Cheng Dalei why he had to do it as well. And Cheng Dalei replied that it was because he was his strategist, and he could do a showy thing once, and that he would give him this opportunity. He worried about being shot by an arrow up there. However, Cheng Dalei assured him that he would look after Xiao Linger and find a new strategist so that he could die in peace, prompting Zhu Shenji to curse him. Cheng Dalei announced that their audience had arrived, asking Zhu Shenji if he was ready to start and if he remembered his lines, and Zhu Shenji sighed. A soldier recognized them and informed his friends that it was Cheng Dalei, the person on the wanted list, and the person next to him was the legendary jade-faced strategist Zhu Shenji. He wondered what they were doing. The soldiers wondered if Zhu Shenji started the ceremony with his posture. Zhu Shenji clapped his hand above his head and shouted. He yelled that the fogs would rise, that the dragon and tiger would be at war, and that the thunder god and goddess of lightning ought to heed his orders, and that when the command arrived, they should execute it with urgency. Heart asked the snake to lend her his power for a while, at which point a system message appeared, stating that the use of the white snake's gift using its ability smoke for once. He released the fog to arise. The soldiers wondered what was going on as it was getting foggy. Some wondered if it was an immortal spell and a real fog, while others stated that they had heard that Cheng Dalei could use immortal magic to summon the wind and rain, as well as invite gods to come down to earth. One soldier pondered if the situation could be because of what Zhu Shenji was doing. Lieutenant Zhu yelled, telling his men not to be afraid, believing that they might have mystified them. He ordered his archers to shoot him down. Plenty of arrows flew in the air, making a swooshing noise. The arrows continued to travel towards Cheng Dalei and Zhu Shenji. Cheng Dalei observed the arrow, and Zhu Shenji began to panic. Cheng Dalei grabbed the hilt of his sword. He released his heart's beat as one skill. Lieutenant Zhu yelled that he didn't care what kind of immortal or demon Cheng Dalei was, he would take his head that day. He ordered his men to attack. The soldiers chanted kill as they charged. The soldiers attacked and yelled at each other to attack the village. Lieutenant Zhu ordered the shield soldiers to cover the boarding ladder forward, and the first to reach the top would be rewarded richly. Zhu Shenji informed Cheng Dalei that they were coming, and Cheng Dalei told him not to panic and prepare for battle. The soldiers continued their attack. The men from the Toad village ordered the others to quickly put all the scarecrows up against the wall, and they agreed. A man asked Zhu Shenji if he was going to send them to war, while the others begged for them to be spared, while someone expressed that he was an 80-year-old mother and 3 small children under him, pleading that he couldn't go to war and die. Hin Man yelled at them, telling them that he did not ask them to go to war, and that they should just hide behind them and sound the gongs and war drums, and those without the gongs and war drums should shout hysterically to attack, and the louder the roar, informing them that the higher the reward. He told them that even if they didn't want to fight, they should just open their mouths and shout, and asked them if they lost the courage to do so because of the oppression they usually suffer. He told them to let their anger out and direct it at their enemies, who usually oppress them, and to look under the tower for Mo Mingni's men. Tin Man asked if they could give him a roar, and they did and yelled to attack. In the thick fog, the walls swarmed with people, and the sounds of the attack were loud. The soldiers assumed that they had more than 1,000 people. A voice ordered the bow unit to move forward, and in addition to the scarecrows and civilians on the walls, 500 elite warriors were assigned to guard the walls. Cheng Dalei ordered them to draw their bows and arrows and shoot at will. The bow unit was commanded to aim, and moments later they were ordered to release, while the soldiers below yelled at each other to watch out for arrows. They told each other to block the arrows and watch out, while some blamed others for telling them to block the arrows, while others hurt their knee because he was hit by an arrow, and a system notification stated that fear points had increased. Cheng Dalei thought that although the people wore the usual military armor, they were essentially a group of mountain and water bandits, claiming that their reaction and their cooperation on the battlefield and the quality of the individual soldiers couldn't be compared to that of the rings. He claimed that they all fought in their own way, without any cooperation, and that they were too weak to win a war with numerical superiority alone, like a scattered plate of sand. He claimed that arrows in the fog were only averagely effective and could not achieve greater results, while someone on the battlefield ordered his men to stand firm and quickly knock down from the wall. Lieutenant Zhu ordered the siege wagon to break open the gates. The soldiers screamed to charge as they attacked. A voice informed Cheng Dalei that the soldiers were going to start attacking the village and there were too many of them, and sooner or later they would enter the village, while someone ordered the bow units to continue to shoot arrows and fire at will to suppress them. Panicking, Zhu Shenji thought it was over, but Cheng Dalei told him not to panic and to keep firing arrows while allowing them to get closer. Zhu Shenji informed him that it looked bad, as they were already smashing at the gate, and that the gates were about to be broken as there were too many enemies, and their men on the walls wouldn't last long. A huge explosion was heard. The villagers yelled at each other not to let them get up and kill them while yelling at the soldiers to get off. Cheng Dalei told Zhu Shenji that it was now time. Zhu Shenji stepped forward. He clapped and asked the heavenly thunder to rise and for the heavenly soldiers to descend. Qin Man yelled at the soldiers to eat his heavenly thunder and told his men to blow them up as they threw some boxes. Another explosion was heard below, making the soldiers scream. Continuous explosions were made, sending some soldiers flying. The soldiers thought the gods were angry and recognized the heavenly thunder as a god's spell, while a system message appeared stating that fear points had increased. They realized that it was gunpowder and told others not to panic and attack. On a far distance, Zhao Zilong and the others watched as the explosions went on. Zhao Zilong recognized the sounds as explosions, and Gao Fei who recognized it as Cheng Dalei's signal. Jiang Fei smirked and informed them that they were split into 4 groups, and Guan Yu realized that it was now their turn to play. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Zhu ordered his men not to retreat, and whoever withdrew would be beheaded. The explosions continued on the battlefield. Some people pushed forward despite the explosives, while others tried to escape the blasts, and the coalition army of 18 lieutenants was in chaos at that point. Arrows came in flying, making a swooshing noise, and at that moment, countless arrows flew out of the dense fog. Soldiers panicked, informing others that enemies ambushed them at their backs, ordering everyone to turn around and defend, while others wondered where those ambushers had come from. While others made stories that their military strategist had just cast a spell, an incantation to summon the heavenly army, and made the others fear, yelling that the heavenly army arrived. Zhao Zilong and the others attacked as he yelled at his brothers that at that moment they were the soldiers of heaven. He ordered them to break their formation. A soldier reported that there were enemies in the back, and the estimate was at least 1,000 people. 4 hidden units of 400 men each sneaked up from behind. Lieutenant Zhu was perplexed as to what was going on because he believed there were only 1,000 or 2,000 people in Toad Village. He was also perplexed as to where they had come from. Guan Yu told Zhao Zilong that they went in formation and went into a frontal attack, and yelled at his men to follow him. He ordered Jiang Fei to flank them, and Jiang Fei understood. Guan Yu also told Gao Fei Hu and Gao Fei Bao to flank them. They agreed and yelled that they should call them soldiers of heaven because they were the heavenly soldiers summoned by the gods. Their men yelled at each other to shake them up and tear them apart, while others yelled at them to attack and kill them all. Qin Man ordered his men to stop the bombing as Zhao Zilong and the others were coming. Cheng Dalei leaped and asked Qin Man what he was waiting for. He yelled at him to open the gates and take the initiative with him. The soldiers went puzzled as the gate opened, and shadows of people came attacking. They warned others to be careful because Cheng Dalei was coming for them, while others realized something was wrong because they were being sandwiched from the front and back. Cheng Dalei told Hart that they were going to play BGM, and Hart understood and told him to give them a funeral with the sound of the death bell. She informed him that the conditions were fulfilled, and he could now choose the battle song with the chorus from all sides. Hart released musical notes, and notes began to float. Hart played music, and a system notification popped up stating that the BGM chorus from all sides was playing, and a voice described that even the king of Western Chu was crushed by it. Hart closed her eyes as she continued. Cheng Dalei stated that they would also be the same and called them bleeders. The soldiers panicked, mumbling that it was all over because they were attacked from both sides, believing that they were dead, while others claimed that gods were standing behind them because they could summon heavenly soldiers and use the powers of others. The enemy fighting spirit was reduced by 20% during the war song, while fear, timidity, panic, and other negative emotions increased by 20%. The soldiers, on the other hand, wondered how they could be an enemy of the gods, while some screamed for their mothers as they died. Troops in landslide defeat, yelling at each other to flee quickly, questioning why they were still standing and not running for their lives because if they didn't, the enemy's swords would turn them all into ghosts. The soldiers yelled at others to retreat, while Lieutenant Zhu wondered what was happening given that they had 10,000 allied troops, and the man beside him responded that the momentum had gone, and they should get out there. Lieutenant Zhu thought that 18 village chiefs had joined forces to fight an island of 1,000 men and thought it would be a piece of cake. But in the blink of an eye, the attacker and defender had switched roles, and he was reduced to a grieving dog, wondering how it happened. He wondered why, and if it has anything to do with Cheng Dalei. However, he rejected the thought, thinking that even if he was strong, he was still just a martial artist. His men told him to get out fast, and he told them to wait. Lieutenant Zhu realized who it was and that the legend said that Cheng Dalei's actions were directed by him. He blamed Zhu Shenji for planning all of it as he stood alone on a high platform, looking down on everything. And from his perspective, he wondered how there could be such a man who used his troops like a god in the world. Rumor had it that 18 lieutenants allied with the army of 10,000 attacked the Snake Island, which was later renamed to Toad Island. And when they attacked, they encountered a mountain of fog, thunder and clear skies, and a mysterious army from heaven. And more than half of the 10,000 allied soldiers were killed or wounded. And thousands of soldiers were taken prisoner. And even the leaders of many villages died in the battle. A notification appeared stating that the mission to defend the village 10 times had already completed 2 of the 10 current missions. And after the battle, the forces of the Qin River knew that Cheng Dalei had come to Toad Island, and he had Zhu Shenji by his side. A voice instructed everyone to form a line one by one properly. Liu Bei assured the people that they would surely walk the talk, and anyone who contributed would be rewarded. He told them to come to receive their reward. Moments later, he handed the man his money and said that one person only got 1 string of money, and told them to get on board after receiving the money, assuring them that they would bring them all back. The man asked Zhu Shenji if the allied armies they were all confronted with that day were Mo Mingmi's men. And Zhu Shenji agreed, informing him that the Toad village had come to Qinchuan Mountain Pass to simply settle down and set up a stronghold. He went on to say that Mo Mingmi was unable to tolerate having them, so they kept sending people to attack. And Liu Bei asked the man what he wanted by asking them about it. The man mentioned Mo Mingmi's name with all seriousness. He informed them that a year ago, Mo Mingmi sent someone to kidnap his 2 sons, and he didn't get caught with them because he managed to hide away. He went on to say that he had no news about his sons in the past year and assumed they were dead, and that now he was the only one left alone. He asked Zhu Shenji if the Toad village was recruiting people because he wanted to join them, and only would he be able to seek revenge on Mo Mingmi. The crowd shared their experiences, as one of their fathers and second uncles, as well as someone's daughter-in-law and the other their daughter, were kidnapped by them, while others had their dogs from their home cooked by Mo Mingmi's subordinates. Someone else said that their house's Zio King died so miserably, while others said that Mo Mingmi and them couldn't live under the same sky and asked Zhu Shenji if he could join the Toad village, where others also felt the same. Zhu Shenji assured them that Toad village was protecting the area's safety, and that no one would ever hurt them again, and Liu Bei joined in and told those who wanted to join the Toad village to stand on his side. He told them that in the future they would all eat meat and drink liquor and go through thick and thin together, and a system notification appeared, stating that newcomers had joined the village, adding 380 to Mountain Village's population. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei assured the prisoners that there was no need for them to be afraid, and that whether 2 armies confronted him, and whether they won or lost, they had nothing to do with it, and that he would not kill them all because he had no ill will towards them. He told them they could ask around if they ever bullied the old and weak people or robbed any poor household since they arrived, assuring them that Toad Village does not provoke or stir up trouble, and informing them about Mo Mingmi, who still couldn't stand having them and sent troops to annihilate them. If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame Mo Mingmi. He went on to say that even though they were all captured, he would not kill them, but he couldn't take care of them all. That's why he told those who wanted to stay and join them that once they became brothers, they would all go through thick and thin together. Cheng Dalei told them it was okay if they wanted to leave, that they would pay their travel fees and bring them all home. A man asked him if he would really set them free. Cheng Dalei agreed, as his words weighed as much as 9 tripods. He hoped that after they went back, they would all be able to help him pass his words to Mo Mingmi, and that he would settle down and just do business and earn money, and that they didn't have any other motive, and that they would understand. He went on to say something about Mo Mingmi's insistence on becoming his enemy. He informed them that he would not be staying still. The men assured Cheng Dalei that they would make sure that his words were delivered. Cheng Dalei directed his men to see their visitors out. Lai Xinzai doubted, claiming that Cheng Dalei's method did not work because all the prisoners left. Lai Xinzai stated that having 2 out of 10 people stay back was not a bad thing, and that most of them left after receiving the money. And Cheng Dalei responded that he didn't get anything at all, and that even if none of them stayed back, the deal would still be favorable to them. Lai Xinzai asked rhetorically if he was just returning the tiger to the mountains after releasing all of them, believing that Mo Mingmi would simply send them back to attack him. Cheng Dalei inquired of Lai Xinzai whether he was supposed to kill them if he did not release them. Lai Xinzai asked Cheng Dalei why he spent money on them but gained nothing, and Cheng Dalei replied that he wanted to gain a reputation. When Lai Xinzai asked if he still cared about his reputation, Cheng Dalei told him that it was a good thing that was sometimes easy to control. Cheng Dalei explained that the more people who left, the wider the incident would spread, and by the time everyone knew, those who were captured by Toad Village would not only be killed, but they would also be given money to travel back home. He imagined a soldier saying that it was better to lose fighting Toad Village because there was no need to put in any effort, and they could still earn money. He asked Lai Xinzai if those people would still risk their lives the next time they were ordered to attack Toad Village because being a soldier was also just to earn money. Lai Xinzai said nothing. He chuckled as he suddenly found it interesting.